Brother, I am old. Said Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, come and see how awful is the penumbra of gossip. For these verses of scripture must circumlocute to keep the peace between Joseph and his brothers. It is written in scripture after Jacob died, so they sent this message to Joseph, before his death your father left this instruction, so shall you say to Joseph, forgive I urge you the offense and guilt of your brothers, who treated you so harshly, yet we find no indication that Jacob gave any such commandment. R. Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan, it is permitted to express gossip about parties to a dispute. What verse of scripture indicates it? I will come in after you and confirm your statement. R. Zirah asked R. Yaseh, how come was Adonijah b. Haggid put to death? Was it because he asked to marry Abishag the Shunammite? He said to him, they wanted a pretext to shed the blood of their adversary in a dispute. They asked before R. Yohanan, what is the definition of gossip? It includes all types, even one who says something truthful but with innuendo, so that the hearer can know something about a third party. Linen dealers got a summons to work for the king. There was a person called Beter's son, who did not go to the royal linen works. Those who did go said, what shall we eat today? One said, something beaten. Said R. Yohanan, this one has gossiped by innuendo. The counselors of Sephores was gathered at the royal court. Among their number was a man named Yohanan, who did not come. Said one to another, shall we not go and visit our Yohanan today? The overseer of the royal court was reminded of him and said, Yohanan must come forward. Said R. Simeon b. Lachish, this one has gossiped by innuendo. Said R. Abba bar Kahana, the generation of David was made up entirely of righteous persons. But because of informers in their midst, they went to war and died. This is what David said, I lie down among man-eating lions whose teeth are spears and arrows, whose tongue is a sharp sword. I lie down among lions. This speaks of Abner and Amasa, who were lions but who were killed. Man-eating lions. This speaks of Dog and Ahithophel, who were eaten alive by gossip. El, whose teeth are spears and arrows. This speaks of Keilah, as it is written, will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hands? Will Saul come down as your servant heard, whose tongue is a sharp sword? This speaks of the Ziphites, when the Ziphites came and told Saul, no, David is hiding among us. At that moment David said to the Holy One, blessed be he, Lord of the world. Will your presence descend upon the earth? May your presence rise up from among them. That is in line with scripture, exalt yourself over the heavens, God, let your glory be over all the earth. Ahab's generation was made up entirely of idolaters. Yet because there were no informers in their midst, when they went down to battle they were victorious. That is in line with what Obadiah said to Elijah, my Lord has surely been told what I did when Jezebel was killing the prophets of the Lord, how I hid 100 prophets of the Lord, 50 men to a cave, and provided them with food and drink. If bread is mentioned, why mention water, and if water is mentioned, why mention bread? Both are requires to teach you that water was more difficult to provide than bread. Then Elijah said to the people on Mount Carmel, I am the only prophet of the Lord left. All the people knew that the prophets were alive but did not inform the king. Why is gossip called the three-pronged weapon? Because it kills three, the one who spreads it, the one who listens to it, and the one about whom it is spread. In the time of Saul 4 were killed, Dog, who spread the gossip, Saul, who listened to it, Ahimelech, about whom it was told, and Abner. Why was Abner killed? R. Joshua b. Levi, R. Simeon b. Lachish, and rabbis. R. Joshua b. Levi, because when he set up Saul's son Ishbosheth as king over the northern kingdom, he treated the blood of young men lightly. Abner said to Job, let the young men come forward and sport before us. Yes, let them, Job replied. R. Simeon b. Lachish, because he put his own name before the name of King David, Abner immediately sent messengers to David, saying, to whom shall the land belong? He wrote, from Abner to David and rabbis, because he did not allow Saul to be appeased by David. Please, sir, take a close look at the corner of your cloak in my hand, for when I cut off the corner of your cloak, I did not kill you. You must see plainly that I have done nothing evil or rebellious, and I have never wronged you. Yet you are aiming at taking my life. Said to him, why do you pay attention to his murmurings? Your cloak was caught in a thorn bush. But when they came to the encampment, Saul said, did you not, Abner, explain about the edge of the robe, saying, your cloak was caught in a thorn bush? Will you also claim that the spear and cruse of oil were caught in a thorn bush? Some say, because he had a chance to warn Nob the city of the priests but didn't do so. What can you profit, O deceitful tongue? A warrior's sharp arrows, with hot coals of broomwood, most weapons strike only within arm's reach, but gossip strikes from a distance. Most types of coals, when they were put out on the outside, are put out on the inside as well. But these coals, even though they are extinguished on the outside, still are not extinguished on the inside. There is the story of someone who left coals burning on the festival of tabernacles, and he came and found them still glowing on Passover. Said our Samuel bar Naaman, they say to the snake, why do you go around with your tongue darting in and out? He said to them, because my tongue gossiped in the Garden of Eden, it caused me to go about on the ground. What benefit do you get when you bite? A lion tears an animal apart to eat, and a wolf tears an animal apart to eat. But what do you get out of it? He said to them, if the snake bits because no spell was uttered. No advantage is gained by the charmer. Had I not been told by heaven to strike, I would not strike. How come you bite one limb but all the other limbs feel the pain of the venom? He said to them, don't ask me, ask the gossip, for he spreads gossip here and kills someone in Rome, he spreads gossip in Rome and kills someone in Syria. How come you hang around fences? He said to them, because through my act of gossip in the Garden of Eden I broke the fence of the world and opened the way to lawlessness. A meritorious deed creates principle and produces a yield. A transgression creates principle but bears no yield. A meritorious deed creates principle and produces a yield, as it is said, hail the just man, for he will fare well, he shall eat the fruit of his deeds. A transgression creates a principle but bears no interest, as it is stated, woe to the wicked. It shall be ill with him, for what his hands have done shall be done to him. If so, how shall I interpret, because they hated knowledge and did not choose the way of the Lord, would have none of my counsel and despised all my reproof, therefore they shall suffer the consequences of their way. A transgression that bears fruit brings a penalty, one that does not bear fruit brings no penalty. A good intention, the omnipresent, blessed be he, refines it, so that it produces a corresponding deed. An evil intention the omnipresent does not refine. As it is stated, the Lord has heard and noted it, and a scroll of remembrance has been written at his behest. An evil intention the omnipresent does not refine. As it is stated, if I had cherished iniquity in my heart, the Lord would not have listened. That which you say applies to Israelites. But among Gentiles it is the opposite. As to a Gentile's good intentions, the omnipresent does not convert it to a corresponding deed. But as to a Gentile's evil intention, the omnipresent converts it to a corresponding deed. As to a Gentile's good intentions, the omnipresent does not convert it to a corresponding deed. Upon hearing that, the king was much disturbed, and he decided to sage Daniel, and until the sun set made every effort to rescue him. But it is not written, and he saved him. But as to a Gentile's evil intention, the omnipresent converts it to a corresponding deed, for the outrage to your brother Jacob disgrace shall engulf you. Did he really kill him? Rather, it teaches that he intended to kill him, and Scripture credited it to him as if he had in fact killed him. R. Simeon B. Yohei says, if a man was righteous his entire life but at the end he rebelled, he loses the whole, for it is said, the righteousness of the righteous shall not deliver him in the day of his transgression. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, this is one who renounces his prior good deeds. And even if one is completely wicked all his life but repents at the end, he is not reproached with his wickedness, for it is said, and when a wicked man turns back from his wickedness and does what is just and right, it is he who shall live by virtue of these things. Said R. Yohanan, not only so, but also all the transgression that he committed are deemed righteous deeds. What verse of scripture indicates it? All your robes are fragrant with myrrh and aloes and cassia. All the rebellious acts that you have committed against me shall be like myrrh and aloes and cassia. As to one who did many good deeds and few transgressions, if the greater part of his record consisted of honorable deeds, and the smaller part, transgressions, they exact punishment from him. If the smaller part of the transgressions which he has done are of the lesser character, in this world, so as to pay him his full and complete reward in the world to come. If the greater part of his record consisted of transgressions, and the lesser part of honorable deeds, they pay him off with the reward of the religious deeds which he has done entirely in this world, so as to exact punishment from him in a whole and complete way in the world to come. But he who casts off the yoke of the commandments or denies the covenant or perverts the Torah, even though he has some good deeds to his credit, they exact punishment from him in this world, and the principal remains for him in the world to come. As to idolatry and fornication, R. Jonah and R. Yusa, one of them said, these are among the lesser violations of the law. The other of them said, they are among the greater violations of the law. Under what circumstances? With one who repented. No transgression can stand before one who has repented. But one who has not repented should die in a state of suffering and be punished in the world to come. There we learned in the Mishnah, and these are the ones who have no portion in the world to come, he who says, the resurrection of the dead is a teaching which does not derive from the Torah, and the Torah does not come from heaven, and an Epicurean. R. Akiba says, also, he who reads in heretical books, and he who whispers over a wound and says, I will put none of the diseases upon you which I have put on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you. Abba Saul says, also, he who pronounces the divine name as it is spelled out. They added to the list of those, he who breaks the yoke, violates the covenant, deals arrogantly with the Torah, pronounces the divine name as it is spelled out. They have no portion in the world to come. He who breaks the yoke, this is one who says, the Torah was revealed on Sinai but that makes no difference to me, violates the covenant, this is one who restores his circumcised foreskin. Deals arrogantly with the Torah, this is one who says, the Torah was not given from Heve. But haven't you already taught, and the Torah does not come from heaven? R. Hananiah Sinatonia taught before Armana, this is one who publicly violates the words of the Torah, like Jehoiakim king of Judah and his colleagues. If the greater part of his record consisted of honorable deeds, he will inherit the Garden of Eden. If the greater part consisted of transgressions, he will inherit Gehenna. Was evenly balanced, said R. Yasebi. Hananiah, forgives sins, is not written here, but rather, forgives sin. That is to say, the Holy One, blessed be he, tears up one bond among the transgressions, so that the honorable deeds then will outweigh the others. Said R. Eliezer, and that to thee, O Lord, belongs steadfast love. For thou dost requite a man according to his work. His deed is not written here, but like his deed if he has none, you give him one of yours. That is the view of R. Eliezer. R. Eliezer said, and abounding in steadfast love. He tips the scale in favor of mercy. R. Jeremiah said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac asked about the following. Righteousness guards him whose way is upright, but sin overthrows the wicked. Misfortune pursues sinners, but prosperity rewards the righteous. Toward the scorner he is scornful, but to the humble he shows favor. He will guard the feet of his faithful ones, but the wicked shall be cut off in darkness. The wise will inherit honor, but fools get disgrace. Now do they build a fence and lock the doors? And thus indeed is the way, that they do build a fence and lock the doors. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, a man keeps himself from transgression once, twice, and 3 times, from that time forth, the Holy One, blessed be he, keeps him from it. What is the scriptural basis for this statement? Behold, God does all these things, twice, 3 times, with a man. Said Arzira, and that is on condition that the man not revert. What is the scriptural basis for this statement? A threefold cord is never broken is not written, but rather, a threefold cord is not quickly broken. For if one lays stress on it, indeed it will snap. Arhuna in the name of Arabahu, the Holy One, blessed be he, before him there is no forgetting, as it were. But as it were in behalf of Israel he turns absent-minded. What is the scriptural basis for this statement? Pardoning iniquity. And so did David say, Thou didst forgive the iniquity of thy people, thou didst pardon all their sin. 1:2 They designate as P no less than 1/60. And even though they said, P has no measure, should always accord with the size of the field, the number of poor people in the vicinity, and the extent of the yield. They designate as P no less than 1/60. It was taught as a Tanite statement, not obliged to say to a poor person, bring camels and gather. That Tanite statement deals with a case in which the farmer designated more than the required volume of grain. But where the farmer designates only the required volume of grain, where there are few poor people to collect P, the farmers are obliged to say to a poor person, bring camels and gather. If his field yielded abundantly and the poor are few, the farmer sets aside the larger amount that is dictated by the abundance of the field. If the yield is modest but the poor are numerous, the householder designates the larger volume, that dictated by the number of the poor. R. Simeon expounded the 2 cases to favor the householder. If his field is abundant and the poor are few, the farmer designates the smaller amount, that indicated by the number of the poor. If the yield of the field is modest and the poor many, the householder designates the smaller volume, that indicated by the yield of the field. But that is not what the Mishnah rules, but rather, the quantity designated should always accord with the size of the field, the number of poor people in the vicinity, and the extent of the yield. 1:3 They may designate P the front of the field and the middle. R. Simeon says, providing that designates the measure the rear. R. Judah says, if retained one stock adjoining as P. But if not, he has not designated. Rather, as ownerless property. R. Yaseh in the name of R. Simeon B. Lachish, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of the field as you harvest. Why does Scripture conclude as you harvest? It implies that the farmer sets aside P even when there is a great deal left in the field to harvest. P the front of the field and the middle. R. Jonah in the name of R. Simeon B. Lachish, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of the field as you harvest. Why does Scripture conclude as you harvest? It implies that the farmer sets aside P at the rest of the field just as he sets aside P at the front of the field. R. Yaseh in the name of R. Joshua B. Levi, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of the field as you harvest. Why does Scripture conclude as you harvest? It implies that the same rule applies whether has been purchased with funds sanctified for the temple or with secular funds. R. Yudan asked, can money designated for the temple be secularized through the purchase of unharvested grain, that is attached to the ground? Said R. Hanana, lest you hold that the harvest of the temple is treated like the harvest of an ordinary Israelite, if one set aside P only at the front of the field, what is it is in line with what is taught as a Tanite statement, P the front, the middle, or the rear of his field. And if he has designated this produce as P, whether while harvesting the front, the middle, or the rear of his field, he has fulfilled his obligation regarding P. R. Simeon says, if he has designated, whether the front, the middle, or the rear low, is deemed P. But he must designate as P the required measure of produce while harvesting the rear of the field. That is to say he had sanctified the produce set aside at the front of the field as P. But he must designate as P the required measure of produce while harvesting the rear of the field. What is the required measure? Is it 1/60 of the entire yield? Is it possible to say that he has consecrated the produce at the front of the field as P and also claim that he must still designate at the rear of the field the required volume of grain for the entire field? Rather, he designates at the rear of the field only the required volume of grain for the part of the field that remains. R. Judah says, if retained one stock adjoining SP. But if not, he has not designated. Rather, as ownerless property. R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, read if the farmer retained attached one stock adjoining SP. R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan, read if the farmer retained plucked one stock adjoining SP. Did the farmer intend when he left produce at the front of the field to exempt the entire field from P? Or is that not the case? Let us derive the answer from the following. R. Yase said in the name of R. Yohanan, he may continue adding at all times during the harvest to the P he gave at the front of the field. How do we interpret the matter? Intending to render the entire field exempt from the further designation of P, then the produce he leaves at the rear of the field is exempt. Rather, when he designated grain at the front of the field he was not intending to render the entire field exempt from the further designation of P. 1:4 They stated a general principle governing P, whatever is edible, cultivated, grown from the land, harvested as a crop, and can be preserved in storage, is subject to P. Grain and legumes are included in this general principle. And among types of trees, a sumac tree, carob trees, walnut trees, almond trees, grapevines, pomegranate trees, olive trees, and date palms, is subject to P. They stated a general principle governing P, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of the field as you harvest. I can derive only while one reaps. From what while one merely plucks? Scripture states as you harvest. From what already harvested? Scripture states, your harvest. I can discern only grain. From what legumes? Scripture states, your land. From what trees? Scripture states, when you reap the harvest of your field. It is possible that vegetables, squash, gourds, melons, and cucumbers all are included in the general rule. Scripture states, the yield. Now the term yield is reserved only for edible, privately owned, grown from the land, harvested as a single crop, and can be preserved in storage. This excludes vegetables, for even though they are harvested as a crop, one cannot preserve them in storage. This excludes dates, for even though one can preserve them in storage, they are not harvested as a crop. Grain and legumes are included in this general principle. And among types of trees, the fruit of a sumac tree, carob trees, walnut trees, almond trees, grapevines, pomegranate trees, olive trees, and date palms is subject to designation as P. It has been taught on Tanite authority, they plant grain seeds and saplings in a single field. But one who sows any type of grape pits with wheat is flogged for violating the prohibition against sowing mixed seeds. Said Arzira, it is written in Scripture, you shall not sow your field with diverse kinds. For what reason does Scripture say, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds? In addition to the principal crop in a vineyard, one may not sow a second crop that would form diverse kinds. R. Yudan the Cappadocian asked in the presence of R. Yase, there you said, tree seeds are not called seeds, but here you say that tree seeds are called seeds. He said to him, there in the case of diverse kinds Scripture said, the seed that you have sown, and so excluded what people are not accustomed to call seeds. But here Scripture included them, and if any part of their carcass falls upon any seed for sowing that is to be sown, and there are those that want to derive the liability of trees and not only grain to designation as P from the following, when you gather the grapes of your vineyard do not pick it over again. What do you derive from this verse? Said Arjona, do not be too meticulous about gathering the grapes at the rear corner of the vineyard. So the vineyard is liable to the laws of P, and that is the case for trees in general. When you beat down the fruit of your olive trees, do not go over them again. What do you derive from this verse? Said Arjona, you shall not reap the corner of your crown. Just as olives and grapes are characterized by the traits that their produce is harvested in a single lot and may be stored away is subject to P, So any kind of produce that is characterized by the trait that their produce is harvested in a single lot and may be stored away is subject to P. Maybe just as olives and grapes are characterized by the trait that they both are liable for first fruits and thus are subject to the laws of P, so any type of fruit that is liable for first fruits is subject to the laws of P. Scripture says, when you reap the harvest, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field even a crop of rice or millet. Let Scripture speak of olive trees and not speak of grapevines. If Scripture had spoken of olive trees and not grapevines, I might have said, olive trees are exempt from the gift to the poor that is called separated grapes are subject to P. But grapevines, which are subject to designation as separated grapes, are not subject to P. Scripture indicates that a householder must set aside two types of poor offerings from the grape crop, separated grapes and P, and Scripture therefore had to say that grapevines are liable to P. Or perhaps, if Scripture had said that grapevines are liable to P but did not say that olive trees are subject to P, I might have said that grapevines, which are liable to separated grapes, are liable to P, but olive trees, which are not liable to separated grapes, are also exempt from P. Scripture therefore had to state that olive trees are subject to designation as P and Scripture had to state that grapevines are subject to P. If Scripture had specified that olive trees are liable, so indicating that all types of trees are liable to P, may we hold that Scripture singled out grapevines to imply that all types of trees are subject to the law of separated produce? May one say, just as Scripture specified that olive trees are liable to P, so all types of trees are liable to P, thus Scripture specified that grapevines are liable to separated produce, indicating that all types of trees are subject to the law of separated produce? Said Arabun, a trait that is equivalent for both of them teaches the rule governing the gross category of trees. But a trait that is not equivalent for both of them does not teach the rule governing the gross category of trees. That is in line with the view of R. Ishmael, for R. Ishmael expounded, if a matter was covered by an encompassing rule but then was singled out for some innovative purpose, is excluded from the general category but the item is held to form a new category. So Scripture had to state that the law of P applies to vineyards. In regard to the rabbis, who say that an item that normally falls into a general category but is explicitly mentioned by Scripture in regard to a separate rule, is subject to the rule governing both the general category and the new category, why did Scripture mention the laws of P in the context of a vineyard? Said Arabun, if Scripture had specified only the case of vineyards, that would be all right. But Scripture singled out both vineyards and olive trees. If Scripture had mentioned olive trees as subject to P but did not specify that vineyards are liable to P, I should have said that olive trees, exempt from the category of separated produce, are subject to P. But grapevines, subject to separated grapes, are not subject to P. Thus Scripture had to say that grapevines are subject to P. As you have said, harvested as a crop, and can be preserved in storage, is subject to P, would you say the same of the worker? Said Arjona, that is a different case, for Scripture says, when you enter another man's field of standing grain, you may pluck ears with your hand but must not put a sickle to your neighbor's grain even from a type that is not a crop and is not preserved in storage. It was taught as a Tanite rule. Ar Yasabi Arjuda says, figs moist, are exempt from P, since the first and last do not ripen at the same time. Well did Ar Yasabi Arjuda state matters. What is the reasoning of rabbis? Said Arzira, because all the crop swells with juice at the same time. Both are Isaac Hakali and are Joshua b. Levi say, Colocasia has the same status as a vegetable for the purpose of the laws of tithing, the sabbatical year, P, and first fruits. But as to laws of vowing to abstain from vegetables, they must inquire if he intends to abstain from Colocasia. 1:5 at any time may designate as P, is exempt from tithes, until is smoothed over. And may give away as ownerless property, is exempt from tithes, until is smoothed over. And may feed cattle, wild animals, and fowl is exempt from tithes, until is smoothed over. And may collect from the threshing floor, and so is exempt from tithes. Until is smoothed over, the words of our Akiba. A priest and a Levite who bought the threshing floor, the tithes belong to them, unless is smoothed over. One who dedicates, and then redeems is subject to of tithes, unless treasurer smoothed over. At any time may designate as P, is exempt from tithes, until is smoothed over, our Yase, our Jacob bar Zebedee in the name of our Abahu, our Nehemiah bar Mar Ukban, some say in the name of our Yohanan, one who separated first fruits from a grain pile after it was smoothed over, it is exempt from designation as heave offering. Said our Haggai before our Yase, the Mishnah has said the same thing, at any time may designate as P, is exempt from tithes, until is smoothed over. Lo, if he smoothed over the grain pile, the grain in the pile would be subject to the separation of tithes. But that would not be the rule as to designating heave offering, and say that the grain in the pile is subject to designation of first fruits, and that is the case even before the pile is smoothed over. But why is it called first fruits? Because the offering takes precedence over all other agricultural dues. One that takes precedence over the other, the grain set aside as the latter offering is subject to designation of the former offering. May give away as ownerless property, is exempt from tithes, until is smoothed over. Contrast with MP 6:1, the house of Shammai say, ownerless for the poor, ownerless property. But the house of Hillel say, has ownerless property only if it is declared ownerless also for the rich, as is the case with release. The Mishnah is in line with the view of the house of Shammai, for the house of Shammai say, ownerless for the poor, ownerless property. The rulings that are assigned to our Akiba are cited by him but do not represent his opinion. For it has been taught as a Tanite statement, on what account were the shops of Beth Hinai destroyed 3 years before Jerusalem was destroyed? It is because they based their actions only upon the teachings of the Torah. For they would say, you shall surely tithe, and you shall eat but not if you sell the increase of your seed, but not if it is purchased. A priest and a Levite who bought the threshing floor, the tithes belong to them, unless is smoothed over. If this is the case, the farmer must separate tithes before he sells the produce, and may give them to the priest of his choice, said our Yohanan, that is a penalty on the priest and Levite so as to stop them from running around to the wine presses and threshing floors. A priest who was a butcher associates in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, he is exempt for a week from the laws requiring him to give the shoulder, cheeks, and stomach of each animal he slaughters to another priest. Said our Yase, I went to the south and heard our Hanan, father of our Simeon in the name of our Simeon b. Levi, he is exempt for a week from the laws requiring him to give the shoulder, cheeks, and stomach of each animal he slaughters to another priest. Our Yudan compared the situation to the statement, that is a penalty on the priest and Levite, so as to stop them from running around to the wine presses and threshing floors. Said to him our Yase, if it's a penalty, he shouldn't be exempt even for a week. A priest who was a meat merchant, our Yudan said, on becoming a meat merchant, they exempt him for 1 week from the laws requiring him to give the shoulder, cheeks, and stomach of each animal he slaughters to another priest. But our Yase said, they do not exempt him during the first week. In the opinion of our Yase, what is the difference between a meat merchant and a butcher? A meat merchant can deceive his customers by falsely claiming he has slaughtered all the meat that he sells and is entitled to the priestly share. A butcher cannot deceive his customers, selling only meat he himself has slaughtered. It was taught on Tanite authority. Rabbi and our Judah the patriarch did not differ concerning as to an Israelite who buys unharvested grain from a Gentile, the produce is subject to the separation of tithes. As to a case in which one Israelite contracts to harvest grain for another Israelite, the first is responsible to set aside offerings for the second. If one buys harvested produce from a Gentile, the Israelite's purchase is exempt from the separation of tithes. About what did they differ? Concerning one who buys produce that is harvested from his fellow Israelite during a year when the poor man's tithe is set aside. Our Judah the patriarch says, the same rule applies to poor and rich. The buyer separates the poor man's tithe and gives it to a poor person and removes it from the buyer's possession. Rabbi says, The rich man gives poorman's tithe to a poor person. From the possession of the poor person they do not remove it. What is the reason for the ruling of our Judah the patriarch? Just as someone is not entitled to receive the gleanings, forgotten sheaves or pea from his own field, so he is not allowed to receive the poorman's tithe from his own field. What is the reason for the ruling of Rabbi? The fact that gleanings, forgotten sheaves and pea have not yet been separated from the crop does not make the produce untithed. So the grain is prohibited from use until the poorman's tithe has been carried out. The reason for the ruling of our Judah the patriarch that the poor man cannot keep poorman's tithe separated from his own field because the sages have penalized the poor to prevent them from hoarding poorman's tithes that belong to all the poor. The reason for the ruling of Rabbi that a rich person may not keep the poorman's tithe but the poor person may is that a rich person has the money to buy several fields and can hoard the poorman's tithe, but a poor person hasn't got the money to buy fields. Our Judah the patriarch says, a poor man can borrow money to buy unharvested fields. Rabbi says, a poor man cannot borrow enough money to buy fields and hoard the poorman's tithe. Yerushalmi Peah. Chapter 2. 2:1 And these establish for P, a river, pond, private road, public path, private path that is in regular use both in the dry season and in the rainy season, uncultivated land, newly broken land, and a different seed. And one who harvests unripe grain establishes, the words of our Meir. But sages say, does not establish, unless he also has plowed under. And these establish for P, that is in line with what is said. When you reap the harvest of your land you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. And the verse indicates that the farmer should not set aside produce as P from one field on behalf of another field that are discontinuous. For if you say that speaks of landmarks that are continuous, then consider, such a landmark should establish a boundary even in a grove of trees. For we learn in the Mishnah, all landmarks establish seeds, but as for establishing trees, only a fence. The fence may be continuous or discontinuous. For if you say that speaks of landmarks that are continuous, then consider, wouldn't such a fence form a boundary even between two trees the branches of which are intertwined? That is in line with what we learn in the Mishnah, but if the branches are intertwined with each other does not establish. Rather, designates P on behalf of all. To a fence that is discontinuous. For if you say that speaks of landmarks that are continuous, then consider, could such a fence establish a boundary even between two trees, the branches of one of which extend over the fence and intertwine with the other trees far to one side? We learn as a Tannite statement, if the branches of two trees intertwine, the trees sitting equally on opposite sides of the fence and touching directly above the fence does not establish a boundary between the trees, which physically touch. Could you say that the fence establishes a boundary between trees the branches of which intertwine far to one side of the fence? Aryase in the name of Aryase bar Hanana, if the farmer designated P from one field for another field, he has not sanctified the grain he designated, and this produce is secular and subject to tithes. Arzira asked before Aryase, two adjacent fields separated only be a depression between them if the farmer intended to set aside P in the depression between the two fields in behalf of both of the fields, what is the law? Aryase turned away from him. The position of Aryase is confused. For we have learned in the Mishnah there, one who reaps of his field having left the unripe stalks or akaba says, he designates as P from each and every. But sages say, from one on behalf of all. And sages concede to our akaba that one who sows dill or mustard in three places designates P from each and every. This is the sense of the Mishnah, one who sows dill in three distinct parts or mustard in three distinct plots. Samuel said, each plot must have its own P, because the first and last do not ripen at the same time. Aryase in the name of Aryohanan, each plot must have its own P, because farmers ordinarily sow species in garden beds within the field. Yet here you say this. It is clear to that the depression establishes a boundary would render the produce sanctified as P or in any way at all. For our Hashaya taught as a Tannite statement, if a householder designated P from any field for another, he has not consecrated the designated grain and it is not P. That implies that one should include even a depression between two fields in the catalogue of what establish boundaries for P. R. Yase B. Hanana says, cistus shrubs mark boundaries between fields for purposes of P. R. Hista asked, did Joshua use them to mark out the boundaries of the land of Israel among the tribes? R. Hanana came along in the name of R. Hista. Joshua used them to mark off the boundaries of the land of Israel itself. A pond establishes the boundaries of a field for designating P if it extends throughout the field continuously. A river establishes the boundaries of a field for designating P even if it does not extend throughout the field continuously. Private road, public road. Since we learn in the Mishnah that the law applies to a private road, what need is there to specify a public road? It is to leave out a public road that is in regular use in the dry season but cannot be used in the rainy season. Uncultivated land, newly broken land, Rab said, uncultivated land and newly broken land form a boundary for purposes of P only if the area takes a quarter cap of seed. But an area sown with a different seed is separate no matter how small. R. Yohanan said, uncultivated land and newly broken land and an area sown with a different seed establish a boundary if it is made up of at least 3 hewn ridges. Is there a dispute here? Rab rules on the minimum area that is subject to P, and R. Yohanan speaks of an area that is exempt from P. And has it not been taught on Tanite authority, an area of uncultivated land or newly broken land is subject to P? From Rab's perspective the statement refers to a square field. From R. Yohanan's perspective the statement refers to a narrow field of 50 y 2 cubits. And one who harvests unripe grain establishes, the words of R. Meir. But sages say, does not establish, unless he also has plowed under. R. Zira in the name of R. Eliezer, R. Meir and R. Judah have said the same thing. Just as R. Meir said, and one who harvests unripe grain establishes, so R. Judah held, one who harvests unripe grain for use as fodder. The area he harvests defines the boundaries of a field, and just as R. Judah said, an area of land that is subject to the laws of P marks a boundary between 2 tracts of land on either side, so R. Meir said, an area of land that is subject to the laws of P marks a boundary between 2 tracts of land on either side. Lo, we find that R. Meir says, an area of land that is subject to the laws of P marks a boundary between 2 tracts of land on either side. That is in line with the following that is taught as a Tanite statement: grasshoppers ate, edible locusts ate, ants destroyed, or which wind or cattle destroyed. All agree that if plowed under, establishes. Did not does not establish. Who is represented by all agree? Isn't it R. Meir, who held that since the area was exempt from the laws of P, it establishes a boundary for the purpose of the law only if the farmer plows the area? If the area had been subject to the law, then it establishes a boundary even if the farmer did not plow the stubble under. Is in accord with what we have learned as a Tanite rule elsewhere, said R. Judah, under what circumstances? When one begins before the crop reaches 1/3 of its full growth. But if the grain had reached 1/3 of its growth, it is forbidden to harvest it even for animal fodder. He nonetheless reaps such grain, it is subject to P. And anything that is itself subject to P establishes a boundary between 2 tracts of land. R. Zira asked, might one maintain, just as R. Judah has said, so long as he begins before the crop reaches 1/3 of its full growth, and even if the grain later reaches 1/3 of its growth, the gain is exempt from gleaning, forgotten sheaf, and P, so R. Meir would maintain, so long as he begins before the crop reaches 1/3 of its full growth, and even if the grain later reaches 1/3 of its growth, the gain is exempt from gleaning, forgotten sheaf, and P. 2:2 An irrigation ditch that cannot be harvested as one R. Judah says, establishes. And any hills that are hoed with mattock even though an ox cannot cross over with its plow, designates P for the entire. An irrigation ditch that cannot be harvested as one, they propose to say, there is no dispute, but you find that it is taught as a Tanite rule, a permanent irrigation ditch establishes a boundary. They propose to say, from that which R. Judah said, he refers to a person who stands on one side of the irrigation ditch and cannot reach over and harvest the other side. But if the person stands in the middle of the ditch and can harvest produce on either side, the ditch does not establish a boundary. But you find that it is taught on a Tannite basis. R. Judah says, if stand in the middle harvest on either side, establishes. But if not, does not establish. And any hills that are hoed with mattock, even though an ox cannot cross over with its plow, designates P for the entire, Hayabar Ada in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, if there was a rocky patch across his entire field, if to plow the field the farmer has to lift the hoe from the earth on one side of the rocks and put it on the other side, the rocks form a boundary between the two areas on either side. But if he can plow the entire rock patch as if only on one side of the rocks and doesn't have to lift the hoe, the rocks do not establish a boundary. And has it not been taught as a Tannite rule, as regards embankments that are higher than 10 handbreadths designates P from each? But if the ends of the rows touch one another designates P from one for all. Won't the farmer have to lift the hoe from the earth on one side of the rocks and put it on the other side? Even if the terraces are shorter than 10 handbreadths, the farmer will need to lift his hoe from one side to the other. We specify that the terraces must be 10 handbreadths only because of the case at the end of the same passage, but if the ends of the rows touch one another designates P from one for all. 2:3 All landmarks establish seeds, but as for establishing trees, only a fence. But if the branches are intertwined with each other does not establish. Rather, designates P on behalf of all. And as regards carob trees, all that are within sight of each other. Said Rabban Gamaliel, in my father's household they used to designate one P on behalf of all of the olive trees that they owned in every direction. But as regards carob trees, all that are within sight of each other. R. Eliezer bar Sadok says in name, so too, of the carob trees that they owned in the locale. All landmarks establish seeds. What is meant by but if the branches are intertwined with each other? Does it mean that the fence is intertwined among the branches and rises out of them like a pestle in a mortar? Or does it mean that the branches themselves are intertwined by not the fence and that they grow above the fence? From what the Mishnah says, if the branches are intertwined with each other, it follows that the fence itself is not intertwined. So the branches intertwine and grow above the fence. But if the branches are intertwined with each other does not establish, Armana said, sometimes we say that the trees must be within 4 cubits of the fence, and sometimes we say they must be within 10 handbreadths of the fence, when we speak of fewer than 10 saplings in an area large enough for a sea of seed. Thus the trees must be within 4 cubits of the fence refers to the distance mature trees may be from the fence. Then they must be within 10 handbreadths of the fence applies to the distance between the branches of the tree on the one side of the fence and the branches of the tree on the other side of the fence, when fewer than 10 saplings are planted in an area large enough for a sea of seed. And as regards carob trees, all that are within sight of each other. Said Rabban Gamaliel, in my father's household they used to designate one P on behalf of all of the olive trees that they owned in every direction. But as regards carob trees, all that are within sight of each other. Who lays out for the farmers the directions in each of which a separate portion of produce must be designated as P. The town lays out the directions. Said R. Yaseh B. R. Bun, at the household of Rabbi they had 4 poles indicating the 4 directions of the city, and they would set aside P for each pole according to the trees in that direction. If there were 3 carob trees, the outer ones were within sight of the middle tree and the middle trees were within sight of the outer ones on either side. But the 2 outer trees were not within sight of one another. Sets aside P from the outer trees for the inner tree or from the inner trees for the outer ones. But he may not set aside P from one outer tree for the other. 2:4 One who sows his field with one type, even if he brings the crop to the threshing floor in 2 lots, designates 1 P. Designates 2 P. He who sows his field with 2 types of wheat he brings all of to the threshing floor in only 1 lot, designates 1 portion of produce as P. To the threshing floor in 2 lots, designates 2 P. Once R. Simeon of Mizpah sowed, before Rabban Gamaliel. So they went up to the chamber of hewn stone, and asked. Said Nahum the scribe, I have received from our Maashah, who received it from his father, who received it from the peers, who received it from the prophets, the law to Moses on Sinai, regarding one who sows his field with two types of wheat. If he brings to the threshing floor in only one lot, designates 1 p. If he brings to the threshing floor in 2 lots, he designates 2 p. The farmer harvested half his white wheat and half of his red wheat, planning to bring both to the threshing floor in a single lot. He changed his mind and brought the 2 separate crops to the threshing floor in 2 distinct lots. He may not designate p from the white wheat for the red. The farmer harvested half his white wheat and half his red wheat, planning to bring them to the threshing floor in 2 distinct lots. He changed his mind and brought the 2 separate crops to the threshing floor in a single lot. He may designate p from the white wheat growing at the rear of the field for red wheat growing at the rear of the field, because he brings the 2 varieties to the threshing floor in a single lot. He may designate p from the white wheat growing at the front of the field for the red wheat growing at the front of the field, because he brings the 2 varieties to the threshing floor in a single lot. He may set aside p from the white wheat that grew at the red of the field for the white wheat that grew at the front, so long as he has completed reaping the field and has brought all the grain to the threshing floor in a single lot. But if he has not yet finished reaping his field but has brought some of the grain to the threshing floor while some is still in the field that is going to be brought to the threshing floor in a separate lot, he may not designate p even from one lot of white wheat for the other lot of white wheat. The farmer harvested half his white wheat and all his red wheat, planning to bring them to the threshing floor in a single lot. He changed his mind and brought the 2 separate crops to the threshing floor in 2 lots. She sets aside p from the white wheat that grew in the front part of the field for the white wheat that grew in the rear. All of the red wheat at the same threshing floor is exempt from p. Once our Simeon of Mizpah sowed, before Rabban Gamaliel. So they went up to the chamber of hewn stone, and asked. Said Nahum the scribe, I have received from our Maashah, who received it from his father, who received it from the peers, who received it from the prophets, the law to Moses on Sinai, regarding one who sows his field with 2 types of wheat, if he brings to the threshing floor in only one lot, designates 1 p. If he brings to the threshing floor in 2 lots, he designates 2 p. Our Zirah in the name of our Yohanan, if a law comes to hand and you do not know its nature, do not reinterpret it to another matter, for lo, many laws were stated to Moses at Sinai, and all of them have been embedded in the Mishnah. Said Arabban, and that is so. Lo, there is the law about 2 kinds of wheat. Now had Nahum not come and explained the matter to us, should we have known its meaning? CFMPE 2:4. Our Zirah in the name of our Eleazar, were I to write for him most of my laws, would they not be regarded as a strange thing? Now is the greater part of the Torah written down? But more abundant are the matters that are derived by exegesis from the written Torah than those derived by exegesis from the oral Torah. And is that so? But more cherished are those matters that rest upon the written Torah and those that rest upon the oral Torah. Our Judah Bar Pazi says, were I to write for him most of my laws, this refers to the admonitions. Even so, would they not be regarded as a strange thing? Said Arabban, were I to write for him most of my laws, would they not be regarded as a strange thing? What is the difference between them and the nations? These produce their books, and those produce theirs. These produce their documents, and those produce theirs. Our Haggai in the name of our Samuel bar Naaman, some teachings were handed on orally, and some things were handed on in writing, and we do not know which of them is the more precious. But on the basis of that which is written, and the Lord said to Moses, write these words, in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel, that is to say that the ones that are handed on orally are the more precious. Our Yohanan and our Yudan b. our Simeon once said, if you have kept what is preserved orally and also kept what is in writing, I shall make a covenant with you, and if not, I shall not make a covenant with you. The other said, if you have kept what is preserved orally and you have kept what is preserved in writing, you shall receive a reward, and if not, you shall not receive a reward. Said our Joshua b. Levi, on them, and on them. All, according to all. Words, the words. Scripture, Mishnah, Talmud, laws, and lore. Every that an experienced student in the future will render before his master already has been stated to Moses at Sinai. What is the scriptural basis for this view? There is no remembrance of former things, nor will there be any remembrance of later things yet to happen among those who come after. If someone says, "See, this is a new thing," his fellow will answer him, saying to him, "This has been around before us for a long time." Arzira in the name of Samuel, one does not make a decision on the basis of laws or lore, or Tosefta teachings, but only on the basis of Talmud. But did not Arhalipta Bar Saul teach as a Tanite rule, the law governing two types of wheat is the same as the law governing two types of barley? Arzira said that was precisely how they had received the law, but they had forgotten it. The same law applies to two types of wheat and to two types of barley. And lo, we have learned, if he uprooted fresh onions for the market and left others to remain and dry for the storage chamber, he must give pea for these by themselves and for those by themselves. Now can you say that the matter of the marketplace and the threshing floor constituted laws that they had had in hand but forgot? Hananiah in the name of Samuel, they do not derive rules of law from instructions. All concur that they do not derive rules of law from in particular situations. Said to him Armana, that which you have said applies to a case in which one did not give a reason for his ruling. But in a case in which one gave a reason for his ruling, one may apply the law likewise. He said to him, whether one gave a reason for his ruling or did not give a reason for his ruling, it applies in a case in which there is contrary opinion. But in a case in which there is no contrary opinion, whether one has given a reason for his ruling or not, one may apply the law in accord with the stated view. 2:5 A field that Gentiles harvested, robbers harvested, ants destroyed, or wind or cattle devastated is exempt. Had harvested half, and robbers harvested half, is exempt, since the obligation P pertains to the stands. If robbers had harvested half, and harvested half must designate P, from that which he harvested. Had harvested half, and sold half the buyer must designate P on behalf of the entire. Had harvested half, and dedicated half he who redeems the produce from the treasurer is the one who designates P on behalf of the entire. A field that Gentiles harvested. The rule of the Mishnah applies to a case in which the Gentiles have harvested the field for their own benefit. But if they harvested it for the Israelite farmer, the grain is liable to P. And so it is taught as a Tanite rule, they may not hire Gentile workers, because gleanings. A field that robbers harvested, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the robbers reaped the crop merely to destroy it, but if it was not for destruction but to sell the crop, the produce is liable to P. Said Arhashaya bar Shimei, even if you say that cut the crop down not for sheer destruction it is exempt from P, because P must be set aside from grain that remained attached to the ground that the robbers stole. Landed property cannot be acquired through robbery. Had harvested half, and robbers harvested half is exempt, since the obligation P pertains to the stands. That is because the farmer designates P from standing grain on behalf of other standing grain, or from standing grain on behalf of grain already harvested. But he may not set aside P from harvested grain either on behalf of other grain harvested from the same field or on behalf of grain that remains standing in the same field. There are times that a farmer sets aside P from harvested grain for grain that remains standing in the same field. What would be a practical case? If the farmer finished harvesting his field and had left standing just enough grain for P, from the moment that he harvests for himself the first stock of what he left beyond in the field for P, the obligation to set aside P applies to grain from the same field. Then it is made into sheaves. It turns out that the farmer must set aside P from harvested grain in behalf of grain standing in the same field. And it is not the end of the matter that when he finishes reaping his field without setting aside P that he might have to designate the offering from harvested grain. Rather, he may be required to set aside P from harvested produce in the following case: if he was harvesting the field and said, "From here onward I designate the grain as P," the moment that he later harvests for himself the first stalk of what he had left behind in the field for designation as P, the obligation to set aside P applies to the grain from the rear of the field after it has been bound into sheaves. It turns out that the farmer must set aside P from harvested grain in behalf of grain standing in the same field. Had harvested half, and sold half, the buyer must designate P on behalf of the entire. As to the seller, what is the law as to his receiving the P that the buyer will designate from the rear of the field, which will render the seller's own sheaves from the front of the field exempt? Let us derive the rule from the following: a poor man who contracts to harvest a field is forbidden gleanings, forgotten sheaves, P, or poorman's tithe. Said R. Judah, under what circumstances does the rule apply, if contracted with 1/2, 1/3, or 1/4? But if said to him, a third of that you harvest shall belong to you, is permitted gleanings, forgotten sheaves, and P. What is the difference between the latter case and the former case? When he is allowed to receive the gifts to the poor, the owner has said, a third of that you harvest shall belong to you. Said R. Bun Bar Haya, that is to say, the seller may receive the very P that renders his own sheaves exempt from the law. Said R. Yase, there the field was not under his ownership at the critical time when the law of P took effect. But here the field is under his ownership when the law of P takes effect. The analogy to the case of the contractor is as follows: if the farmer harvested half of the field and sold the grain that he reaped, the buyer can receive gleanings, forgotten sheaves, and P from the grain he purchases. A field that was half harvested and then sold, what is the law as to the buyer's receiving the P that the seller must designate, that in fact renders the seller's own sheaves exempt? It is in line with the dispute of Rabbi and R. Judah the Patriarch, the reason for the ruling of R. Judah the Patriarch that the poor man cannot keep poorman's tithe separated from his own field because the sages have penalized the poor to prevent them from hoarding poorman's tithes that belong to all the poor. The reason for the ruling of Rabbi that a rich person may not keep the poorman's tithe but the poor person may is that a rich person has the money to buy several fields and can hoard the poorman's tithe, but a poor person hasn't got the money to buy fields, had harvested half, and dedicated half. He who redeems the produce from the treasurer is the one who designates P on behalf of the entire. Grain harvested outside the land of Israel but that is imported into the land, what is the law as to the grains being subject to P? Don't you say that a field of grain owned by the temple is exempt from P, and grain harvested outside the land of Israel is exempt from P? If when grain owned by the temple is redeemed by an ordinary Israelite, the grain becomes subject to P, should it not be the rule that when produce harvested outside the land of Israel is imported and sold to ordinary Israelites, it should become subject to P? But it has been taught on Tanite authority, when you reap the harvest of your land you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field but not produce harvested outside of the land. If the temple treasurer reaped half of the field dedicated to the temple and had not finished harvesting the remainder when an ordinary Israelite redeemed all that grain from the temple, sets aside P from the grain he will harvest on behalf of the grain that he will harvest. Rectangular of grain among olive trees, the house of Shammai say, P from each one. The house of Hillel say, from one on behalf of all. And concede that if the ends of rows touch, designates P from one for all. One who reaps of his field having left the unripe stalks, R. Akiba says, he designates as P from each. But sages say, from one on behalf of all. And sages concede to R. Akiba that one who sows dill or mustard in 3 places designates P from each and every. Rectangular of grain among olive trees, we repeat the Tanite rule, among olive trees. Yet the household of Rabbi recite, that are sown among trees. The formulation of the Mishnah is required by the household of Rabbi, and the formulation of the household of Rabbi is required by the Mishnah. With regard to the formulation of the house of Shammai, if we repeated only the version of the Mishnah but did not teach the verse of the household of Rabbi, we should conclude, we speak only of plots sown among olive trees that itself are subject to P. With regard to the formulation of the house of Hillel, if we repeated only the version of the household of Rabbi and did not repeat the version in the Mishnah, we would suppose we speak only of plots of grain sown among trees in general, exempt from the requirement of P. So a single portion of P suffices for all the plots. But we would suppose with regard to plots sown among other plants that are subject to the designation of P, even the house of Hillel would agree that the plant S create a boundary between the plots of grain, so the farmer must set aside a separate portion of produce as P on behalf of every plot. So we require the version of the Mishnah and that of the household of Rabbi. Rectangular of grain among olive trees, how do we interpret the case at hand? If it is a case in which the trees are planted far apart from one another and yield no clear boundaries between the plots of grain, then the house of Shammai concur that the farmer may give a single P for all the plots together. But if the trees are planted closely and demarcate a boundary between the plots of grain, then even the house of Hillel would concur that the farmer designates P for each plot. But here is how we interpret the case at hand. It involves 10 saplings that are planted in an area of a sea of seed. The house of Shammai regard them as sufficiently close together to establish clear boundaries between the plots of grain and have farmer set aside a separate portion of P for each plot. The house of Hillel see the trees as sufficiently far apart to establish no clear boundaries among the plots of grain and rule that a single P suffices. What is the reason for the house of Shammai? People do not commonly intersperse grain among trees. The house of Shammai accord with the position of Aryaseh P. But Aryaseh declares them exempt, not the gleaning of your random plucking. Arzira, Arhaya in the name of Yohanan, one who plucks stalks of grain to make a loaf of bread, even if it is a lot, the produce plucked in this way is exempt from P. Eliezer said, even if he did it with a sickle. Said Aryaseh, the exemption from P is on condition that he leaves some of the crop for normal harvesting. And has it not been taught on a Tanite basis, had 4 or 5 vines he may harvest the grapes and bring them into his house, are exempt from the separated, forgotten sheaf, and P. But the grapes are subject to the law of gleanings. Said Aryudan, here we deal with a crop of grain that is fully developed. But there we deal with a crop of grain that is not fully developed. Said Aryaseh, you may even say here and there we deal with a crop of grain that is fully developed, here and there we deal with a crop of grain that is not fully developed. Here in the Tosefta the farmer wants to eat grapes. The one rule teaches us about the other. If he wishes to eat the grapes by the handful, then even if he doesn't leave some of the fruit behind for normal harvesting, what he picks is exempt from P. And the other rule tells us about the one, if he wanted to make grapes into wine, he has to leave behind some grapes for normal harvesting. He who thins designates from the remaining on behalf of that which he has left. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, said Arjuda, under what circumstances? It applies if the farmer thins in the market. But if he thins into his home, he designates from the remaining on behalf of all. Said Arzira, that is the rule if he sows the plants close together, planning to thin them out. But if he sowed the plants close together without planning to thin them out, won't it turn out that he brings all the produce into his home? Rather, it must be that even if he thins out some of the produce for the market, he must designate P from what remains in behalf of the whole produce of the field. 3:3 Mother onions are subject to P. But Aryaseh declares them exempt. Rectangular of onions among vegetables, Aryaseh says, P from each and every one. But sages say, from one for all. Mother onions are subject to P. Rab said, it refers to a sprouting bulb. Samuel said, it refers to a seed onion. But Aryaseh declares them exempt. R. Jacob bar Abun in the name of Hanana, R. Yaseh speaks only of a case in which the householder deems the seed onions left in the field as ownerless property. R. Abun bar Haya asked before Armana, can ownerless property be subject to P? He said to him, gathers the onions one by one. But has it not been taught as a Tanite statement, even if one does not store produce in bulk, one may store it in small quantities? Can there be any other consideration than that the household places the onions in storage? 3:4 Brothers who divided, give 2 as P. Once again jointly owned, they designate 1 as P. 2 who purchased a tree, designate 1 as P. But if one purchased the northern, and the other purchased the southern, the former designates P by himself, and the latter designates P by himself. The farmer who took the harvested grain does not have to designate P from his own produce, neither at the beginning when he first took the gar nor at the end when the former partner completes reaping the field. But if the two farmers revert to joint ownership of the field, divide ownership, and then take up joint ownership, and halves 5 the remaining half of the field as joint owners, and then divided ownership, then the farmer who took possession of the harvested grain must designate pay from his own produce in behalf of his partner's produce, but the farmer who had already harvested half the field does not need to designate P from his own produce on behalf of the grain owned by the other. Said R. Yohanan, if one farmer began to harvest his half of the field but the other farmer harvested only half of his half of the field, the second farmer didn't finish harvesting the remaining part of his half of the field, the second quarter, before the first farmer completed harvesting his entire half of the field. Said R. Joshua b. Levi, if he had a field, one half of which had produced grain that reached a third of its full growth, and the other half had not produced grain a third ripe. The farmer began to harvest the first half, but had not completed repeating that half before the other half produced grain that was a third ripe. He may designate P from the first quarter of the field for the middle of the field and vice versa. But he may no designate P from the first quarter of the field for the first quarter of the rear portion of the field. 3:5 One who sells the trees in his field, designates P from each and every. Said R. Judah, under what circumstances, if the owner of the field does not retain? But if the owner of the field had retained, designates P for all. To this point we have dealt with a case in which the seller had already begun to harvest the trees in the orchard, so the law of P took effect forthwith, but what is the seller had not yet begun to harvest the trees? Let us derive the answer from the following: he who purchases the fleece of the flock of his fellow, if the seller left, the seller is liable. He did not leave himself, the buyer is liable. R. Jeremiah, in the name of R. Yohanan, does this belong to R. Judah? In that case there is a difference to him as to whether the seller had begun to fleece his sheep, while in the present case it makes no difference to him whether or not the farmer who sells his orchard had begun to harvest it. What is the real reason for R. Judah's position? Is it because he holds that the obligation to designate P on behalf of that fruit that has been harvested resides in the fruit that remains unharvested? Or perhaps his reason is that the farmer sells the buyer a portion of the field for which he has not yet incurred the obligation to designate P. Let us derive the answer from the following: he who purchases the fleece of the flock of his fellow, if the seller left, the seller is liable. He did not leave himself, the buyer is liable. Said R. Jeremiah, in the name of R. Yohanan, does this represent the opinion of R. Judah? Can you say there that the obligation to set aside P for the produce that has already been harvested is located in the produce that remains unharvested, and not because the seller sells to the buyer a portion of the crop for which he has no responsibility to designate P, yet do you claim in this case the seller sold the buyer a portion of the wool for which he had no obligation to designate wool offering? What's the difference between these two accounts of the operative consideration? If the buyer went ahead and designated the offering. If you say that the obligation to set aside P for the produce that has already been harvested is located in the produce that remains unharvested, that which has been designated has been designated. But if you say that it is because the seller sells to the buyer a portion of the crop for which he has no responsibility to designate P, that which the buyer had set aside is P, but the buyer may collect from the seller the value of the designated produce. What if the portion that the seller retained was burned up? If you say that the obligation to set aside P for the produce that has already been harvested is located in the produce that remains unharvested, then the portion that was burned up has been burned up. But if you say that it is because the seller sells to the buyer a portion of the crop for which he has no responsibility to designate P, then despite the fact that the produce the seller has retained was burned up, the buyer may collect from the seller the value of the designated produce. 3:6 R. Eliezer says, of land a quarter is subject to P. R. Joshua says, produces 2 seahs. R. Tarfon says, 6 by 6 handbreadths. R. Judah b. Bidara says, sufficient cut twice. and the law accords with his opinion. What is the scriptural basis for the position of our Eliezer? You shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field, and you shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed. Just as in the latter instance your field implies an area large enough for a quarter cab of seed, so too here with P your field implies an area large enough for a quarter cab of seed. What is the scriptural basis for the position of our Joshua? You shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field, and if you overlooks a sheaf in the field. Just as with the forgotten sheaf, we interpret the field to comprise no more than 2 seahs of grain, so here with P your field involves 2 seahs of grain. What is the scriptural basis for the position of our Tarfon? A field means a garden bed. Our Judah B. Torah says, sufficient cut twice. And the law accords with his opinion. To what type of cutting does he refer? Is it cutting in the manner of a harvester, or to any stroke of the sickle? From what is written in Scripture, let them be like grass on roofs that fades before it can be pulled up, that affords no handful for the reaper nor armful for the gatherer of sheaves. He refers to cutting in the manner of reapers. 3:7 R. Akiba says, land of any size at all is subject P and first fruits, for writing against it a prospol thereby to acquire ownership of movable property, along with money, a deed, or caption. One who had consigned his property while he lay on his deathbed, he had retained any land at all, his gift is deemed valid. He had retained no land at all, his gift is deemed invalid. One who consigns his property to his sons, he had consigned any land at all to his wife, she forfeits her marriage contract. Our Yase says, if she accepted even though he had not consigned it to her, she forfeits her marriage contract. Our Imi in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish asked, note if a small plot of ground contained only 1 stalk of grain, as long as the farmer has not harvested that 1 stalk, the obligation to set aside P from the plot is not in effect. Once the single stalk was harvested, there isn't enough grain remaining in the field to be classified as P. Our Hananiah in the name of our Pinhas, resolved the dilemma by positing that there was a single stalk and on the stalk were 5 branches. Our Mana asked, why not repeat? Our Akiba said, a standing crop of any size whatever is subject to P. Because the Tannite formulation makes reference to first fruits, the Mishnah reads, land of any size, and so the Mishnah passage speaks of land. A Tannite formulation and the appearance offering. Our Yase in the name of our Yohanan, one who has no land at all is exempt from the appearance offering. Our Mana asked, why not repeat, anyone who does not own land is exempt from the confession. For it is written, and the soil you have given us. Our Yase Br Bun in the name of our Yohanan said, that is the tradition, anyone who does not own land is exempt from responsibility to declare that all the tithes have been properly removed. For it is written, and the soil you have given us. Our Yase in the name of our Joshua B. Levi, one who has no land at all is exempt from the appearance offering, for it says, no one will covet your land when you go up to appear before the Lord your God 3 times a year. There is the case of one who left his grain heap unattended and when he returned he found lions surrounding his grain. There is the case of one who left his chicken coop unattended, and when he returned he found cats torn apart in front of the coop. There is the case of one who left his house unlocked, and when he returned he found a snake wound around his door lock. Our Pinhas told the following story. 2 brothers lived in Ashkelon. They had Gentile neighbors, who said, when these Jews travel to Jerusalem we shall take all that they own. When the Jews left, the Holy One, blessed be he, summoned angels who went in and out of the house in their guise. When they returned from the pilgrimage, the Jews sent gifts to their neighbors. The Gentiles said to them, have you been somewhere? They replied, in Jerusalem. And whom did you leave to house sit? No one. The Gentiles said, blessed is the God of the Jews, as they did not abandon him, so he did not abandon them. What is the scriptural basis for the rule, property for which there is no security is acquired along with property for which there is security through money, writ, and caption. Our Yase in the name of Hezekiah, our Jonah, our Hananiah the ox merchant in the name of Hezekiah, said Scripture, and their father gave them gifts, with walled cities in Judah. To this point we have dealt with a case in which real estate and movables were located together. What if the real estate was here and the movables were there? Said Arbun bar Haya, let us find the answer in the following. Said Ar Eliezer, there was a case of a certain man of Meron who was in Jerusalem, who had a large volume of movables that he wanted to give away. They told him that he had no remedy except to transfer title along with a piece of real estate. What did he do? He went and he bought a land no bigger than a selacoin near Jerusalem, and he said, the north of this property belongs to Mr. So-and-so, and along with it go 100 sheep and 100 barrels of wine. When he died, the court confirmed his instructions. Said Ar Hananiah before Armana, now was he not a dying man? For under all circumstances a man transfers ownership only through a document, while here, he does so even verbally. In all other circumstances a person transfers ownership only when the real estate and the movables are located in a single place, while here, the real estate is in one location, while the movables are in another. He said to him, and is it not a case involving Ar Eliezer? Is there any difference between the two cases, for the laws governing the dying person, in the view of Ar Eliezer, are the same as the laws governing a healthy person, in the view of the rabbis? He said to him, the law governing a dying person in the view of Ar Eliezer is the same as the law governing a healthy person in the view of rabbis. There we have learned, Ar Akaba says, real estate of any size whatsoever is liable to the laws of P and first fruits. A prosbul can be written on its security, and along with it movables can be acquired by money, writ, or uso caption. Said Ar Matanea, but apply to the case of a space of ground sufficient for a single stalk of corn, under which a pearl is buried. One who had consigned his property while he lay on his deathbed. What is the definition of deathbed? Anyone upon whom the ailment did not descend suddenly. Proper conduct is for relatives visit right away, but more distant acquaintances visit after 3 days. If the ailment descended suddenly, both relatives and more distant acquaintances visit right away. A case, Ar Huna, Ar Pinhas, and Ar Hezekiah went to visit Ar Yase 3 days after. He said to them, did you want to carry out the Tanite teaching by waiting to visit me? He had retained any land at all, his gift is deemed valid, if he recovers. He had retained no land at all, his gift is deemed invalid, that is on condition that he recover. Ar Abba, Ar Huna in the name of Rab, they have treated the verbal declaration of a dying man as equivalent in force to the deed of a healthy man who wrote a deed of gift and handed over the property. If the man died from the very disease from which he was suffering. To a gift that was explicitly spelled out, example the sick man said, give this particular field to Mr. So-and-so. But if he said, give half of that field to Mr. So-and-so and half to Mr. Such-and-such, would this qualify as an articulate indication of the gift? Or is it not valid unless he says, the southern half of the field and the northern half? Ar Abina in the name of Ar Jeremiah, he left himself movables, he has done nothing whatsoever. But if he left himself ready cash and purchased real estate with it, it is as if he left himself a piece of real estate. See here, he retained any land at all, he has a source of income on which to live. If he retained jewels and pearls, would he really have no source of income on which to live? Said Ar Yase, the dying man knows full well that a dying man can assign ownership even verbally. For what purpose would he establish a transfer of legal ownership in writing? It is to give the consignment the status of a gift made by healthy man. What if he retained ownership of his slaves? Ar Yudan Bar Pazi in the name of Bar Delea taught as a Tanite rule, but they don't know what he taught. If he wrote over his property in a deed of gift to one party and handed it to him, and then wrote a deed of gift to another and handed it to him, Rab said, he cannot retract. Ar Abba Bar Huna and Ar Yohanan, he is allowed to retract. What would be a concrete case? If a slave's first master was dying, and the second person was a priest, and the third party was an Israelite, in the opinion of Rab, the slave may eat heave offering. In the opinion of Ar Abba Bar Huna and Ar Yohanan, the slave may not eat heave offering. All parties concur that if the original owner was an ordinary Israelite, the slave may not eat heave offering of the priest to whom he was given. For if the original owner recovers and the slave returns to the Israelite ownership, he will have eaten food that is not his to eat. Ar Yasebi Ar Abun in the name of Ar Huna, the following Tanite ruling supports the view of Ar Abba Bar Huna and Ar Yohanan, a healthy person who wrote a will on this basis. P is designated from unharvested. Might one suppose that that is the rule even on a trellis, or a palm tree? Scripture states, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. Now what marks harvesting is that a minor can reach up as easily as an adult, excluding the grapes on a trellis or the fruit of a palm tree, for in these cases a minor cannot reach up as easily as an adult. There are those that prefer to prove that that is the rule even on a trellis, or a palm tree from this verse, you shall leave them for the poor. Must leave the produce for them to take. That applies to grain, and by analogy one leaves fenugreek in its ears and dates on their branches. Perhaps in the case of produce suspended from a trellis or the produce of a palm tree the same rule, that the poor should divide the offerings for themselves, hold true. Them. On what basis do you claim that should divide produce on a trellis or a date palm, but that should divide all other types of produce? After Scripture made a general statement, it made a limiting statement. I can include those types of produce that pose no threat of danger to the poor and exclude those types of produce that pose a threat of danger to the poor. P then is designated from grain that is unharvested and from produce that is harvested. If you say that P is designated while the produce is unharvested, then the householder must designate as P a specific portion of the produce up above. If you say it must be set aside unharvested, then the farmer designates as P a portion of the produce up above. But if you say it is set aside after being harvested, then the farmer may designate as P produce down below, on the ground. If you say he must designate as P a specific portion of the produce up above on the trellis or palm, the poor have to gather the offering. If you say that the farmer may designate as P a specific portion of the produce when the fruit has been brought down to the ground, then it is the duty of the householder to gather the produce for the poor. But even if you hold that the farmer designates as P a specific portion of the produce up above, the sages require the farmer to harvest it, so that considering the danger of falling, the duty to gather the produce will belong to him. It is taught as a Tanite statement in the name of Ar Meir, gathering the fruit to be designated as P from any kind of tree presents danger. Ar Meir does not interpret, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. And rabbis do interpret, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. Everybody interprets when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. But Ar Meir claims, gathering the fruit to be designated as P from any kind of tree presents danger. The rabbis say, gathering the fruit to be designated as P from any kind of tree presents no danger except for a trellis or a palm tree. Ar Hananiah in the name of Ar Simeon b. Lachish, there was a case in which 5 brothers died while collecting the fruit of 5 smooth nut trees. In regard to a householder who designated a particular part of the fruit on his trellis or palm tree as P and then completed the harvest, I recite the verse, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. So too if the householder had not yet designated P yet completed harvesting the tree or trellised vines, in his regard I recite the verse, when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. Even if 99 say that distribute, and 1 says that take, they listen to the latter, for he has spoken according to the law. What if all the poor agree among themselves that the householder should harvest and distribute the grain designated as P? Even then they do not listen to them, but the householder must permit the produce to be divided right in his hand, lest he see a poor relative and set the offering before him. Ar Samuel bar Abudama asked, if the householder finished harvesting the whole field without designating P, you concur that the obligation to set aside P applies to grain bound into sheaves? In that case too the householder must permit the produce to be divided right in his hand, lest he see a poor relative and set the offering before him. 4:2 harvested a portion of the pea, and threw it over the remainder, he is entitled to no part. He fell upon, or spread his cloak over it, they remove it from him. This same applies to gleanings and forgotten sheaves. A Tanite teaching in the name of R. Meir, they penalize him, by removing from him both that and that. To this point we deal with an intentional act R. Simeon b. Lakish in the name of Abba Cohen Bardella, a person acquires ownership of a lost object within 4 cubits. What is the scriptural basis for that view? In my poverty I have provided for the house of the Lord, 100,000 talents of gold, 1,000,000 talents of silver and bronze and iron beyond weighing, for there is so much of it, timber and stone too I have provided. To these you must add. Said R. Jonah, said R. Hoshea, how shall we interpret this matter? If the materials were within 4 cubits, he was rich. And if they were not within 4 cubits, does someone consecrate something which is not his own? We may interpret the matter to speak of a case in which he consecrates things one by one. Said Arabon, what is the meaning of, in my poverty? That there is no true riches before him who spoke and brought the world into being. Another matter, in my poverty, for he fasted and consecrated his meal to heaven. R. Jacob Bar Edi objected before R. Simeon b. Lakish, have we not learned, if one saw a lost object and fell on it, and someone else came along and grabbed it, this one who grabbed it has acquired possession of it? Interpret the case to be one in which the first party did not state, let the 4 cubits effect possession for me. And have we not learned, if a poor man fell upon produce designated as pea or spread his cloak over it, they remove it from him? This is yet another case in which he did not state, let the 4 cubits effect possession for me. And did not Arhiah teach, 2 who were fighting about a sheaf of grain, and another party came and snatched it, this one who snatched it has acquired ownership of it? This is yet another case in which did not state, let the 4 cubits effect possession for us. R. Yaseh in the name of R. Yohanan, this rule with regard to acquisition of a writ of divorce does not apply to the transfer of a gift. There is a challenge to the position of R. Yohanan, and a challenge to the position of R. Simeon b. Lakish. The challenge to the position of R. Yohanan is this: now if in the case of a lost object, of which one does not acquire ownership by reason of the opinion of a third party, one acquires possession within 4 cubits, a gift, of which one does acquire ownership by reason of the opinion of a third party, is it not a matter of an argument a fortiori that one should acquire ownership within 4 cubits? The challenge to the position of R. Simeon b. Lakish is this: now in the case of a gift, of which one does not acquire ownership within 4 cubits, one does acquire ownership by reason of the opinion of a third party, a lost object, of which one does acquire ownership within the domain of 4 cubits, is it not an argument a fortiori? R. Zira objected before R. Yaseh, and lo, we have learned, and so is the rule with regard to betrothals. He said to him, the same rule applies to delivering writs of divorce and tokens of betrothal. And lo, we have learned, and so is the rule with regard to a debt. He said to him, that is because, if he had said to him, throw it into the sea and the debt will be forgiven to you, it is forgiven to him. If that is so, then even if it were nearer to the borrower should have made acquisition liable. But if he had said to him, throw it so that it enters into his domain, but it has not yet entered his domain. Said R. Abahu, as to all of these questions which R. Zira raised to R. Yaseh, R. Simeon b. Lakish addressed to R. Yohanan, and he accepted from him the interpretations along the lines of the interpretations. 4:3p They may not harvest it with sickles, nor may they uproot it with spades, so that one person will not strike another. 3 Search during each day, in the morning, at noon, and in the afternoon. Rabban Gamaliel says, they stated only so that would not decrease. R. Akiba says, they stated only so that would not increase of bet namer to collect gleanings from each row, and designated p from each and every furrow. What is the meaning of 3 Search? Said R. Abun, how thoroughly rifled is Esau, how ransacked his hoards. In the morning, for the nursing mothers. At noon, for the infants. And in the afternoon, for the old people. Rabban Gamaliel says, they stated only so that would not decrease. But if the householder wanted to add to the number of the searches, he may do so. R. Akiba says, they stated only so that would not increase. But if he wanted to decrease the number of searches, he may not do so. Of Bet Namer to collect gleanings from each row, and designated P from each and every furrow. It was stated as a Tanite rule. Abba Saul says, they are remembered for shame because they set aside as P only 1/100th of their field's yield rather than the required 1/60th. They are remembered for praise because they permitted the poor to collect gleanings from each row, and designated P from each and every furrow. R. Simeon said, for 4 reasons, a person must designate P only the rear, on account of robbery from the poor, the idleness of the poor, appearance's sake, and deceivers. Robbery from the poor, how so? This assures that the time will never come when there is no person there, such that may say to a poor relative, come and collect this P for yourself. The idleness of the poor, how so? This assures that poor people will not be sitting around and watching all day, saying, now he is designating P, now he is designating P. Rather, since designated P, the rear may go about his business, and may return to collect at the end. Appearance's sake, how so? This assures that passers-by will not say, behold how so and so harvested his field and did not designate P. For so it is written in Torah, you shall not harvest the corner of your field. Deceivers, how so? This assures that cannot say, we have already designated. Another explanation, this assures that does not retain the highest quality, and designate from the lowest quality. And because the Torah has said, you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. 4:4 A Gentile who had harvested his field and afterward converted is exempt from gleanings, the forgotten sheaf, and P. R. Judah obligates to forgotten sheaf, since forgotten sheaf applies only after the binding. R. Judah has spoken well, but what is the scriptural basis for the ruling of the rabbis? R. Imi in the name of R. Hezekiah, R. Judah in the name of Samuel. It is written, when you reap the harvest in your field and you overlook a sheaf in the field, do not turn back to get it. You overlook a sheaf in the field includes a case in which one forgets a standing crop. The law that forbids collecting forgotten sheaves applies only in a case in which the law that forbids collecting forgotten standing crop applies. But when the law that forbids collecting a forgotten standing crop does not apply, the law forbidding collection of forgotten sheaves does not apply. An Israelite and a Gentile whose share of a standing the portion that belongs to the Israelite is subject to designation as P, and the portion that belongs to the Gentile is exempt from designating as P. R. Hezekiah in the name of R. Jeremiah, this is subject to dispute. An Israelite and a Gentile whose share of a standing is exempt from designation as P. Under what circumstances does this apply? If the Gentile protests. But if the Gentile does not protest, is subject to the designation of P. 4:5 dedicated a standing, and then redeemed standing is subject. Sheaves, and then redeemed sheaves? Is subject. A standing, and then redeemed sheaves is exempt, for at the moment subject was exempt. Similarly, one who dedicated his produce before it became subject to tithes, and then redeemed it, is subject. After it became subject to tithes, and then redeemed it is subject. He dedicated before it had been processed, and then the treasurer processed it, and still later the householder redeemed it is exempt, for at the moment subject to tithes, it was exempt. Why do we repeat the rule twice? R. Hunah, R. Hiah, R. Joshua b. Levi in the name of R. Pedaiah, one is to cover liability established by the act of smoothing the harvested crop, and the other addresses liability established by the advent of the tithing season for a not yet harvested crop that has reached a third of full growth. R. Yaseh said, R. Abba and associates say, one is to cover liability established by the act of smoothing the harvested crop, and the other addresses liability established by the advent of the tithing season for a not yet harvested crop that has reached a third of full growth. R. Abba explains, For dough offering the one serves to cover liability established by the act of smoothing the harvested crop, and for the corner of the field the other addresses liability established by the advent of the tithing season for a not yet harvested crop that has reached a third of full growth. One dedicated a standing, and then redeemed standing is subject. Sheaves, and then redeemed sheaves is subject. A standing, and then redeemed sheaves is exempt, for at the moment subject was exempt. The Mishnah passage before us represents the position of our Akiba. For our Akiba said, you adopt as your criterion for determining the status of the crop the condition of the crop when it reaches the final third of its full growth. For there is the following dispute: a field that reached a third of its growth while owned by a Gentile, at which point an Israelite bought it. Our Akiba says, the additional growth is exempt from tithing, and sages say, the additional growth is liable. How so? Interpret the present rule to address a crop fully processed, in accord with the position of our Akiba in the dispute before us, or to address a crop that is to be harvested forthwith, and that represents the opinion of all parties. 4:6 Person who picked P, and said, lo, this is for Mr. So-and-so, who is poor. Our Eliezer says, has acquired it for. But sages say, let give to the first available poor person. Gleanings, forgotten sheaves, and P, belonging to a Gentile, are subject to tithes, unless has declared them ownerless property. R. Joshua B. Levi said, concerns a rich householder, but if the householder is a poor man, since he can gather the poorman's tithe, all parties concur that he has acquired. Said R. Zira, R. Eliezer, R. Yohanan and R. Joshua B. Levi. All three have said the same thing. R. Eliezer, R. Zira. In the name of R. Eliezer, someone may acquire a found object in behalf of his fellow. R. Yohanan, as we learn in the Mishnah there, things found by one's minor son or daughter, things found by his Canaanite slave or bondwoman, things found by his wife, lo, they belong to him. Things found by his adult son or daughter, things found by his Hebrew slave or bondwoman, things found by his wife whom he has divorced, even though he has not yet paid other marriage settlement, lo, they belong to them. Said R. Yohanan, applies when they are not dependent on him. But if they were dependent on their father, things which they find belong to him. And R. Joshua B. Levi, R. Joshua B. Levi said, concerns a rich householder, but if the householder is a poor man, since he can gather the poorman's tithe, all parties concur that he has acquired a Tanite teaching. He who hires a worker to do any sort of work, what the worker finds belongs to the householder. In this regard R. Simeon B. Lakish asked, shall someone who has the right to retract from his agreement have what he finds belong to his master? R. Jacob bar Aha asked, R. Yase objected, what necessitates the statement of R. Simeon B. Lakish? Have we not heard in so many words that R. Jacob bar Edi said, R. Yohanan and R. Simeon B. Lakish disputed. R. Yohanan said, someone may acquire what he finds in behalf of his fellow. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, one may not may acquire what he finds in behalf of his fellow. R. Redapat, R. Jonah and R. Yase disputed. One said, anyone who is eligible to gather acquire, and the other said, anyone who is in a position to set aside acquire. The one who said eligible to gather certainly would agree to set aside. The one who said in a position to set aside would not agree eligible to gather. The Mishnah contradicts the one who holds one who is eligible to gather the poor offerings may acquire them. For we teach in the Mishnah, give this writ of divorce to my wife, because may even accept his own daughter's writ of divorce, give this writ of emancipation to my slave, for may even accept his own writ of emancipation. But we also have taught in the Mishnah, receive this writ of divorce on behalf of my wife, or take this writ of divorce to my wife, and then later wishes to retract the divorce. He may not do so. Now is the slave in any way eligible to deliver the writ of divorce? For one must interpret, disjunctively. Does the following passage of the Mishnah dispute the one who holds that who is eligible to receive may acquire? For we learn in the Mishnah, Once Rabban Gamaliel and the elders were traveling on a ship, the tenth I intend to measure out should be given to Joshua, and the place is rented to him. The other tenth that I intend to measure out is given to Akiba b. Joseph, who will acquire it on behalf of the poor, and the place is rented to him. Now was our Akiba eligible to receive? One ought to interpret this case as referring to the time before became rich. But even if you would claim that after became rich, for one could then interpret when was a manager. For such a manager is accorded the same status as a poor person. The opinion of our Joshua b. Levi that one who himself is eligible to gather may acquire. For our Joshua b. Levi said, dispute a rich householder. But if the householder himself is a poor person, since he himself is eligible to gather may acquire. Our Hezekiah, our Jeremiah in the name of our Yohanan, this is in accord with him who says, Gentiles do not have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. But in accord with him who says, Gentiles do have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. Even if the Gentile declared the produce growing on his land to be ownerless property, the produce should be subject to tithing. Our Yaseh in the name of our Yohanan, it is in accord with him who says, Gentiles do not have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. But according to him who says, Gentiles do have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing, the sages have made a lenient ruling. Our Eliezer asked, doesn't the Gentile have the right to possess property? Our Eliezer did not ask in connection with what we said just now, but in regard to what is stated, our Hezekiah, our Jeremiah in the name of our Yohanan, this is in accord with him who says, Gentiles do not have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. But in accord with him who says, Gentiles do have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. Even if the Gentile declared the produce growing on his land to be ownerless property, the produce should be subject to tithing. In that connection our Eliezer asked, doesn't the Gentile have the right to possess property? Our Hananiah in the name of our Pinhas, also concerning the prior statement our Eliezer asked his question, our Yaseh in the name of our Yohanan, it is in accord with him who says, Gentiles do not have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. But according to him who says, Gentiles do have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing, the sages have made a lenient ruling. In that connection our Eliezer asked, doesn't the Gentile have the right to possess property? 4:7 What gleanings? That which falls during the harvest. Was harvesting harvested an armful, plucked a handful, a thorn pricked him so that fell from his hand to the ground lo, belongs to the householder. Within the hand, or within his sickle, belongs to the poor. The back of the hand, or the back of his sickle, belongs to the householder. The tip of the hand, or the tip of his sickle our Ishmael says, belongs to the poor. Our Akiba says, belongs to the householder and holes in the midst of a standing low, belong to the householder. After the harvesters, the belong to the poor, while the bottoms belong to the householder. Our Meir says, all belong to the poor, for a doubt about its status as gleanings. A Tannite statement, you shall not gather the gleanings of your harvest. Scripture does not state that the law of gleanings applies to all that you pluck with your hands. So too for separated grapes, Scripture says, you shall not gather the fallen fruit of your vineyard, but it does not state that the law of separated grapes applies to all fruit that you separate from the vine with your hands. Our Kahana and our Tehilapha one said, within the hand, or within his sickle, belongs to the poor. The other cited the language, produce that falls from within the householder's hand or even from the back of his sickle belongs to the poor. Belong to the poor, while the bottoms belong to the householder. Our Meir says, all belong to the poor, for a doubt about its status as gleanings. Gleanings are Judah in the name of Samuel, the belong to the poor in the case of white grains, while the bottoms belong to the householder in the case of green grain. R. Meir says, all belong to the poor, for a doubt about its status as gleanings. Gleanings because it is impossible to collect produce at the threshing floor without collecting green produce, said R. Yohanan. Meir agrees with R. Judah b. Hagra, for a Tannite teaching states, a Gentile who converted and possessed a field of standing grain, if the field was harvested before he converted, it is exempt from gleanings, p. and the forgotten sheaf. If it was harvested after he converted, it is liable to gleanings, p. and the forgotten sheaf. If it was a matter of doubt whether the field was cut down before or after conversion, the produce is exempt. But R. Judah b. Hagra declares he crop liable. R. Simeon b. Lakish says, it represents the view of all parties, an Israelite who uproots his crop is subject to gleanings. If there is doubt, it is held to be liable to gleanings and is reserved for the poor. A Gentile who uproots his crop is exempt from gleanings. If there is doubt, the crop remains exempt from gleanings. Said R. Yohanan, this is how R. Judah b. Hagra answers R. Meir. Do you not agree with me that produce subject to doubt as to gleanings is assigned the status as gleanings for the poor? Said R. Simeon b. Lakish, this is how R. Meir answers, do you not agree with me that produce subject to doubt as to gleanings is assigned the status as gleanings for the poor? From what verse of scripture do we derive the principle that produce subject to doubt should be deemed gleanings and reserved for the poor? R. Samuel bar Naaman, in the name of R. Yohanan, give justice to the weak and fatherless. R. Simeon b. Lakish, in the name of Bar Kapara, nor shall you be partial to a poor man in his suit. One must not unduly favor a poor person in legal judgments, but you favor him in poor offerings. Said R. Yohanan, Rabbi entitled the poor when he taught us, you shall not gather the gleanings of your harvest. O you shall leave them for the poor, you set aside some of our produce for them. Said our law, it shall go to the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Whether the grain belongs to you or to the poor person, you must give it to the poor. Yerushalmi Peah. Chapter 5. 5:1 A heap have not been collected underneath it, whatever touches the ground, lo, this belongs to the poor. Wind that scatters sheaves, they estimate the amount is likely to produce, and give to the poor. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, one gives to the poor needed to sow. Here you say, they estimate the amount is likely to produce, and give to the poor. And there you say, a heap have not been collected underneath it, whatever touches the ground, lo, this belongs to the poor. Arabau, in the name of R. Yohanan, touches the ground, lo, this belongs to the poor, represents a fine that they imposed, for the householder piled his grain on top of the gleanings that belonged to the poor. To this point acted deliberately. But the same penalty applies even if he inadvertently RME said in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, this passage represents the view of the house of Shammai. But in the view of the house of Hillel, the poor may consume the produce but must tithe it before they do. And R. Yaseh said to him, we have heard that it is exempt from the requirement to set aside tithes in the view of all parties, on grounds of imposing a penalty. For it is written, then a proclamation was issued that anyone who did not come in 3 days would by the decision of the officials and elders have his property confiscated and himself excluded from the congregation of the returning exiles. And from what verse do we learn that property declared ownerless by a court is exempt from the separation of tithes? R. Jonathan b. R. Isaac bar Aha, derive that rule from the following, they do not intercalate the year either in the case of the 7th year or in the case of the year after the 7th year. And if they did so, lo, this is intercalated. And is not the produce that grows during the additional month exempt from tithes? To this point we have dealt with the sabbatical year. How do we know that the same rule applies to the year following the sabbatical year? Said Arabun, it is so that no part of the year will be subjected to the prohibition against eating new produce. Arzira, in the name of Arabau, that which you have said addresses the period before Rabbi permitted Israelites to import vegetables from outside the land of Israel during the sabbatical year. But from when Rabbi permitted them to import vegetables from outside the land of Israel, the sabbatical year and all other years it was taught as a Tanite rule, they do not intercalate the year either in the case of the 7th year. But during the rest of the sabbatical cycle, if they did so, lo, this is intercalated. Said Armana, that which you say applied in the earlier times, when the years were observed in their proper order. But now when the years are not observed in their proper order, a single rule governs the sabbatical year and the rest of the sabbatical cycle. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, members of the house of Rabban Gamaliel intercalated the year in the year after the 7th year. Forthwith said Rabban, nothing comes of that allegation, no inference is to be drawn from it. Scripture states, observe this month of Aviv, and offer a Passover sacrifice to the Lord your God. Observe that month in the spring when the crops are new. And this other passage proves the point that produce declared ownerless by a court is exempt from the separation of tithes, a heap have not been collected underneath it, Armana in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, that is in accord with the house of Shammai. Said to him Yase, we infer that the produce he was fined is exempt from the separation of tithes according to all parties. The fine how can you rule that according to the house of Hillel the poor must tithe the produce before eating it? Needed to sow Zira, Abahu in the name of Yohanan, the proper amount is 4 cabs of seed for each core. Zira asked Abahu, is the proper amount is 4 cabs of seed for each core of land, or is it 4 cabs of seed for each area that produces a core of grain? He said to him, 4 cabs of seed for each area that produces a core of grain. There we learned in the Mishnah, he who leases a field from his fellow, and it did not produce, if there was in it to produce a heap, is liable to tend it. Said Judah, what sort of measure is a heap but, if so much as is enough for dropping? Said Abahu, this means the amount you scatter on the ground for seed. One needs to give to the poor only 4 cabs for each area that produces a core of grain. 5:2 A single stalk in harvested, the top of which is as tall as the standing, if is harvested at the same time as the standing, lo, it belongs to the householder. But if not, lo, it belongs to the poor. A single stalk gleanings, that was mixed with a heap, designates the tithe stalk, and then gives, to a poor person. Said Eliezer, but how can this poor person anything in exchange for had not yet come into his possession? Rather, one transfers to the poor person the entire heap. He designates the tithes 1 stalk, and then gives. What is the definition of a standing prevents a sheaf or other standing? Said Yohanan, it is what is noted here that we have learned in the Mishnah, a single stalk in harvested, the top of which is as tall as the standing, if is harvested at the same time as the standing, lo, it belongs to the householder. Said Yase, and that is the case when the already harvested area of the field surrounds the single stalk, the top of the single stalk is as tall as the standing crop nearby, and the single stalk is located in a position so that it can be harvested together with the standing crop. If the single stalk was positioned so that it could be reaped together with the standing crop but the standing crop could not be harvested together with that stalk, the single stalk would be prevented from being assigned to the poor. If there were 2 stalks near a standing crop and the inner one was positioned so that it could be harvested together with the standing crop on the outside, but the outermost stalk could not be reaped together with the standing crop on the inside, the innermost stalk would be prevented from falling to the possession of the poor, and it would prevent the outermost stalk from falling to the position of the poor. Said Arhashaya, I was treading olives with Arhiah the elder, and he said to me, any olive that you can reach by extending your hand is not forgotten produce. Said Yohanan, because one has passed by it and left it behind, the olive has entered the classification of forgotten produce. The Mishnah conflicts with the opinion of Arhashaya, a single stalk in harvested, the top of which is as tall as the standing, if is harvested at the same time as the standing, lo, it belongs to the householder. Now can't the householder reach out and pick a single stalk of unharvested grain that stands in an area of land already harvested? Our law in the name of our Hashaya, the rule refers to produce in the second furrow if the standing crop nearby prevents an item from being subject to the law of the forgotten sheaf if that stalk is left behind. What is the law as to subjecting the stalk to the law of forgotten produce? Let us derive the answer from the following: a householder who bound the first, second, and third sheaves and who forgot the fourth. There are Tanite authorities who say, if he took the fifth sheaf, lo, the fourth sheaf is classified as forgotten produce. And there are Tanite authorities who say, if he hesitates while picking up the fifth sheaf, then the fourth sheaf is classified as forgotten produce. Said Arbun Barhaya, he who said, if he had already picked up the fifth sheaf refers to a circumstance in which a sixth sheaf has already been bound and awaits transportation to the threshing floor. He who rules, if he hesitates while picking up the fifth sheaf, then the fourth sheaf is classified as forgotten produce refers to a case in which no sixth sheaf has been bound. If all this takes place before he picks up the fifth sheaf to transport it to the threshing floor, then maybe we should rule that the fourth sheaf is not subject to the restrictions of forgotten produce, since the householder can begin a new row with it. This proves that an item that should be prevented from being subject to the law of the forgotten sheaf by the presence of a standing crop nearby and that is left behind is subject to the law. If the standing grain nearby would prevent an item from being subject to the law of forgotten produce but the item is left behind in the field, what is the rule as to its being classified as forgotten produce? Let us derive the answer from the following: a sea of uprooted produce and a sea of produce that is not uprooted, and similarly, tree, do not join together two seas. Rather, they belong to the poor. May we argue that the uprooted grain now bound into sheaves may prevent the unharvested standing crop from being classified as forgotten produce? This proves that an item that should be prevented from being classified as a forgotten sheaf by the presence of standing crop nearby and that is left behind is subject to the law of forgotten produce. Said Arjona, interpret the passage in this way: reaps one row in his field and binds that row, and in the interval forgets about the standing grain nearby a single stalk gleanings, that was mixed with a heap designates the tithe stalk, and then gives, to a poor person. Said R. Eliezer, but how can this poor person anything in exchange for had not yet come into his possession? Rather, one transfers to the poor person the entire heap, one stalk, and then gives. How does he do this? He brings two stalks and says, if this one stalk actually is the gleaning, well and good. But if not, let the tithes owing from this stalk be separated here and now in this other stalk. He gives the first stalk to a poor man. Shouldn't he take account of the possibility that the second stalk itself is the gleaning lost in the grain pile? Said Arjona, he brings forward two stalks and says, if this one stalk actually is the gleaning list in my grain pile, well and good. But if not, then let the tithes due from this stalk be separated here and now in this other stalk. He gives one of the stalks to a poor man. R. Abahu in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish. This is consistent with the opinion of R. Yaseh, for we have learned there in the Mishnah, R. Yaseh says, any the exchange of which is in the hand of a priest is free of the obligation to priestly gifts. R. Meir declares liable. Said RBA, in the opinion of R. Yaseh one has to transfer ownership to the priest. Said R. Yaseh, this statement of RBA conflicts with one of R. Simeon b. Lakish, for we have learned there in the Mishnah, rather, one transfers to the poor person the entire heap. He designates the tithes one stalk, and then gives. Said RBA, in the opinion of R. Yaseh one has to transfer ownership to the priest. But maybe this isn't Yaseh's opinion? Said R. Mana, every bit of the Mishnah passage says that this is the position of R. Yaseh. The initial Tanite authority reasoned that one should not assign partial ownership to the poor man of the entire grain heap, but should transfer ownership of that one stalk in the status of gleanings, which the poor man already owns. The last Tanite authorities reasoned that one should transfer to the poor man partial ownership of the entire heap, with no exception. The initial Tanite authority reasoned that one should transfer the whole grain heap from right to left, but the poor man never acquires anything. But the last Tannite authorities reasoned that one should not transfer to the poor man the entire grain heap from right to left, yet still the poor man acquires ownership of the grain heap. R. Zira, R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Eliezer contradicts himself. For elsewhere he said that a wealthy farmer who picks up some of the grain set aside for the poor has acquired it, and here he says that the poor man has acquired nothing. He answered him within the logic of his own position. For you are the ones who worry about the exchange of a stock of ordinary grain for the stock in the status of gleanings. Said R. Eliezer, but how can this poor person anything in exchange for had not yet come into his possession? Rather, one transfers to the poor person the entire heap. He designates the tithes one stock, and then gives. 5:3 They may not turn a water wheel, the words of our Meir but sages permit, because it is possible. It was taught on Tannite authority, one who irrigates his field before the poor have entered it if the damage to is greater than belongs to the poor, is permitted. But if the damage belongs to the poor is greater than own is forbidden. R. Judah says, either way must collect the produce that belongs to the poor, and set it on the fence, and the poor person comes and takes that which belongs to him. R. Judah's logic is self-contradictory, there he has said, one who thins vines just as he to thin his own, so may he thin that belong to the poor, the opinion of R. Judah, and here he has said the opposite. In the case of the defective clusters, the poor have caused their own loss by failing to come to the field. But here the poor have come and have found that the householder has mudded the entire field. The rabbi's logic is self-contradictory. There they have said, if the damage belongs to the poor is greater than own is forbidden. But there they have said, our Meir says, he is permitted to thin his own, but he is not permitted that belong to the poor. In the case of thinning the vineyard, it is possible they may not turn a water wheel, the words of our Meir but sages permit, because it is possible. Now lo, our Meir says, they may not turn a water wheel without regard for the fact that the householder is losing out. But the rabbis say, they may irrigate without regard for the fact that the poor are losing out. 5:4 A householder who was traveling from one place to another, and he needed to collect gleanings, forgotten sheaves, and poorman's tithe, let him collect. But when he returns to his home, he must repay, the words of R. Eliezer. But sages say, he was a poor person when. Whom does the poor man repay? Said R. Jonah, the poor of that town. But even without that statement, isn't this what we would have to say? Said R. Hayabar Abba, it was necessary to make that statement for legal purposes. 5:5 One who trades poor people that which exempt, and that which the poor subject. 2 Who contracted to share crop field, one of them may give to the other the poorman's tithe, and this other person may give to the former the poorman's tithe. One who contracts to harvest a field is forbidden gleanings, forgotten sheaves, or poorman's tithe. Said R. Judah, under what circumstances does apply? If contracted with 1/2, 1/3, or 1/4. But if said to him, a third of that you harvest shall belong to you, is permitted gleanings, forgotten sheaves, and but he is forbidden poorman's tithe. It has been stated on Tannite authority, 2 brothers, 2 partners of father and son may redeem second tithe for each other, and they give each other poorman's tithe. Said R. Judah, may a curse come upon him who gives poorman's tithe to his father. They said to him, what if both of them were poor? What is the difference between the 2 cases if contracted with 1/2, 1/3, or 1/4 vs? But if said to him, a third of that you harvest shall belong to you, is permitted to take for himself gleanings, forgotten sheaves, and designated from that field. It is only in the formulation, after you harvest, a third shall be yours. Said R. Hayabarabban, that is to say, a householder who harvested and bound half the produce in his field and sold the entire field and its remaining yield, so the purchaser must set aside for the whole. The seller, if he is poor, is permitted to take possession of the set aside by the buyer in behalf of the sheaves that the seller himself bound. Said R. Yasebi Arabun, in that case the field became subject to P while in the seller's possession. But in the present case none of the produce has been harvested and the field never became subject to P while in the worker's possession. Said Rabbi Bar Nagri, poor man's tithe is different from gleanings, forgotten sheaves and P, since these are left in the field. 5:6 One who sells his field, the seller, is permitted. But the buyer, is forbidden. A person may not hire a worker on condition that his son collect behind him. One who does not allow the poor to collect, or who allows one but not another, or who assists one of them, lo, that person robs the poor. With regard to that person it is stated, do not remove the landmark of the poor. The Mishnah speaks of a case in which the householder sells both the land and the produce growing on it. But what if he sold only the produce but not the land? With regard to this one I recite the verse, when you reap the harvest of your land you shall not reap all the way to the edges of your field. With regard to that one I recite the verse, when you reap your harvest. A person may not hire a worker on condition that his son collect behind him. If the son does so, then he has robbed the other poor. If the householder does so, then the householder robs the poor. But if the worker did it, then the worker robs both the householder and the poor. With regard to that person it is stated, do not remove the landmark of the poor. R. Jeremiah and R. Joseph once said, this refers to those who returned to the land of Israel from Egypt. The other said, this refers to those whose fortune had descended, in line with the reference to a blind person as full of light. Said R. Isaac, no, this is the fast I desire, to share your bread with the hungry and to take the wretched poor into your house. Said R. Abin, if one does so, I consider him like one who offers first fruits at the temple. In regard to housing the poor Scripture uses the word bring, and in regard to first fruits, Scripture says the choice first fruits of your soil you shall bring to the house of the Lord your God. 5:7 A sheaf that workers forgot, but the householder did not forget, that the householder forgot, but the workers did not forget, or in front of which poor people stood, or if they covered it with straw, lo, the is not forgotten sheaf. A sheaf that workers forgot, but the householder did not forget, lo, the is not forgotten sheaf, for it is written, when you reap, and overlook a sheaf in the field, do not turn back to get it. That the householder forgot, but the workers did not forget, lo, the is not forgotten sheaf, for it is written, when you reap, and overlook a sheaf in the field, do not turn back to get it. R. Simeon b. Judah says in the name of R. Simeon, even if others passing by in the road see the sheaf that the worker forgot, it is not deemed a forgotten sheaf, unless everybody has forgotten it. A householder who was standing in town said, I know that the workers forget a sheaf in such and such a place. The workers do forget, is not forgotten sheaf. If the householder was standing in the field and said, I know that the workers will forget a sheaf in such and such a place, even if the workers forget the sheaf, it is not subject to the restrictions of the forgotten sheaf. For Scripture says, when you reap the harvest in your field, and overlook a sheaf in the field, do not turn back to get it. And Scripture does not say, when you are in town and forget a sheaf. Arzira in the name of Samuel, the same distinction between field and town applies to found objects. How do we interpret the case? If the householder can touch the object to acquire ownership by drawing it to him, then what difference does it make if he is in the city or in the field? R. Abba Bar Kahana, R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan, it is a case in which the householder can touch the object while standing in his own field. If the whole field was covered with straw, we may infer the rule that a sheaf hidden from sight is subject to the law from the following: one who is blind is the forgotten sheaf. And isn't the blind man similar to a case in which the field is entirely covered with straw? R. Jonah says, it is a case in which the householder remembers. It turns out that R. Jonah accords with Arzira. Just as Arzira says that remembers only the upper sheaf, neither sheaf is subject to the law, so R. Jonah takes the position that a sheaf covered with straw is exempt from the law if the householder remembers that he must pick up the straw. 5:8 One who binds into stack covers, stack bases, temporary stacks, or sheaves, is not forgotten sheaf. From to the threshing floor, are forgotten sheaf. He who binds grain heap are subject to the restrictions of the forgotten sheaf. From to the threshing floor, are not forgotten sheaf. This is the general principle. All who bind sheaves at a place where processing will be completed are forgotten sheaf. From to the threshing floor, are not forgotten sheaf. At a place where processing will not be completed, are not forgotten sheaf. From to the threshing floor, are forgotten sheaf. Stack covers, stack bases, temporary stacks, or sheaves, stack covers, are Jonah said, those go on top of the sheaves. A champion of the Philistine forces stepped out, his name was Goliath of Gath, and he was 6 cubits and a span tall. He had a bronze helmet on his head. Stack bases, are Abana said, these go underneath the sheaves. I laid it all away sealed up in my storehouses. Temporary stacks, sheaves set out in a circular pattern. Small sheaves, said R. Yohanan, when you reap the harvest in your field and overlook a sheaf in the field. Just as reap refers to the complete harvest of a field, so sheaf means only those sheaves in final form. Yerushalmi Peah. Chapter 6. 6:1 The house of Shammai say, ownerless for the poor, ownerless property. But the house of Hillel say, has ownerless property only if it is declared ownerless also for the rich, as is the case with release. Every sheaf in a field a single cab, but 4 cabs, and left behind. The house of Shammai say, it is not forgotten sheaf. But the house of Hillel say, forgotten sheaf. Arhiah in the name of R. Yohanan, the scriptural basis for the position of the house of Shammai is, you shall leave them for the poor and the stranger. Why is the poor joined to you shall leave them? That indicates there is another mode of leaving. Just as those poor offerings referred to in scripture may be left only for the poor and not for the rich, so with reference to ownerless property, it may be set aside only for the poor and not for the rich. Said R. Simeon B. Lakish, the scriptural basis for the position of the house of Hillel is, 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its yield, but in the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow. Let the needy among our people eat of it. Why is the command to let the land rest joined with the command to let it lie fallow? That indicates there is another mode of leaving the land fallow, namely declaring it ownerless. Just as the produce of the 7th year is available for anyone who wants it, rich and poor alike, so in this other context, produce declared ownerless is available for rich and poor alike. How do the house of Hillel interpret the reasoning of the house of Shammai? You shall leave them for the poor and the stranger, for the poor and the stranger is exclusionary, limiting poor offerings for the poor and not the rich. But the rule that deals with ownerless property refers to rich and poor alike. How do the house of Shammai interpret the reasoning of the house of Hillel? You shall let it rest and lie fallow. This juxtaposition is exclusionary. Letting the land lie fallow imposes a limit. This applies only to the distribution of produce of the sabbatical year, which must be available for rich and poor alike. But ownerless property refers to the poor and not the rich. Said R. Abun, the language of the Mishnah passage supports the position of R. Simeon B. Lakish. But the house of Hillel say, has ownerless property only if it is declared ownerless also for the rich, as is the case with release. If the householder declared the property ownerless, beasts but not men, Gentiles but not Israelites, rich but not poor, all concur that his act of declaring the produce ownerless is null. If the householder declared the property ownerless, men but not beasts, Israelites but not Gentiles, or the poor of that locale but not the poor from somewhere else, there is a dispute between R. Yohanan and R. Simeon B. Lakish. In the view of R. Yohanan, his act of declaring the produce ownerless is valid. In the view of R. Simeon B. Lakish, his act of declaring the produce ownerless is null. Said R. Law, they conduct their dispute in so many words. R. Yohanan said that his act of declaring the produce ownerless is valid. R. Simeon B. Lakish that his act of declaring the produce ownerless is null. Said R. Abin Barhaya, if one declared his property ownerless for the poor and rich men acquired it, there is a dispute between R. Meir and R. Yaseh. In the opinion of R. Meir, Once someone declares property ownerless, the thing has left his domain. In the opinion of Aryase, that which has been declared ownerless leaves the hand of the owner only through act of acquisition. That which is declared ownerless is not ownerless. Up to this point we have dealt with a case in which the original owner declared the field ownerless for a considerable period of time. Is the law even if the original owner declared the field ownerless for a brief period of time? Let us derive the answer from the following: he who declares his field ownerless may retract for the limited span of 3 days. Said Arzira, lo, it has stated only 3 days. Then after 3 days, he may not retract. R. Simeon, a judge, taught before Arzira, even after a span of 3 days, he may retract. He said to him, since you maintain that even after 3 days one may retract, then the same rule will apply to a period of 3 days or many days. The cited Tannaitic passage supports the position of Arzira. Under what circumstances? When one has declared the property ownerless without further specification. But if he said, my field is ownerless for a period of 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, or 1 septennate, then before someone has acquired ownership of the field, whether it is the original owner or another party, he has the right to retract. Once someone has acquired ownership of the field, whether it is the original owner or another party, he has not the right to retract. That is to say that the same rule applies if the span of time is considerable or limited. That is to say that did not take account of the possibility of deceit. That is to say that one may declare his field ownerless and then go and acquire ownership of it once more. On this basis, further, we may answer the question raised by Arzira. For Arzira said, the same rule applies to a brief period and an extended span of time, but one for cabs, and left behind the house of Shammai say, it is not forgotten sheaf. But the house of Hillel say, forgotten sheaf. With what sort of a case do we deal? If it is because that sheaf is distinctive, then it would have sufficed to speak of a sheaf of 2 cabs. Or is it because the household made a row of 1 cab sheaves and put Th's larger sheaf in that row to collect it later? It would have sufficed to speak of a sheaf of 3 cabs. A certain disciple said before R. Simeon b. Lakish's statement of R. Yohanan, whatever the volume of the sheaf, the house of Shammai maintain that the householder can break the sheaf apart and put the smaller sheaves of a single cab in a row. R. Jonah asked, as to the amount of grain in the sheaf, but 1 for cabs, and left behind. Perhaps this should be, if every sheaf in the field contains 2 cabs of grain but 1 sheaf contains 8 cabs. 6:2 A sheaf near the stone fence, a grain heap and left behind the house of Shammai say, it is not forgotten sheaf. But the house of Hillel say, forgotten sheaf. A question on the opinion of the house of Hillel, a grain heap. Something that is distinctive. Yet forgotten sheaf. A question on the opinion of the house of Shammai. Yet forgotten sheaf. Any olive tree that is distinguished in its field, is not the forgotten sheaf. Its reputation, its production, or its location is situated near the winepress or near the gate. This represents the view of the house of Shammai, and the house of Shammai declares that items left near a specific location are exempt from the law. Said Aryase, it represents the view of all parties. For in the case we have an item attached to the ground, the olive tree, standing next to another item attached to the ground, the winepress or gate. These are sufficiently fixed so the householder won't forget olives left in his tree. But in the present passage we speak of an item detached from the ground, the sheaf, left near an item attached to the ground, the stone fence. Said R. Ileh, I asked R. Joshua, over which sheaves did the house of Shammai disagree? Said to me, by the Torah. This sheaves that are near the picking ladder, grain heap, or farm tools, and which the householder left behind are exempt from the law, while the Hillelites hold that they are subject. But when I came and asked R. Eliezer, he said to me, agree that these are the forgotten sheaf. With regard to what did they disagree? With regard to a sheaf which picked up in order to take it to the city, and placed near the fence and then left behind. For the house of Shammai say is not the forgotten sheaf, because the householder had taken possession of it. But the house of Hillel say is the forgotten sheaf. And when I came and recited these matters before our Eleazar b. Azariah, he said to me, by the Torah. These matters were spoken at Sinai. There we learned in the Mishnah, the woman to whom property came before she was betrothed, the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel concur that if she sells or gives away, the transaction is valid. They came to her after she was betrothed, the house of Shammai say, she may sell them. And the house of Hillel say, she may not sell them. These and those concur that if she sold or gave away, the transaction is valid. Our Phinehas raised the question before our Yaseh, and why then should you not teach this dispute as one of the ones in which the house of Shammai take the lenient position, and the house of Hillel, the strict position? He said to him, our intention is only to list the ones in which the ruling is stringent for both parties to the transaction, or lenient for both parties to the transaction. But here we have a stringency from one perspective, and a leniency from the other. But lo, we have learned, the house of Shammai say, that which is declared ownerless to the poor, lo, it is ownerless. Lo, we have a lenient ruling for the poor, but a strict ruling for the householder. Yet it is listed. He said to him, while, to be sure, it is a lenient ruling for the poor, it is by no means a strict ruling for the householder. For it is with full intent and awareness that he has declared the produce to be ownerless. And lo, we have learned, a sheaf which lay near a wall or a stock or oxen or implements but was forgotten, the house of Shammai say, it is not regarded as a forgotten sheaf. And the house of Hillel say, it is regarded as a forgotten sheaf. Lo, this is a lenient ruling from the perspective of the householder, but a strict ruling for the poor. He said to him, while, to be sure, it is a lenient ruling for the householder, it is by no means a strict ruling for the poor. For the poor have not yet acquired ownership of the stock. Accordingly, one may then say in the present case that it also is a lenient ruling for the woman, while it is not a strict ruling for the husband, who has not yet acquired ownership of the property. He said to him, since he has betrothed the woman, the property comes both to her and to his advantage. Said our Judah, they stated before Rabban Gamaliel, betrothed, is his wife, and married, is his wife, just as this one, sells off her property and the transaction is null. He said to them, we are at a loss concerning the newly received property or goods. Now will you turn our attention to the old ones? What is the definition of the new? It is property which has come after she was married. And what is the old? It is property which has come prior to her marriage, with regard to the situation prevailing after she has gotten married. 6:3 ends of rows. A sheaf on the opposite side proves. A sheaf that had picked up, in order to take it to the city, and that he then left behind, the concede that is not forgotten sheaf. And these are ends of rows, two men who began from the middle of a row, one facing north and the other facing south, and they left behind in front of them, and behind both of them in front of them is forgotten sheaf. But behind them is not forgotten sheaf. An individual who began from one end of a row, and left ungathered in front of himself or behind himself. In front of himself is not forgotten sheaf. But behind him is forgotten sheaf, because it is governed by, you shall not go back. This is the general principle, whatever is governed by, you shall not go back, is forgotten sheaf. But that which is not governed by, you shall not go back, is not forgotten sheaf. What is the scriptural source for the rule that ends of rows a sheaf on the opposite side proves? Said our Jonah, when you reap the harvest in your field and overlook a sheaf in the field, do not turn back to get it. The law applies to produce that you harvest and forget. To here we have dealt with beginnings of rows containing standing grain while placed at the ends of the rows were sheaves. Said our Jonah, do not turn back to get it, prohibiting your returning to gather a sheaf only from a place that you have already passed through. To here we have dealt with the beginning of the rows containing standing grain, while the ends of the rows contained sheaves. But if the beginnings of the rows contained sheaves and the ends containing standing grain, what is the law? Said our Jonah, one may derive the rule from the case in which the beginning of the row contains a sheaves from the rule for a case in which the end of the row contains standing grain. So too one may derive the rule for the case in which the ends of the rows contain standing grain from the rule in the case in which the ends of the rows contain sheaves. Ends of rows a sheaf on the opposite side proves, ends of rows a sheaf on the opposite side proves. How? One who owned 10 rows, such that 10 sheaves, and he bound one of the sheaves from north to south, and he forgotten the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. This is because concerns from east to west. If the householder had bound the sheaves from produce growing in an east-west row, and he left it at the end of the row, what is the rule as to its being subject to the law of the forgotten sheaf? Let us derive the answer from the following: a householder who bound the first, second, and third sheaves and who forgot the fourth. There are 10 authorities who say, if he took the fifth sheaf, lo, the fourth sheaf is classified as forgotten produce. And there are 10 authorities who say, if he hesitates while picking up the fifth sheaf, then the fourth sheaf is classified as forgotten produce. Said Arbun Bar Haya, he who said, if he had already picked up the fifth sheaf, refers to a circumstance in which a sixth sheaf has already been bound and awaits transportation to the threshing floor. He who rules, if he hesitates while picking up the fifth sheaf, then the fourth sheaf is classified as forgotten produce, refers to a case in which no sixth sheaf has been bound. If all this takes place before he picks up the fifth sheaf to transport it to the threshing floor, then maybe we should rule that the fourth sheaf is not subject to the restrictions of forgotten produce, since the householder can begin a new row with it. Just as you say that the fourth sheaf may be held subject to the restrictions of forgotten sheaves, in the present case the sheaf left at the end of the row should be subject to the law of forgotten sheaves. If the householder bound one large sheaf and put it next to 2 smaller sheaves in the middle of a row of standing grain. If he bound the produce that remained standing on the outer side of the large sheaf and put the sheaf on the inner side by the 2 smaller sheaves, then the 3 small sheaves would be held to form a row of sheaves and would be exempt from the law. But if he bound the produce on the inner side of the 2 small sheaves and put the resulting sheaf on the outer side by the 1 large sheaf, what is the law as to the 3 smaller sheaves being judged a row of sheaves? If he bound some of the produce taken from the upper side of the large sheaf and placed the resulting sheaf on the lower side by the 2 smaller sheaves, then those 3 small sheaves would form a row of sheaves and would be exempt from the law. But if he bound some of the produce taken from the lower side of the larger sheaf and put the resulting sheaf on the upper side on top of the 1 large sheaf, what is the law as to the 3 smaller sheaves are due to be? Rabbi said, if there was there an irrigation ditch that extended through the entire field. If when harvesting a given row the householder would have to raise his hoe and put it back on the other side, then when later on he binds the produce from each side of the ditch, the 2 sheaves do not form a row of sheaves exempt from the law. But if he would not have to remove his hoe but could hoe both sides of the ditch in a single motion, then the produce he later binds from both sides of the ditch is regarded as a single row. If the householder reaped and found half of a row of produce on one day and came back the next day and finished reading and binding the same row, the sheaves on both days form a single row. If he sat down to eat or sat down to sleep or his friend called him and then he forgot some grain, what is the law? A sheaf that picked up to take it to the city, and that he set on top of another, and then left behind both the bottom is the forgotten sheaf, and the top is not forgotten sheaf. R. Simeon says, neither forgotten sheaf. The bottom because it is covered. The top because he had picked it up. R. Zira says, if he remembers the upper sheaf. R. Zira concurs with R. Jonah, for R. Jonah said, a sheaf covered with straw is exempt from the law only so long as the householder remembers to gather the straw. Along these same lines, R. Zira said, if he remembers the upper sheaf. When Rab went down to Babylonia he said, lo, for here I am the equivalent of Ben Azai. An elder came to him and asked, 2 corpses are found one on top of the other. Rab took the view that they were subject to the law of the neglected corpse. He said to him, they are not subject to the law of the neglected corpse. He said to him, how come? He said to him, the lower corpse, because it is buried under the other, the upper corpse because it lies in a conspicuous place. When he came up here, he came to Rabbi. He said to him, he gave you a good answer. When a copse is found is what it says, not when two corpses are found afield the sheaves, scattered bound and then left behind one of the sheaves, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. Until he binds all in the vicinity. 6:4 Two sheaves are forgotten sheaf. But three are not forgotten sheaf. 2 piles of olives or carob are forgotten sheaf. But three are not forgotten sheaf. 2 stalks of flax are forgotten sheaf. But three are not forgotten sheaf. 2 grapes are the separated. But three are not the separated. 2 stalks are gleanings. But three are not gleanings. These accord with the opinion of the house of Hillel. But concerning all of them, the house of Shammai say, 3 belong to the poor, but 4 belong to the householder. Arabun bar Haya in the name of Ar Yohanan, that is the case if he laid out the sheaves at right angles. The rule applies only to piles of olives, not to olives left in the field, not in piles. So what is the difference between piles of olives and olives? Piles of olives are in the status of a product on which work has been completed, but olives are not in the status of a product on which work has been completed. Said Ar-Hashaya, I was treading olives with Ar-Haya the elder, and he said to me, any olive that you can reach by extending your hand is not forgotten produce. Said Ar-Yohanan, because one has passed by it and left it behind, the olive has entered the classification of forgotten produce. Ar-Eliezer in the name of Ar-Haya the elder, half a grape cluster that falls to the ground is classified as separated grapes. Ar-Haya has taught, if half a cluster or even an entire cluster of grapes falls to the ground, it is subject to the law of separated grapes. But has it not been taught on Tanite authority, 2 individual grapes that separate from a vine, and lie on the ground side by side are subject to the law of the separated grape? But 3 grapes lying side by side are not subject to the restrictions of the separated grape? Ar-Imi in the name of Ar-Haya, harvested grapes and set them under the vine. 2 stalks of flax are forgotten sheaf. But 3 are not forgotten sheaf, this rule applies if the flax was shaped like a fan. Menahem in the name of Ar-Jonathan, if the lax was cut evenly. But concerning all of them, the house of Shammai say, 3 belong to the poor, but 4 belong to the householder. Said Ar-Abin, the reason of the house of Shammai is that scripture says, it shall go to the stranger, fatherless, and widow. The reason of the house of Hillel is that scripture says, you shall leave them for the poor and the stranger. Said Ar-Mana, both houses interpreted the same verse of scripture, it shall go to the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. The house of Shammai hold that since 3 types of poor people are mentioned, 3 measures of produce left in the field belong to the poor. The house of Hillel hold that since scripture contains only a single and, it implies that only 2 classes of poor are eligible, and when 3 measures of produce are left, the produce belongs to the householder. 6:5 A sheaf that contains 2 seahs, and left behind, is not the forgotten sheaf. 2 sheaves that contain 2 seahs Rabban Gamaliel says, to the householder. But sages say, to the poor. Said Rabban Gamaliel, now as the number of sheaves becomes larger, does the strength of the householders increase, or decrease? Said to him, the strength increases. He said to them, now if with regard to 1 sheaf that contains 2 seahs, and that left behind, is not subject forgotten sheaf, 2 sheaves that contain 2 seahs, is it not logical that they also are not forgotten sheaf? They said to him, no. For if you say that 1 sheaf has the status of a grain heap, would you say that 2 sheaves are equivalent to bundles, standing that comprises 2 seahs, and that left behind, is not the forgotten sheaf? Contains less than 2 seahs, but is likely to produce 2 seahs, even it is inferior barley, they view it as if it were a high-yielding barley. Said Ar-Eliezer, it is written, when you reap the harvest in your field and overlook a sheaf in the field, do not turn back to get it, it shall go to the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow N, in order that the Lord your God may bless you in all your undertakings, excluding a sheaf that you have not passed by but can reach back with your hand and gather. There are 10 authorities who repeat the rule as follows: if you forget a sheaf, the law applies, but the law does not apply if you leave behind a small grain heap. What would be a concrete case? If the farmer forgot one sheaf near another, if the large sheaf is treated as a sheaf, all concur that both sheaves fall into the classification of the forgotten sheaf. If the larger sheaf is treated as a grain heap, then we have a dispute between the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel. If the farmer forgot 2 sheaves alongside a small sheaf in the field, if you treat the 2 sheaves not as a grain heap but as sheaves, then there is a dispute between the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel. But if the 2 sheaves are treated as a grain heap, then the 3 sheaves are not like a single row. Standing that comprises 2 seahs, and that left behind, is not the forgotten sheaf. Contains less than 2 seahs, but is likely to produce 2 seahs, even it is inferior barley, they view it as if it were a high-yielding barley, said Arjona. When you reap the harvest of your field and overlook a sheaf in the field, a sheaf that contains 2 seahs and that is left behind is not subject to forgotten produce. A standing crop that contains 2 seahs and that is left behind is not subject to forgotten produce, contains less than 2 seahs, but is likely to produce 2 seahs, even it is inferior barley, they view it as if it were a high-yielding barley, said Aryase, that is on condition that the stalks of barley are scrawny, and they consider them as if they were vigorous. If they were emptied of their grain by wind, they consider them as if they were full. 6:7 A standing prevents a sheaf or other standing. A sheaf prevents neither a sheaf nor standing. What sort of standing prevents a sheaf? Any that, even a single stalk of grain. A seah of uprooted produce and a seah of produce that is not uprooted, and similarly, tree, or garlic and onions, do not join together 2 seahs. Rather, they belong to the poor. Aryase says, if that belongs to the poor lies in between, do not join together. But if does not, lo, these do join together. Said Rabbi, it is written, when you reap the harvest in your field and overlook a sheaf in the field, only to a sheaf surrounded by an area of harvested crop. But a sheaf surrounded by a standing crop would not be subject to the law. Why would the law apply only to a sheaf surrounded by an area of harvested crop, but not to a sheaf surrounded by a standing crop? Directly beneath a sheaf surrounded by other sheaves lies the field itself. But beneath a sheaf surrounded by a standing crop is straw. A Tannite statement, a standing of a particular protects of a different, of wheat of barley, and belonging to a Gentile belonging to an Israelite, the opinion of our Meir. But sages say, protects only of its own type, and species only of its own species. A Tannite statement, R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, just as a standing protects a sheaf, so too a sheaf protects a standing. And it is a matter of logic, if a standing, on which the householder has a weak claim, lo, such a prevents a sheaf, on which the householder has a strong claim, is it not logical that this protects a standing? They said to him, Rabbi, a standing protects a sheaf, because the householder has a strong claim, can protect a standing, the poor have a stronger claim. From the statements of both of them, we may infer that a sheaf may be saved from the law by another sheaf, but the standing crop is not saved by another standing crop. A seah of uprooted produce and a seah of produce that is not uprooted, and similarly, tree, or garlic and onions, do not join together 2 seahs. Rather, they belong to the poor. Aryase says, if that belongs to the poor lies in between, do not join together. But if does not, lo, these do join together. Is it really true that if the householder forgot this produce, it is classified as forgotten produce? Interpret the Mishnah to speak of a case in which the householder had earlier forgotten the standing grain. If the 2 1 parcels of grain left in the field are uprooted but belongs to the farmer, the Mishnah accords with the position of Rabban Gamaliel. Maybe the uprooted grain prevents the unharvested crop nearby from being regarded as forgotten produce. This proves that the item that should be prevented from being classified as the forgotten sheaf by the presence of a standing crop nearby, if such an item is left behind in the field, it is subject to the law of the forgotten sheaf. Said Arjuna, interpret the case to involve someone who reaps one row in his field and then behinds that row, and in the interval, before leaving the sheaves behind, he forgets about the standing crop nearby. Aryase says, if that belongs to the poor lies in between, do not join together. But if does not, lo, these do join together. What is the law? Must some produce classified as gifts to the poor be actually present between the two sheaves, or does the rule apply even if it appears that some produce in the status of gifts to the poor will in the future interpose between the two sheaves? Let us derive the answer from the following. Aryase says, for example, grain or a vineyard, do not combine. But in all cases in which the property of the poor is not between, for example, the fruit of a tree, lo, these do combine. A vineyard is not a location where produce classed as gifts to the poor is actually present between produce not otherwise subject to the law. It follows that the rule does apply even if it appears that some produce in the status of gifts to the poor will in the future interpose between the two sheaves. 6:7 Produce intended for use as fodder, or for binding sheaves, and similarly small bundles of garlic, or small bundles garlic and onions, these are not the forgotten sheaf. And all tubers in the ground, such as arum, garlic, and onions, Arjuna says, these are not the forgotten sheaf. But sages say, they are the forgotten sheaf. Produce intended for use as fodder, or for binding sheaves, said Arjuna, it is not the end of the matter that the farmer has actually utilized the produce for fodder or binding sheaves, even if he uprooted the produce planning to use it in that way. There we have learned in the Mishnah, he who sets fire to a stack of grain, and there were utensils in it, which burned up, Arjuna says, pays compensation for what is in. And sages say, he pays only for a stack of wheat or barley. The opinions attributed to Arjuna are contradictory. So, there he says, excludes what is stored away, while here he has said, the law encompasses that which is hidden. Does not Arjuna interpret the language pertinent here, sheaves? Now for what purpose is that language used? Sheaves means that one is liable to pay compensation for whatever is located therein. The opinions attributed to sages are contradictory. There they say that the law includes what is stored away, while here they have said that the law excludes that which is hidden. 6:8 One who harvests at night, or who binds, or who is blind is the forgotten sheaf. But if intended to collect the largest sheaves, are not forgotten sheaf. If said, lo, I harvest on condition that whatever I forget I later will collect, are forgotten sheaf. This is the sense of the Mishnah paragraph, one who harvests at night, or who binds, or who is blind whether during the day or at night is the forgotten sheaf. Said Arjuna, it is not the end of the matter that if intended to collect the largest sheaves, are not forgotten sheaf. But even thin sheaves are exempt of left behind. For the farmer will look for the largest sheaves but will also find the scrawny ones, which are not forgotten, so they do not fall into the category of forgotten sheaves. If said, lo, I harvest on condition that whatever I forget I later will collect, are forgotten sheaf. For he has made a stipulation that contradicts what is written in the Torah. And anyone who has made a stipulation that contradicts what is written in the Torah, his stipulation is null. Yerushalmi Peah. Chapter 7. 7:1 Any olive tree that is distinguished in its field, such as an olive tree exudes when it is ripe, and that left, is not the forgotten sheaf. In what case does this apply? Its reputation, its production, or its location. Its reputation was a heavy producer or a dry one. Its production produces more. Its location is situated near the winepress or near the gate. But all remaining olive trees, 2 is forgotten sheaf. But 3 is not forgotten sheaf. Aryase says, the forgotten sheaf do not apply to olive trees. Said our law, it is written, when you reap the harvest in your field and overlook a sheaf in the field, do not turn back to get it, that is, the sheaf is forgotten once for all. But it excludes from the law a sheaf that you forget for a moment but will remember in the future. R. Jeremiah asked, if a particular tree stands out in his mind as a well-known person stands out in one's mind, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. If a tree is situated in the shade of a palm tree, the palm tree would make the olive tree special in the farmer's mind, so, the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. If two trees side by side both produce a crop that exudes a lot of oil, each makes the other stand out, so the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply. But what if the entire field of olive trees produces a lot of oil? Would we maintain that the law of the forgotten sheaf does not apply? Let us derive the answer from the following. R. Yaseh says, the forgotten sheaf do not apply to olive trees. And said R. Simeon bar Yakim, R. Yaseh made this statement only in olden times, when olives were uncommon, because Hadrian the Wicked devastated the land of Israel. But now, when olive trees are once again abundant, the law of the forgotten sheaf does apply to olives. Its reputation was a heavy producer or a dry one. What is the meaning of a heavy producer? It exudes a lot of oil. But have we not learned in the Mishnah, such as an olive tree exudes when it is ripe? Rather, it means that the tree as a whole produces a lot of oil. But haven't we included a tree distinguished its production produces more? Rather, a heavy producer is a tree that produces a lot of oil, a tree that exudes is a tree that exudes a lot of oil. By its production means a tree that produces more olives than usual. What is a tree known to have been dry? Some say this is a tree transplanted from Bashan. Others say it is a tree embarrassed by lack of production compared to the nearby trees. Does distinguished in regard to production mean that the tree must produce 4 times as much as the other nearby trees? In line with this statement of the Mishnah, every sheaf in a field a single cab, but 1 4 cabs, and left behind the house of Shammai say, it is not forgotten sheaf. But the house of Hillel say, forgotten sheaf? No. If it produces anything more than the nearby trees, it is distinguished like a well-known person. Does its reputation mean that the tree must produce more than its neighbors year by year? No. If it produces anything more than the nearby trees in most years, it is distinguished like a well-known person. Its location is situated near the winepress or near the gate. The statement of the Mishnah accords with the position of the house of Shammai, for the house of Shammai say, the house of Shammai say, ownerless for the poor ownerless property a sheaf near the stone fence, a grain heap and left behind the house of Shammai say, it is not forgotten sheaf. But the house of Hillel say, forgotten sheaf m. P. 6:1, 2. Said R. Yaseh, the statement of the Mishnah accords with the position of all authorities. In the case of the sheaf next to a fence or fixed item, we have a movable object next to a fixed one. But in the case of an olive tree planted near a fence or fixed object, we have one fixed item next to another fixed item. R. Yaseh says, the forgotten sheaf do not apply to olive trees. Said R. Simeon b. Yakim, R. Yaseh made this statement only in olden times, when olives were uncommon, because Hadrian the Wicked devastated the land of Israel. But now, when olive trees are once again abundant, the law of the forgotten sheaf does apply to olives. R. Yaseh says, the forgotten sheaf do not apply to olive trees. But it is R. Akiba who interpreted scripture to indicate that the restrictions of forgotten sheaf do apply to olive trees. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, do not pick after you. When you beat down the fruit of your olive trees, do not return after you, and that left, it is forgotten sheaf. So long as apply to under the tree, apply to R. Meir says, after the has gone by with the harvesting rod. Said R. Eliezer, this is the sense of the Mishnah, containing 2 rectangular plots of olive trees, that the householder left unharvested. How are we to interpret this exemption? If it is because the tree has a distinctive quality, shall we assume that no other olive trees have this same distinctive quality? If it is because the tree is located in a row, would we assume that the tree is a separate row? Rather, the tree has a distinctive location in 2 aspects, it is in a given row, and the rows of trees said R. Yohanan, the Mishnah refers to a Nodian olive. Said Aryase, it is not the end of the matter that the exemption applies to Nodian olives. But all other varieties of olives are subject to the same exemption. That is because farmers examine all their trees to see whether they have produced fat juicy olives like Nodian olives. The law of the forgotten sheaf thus does not apply even to other types of olive trees. It stands in the middle of 3 rows of trees, that mark off 2 rectangular plots of grain, and that the householder, left unharvested, is not subject to the restrictions of the forgotten sheaf. There are Tannite authorities who formulate the rule as the fruit of an olive tree located in the middle of, and there are Tannite authorities who formulate the rule as the fruit of an olive tree that stands in the middle of. The Tannite authorities who formulate the rule as the fruit of an olive tree located in the middle of, support the view of R. Yohanan, and the Tannite authorities who formulate the rule as the fruit of an olive tree that stands in the middle of, support the view of R. Eliezer. Mere location of the tree excludes it from the law. It has been taught on Tannite authority, under what circumstances does this apply? If does not recognize. But if does recognize, run back and harvest it? Even if 100 cubits. An olive tree upon which remain 2 seas, and that left, is not forgotten sheaf. Under what circumstances does this apply? So long as has not yet begun. But if he had begun it, even if it is an olive tree exudes when it is ripe, and that left, it is forgotten sheaf. As to the clause, under what circumstances does this apply? It was stated not with reference to trees containing more than 2 seas of olives. Rather it applies to the initial clause, any olive tree that is distinguished in its field, such as an olive tree exudes when it is ripe, and that left, is not the forgotten sheaf. That rule was taught in connection with this situation. If the tree contains 2 seas of olives and the farmer left the tree unharvested, the law of forgotten produce does not apply. So long as apply to under the tree, apply to there are 2 interpretations of this statement. So long as apply to under the tree, apply to 2, so long as apply to under the tree, apply to it has been taught on Tannite authority for the house of Shammai, when the worker has put down his harvesting pole and has finished knocking olives off the branches. This is a circumstance in which apply to Arabau in the name of Ar Simeon b. Lachish, the son of Kata said Arabau, that means the law applies from the moment he puts down his harvesting pole. Look around and learn in which of all his hiding places he has been hiding. 7:3 What separated grape? That fall during the harvest. Was harvesting, cut an entire cluster, it became entangled in the leaves. Fell from his hand to the ground, and separated, lo, belonged to the householder. One who places a basket under the vine while he harvests, lo, that man steals from the poor. Concerning him it is stated, remove not the landmark of the poor. What the defective cluster? Any that has neither a shoulder nor a pendant. If has either a shoulder or a pendant, it belongs to the householder. If it is uncertain, to the poor. A cluster defective, on the lies if is harvested along with the clusters, lo, it belongs to the householder. But if is not, lo, it belongs to the poor. A single grape R. Judah says, a cluster. But sages say, a defective cluster. One who places a basket under the vine while he harvests, lo, that man steals from the poor, that is to say a separated grape becomes sanctified to the poor when it falls from the vine. But this does not solve the problem posed by Hilpai, for Hilpai asked, as regards gleanings what is its status regarding sanctification from the moment it falls? Said R. Samuel bar Abudama, the present case, is different himself causes not to reach the ground. What defective cluster? Any which has neither a shoulder nor a pendant. Has a shoulder but no pendant, or a pendant but no shoulder, lo, it belongs to the householder. But if neither, lo, it belongs to the poor. What is shoulder? Sprigs attached to the main stalk one over the other. Pendant. A pendant consists of grapes attached to the main stalk, such that they hang down. RBA in the name of R. Judah, these rules assume that each grape would touch the palm of the farmer's hand. But this isn't in line with what R. Haya said, there was the case when they weighed defective clusters and found one that weighed 7 liters according to Sepharian weights. Said Arhinana, if the householder placed the cluster on a large table and if each grape touched the table, a Levite to whom grapes were given, from which heave offering of the tithe had not yet been separated, and within were some defective clusters, the Levite may declare the defective clusters to be heave offering of the tithe for produce in another location. He need not scruple that the defective clusters might actually belong to the poor. But don't the defective clusters belong to the poor? Rabban, in the name of the rabbis over there, I say, those bunches of grapes that can be nipped off with well-formed clusters. Said Simon, the scriptural basis for the ruling of Judah, only defective clusters shall be left of him, as when one beats an olive tree, 2 berries or 3 on the uppermost branch. Abahu, Yaseh b Hanana, and Simeon b Lachish came to a vineyard in Doran. They brought before them a single peach as large as a pot of kfar hino, and how big is that? 5 seahs. A third of the peach they ate, a third they declared ownerless, and a third they placed before their animals. Several days later, they returned to the same vineyard, and the farmer brought out to them peaches so small that 2 or 3 fit into the palm of his hand. They said to him, we want fruit from that same tree. The farmer said the small fruit was from that very tree. They recited the verse, a fruitful land into a salt waste, for the wickedness of them that dwell therein. Said Hananiah, when I came up here, I took the garment of my son and the garment of my son-in-law and wrapped it around the trunk of a carob of the land of Israel, but they did not suffice to reach around it. And I cut down the branch of a carob, and my hands filled up with its sap. Said Jonathan, better were the leavings of the orchards which we ate in our youth, than the peaches which we eat in our old age. For in the passage of time the world changes. Said Hiabar, in olden times a sea of arbalite grain would yield a sea of fine flour, a sea of flour would yield a sea of inferior wheat, a sea of fine flour would yield a sea of bran. And nowadays, the yield is not even 1 for 1. Arhuna, in the name of Rabban, cinnamon, its leaves are good fodder for goats, and the Israelites used to grow it for that purpose. Arhuna, in the name of Rabban, the 2 fixed offerings each day they used to bring them on camelback, and their feet would reach all the way to the ground. Arhuna, in the name of Edi, there was the case of someone who tied his goat to graze by a fig tree. When he returned, he found the goat gave milk and honey mixed together. Rabbi said to Parari, why not show me that famous grape cluster that grows in your vineyard? He said to him, O.K. He went out to show it to him, but while they were far from the vineyard, Rabbi saw a kind of large ox in the vineyard. He said, 1T the ox trample the vineyard. He said to him, that ox that you see is the treasured grape cluster. Rabbi recited this verse, while the king was on his couch, mine art gave forth its fragrance. My beloved is to me a bag of myrrh, lodged between my breasts. My beloved to me is a spray of henna blooms from the vineyards of En-Gedi. Rabbi said, the temple has been destroyed, why do you retain your glory? They tried to find the large grape cluster but couldn't find it. They brought before him 2 radishes between the New Year and the Great Fast. Indeed, it was the end of the sabbatical year. They were so large that they had to be carried by a camel. He said to them, aren't they forbidden, as aftergrowths? They said to him, it took root after New Year. At that moment Rabbi permitted the purchase of vegetables immediately after the beginning of the 8th year. They asked him, but what about the verse, the seeds have shriveled under their clods, the granaries are desolate, the barns are in ruins, for the new grain has failed? He said to them, instead of collecting honey that we used to collect, lo, we collect rotted vegetables. There was the case of someone who had a single row of fig trees. He came to the orchard and found a fence of honey surrounding the trees. Somebody sowed his farm with turnips. He cut the tops and sold them. A fox once made his nest in the greens of a single turnip. There was the case in Shechem of a single stalk o' mustard that had 3 branches. One of the branches was stripped off and served on its own to cover the potter's booth. They found within the single stalk 3 cabs of mustard seed. Said R. Simeon B. Halafta, in my land I had a stalk of mustard. I let it grow until it was like a bot at the top of a fig tree. There was the case of someone who sowed a single sea of beans. These yielded 300 seahs. They said to him, the Holy One blessed be he has began to bless you. He said to them, not so, an evil dew has descended on them. If it weren't for that, they would have produced twice as much. Said R. Simeon B. Halafta, there was the case in Seknan when R. Judah said to his son, go and bring me figs from the jar. He said to him, Father, it is honey. He said to him, put your hand in it and you'll bring up figures. There was the case in Sephores that R. Yaseh said to his son, bring me some dried figs from the attic. He went up and found the attic shining with honey. R. Hananiah sold bees honey and had some honey from dried figs. After some days the buyers came by there, and he said to them, to cause you no error in tithing, let me tell you that the honey I sold you was dried fig honey. They said to him, we want more of that honey, since it's good for business. R. Hananiah separated some of the profit had made from selling the honey and built the study house of Sephores. R. Eliezer b. R. Simeon went to a certain place, and they brought him a cooked carob dish. He said to them, you must have added much honey to the carob. They said to him, no, we added nothing. That's only the carob itself. 7:4 One who thins vines just as he to thin his own, so may he thin that belong to the poor, the opinion of R. Judah. R. Meir says, he is permitted to thin his own, but he is not permitted that belong to the poor. Both parties concur that if a farmer sells his fellow 10 clusters of grapes, the seller is prohibited to touch or prune the clusters. Both parties also concur that one or another of the partners may prune one another's vines just as he would prune his own. R. Judah treats the poor man as a joint owner of the field. R. Meir treats the poor man as a buyer. Said to him R. Imi, note, if you treat the poor man as a joint partner, then if a wild animal eats some of the defective clusters, the farmer must pay the poor man the value of the produce that was consumed. Said R. Yohanan, there is a contradiction in the reasoning of R. Judah. There he says, if the damage to is greater than belongs to the poor, is permitted. But if the damage belongs to the poor is greater than own is forbidden. R. Judah says either way must collect the produce that belongs to the poor, and set it on the fence, and the poor person comes and takes that which belongs to him. And here he has said this. One who thins vines just as he to thin his own, so may he thin that belong to the poor, the opinion of R. Judah, and here he has said the opposite. Here the action of pruning the vines will produce a greater yield in the year to come. But we may still argue that the farmers irrigating the field will increase the yield for the year to come. The farmer is likely to plant the field he irrigates with vegetables. These are not subject to pea or other poor offerings, so the farmer's policy will cause loss to the poor. 7:5 A vine in its 4th year the house of Shammai say, is not the added 5th, and, it is not removal. The house of Hillel say, is subject to the laws. The house of Shammai say, the separated grape and the defective cluster. The poor redeem for themselves. But the house of Hillel say, all to the wine press. It has been repeated on Tannaitic authority, Rabbi says, only with regard to the sabbatical year. But during the other years of the sabbatical cycle, rule that is subject to the laws of the added 5th and of removal. In the opinion of this Tannaitic authority, one derives a vine in its 4th year of growth only from second tithe. Since do not apply to second tithe produce the sabbatical year, so too do not apply to a 4-year-old vine in the sabbatical year. On the basis of the foregoing analogy, has no sanctified status whatsoever, for we may derive the consecrated status from the following verse, for jubilation before the Lord. Suggests that such produce has the consecrated status of all items described as set aside. Then it should be deemed permitted for a person in mourning. Term set aside, thereby indicating that is in fact forbidden to a person in mourning, then should be subject to removal. For our Simeon exempts from removal. Then one should allow to be redeemed with that remains unharvested. Wine. But the house of Hillel say, wine or as grapes. However, both agree that they do not redeem unharvested. This last attempted analogy never is answered. The upshot seems to be that the opinion attributed to Rabbi Adai is untenable. The Shammaites cannot maintain that second tithe and the produce of a 4-year-old vine are analogous in all respects except during the sabbatical year. It has been taught on Tannaitic authority, Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, as regards both the sabbatical year and the other years of the sabbatical cycle, the house of Shammai say, the law of the added fifth does not apply and the law of removal does not apply. According to the opinion of this Tannaitic authority, one does not derive produce of a 4-year-old vine from second regarding the analogous character of the two types of produce. Tithe at all, on the basis of the foregoing analogy, has no sanctified status at any time, for we may derive the consecrated status from the following verse, for jubilation before the Lord. Has the consecrated status of all items that describes as worthy of jubilation. Then it should be deemed permitted a person in mourning. For terms indicating that such fruit is forbidden to a person in mourning, then should be subject to removal. 4. Our Simeon exempts from the requirements of removal. Then one should allow to be redeemed with grain that remains unharvested. Our Zira asked before our Abahu, how on the basis of scripture do we know that the produce of a 4th-year planting requires deconsecration? He said to him, it is written, in the 4th year all its fruit shall be set aside for jubilation before the Lord, read as deconsecrated before the Lord, for the sages did not distinguish between the letter He and the letter Het. Our Abba Bar Nagri taught as a Tannite rule in the presence of our law, deriving from our Ishmael, if anyone wishes to redeem any of his tithes he may redeem it, but he must add 1/5 to them. That excludes 4th-year planting, for such produce is not subject to the penalty of the added fifth. He retracted and taught as a Tannite rule in the presence of our law. Redemption is mentioned twice, one for second tithe and one for the 4th-year planting. There we learned in the Mishnah, our Judah says, a Gentile's vineyard is not subject to of the 4th year. But sages say, it is. Said our Eliezer, this is the meaning of the Tannite rule, the restrictions of the vineyard in the 4th year of its planting do not apply to a Gentile at all. Our Bibi said before our Zira in the name of our Eliezer, the position of our Judah accords with the position of the house of Shammai in line with the position of Rabbi. The house of Shammai have said, they learn the rules concerning the produce of a planting in the 4th year of its growth only from the laws governing second tithe. Just as the laws on second tithe do not apply during the sabbatical year, so the laws of the planting in the 4th year of its growth do not apply in the sabbatical year. So our Judah says, they learn the rules concerning the produce of a planting in the 4th year of its growth only from the laws governing second tithe. Just as you say, second tithe does not apply to Syria, so along these same lines, the restrictions governing a planting in the 4th year of its growth do not apply to Syria. Said to him, look here, said only a vineyard in its 4th year of growth. The house of Shammai say, the added fifth does not apply and removal does not apply. Lo, the other rules do apply. Our Judah says, a Gentile's vineyard in Syria is not subject to of the 4th year. But sages say, it is. Samuel bar Abba raised the question, but the house of Shammai have said, they learn the rules concerning the produce of a planting in the 4th year of its growth only from the laws governing second tithe. Just as the laws on second tithe do not apply during the sabbatical year, so the laws of the planting in the 4th year of its growth do not apply in the sabbatical year. And along these same lines, just as the rules governing second tithe do not apply in the 3rd and the 6th years of the sabbatical cycle, so the laws governing produce of the 4th year of a planting do not apply in the 3rd and the 6th years of the sabbatical cycle. Said our Yase, as to the 3rd and the 6th years of the sabbatical cycle, even though the laws of second tithe do not apply in them, the laws of tithing do apply. But as to the sabbatical year, the laws of tithing do not pertain in any way. Hippa asked, lo, our Judah has said, they learn the rules concerning the produce of a planting in the 4th year of its growth only from the laws governing second tithe. Just as you say, the laws of second tithe do not apply in Syria, along these same lines the laws governing the 4th year of a planting in Syria. And along these same lines does the following work as well: they derive the rules governing heave offerings of thanks only from the rules that pertain to heave offering of the tithe. Just as the heave offering of the tithe did not apply while Israel wandered in the desert, but only during the 14 years of conquering and settling the land, so heave offering of thanks did not apply in the desert. Said Aryase, they derived from the analogy only the proper measure of produce to be set aside as a heave offering of thanks, a Tanite statement. Aryase br Judah said, R. Eleazar br Simeon says, the Israelites became liable to the rules governing a 4th year planting only after 14 years, 7 in which they conquered the land, and 7 in which they divided it. Said Hisda, R. Yase br Judah follows the position of his father, R. Judah. Just as you say, they learn the rules concerning the produce of a planting in the 4th year of its growth only from the laws governing second tithe. Just as you say, the laws of second tithe do not apply in Syria, along these same lines the laws governing the 4th year of a planting do not apply in Syria. Along these same lines Aryase br Judah says, they learn the rules concerning the produce of a planting in the 4th year of its growth only from the laws governing second tithe. Along these same lines the Israelites became liable to the rules governing a 4th year planting only after 14 years. Said Aryase, does he really follow the position of his father? The laws governing Syria derive by analogy from the laws that govern the land of Israel before the 14 years, but you may not derive the laws governing the land of Israel before the 14 years by analogy to the laws that govern in Syria. It is written, and only in the 5th year may you use its fruit, that its yield to you may be increased. Aryase the Galilean says, it is to add the produce of the 5th year to that of the 4th year. Just as the produce of the 5th year belongs to the householder, to the produce of the 4th year belongs to the householder. Arzira, Aryase in the name of Yohanan, the opinion of Aryase the Galilean is in accord with the view of Judah. Just as Judah says, he treats the produce of the 4th year as his own property, so Aryase the Galilean says, he treats the produce of the 4th year as his own property. Jeremiah raised the question before Arzira, in line with the opinion of him who says, he treats the produce of the 4th year as his own property, what is the law as to his being liable for tithes? He said to him, it is in line with what Joshua b. Levi said, for said Abin in the name of Joshua b. Levi, this law is not the end of the matter, but in any matter in which the law flutters about in the court and you do not know the character of the law, go and see how the people act and act accordingly. Now we see that the community does not separate tithes from the 4th year produce. Said Armana, if we conceive that the produce of a 4th year planting belongs to the household as the house of Shammai maintain, then is there a community the practice of which follows the position of the house of Shammai? Said Abin, have we not learned the laws governing a 4th year planting only from the laws governing second tithe? Just as you say, second tithe is not liable to the separation of tithes, so along these same lines a 4th year planting is not liable to tithes. Abba, Arhiah in the name of Yohanan, a loaf of bread made from flour of second tithe in Jerusalem, according to Medir is exempt from the separation of dough offering, and according to Judah the loaf is liable to the separation of dough offering t. Hala 1:5. Said Judah, they made that ruling only for loaves of bread baked in Jerusalem itself. Lo, in the provinces, that is not the rule. Rba Bar Cohen asked before Aryase, in accord with the ruling of him who holds that the produce of a 4th year planting is liable to the restrictions of separated grapes, is a loaf flavored with those grapes subject to the separation of dough offering? He said to him, is it not the view of Judah? And we considered ruling, Judah accords with the house of Shammai. 7:6 A vineyard entirely is defective clusters. Eliezer says, belongs to the householder. Akaba says, belongs to the poor. Said Eliezer, when you harvest the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not return to gather the defective clusters. If there is no harvest, how can there be defective clusters? Said to him Ar-Akaba, and you shall not gather defective clusters. Even if entire is defective clusters. Why does state, when you harvest the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not return to gather the defective clusters? The poor may not claim the defective clusters before the harvest. How can there be defective clusters along these lines if there is no harvest of regular clusters? There can be no separated grapes until after the farmer has begun to reap the grapes at harvest time. For a random snack, the law of separated grapes would not yet apply. And what volume of grapes add up to a harvest? Members of the household of Shelah said, 3 clusters that produce a quarter log of wine. Ar-Akaba sustains his position on the basis of 2 verses of scripture. But how does Ar-Eliezer explain, and you shall not gather defective clusters? One might say, since the poor have no clean on the defective clusters before the harvest, let the householder take possession of them. On that account scripture had to say, and you shall not gather defective clusters. 7:7 One who dedicates his vineyards, before the defective clusters within it appear, the defective clusters do not belong to the poor, when they first form, i.e., when the law takes effect. After the defective clusters appear, the defective clusters belong to the poor. Ar-Yaseh says, if so, must give to the temple the value of that part of the defective clusters that grows. What trellis is subject forgotten produce? That which by reaching with his hand. And with regard to vines that run along the ground, when passes by it? There we learned as a Tanite statement, the inhabitants of Jericho permitted farmers to use the new branches that grow on trees dedicated to the temple. Permitted fruit of trees that had been dedicated. Said to them sages, do you not admit to us that the growths of dedicated items after they are dedicated are prohibited? They said to them, our ancestors, when they dedicated, only dedicated the trunks because of strong-fisted men who would come and forcefully take them. What did rabbis believe in saying had dedicated the trunks and fruit? Even if you say that they had dedicated the trunks and did not dedicate the fruit, it is problematic for rabbis. One who dedicated a field containing trees, what is the law? May one leave over some of the growths? We may derive the answer from this: one who dedicates his vineyard before the bunches were distinguished on it, the bunches do nor belong to the poor. Once the bunches are distinguished on it, the bunches belong to the poor. Ar-Yaseh says, the poor should give the costs of growing from the time that the vineyard was dedicated to the temple what is considered forgotten sheaves among an espalier. Whatever he is not able to stretch out his arm to and take grapes inaccessible to a person returning along the trellised vines. And regarding ground-trained vines, as soon as passes it by. Now, even if the clusters had not become distinguished, the clusters should belong to the poor? It is different, for it is a vineyard for dedication. In accord with what we learn, one who plants a vineyard as holy is exempt from individual grapes fallen off during cutting, orla, 4th year produce, and clusters, but is liable for the laws of 7th year produce. Arzira in the name of Ar-Yohanan, the land shall observe a Sabbath of the Lord. Even something that is of the Lord, the holiness of the 7th year applies to it. Ar-Haya bar Ada asked before Armana, to eat it without redemption is not possible, for it is impossible for dedicated objects to leave without redemption. To redeem it and to eat it be like one who acquires an axe with 7th year monies. He said to him, the treasurer would exchange them with someone else. Said Ar-Matanea, what do I need? We may explain it in accord with that of Ar-Yohanan. The opinion of Ar-Yaseh depends upon the fact that his vow preceded his renunciation, but here because the renunciation preceded his dedication. Said Ar-Yohanan, there was a case and taught in accord with Ar-Yaseh. Does this not dispute Ar-Yohanan? For Ar-Yohanan said, as soon as passed and forgot it, lo, it is considered a forgotten sheaf. It is different with an espalier, for it is its custom to be checked. Even Ar-Hashaya does it not dispute, for Ar-Hashaya said, I was stamping olives with Ar-Haya the elder, and he said to me, every olive which you can extend your hand to and take is not a forgotten sheaf. It is different, For all ground-trained vines are distinct furrows. Yerushalmi Peah. Chapter 8. 8:1 After what time are all people permitted gleanings? After the aged poor go. With regard to separated and defective clusters? After the poor go through the vineyard, and have come. And with regard to olive trees? After the time of the second rainfall. Said Judah, but are there not some who pick their olives only after the time of the second rainfall? Rather, a poor person goes out, and cannot return with 4 isars after the aged poor go. Said Yohanan, why are they called Namashot? Because they come to the field at the end of the harvest. Abba Saul would call them Meshoshot. There are 10ite authorities that call them Namashot, and some call them Meshoshot. He who calls them Nemoshot says they come to the field at the end of the harvest period. One who calls them Meshoshot says they feel their way to the field, being aged and blind. Arhuna in the name of Menahem, Yohanan b. Nuri would go out with the aged poor, yet he could gather enough gleanings to support himself for the whole year. It is stated on 10ite authority, and of the poor offerings that in the fields, to which the poor pay no attention lo, this belongs to the householder. Arabun bar Haya asked, can a farmer declare produce as P and then collect it for himself? Simeon bar Yohei taught as a 10ite statement, you shall leave them for the poor and the stranger and not for ravens and bats. With regard to separated and defective clusters? After the poor go through the vineyard, and have come. Why is it not the time that the aged poor go through the field? Since the grapes are valuable, the poor including the aged come to the field punctually. And with regard to olive trees? After the time of the second rainfall. The decisive time is not the departure of the aged poor because the olive harvest takes place in the cold season, and only the young go out. Said Judah, but are there not some who pick their olives only after the time of the second rainfall? Rather, a poor person goes out, and cannot return with 4 isars. And before that time that isn't an ordinary person who took 4 isars worth of the fruit be guilty of stealing from the poor? He could answer the sages within their theory f the matter. He would say, haven't you explained it? For you say that since it is cold only the young go out to the field to gather olives. Since in this case no more than 4 isars of produce remain in the orchard, the poor one knows he cannot bring back enough produce to sustain himself and he would not go out. 8:2 are believed gleanings, forgotten sheaves, or P, during the proper time. And poorman's tithe, the proper year. But a Levite is believed during all. But is believed only with regard to food stuff that people usually. To what distance from a particular field? Said Hananiah, they are believed anywhere that is a day's trip back and forth. There was this case, Rabbi believed 5 brothers concerning 5 cores of wheat. But is it possible? Each one went to a separate threshing floor and gathered a core of wheat. But a Levite is believed during all. Eliezer the southerner asked before Yaseh, our passage of the Mishnah agrees with Eliezer. For Eliezer says, if one sees someone separating second tithe, he is believed if he claims to have separated first tithe. Said Yaseh, it is the opinion of all parties. The case differs on second tithe for nobody would try top cheat in such a matter. Eliezer in the name of Hashiah, just as Israelites are not suspect of violating the laws concerning first tithe, so Levites are not suspect of violating the leaves of heave offering of the tithe. Said Hashiah, the Mishnah makes that point, but a Levite is believed during all. Mana asked, as to the statement, but a Levite is believed during all, is this so even if he makes this claim during the sabbatical year? Said Bun bar Haya, the Levite is believed to say, this produce is entirely first tithe to exempt it from second tithe. But the Levite is not believed if he said, this tithe was given to me, or if he said that he himself set it aside as tithe. That is in line with our Mishnah, but is believed only with regard to food stuff that people usually. And that is the sense of the Mishnah, but is believed only with regard to food stuff that people usually. 8:3 are believed wheat, but they are not believed with regard to flour or a loaf. They are believed with regard to panicles of rice, but they are not believed, whether raw or cooked. They are believed with regard to beans, but they are not believed with regard to bean grits, whether raw or cooked. They are believed with regard to oil, say that is in the status of poorman's tithe. But they are not believed with regard to say that derives from olive's crown. They are believed with regard to raw vegetables. But they are not believed with regard to cooked, unless has a small amount. For it is the custom of householders to take out of the stewpot. What is the law as to believing the claim, wheat was given to me and I ground it into flour, or, wheat was given to me and I made it into a loaf? It is obvious to us that he is believed. Everybody knows that most people collect the gleanings and give the poor flour or bread, so should one believe the claim of the poor man that he has received processed food as poor man's tithe? Even so, we do not believe that claim. It was taught as a Tanite statement. R. Judah says, a place where press defective clusters, a poor person is believed if he claims this wine is in the status of defective clusters. My brothers, relatives, and I gathered these gleanings. And along these same lines, where householders glean olives left on the tree for the poor and give them the oil, a poor man is believed if he claims, this oil is in the status of olives left behind for the poor. They are believed with regard to raw vegetables. But they are not believed with regard to cooked, unless has a small amount. The people of Bethesda cooked some vegetables but forgot to separate poor man's tithe. Gamaliel Zuga came and separated the poor man's tithe out of his stewpot. 8:4 They may give to the poor people at the threshing floor no less than 1/2 cab of wheat, 1 cab of barley. R. Meir says, 1/2 cab. 1 1/2 cabs of spelt, 1 cab of dried figs, or 1 mina of fresh figs. R. Akiba says, 1/2 log of wine. R. Akiba says, a quarter log of oil. R. Akiba says, 1/8. And all other types of produce, said Abishal, enough so that he may sell it to buy food for 2 meals. A Tanite statement, a 1/4 cab of rice, an ukla of spice, a litra of vegetables, 3 cabs of carob, a 1/2 log of wine, a 1/4 log of oil, 10 nuts, 5 peaches, 2 pomegranates, and a single citron. What is the scriptural basis for these measurements? Then the Levite who has no hereditary portion as you have, and the stranger, fatherless, and widow in our settlements shall come and eat their fill. Give each poor man enough to satisfy him. Hezekiah asked his father, whence these measures? He said to him, what is this pebble doing lying next to that cypress tree? Our Hananiah was in session before our Eli, and he set forth reasons for the measurements, and he contradicted him, and again he set forth reasons for the measurements, and he contradicted him. He said to him, you should not contradict them but support them. Said our man, a Tanite rule, no less than 4 litras of produce. Our Eleazar said, and so is the rule for the meal of commingling. Said our Hinana, that which you have said is the case for wine but not for oil. It has been taught, wine must be enough for drinking along with 2 meals. Oil must be enough to eat with food for 2 meals. Vinegar must be enough for dipping food for 2 meals. Our Jeremiah, in the name of our Samuel bar our Isaac, it must be sufficient to dip a bundle of vegetables sufficient as food for 2 meals. Our Isaac Adishaiah said before our Zirah, in the name of the house of our Yaneh, one may make a meal of commingling with raw beans, enough for 2 full meals. To whom is such a matter a problem anyhow? It is to our Meir. It is so that you should not say, since they make the mouth stink, one may not use them for a meal of commingling. They may make a meal of commingling with salted fish, they may make a meal of commingling with salted meat. As to fresh meat, they may make a meal of commingling with it, for we have learned, Babylonians eat it raw, because they think it is fine. Our Yudan asked, as to kalbuda grass, since there are Samaritans who eat it raw, do they use it for a meal of commingling? Samuel bar Shalat, in the name of Rab, they prepare a meal of commingling with them. They asked before him, what are they? He said to them, cress, purslane, and clover. 8:5 This measure applies priests, Levites, and Israelites. Save, he may take only half, but must give. If he had a small amount of any type, he places before, and they divide it among themselves. Arjona interpreted the rule of the Mishnah to refer to a case in which the householder held more than the amount of poor man's tithe for each poor person, save, he may take only half, but must give. But if he had only the required amount of tithe, he places before, and they divide it among themselves. Hezekiah interpreted the rule of the Mishnah to refer to a case in which the householder held just enough produce as poor man's tithe. In that case he may take only half, but must give. Since by saving half and giving half, he ends up providing for the other poor a small amount of produce, less than the measure for poor man's tithe specified in the law, he places before, and they divide it among themselves. It was stated as a Tanite rule, went from door to door, they are not obligated to him in any way. Said Arjona, that is the rule only so long as the householder does not shortchange such a beggar from the arguran, the beggar's penny, that most would give him. 8:6 They give to a poor person traveling from place to place no less than a load worth a dupondius, 1 sela for 4 seas. Stayed overnight, they must give him enough for a night's lodging. Spends the Sabbath they must give him food for 3 meals. Whoever has sufficient food for 2 meals, may not take food from a soup kitchen. Food for 14 meals, may not take from the communal fund. The communal fund is collected by 2, and distributed by 3. Here you say, they may give to the poor people at the threshing floor no less than, and there you state, they give to a poor person traveling from place to place no less than a load worth a dupondius, 1 sela for 4 seas. Arjuna said, the difference is because one brings out for the traveler an extra third of the required measure for the trip. Aryase br Abun brought to some bakers the precise amount of flour that Arjuna indicated a loaf of precisely that size. Rba bar Mammal asked before our law, what is the law for the case of a poor man who receives poor man's tithe owing to local poor, then is seen leaving the city, and then returns again to collect more poor man's tithe? He said to him, the giver gives and the recipient takes care of himself. The soup kitchen for a full day, but the communal fund gives from 1 week to the next. The soup kitchen for anybody, but the communal fund to the poor of that locale. Arjuna said, food for the soup kitchen is collected by 3 persons. Helbo in the name of Rba bar Zebedee, they do not appoint fewer than 3 persons to distribute support and livelihood to the poor. Take note, monetary matters are decided only by a court of 3 judges. Shouldn't poor support, which involves people's lives, require at least 3? Then it should involve 23 persons. By the time one could assemble them for a decision, the poor man would starve. Aryase in the name of Aryohanan, they do not appoint 2 brothers as overseers of a single communal fund. Aryase once removed one of 2 brothers from office. He got up and announced, no wrongdoing has been found in the man's administration of the fund. We could not appoint 2 brothers as overseers of a single communal fund. Aryase went to Kupra. He wanted to appoint authorities for them, but they would not accept them from him. He went up and said before them, Ben Babai is in charge of the wick. Now if this one, who was appointed to take care of the wicks, had the honor of being numbered among the great men of the generation, you, who are appointed to take care of the lives of people, don't you deserve the same? When Haggai would appoint overseers, he would give them a Torah scroll, and say, all authority that is given out on the basis of the Torah, through me kings reign and rulers decree just laws. Through me princes rule. Bar Abba would call them chief magistrate. Eliezer was an overseer. One time he came home and asked what happened. They told him, a group came by, ate, drank, and praised you. He said to them, that's no reward. Another time he came home and asked what happened. They told him, a group came by, ate, drank, and cursed you. He said to them, that's a reward. They wanted to appoint Akaba overseer. He said to them, I will have to check at home. They went after him and heard his wife saying to him, People will curse and insult you. Rba Bar Zebedee said, There is a dispute between Rab and Ar Yohanan. One said, We investigate carefully the one who claims clothing, but in any matter of life support, we immediately give support. The other said, Even as to clothing, we do not investigate carefully the one who claims clothing. That is because of the covenant made with our father Abraham. A Tannite statement conflicts with the view that even as to clothing, we do not investigate carefully the one who claims clothing. But you may deal with the apparent contradiction by maintaining that we clothe someone according to the honor owing to him. And so it is taught on Tannite authority, they give to a poor person traveling from place to place no less than a loaf worth a dupondium, 1 selah for 4 seahs. Stayed overnight, they must give him enough for a night's lodging, oil, and beans. Spends the Sabbath, they give him food for 3 meals, oil, beans, fish, and a vegetable. Under what circumstances does this apply? So long as do not recognize the poor person. But if they recognize him, they even provide clothing for him. Went from door to door, they are not obligated to him in any way. The soup kitchen for anybody, but the communal fund to the poor of that locale. If dwelt there for 30 days, lo, he is considered to be in the status of resident of the locale for from the communal fund. But clothing, for 6 months. And to be liable to the town tax, for 12 months. Interpret the rule to refer to how long one must stay in town. What about this Tannite rule? If dwelt there for 30 days, lo, he is considered to be in the status of resident of the locale for from the communal fund. But clothing, for 6 months. And to be liable to the town tax, for 12 months. What are the taxes and charities at the end of the 12 months? That is not to the communal fund but to the fund to pay the scribes and teachers. 8:7 Whoever possesses 200 zuz may not collect gleanings, forgotten sheaves, or poorman's tithe. If he possesses 200 less 1 dinar. Even if 1,000 give him, all at the same time, lo, this person may collect. Collateral for a creditor or for his wife's marriage contract, lo, this person may collect. They may compel him to sell neither his house nor the tools. A disciple of Rabbi had 200 zuz less a dinar. Rabbi was accustomed to give over to him his poor man's tithe every 3rd year as the tithe owing to those who were in need. One time the other disciples treated the student in a mean way by making up. Came and wanted to hand over to him the poor man's tithe as he had been accustomed to do. He said to him, Rabbi, I have the requisite sum of money. He said, In the case of this one, the blows of the abstainers have smitten him. He instructed his disciples, and he took him up to a tavern and made him 1 kara poorer. And then Rabbi handed over to him the poor man's tithe as he had been accustomed to do. A family from Bet Nabalta was in Jerusalem. They were related to the family of Arnon, the Jebusite. And has it not been taught as a Tannite statement, there was the case of Hillel the elder. He once gave to a certain poor person, a member of a good family, a horse for the man to ride for exercise, and a slave to be the man's servant. There was the case. The people of Galilee each day would send to a certain old man a pound of meat sephoris. Is such a thing possible? Indeed so, because he never ate alone in his entire life. It has been taught as a Tannite statement, was used to using golden utensils, he must sell them, and use silver ones. Silver utensils, he must sell them, and use brass utensils. Brass utensils, he must sell them and use glass ones. Said Armana, silver or glass personal utensils. And has it not has been taught as a Tannite statement, he used to wear fine wool, they supply him with fine wool. A coin, they give him a coin. Dough, they give him dough. Bread, they give him bread. To spoon feed him they spoon feed him. Here we speak of not his personal possessions but what he needs for work. There it refers to what is personal. A member of the patriarch's household lost his property. They brought him his food in a rough clay dish. When he ate from common Dishes he would puke. The doctor said to him, "Isn't the food of the rich cooked in a clay pot?" So he ate from the pot itself. Up to this point we have dealt with the case of a debtor whose debt has come due. But if the creditor is not insistent? Let us derive the answer from the following: collateral for a creditor or for his wife's marriage contract. Lo, this person may collect. They may compel him to sell neither his house nor the tools. Now isn't his wife comparable to a debt that is not yet due? Yet, they may compel him to sell neither his house nor the tools. Said Hananiah, people should have 2 cloaks, one for ordinary days, one for the Sabbath. What is the scriptural basis for this view? Wash yourself therefore and anoint yourself and put your garment on you. Was she naked before she put on her fine clothes? But this makes reference to her Sabbath clothes. When Simlai expounded the matter in Sephores, the associates wept and complained, saying to him, "My lord, as we dress on weekdays, so shall we dress on the Sabbath." He said to them, "Even so, you must change your clothes for the Sabbath. Wash yourself therefore and anoint yourself and put your garment on you. And go down to the threshing floor, and go down is written as and I shall go down." Thus Ruth said to her, "My merit shall go down with you." Was she naked before she put on her fine clothes? But this makes reference to her Sabbath clothes. 8:8 Whoever possesses 50 zuz, yet conducts business with them, lo, that person may not collect, he derives a steady income from his money. And anyone who does not need to collect, but collects, will die of old age only after he comes to depend on other people. And any person who is neither lame, dumb, nor handicapped, but as if he had, will die of old age only after he actually. But anyone who needs to collect, but does not collect, will die of old age only after to support others from that which belongs to him. And with regard to this person Scripture states, "Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord." And so too, a judge who judges for justice's sake. As it is stated, "Justice and only justice shall you follow." But any judge who accepts a bribe, and on its account changes his judgment, will die of old age only after his eyes have grown weak. As it is stated, "And you shall take no bribe, for a bribe blinds the clear-sighted." 50 zuz, yet conducts business with them, that is to say, 50 zuz that are invested are better than 200 that are not. And any person who is neither lame, dumb, nor handicapped, but as if he had, one who acts as though he was blind, his stomach was distended, or his joints were swollen, will not depart from this world before this actually is the case. Samuel ran away from his father. He went and took up a position between 2 huts of poor people. He heard them saying, "With which dishes do we eat today, on the golden service or on the silver service?" He went home and reported ths to his father, who said to him, "We have to be grateful to the deceivers among them." There is the following incident: Yohanan and Simeon b. Lachish went up to the hot springs of Tiberias. A needy person met them and said to them, "Acquire merit through me." They replied to him, "When we come back, we shall acquire merit through you." But when they came back, they found him dead. They said, "Since we did not take care of you when you were alive, we shall take care of you now that you are dead." When they were washing, they found a purse containing 500 dinars suspended from his neck. They said, "Blessed be he who favored sages and their teachers." For did not our Abba say in the name of our Eliezer, "We have to be grateful to deceivers among the, for were it not for the deceivers. Otherwise when one of them would beseech help from someone, and the latter refused him, forthwith would be punished by death." Abba Barba gave his son Samuel some coins to split up among the poor. He went and found a poor man eating meat and drinking wine. He came home and reported ths to his father, who said to him, "Give that poor man even more, for his desire is the sole measure." Jacob bar Edi and Isaac bar Naaman were supervisors. They would give Hama, father of Hashiah, a dinar. He then would divide it among others. Zechariah, father-in-law of Levi, People used to speak ill of him and say he did not really need the money, he took it. But when he died, they investigated the matter and found that he had divided the money among the others who were poor. Our Hainana Bar Papa would give out charity at night. Once he met the head of the ghosts. He said to him, "Did the rabbi not teach us, you shall not move your countrymen's landmarks?" He said to him, "Doesn't scripture also say, a gift in secret subdues anger?" The ghost got mad and fled. Said Arjuna, "Blessed is he who gives to the poor is not what is written here, but rather, blessed is he who considers the poor." What that must mean is that he reflects about how he may assist him. This is what Arjuna would do. When he would see the child of great and good parents who had lost his money and yet was ashamed of taking, he would go to him and say to him, "I heard that you have received an inheritance overseas. Now here is this item, and when you recover your wealth, you can give it back to me." When he would hand over the object, he would say to the poor person, "I'm giving it to you as a gift." Said Arhaya Bar Atta, "There are old people in our own day when someone gives them money between the New Year and the Great Fast of Atonement take the money. But after that interval they do not take the money, this is our privilege." Nehemiah of Seeknan met a Jerusalemite, who said to him, "Why don't you support me by giving me a chicken?" He said to him, "Here's some money for you. Go buy a cheap piece of meat." The man ate the meat and died. People said, "Come and mourn Nehemiah's murder victim." Nahum, who went around saying, "This took is for the best," was taking a gift to the family of Hamui. Someone afflicted with boils met him and said, "Why don't you acquire merit through supporting me with what you have with you?" Nahum said to him, "On my way back." But when he came back, the man had died. Nahum said before those that criticized him, "May my eyes that saw and did not give go blind. May my hands that did not extend a small gift be cut off. May my feet that did not run to give alms be broken." And so it happened. When he went to Ar Aqaba, he said to him, "Woe is me, I wish I never saw you like this." He said to him, "Woe is me, that I don't see you like this, you like this. And why do you curse me? And why do you rebel against suffering?" Arhashaya the elder had a blind teacher for his son and would eat a single meal with the teacher every day. One day he had guests and didn't he have the chance to eat with him. That evening he went to him and said, "Master, don't be upset with me for not coming to eat with you, I had guests, and since I didn't want to waste my Lord's time, I didn't eat with you today." He said to him, "You are appeasing one who can be seen but does not see. May the one who cannot be seen but who sees everything accept your apology as readily as I do." He asked him, "How do you know that God accepts the apology that a blind man accepts?" He said to him, "It is from the story about Ar Eliezer b. Jacob. Ar Eliezer b. Jacob had a blind man in his home and gave up his own bed for him to use. The servants said, if he were not a great man, Ar Eliezer b. Jacob would not give up his bed for him, so they showed him great respect. The blind man asked the servants, "What's this all about?" They said to him, "Ar Eliezer b. Jacob gave up his bed for you." He said this brief prayer, "You have performed an act of loving kindness for me, who can be seen but cannot see, may you enjoy the heavenly response of an act of loving kindness from him who sees but is not seen." There is this incident, Arhama bar Hanana and Arhashaya the elder were strolling in the synagogues in Lud. Said Arhama bar Hanana to Arhashaya, "How much money did my forefathers invest here?" He said to him, "How many lives did your forefathers invest here? Were there not people who were laboring in Torah?" Ar-aha in the name of Ar-Hanana, that is in line with the Mishnah, but anyone who needs to collect, but does not collect lo, this one sheds blood. It is forbidden to have pity on him. For he took no pity on himself and would have shown none to others. And any person who is neither lame, dumb, nor handicapped, but as if he had, will die of old age only after he actually. But anyone who needs to collect, but does not collect, will die of old age only after to support others from that which belongs to him. And with regard to this person Scripture states, "Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord." Tractate Dime. When the Halakha or law of Judaism wishes to speak of Israel's relationship with God and frames matters, as it does, in terms of the intersection of God and Israel in the land, two questions demand answers. First, given the centrality of the agricultural offerings, underscoring Israel's possession of land subject to God's ownership, we must ask, does Israel relate to God principally or solely through the land? The Halakha of Tractate Pea answers that question in a way familiar from the response of the Halakha of Tractate Shabi'it, on the one side, and of Tractate Ma'asirat, on the other. The land is critical, and, when treated as possessed by all Israel, central. But possession of the land carries with it one set of obligations to God, dispossession, another set of obligations, and both together form the normative statement of the relationship. Here we meet the second urgent question: how do we define that Israel that engages in life with God through the land? Does that Israel encompass only those that conform to the Halakha, or is Israel capable of sustaining the presence of diverse Israelites? Given the theological weight assigned to the social category, Israel, we may phrase matters very simply: are all Jews such as the Romans would call them Israelites? In the context of the Halakha and its focus upon theological issues of God's commandments and Israel's response, God's yearning and Israel's love, we turn outward, toward the social realities that the legal system in theory chooses to address. With the chosen category formation and its structure God, Israel, land, the Halakha therefore is going to define the definition of its Israel in the same terms, in connection with the same relationships, as pertain to its definition of all other dimensions of the relationship. So we come to the end of the Halakhic account of relating to God through the land, with special reference to the condition of Israel by reason of its union with the land. All Israel is assumed by the Halakha to designate heave offering for the priest and to refrain from eating and selling produce that is liable to tithing but untithed. As to first tithe, that is to be designated but handed over only on demand. The issue is what belongs to the priest out of that same tithe for the Levite. That heave offering of the tithe, 1/100 of the whole, is to be separated from produce the status of which is unclear and is to be given to the priest. Produce that has not certainly yielded the heave offering of the tithe to the priest is called dimai, that is, doubtfully tithed produce. Dimai, produce concerning the tithing of which doubt exists, requires special treatment. Here we deal with the laws that dictate how a responsible person makes certain that what he purchases in the marketplace and eats or gives to another to eat will be properly tithed. All Israelites, the Halakha takes for granted, separate heave offering. But the other pertinent agricultural offerings, first tithe 1/10 of the crop remaining when heave offering has been removed, given to the Levite, heave offering of the tithe, that is to say, 1/10 removed from the Levite's tithe and given to the priest, and second tithe or poorman's tithe are designated only by those faithful to the rule. The specific problem that provokes the formation of the Halakha before us concerns the heave offering of the tithe given to the Levite, which heave offering further goes to the priest. If not removed, the heave offering of the tithe given to the Levite imparts the status of holiness to the produce in which it is mixed, even as would the heave offering of the entire crop that everyone is assumed to designate and remove. And Ibid, the Talmud of the Land of Israel, a preliminary translation and explanation. Saracen states the matter in this language. The specific problem is that, as long as first tithe has not been separated, the produce remains inedible, because it still contains terumah of the tithe, the priest's consecrated portion, which has yet to be separated from the first tithe. A specific, secondary tithing procedure is provided in our tractate. When it is not known if tithes have been separated from an item of produce, only terumah of the tithe need actually be separated, since they may not be eaten by non-priests. First tithe need only be designated, that is, localized, in the produce. It is up to the Levite who wishes to claim his portion to prove that the produce certainly was not tithed. Second tithe also need only be located in the produce, since it immediately may be redeemed with coins. In the third and sixth years of the sabbatical cycle, the tithe for the poor also need only be designated, and it is up to the poor person who wishes to claim his portion to prove that the produce certainly was not tithed. The preeminent concern expressed in this tithing procedure is not to violate the taboo against eating something that belongs to the priest. As we shall see, the precipitating issue leads to a systematic discussion of large questions of social policy, with special reference to how the more observant negotiate life in the community of the less observant, all of them parties to the condition of Israel. The specific issue is simply stated, taken as a whole, only those tithes which a non-priest is forbidden to eat must be separated from dima I produce and given to the rightful recipient not to violate the taboo against eating a priestly offering. Yerushalmi Dime. Chapter 1. 1:1 Leniently treated items with respect to dime, unripe figs, wild jujube, hawthorn berries, pine cones, sycamore figs, unripe dates, fennel and caper fruit, and in Judea, sumac berries, vinegar and coriander. Our Judah says, all unripe figs are exempt except for those from trees that bear fruit twice a year. All wild jujube are exempt except for the wild jujube of Sheikh Mana. All sycamore figs are exempt except for those that burst open, said Ar Yohanan, because most of these items grow ownerless. Sages numbered them here. Ar Simeon B. Lakish says, the law refers specifically to doubtfully tithed produce, but certainly untithed produce of these species is liable to tithing. Ar Yohanan said, there is no difference between doubtfully tithed produce and certainly untithed produce of these species. And there is this problem for Ar Yohanan, the law refers specifically to doubtfully tithed produce, but certainly untithed produce of these species is liable to tithing? Said Ar Law, since in every passage reference is made to doubtfully tithed produce, but here reference is made to certainly untithed produce. A Tanite statement supports the view of Ar Yohanan, from Kizab and beyond is exempt from dime produce. Now is there a distinction drawn on tithing in Kizab between doubtfully tithed produce and certainly untithed produce? So too here no distinction is drawn between doubtfully tithed produce and certainly untithed produce. A Tanite statement conflicts with the position of Ar Simeon B. Lakish, the light things with respect to the category of dime produce, unripe figs, and wild jujube, and hawthorn berries are presumed in every place to be exempt, but if they are guarded, they are liable. So in principle these kinds of produce grow wild. Interpret the rule to indicate that we follow the status of the majority of produce that here is cultivated and liable to tithing. Come, see, if the greater part of the produce of these kinds in the marketplace is cultivated, all parties concur that the produce is liable to tithing whether it is doubtfully tithed produce or certainly untithed produce. If the greater part of the produce of these kinds in the marketplace is not cultivated, all parties concur that the produce is exempt from tithing whether it is doubtfully tithed produce or certainly untithed produce. If it is half and half, you still cannot maintain the dispute, for we have learned in the Mishnah, he who finds produce by the wayside, if most people store up their produce in their house, it is clear, and to sell their produce in the market, it is liable. Half and half it is deemed dime. Said Ar Zira, the ruling does not deal with kinds of produce treated leniently as dime produce but rather to dime produce in general. Repeat the Tanite statement, one entered a town in which the majority of the residents were Gentiles. One is in doubt whether the majority cultivate these kinds of produce. All parties concur that these kinds purchased in the marketplace are exempt from tithing, whether they are doubtfully tithed or certainly untithed. One entered a town in which the majority of the residents were Israelites. One is in doubt whether the majority cultivate these kinds of produce. All parties concur that these kinds purchased in the marketplace are liable to tithing, whether they are doubtfully tithed or certainly untithed. If one is in about whether a majority is Gentile or a majority is Israelite, and one is in doubt whether the majority cultivates these kinds of produce, the dispute between Ar Yohanan and Ar Simeon B. Lakish arises. Unripe figs, what are unripe figs? Ar Simeon B. Ar Abba said, they are the ones that grow under the leaves. It has been taught on Tannite authority, the early ripening figs and the late ripening fig in the garden are liable, in the valley are exempt, which are the early ripening figs. Before they place a guard. And does the matter depend on the presence of a guard? Said Aryase, when they're not sufficiently ripe to deserve the presence of a guard, late ripening figs. From the time that they fold up the nets. Riles says, in the name of R. Eliezer, the first fruits are always liable, since they are guarded. Aryase bar Halafta said, unripe figs in Sept-Horis are liable to tithing, since they are assumed to be guarded. It has been taught in a Tannite statement, late ripening figs, but was tending his field for grapes, late ripening grapes, and was tending his field for greens if workers were passing among them, if the householder was scrutinizing their lo, these are liable. But if not, lo, these are exempt. Ola bar Ishmael, in the name of Ar Yohanan, Rabbi and Aryase bar Judah went into a field to eat late ripening figs, and the guard shouted at them. Aryase bar Judah withdrew his hands. Rabbi said to him, eat, for the owners have already despaired. Ar Yohanan objected, the guard shouted at them, and you say this. Said Ar Jonah, that's a solid objection. But lo, a Mishnah passage contradicts it, savory, or sweet majoram or thyme that are in a courtyard, if they were being cultivated they are subject. Lo, if they were growing in a garden, even if they were guarded, they are exempt from tithing. There he can say to the guard, lo, these are found everywhere, but here the guard can say, there is only enough for a single basketful of figs and I am guarding them for employer. Unripe dates, it was taught as a Tannite statement. Aryase the son of Ar Judah says, unripe dates that are sold with dates are liable. How so? 2 baskets stacked side by side or one on top of the other. There is no difference whether they are stacked side by side or one on top of the other. Rather, we interpret it to refer to a mixture of ripe and unripe dates in the same batch. Is it a collection of prematurely fallen dates before they begin to swell or after they begin to swell? Armana said, we deal with prematurely fallen dates after they begin to swell. But if we deal with prematurely fallen dates after they begin to swell, they should be liable to tithing on their own account. You can say this, for Ar Yohanan said, since most of these kinds grow only wild, sages counted them here as exempt from tithing. Ar Hanana said, we deal with prematurely fallen dates before they begin to swell. But if we deal with prematurely fallen dates after they begin to swell, they should be exempt from tithing even in a mixture of ripe and unripe dates in the same batch. You cannot say so, for said Ar Ishmael b Aryase in the name of his father, a grape cluster on which only a single grape has ripened early, the whole cluster is deemed connected for the purpose of determining liability to tithing. Aryase b Arabun said, Ar Zira and Ar Hila one said the former, that prematurely fallen dates as exempt from tithing even when they begin to swell, and the other held the latter view, that prematurely fallen dates in a mixture are liable to tithing even before they have begun to swell. And sages say, it is not in accord with this one or with that one. But those prematurely fallen figs that have begun to swell are liable to tithing in a mixture with ripe figs, and those prematurely fallen figs that has not yet begun to swell are exempt from tithing even in a mixture with ripe figs. Fennel dill. Is this so in both Judea and Galilee? People have a saying in Galilee, fennel, whoever cultivates it cultivates something bitter, who compares you to spices. This indicates that it is exempt from tithing in Galilee, but in Judea is subject to tithing. And in Judea, coriander, this has an Aramaic name. Is coriander exempt from tithing in both Judea and Galilee? People have a saying in the south, coriander, who compares you to valuable spices. This indicates that it's subject to tithing in Galilee, but in Judea is exempt. And in Judea, sumac berries, vinegar, it has been taught in a Tannite statement, said Ar Judah, in the beginning vinegar made in Judea was exempt from tithing, since they prepared wine in a state of cultic purity for libation offerings, so it would not turn sour, and they made their vinegar from grape skin wine. But now that the wine sources, it is liable to tithing. the opinions attributed to our Judah conflict. For we have learned in the Mishnah there, one who steeps grape pulp in water and added a fixed measure of water, and found the same measure is exempt. Our Judah declares liable. But here our Judah has said this. Said our Ilah, at first grapes were abundant, so grape pulp was not valued, but now grapes are not abundant, and grape pulp is valued, and vinegar made from grape skin wine is subject to tithing. Our Judah says, all wild jujub are exempt except for the wild jujub of Sheikh Mana. Our Huna said. Our Jeremiah asked, does this not contradict what our Simeon b. Lachish said? Since all the wild jujub grown in the area around Sheikh Mana might be more plentiful in the marketplace there than he wild jujub grown in Sheikh Mana itself, so hat grown in Sheikh Mana would be exempt from tithing. Said our Yaseh, interpret the view to deal with a place in which the majority of farmers in the surrounding area cultivate wild jujub. Our Yaseh b. Rabbi asked, and is not the whole world before him may produce, has no added fifth, and has no removal. And it may be eaten by a mourner before the burial of his dead relative, and it enters Jerusalem and leaves, and one may abandon a small quantity of it on the roads, and one may give it to an cm ha'eres, and consume its equivalent, and one may redeem it silver for silver, copper for copper, silver for copper, and copper for produce, provided that he again redeems the produce, the words of our Meir. And sages say, one must bring up the produce and it must be eaten in Jerusalem. Didn't Yohanan the high priest do away with the declaration over the removal of the tithe? He did away with it so that people didn't have to make the declaration, but as to the obligation of removal, they must still remove the tithes. And that applies only in the case of certainly untithed produce, but as to doubtfully tithed produce, one does not have to remove the tithes. May produce may be eaten by a mourner before the burial of his dead relative. It is taught as a Tanite rule, it may be eaten by a mourner before the burial of his dead relative, but it may not be eaten in a state of uncleanness. What is the difference between the status of mourner and the status of cultic uncleanness? Said our Naaman, uncleanness is commonplace, the status of mourning is not commonplace. Sages made a decree concerning something that is commonplace but did not make a decree concerning something that is not commonplace. Said our Yaseh, sages did not even make the status of second tithe removed from doubtfully tithed produce equivalent to that of doubtfully tithed produce. For in the case of doubtfully tithed produce, produce about which here is doubt that second tithe has been removed. Is it not forbidden to mourners for eating? But here in the case of doubtful second tithe, it is permitted for mourners to eat. May produce has no added fifth. There we learned in the Mishnah, there are 5 instances in which an added fifth applies: he who eats heave offering of tithe taken from doubtfully tithed produce, dough offering, and first fruits, adds a fifth. And here you maintain this. Said our Zira, there we deal with heave offering of the tithe separated from may produce, but here we deal with second tithe separated from may produce. Said our Imi, this passage of the Mishnah does not exclude heave offering of the tithe from may produce. How then will you resolve the contradiction? The ruling there we have the view of our Meir, and here it is that of the rabbis. Our Zira said in the name of rabbis, in strict law heave offering of the tithe separated on account of doubt should not have been subjected to the added fifth. Why did the sages say that it is subject to it? It was a precautionary measure. For if you tell somebody that he need not set aside the added fifth in this case, he might not treat as sanctified the heave offering of the tithe separated on account of doubt. So too second tithe separated on account of doubt should have been subjected to the requirement of the added fifth. Why did sages say it is not subject? It was a precautionary measure. For if you tell somebody that he must set aside the added fifth in this case, he might not separate it at all, and one may abandon a small quantity of it on the roads. Our Abun Bar Haya asked before our law, why doubtfully tithed produce? This applies even to certainly untithed produce. Why a small quantity of produce? It is so even in the case of a majority of the produce. For has it not been taught on Tanite authority, they do not bring heave offering from the threshing floor to the city, nor from the wilderness to a settlement. However, in a case in which a wild or domesticated animal would eat, they ordained that the householder should bring it, and receive from the priest payment. He said to him, "But is it not a religious duty to return lost property to the rightful owner?" Said Aryase, "It is a religious duty to return lost property to the rightful owner in the case of a small quantity, but is not a religious duty to return lost property to the rightful owner in the case of a large quantity, and this applies to certainly untithed produce. But in the case of doubtfully tithed produce, it is not a religious duty to return lost property in any amount, as we have learned in the Mishnah, and one may abandon a small quantity of it on the roads." Up to now, we have dealt with the case of one who has no coins on him for redeeming the produce in the status of doubtful second tithe, but what if he had coins in his possession? Our Nehumi Br Haya Bar Abba said, "My father once had coins in his saddle bag but did not redeem the produce." The opinion of our Haya Bar Abba accords with that of our Zira, and the opinion of our La accords with that of our Imi. Members of the household of our Yana say, a quantity less than the volume held to be food may be abandoned in the case of a piece of produce that is broken off, but as to an entire item the quantity that may be abandoned is only as much as a dried figure. Our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Yehosedek, as to an entire item the quantity that may be abandoned is only as much as a dried fig. But in the case of a broken off piece, any amount is permitted to be abandoned. Is there a dispute? Armana said, the dispute as follows: the members of the household of Aryane say, a quantity less than the volume held to be food may be abandoned in the case of a piece of produce that is broken off, but as to an entire item the quantity that may be abandoned is only as much as a dried figure. Our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Yehosedek, in the case of both a broken off piece and an entire item, the quantity that may be abandoned is only as much as a dried figure. Our Hashaya asked, is it permitted deliberately to abandon produce in any small amount, and one may give it to an Cm Ha'ares, and consume its equivalent, that concerns doubtfully tithed produce? But as to certainly untithed produce, that is not the rule, for we do not transmit certainly untithed produce to an Cm Ha'ares. 1:3 One who purchases for seed or for cattle, flour for hides, oil for a lamp, oil for greasing utensils is exempt from dime produce. From kizab and beyond is exempt from dime produce. The dough offering of an Cm Ha'ares, and fully tithed, unconsecrated produce that has become contaminated with teruma, and that has been purchased with coins of second tithe, and the residues of the meal offerings are exempt from dime produce. Spiced oil the house of Shammai declare liable, and the house of Hillel declare exempt. Since the farmer purchased the produce for seed, it doesn't matter whether it is a kind of produce the seed of which perishes or a kind the seed of which does not perish in the ground. Said our Yohanan, and so it was taught as a Tanite statement, if he bought produce for seed and later on decided to eat it, the produce is disposed of in line with his intention. If he bought produce for food and later on decided to sow it, everything doesn't depend on him. It is taught as a Tanite statement, they do not sow untithed produce, and they do not bury untithed produce, and they do not cooperate with a Gentile in untithed produce. An Israelite who forgot and sowed untithed produce before it has sprouted, he is liable; after it has sprouted, he is exempt, since it has already disintegrated if it is a kind of seed that cannot easily be plucked up. But if it is a kind that can easily be plucked up, they fine him so that he will pluck it up if it has not yet sprouted. But if it has already sprouted, it is a kind of seed that cannot easily be plucked up. When our Yohanan ate, he would tithe even meat and eggs. His students said to him, Rabbi, have you not taught us, you shall set aside every year a tenth part of all the yield of your sowing that is brought from the field? It was because he took account of the liquids in which the meat was cooked that were absorbed. Our Jeremiah sent our Zira a basket of untithed figs. And our Jeremiah reasoned in his own mind, now would our Zira eat something that had not been tithed. And our Zira reasoned in his own mind, now would our Jeremiah send me something that was not tithed. Between the two of them our Zira ate food that was liable to tithing but that was not tithed. The next day he met him. He said to him, that basket of figs that you sent me yesterday, was it tithed? He said to him, I said to myself, now would Arzira eat something that had not been tithed. He said to him, I too said the same thing, now would Jeremiah send me something that was not tithed. Abba bar Zamana in the name of Arzira said, if our predecessors were angels, we are mere men, if our predecessors were men, we are asses. Said Mana, at that moment they said, we are not even comparable to the she-ass of Pinhasbi. Yair. The she-ass of Pinhasbi. Yair was stolen by thieves by night. It remained in hiding with them for 3 days, and it ate nothing. 3 days later they determined to restore it to its master. They said, let us send it to its master, so that it won't die with us and our cave start to stink. They sent it out and it went and stood outside its master's gate and started to bray. He said to them, open the gate for that poor creature that hasn't eaten a thing in 3 days. They opened the gate to it and it came in. He said to them, give her something to eat. They put some barley before the beast but it refused to eat. They said to him, Master, it refuses to eat. He said to them, has the barley been properly prepared? They said to him, yes. He said to them, have you raised up the tithes on account of doubt? They said to him, but has not the master taught us, one who purchases for seed or for cattle, flour for hides, oil for a lamp, oil for greasing utensils is exempt from may produce. He said to them, what can we do with this poor creature, who is so stringent on herself? They removed the tithes due from barley on account of doubt and she ate. 2 poor men deposited 2 seahs of barley for safekeeping with Pinhasbi. Yair. He sowed and reaped them and gathered them in their behalf. When they came back to get their barley, he said to them, bring camels and asses for carrying the crop and take back your barley. Pinhasbi. Yair came to a certain place. They came and said to him, mice are eating all our grain. He forced and they came together and began to squeak. He said to them, do you know what they are saying? They said to him, no. He said to them, they are saying that the grain has not been tithed. They said to him, pledge yourself to us. He pledged to them, and they were no longer injured by the mice. A pearl belonging to the Saracen king fell and a mouse swallowed it. He came to Pinhasbi. Yair. He said to him, what am I, a spellbinder? He said to him, I came to you because of your good name. He forced and they came together. He saw one of them walking like a hunchback. He said, that one has it? He forced it and it spit up the pearl. Pinhasbi. Yair came to a certain place. They came and said to him, our spring does not provide enough water. He said to them, maybe you are not tithing the crops. They said to him, pledge yourself to us. He pledged to them, and the spring flowed. Pinhasbi. Yair was going to the house of assembly. The river Jinnah was swollen. He said to it, Jinnah, Jinnah, why do you keep me from attending the house of meeting? It split before him and he crossed. His disciples said to him, may we cross? He said to them, whoever knows of himself that he has not ever treated lightly any Israelite may cross and will not be harmed. Rabbi wanted to nullify the sabbatical year. Pinhasbi. Yair went to him. He said to him, how are the crops doing? He said to him, the endives are fine. He said to him, how are the crops doing? He said to him, the endives are fine. And Rabbi understood that he did not agree with him. Said to him, will the master eat a little bit with us today? He said to him, yes. As he was entering, he saw Rabbi's mules standing outside. He said to him, all these do the Jews support. May I never see his face again. They went and told Rabbi. Rabbi sent to appease him. They caught up with him near his town. He said, townsfolk, draw near me, and his townsfolk came down and surrounded him. They said to them, Rabbi wants to appease him. The townsfolk left him and went their way. He said, "Attendants of my friend, draw near me," and fire descended from heaven and surrounded him. They went and told Rabbi. He said, "Since we did not have the merit to have my fill of him in this world, may I have the merit of having my fill of him in the world to come." Our Haggai, in the name of our Samuel bar Naaman, there was the case of a certain pious man who would dig cisterns, ditches, and waves for wayfarers. Once his daughter was crossing a river en route to be married, and the river washed her away. And everybody came in to console him, but he refused to be consoled. Our Pinhas b. Yair came in to console him, but he refused to be consoled. He said to them, "Is this your pious man?" They said to him, "Rabbi, this is what he would do, and this is what happened to him." He said, "Is it possible that someone should honor his Creator with water, and that God should smite him with water?" Forthwith the news spread in town that the daughter of that man had come back. Some say she was caught on a branch in the river, and others say an angel came down in the shape of our Pinhas b. Yair and saved her. Our Hananiah b. Dosa was sitting and eating on the Sabbath eve. The table collapsed before him. They said to him, "What is this?" She said to him, "I borrowed some spice from my neighbor and I did not tithe them." He remembered the condition that he had made before the beginning of his Sabbath that would permit him to separate on the Sabbath times that were already designated, and the table stood up on its own. Our Tarfon was sitting and eating, and a piece of bread fell from him. He said to his wife, "What is this?" She said to him, "I borrowed a knife and I prepared with it food that was in the condition of cleanness." One who purchases wine to put into, and wine to make ylntyt, and bitter vetches to make from them thynyn is liable as d may produce, obviously as certainly untithed produce. But they themselves are exempt from tithing as d may produce. With what case do we deal? If we say that it is in accord with Rabbi, then Muris and the mixtures listed here should be subject to tithing as doubtfully tithed produce. If we say that it is in accord with our Eliezer br Simeon, even certainly untithed produce of these mixtures should be exempt from tithing. But we assign it to Rabbi, and it is one of the lenient rulings that the sages made in regard to d may produce. One who purchases wine to put into the eye salve, flour to make from it a poultice or plaster, and a plaster or compress the wine or flour is exempt from d may produce, and liable as certainly untithed produce. And they themselves are exempt from certainly untithed produce. Here you say the mixtures are exempt from certainly untithed produce, while there you say, the mixtures are exempt from tithing as d may produce. There the edible produce is lost only when the mixture has entered his body, but here the edible produce is lost as soon as he puts it into the mixture. But has it not been taught on Tanite authority, it is forbidden to derive benefit from a kalirion dedicated to idolatry because of the libation wine that is in it? That case is different, because Scripture says, "Let nothing that has been doomed stick to your hand." What is the difference between the kalirion dedicated to idolatry and the wine lees of a Gentile? Are not wine lees of a Gentile forbidden for an Israelite to derive benefit as long as they are wet? But wine lees that have dried up are not prohibited in connection with deriving benefit from a Gentile. From Kizab and beyond is exempt from d may produce. What is the status of produce bought in the Kizab marketplace? It is taught as a Tanite statement: produce purchased in the marketplace in Kizab itself is exempt from tithing as d may produce. He who purchases from the caravan in Tyre and from the storehouses in Sidon is exempt. From the storehouses in Tyre and from the caravan in Sidon is liable, and obviously from the caravan from a single ass driver in Tyre is liable. Our Judah says, a caravan that goes down to Kizab is liable, since it is presumed to come from Galilee. And sages say, behold, it remains in its presumption, exempt until you know from whence it came. What about tithing produce bought from a caravan that entered Tyre through Kizab? Come, see, if it had remained in Kizab, the produce would have been exempt from tithing. Now that it has entered Tyre, should it be liable? The dough offering of an cm ha'eres, and fully tithed, unconsecrated produce that has become contaminated with terumah, and that has been purchased with coins of second tithe, and the residues of the meal offerings are exempt from dime produce. Said R. Yohanan, when the sages decreed about doubtfully tithed produce, they did not decree about these items. Said R. Hoshea, the reverence for holy things are upon the Cm Ha'ares, and he does not give to the priest anything that is not fully tithed. The dough offering of an Cm Ha'ares, in the opinion of R. Hoshea, the Mishnah speaks of dough offering given to a priest by an Cm Ha'ares, but not to a haber who bought dough from an Cm Ha'ares and separated dough offering from it. In the opinion of R. Yohanan, the Mishnah speaks of both cases. And fully tithed, unconsecrated produce that has become contaminated with terumah, in the opinion of R. Hoshea, the Mishnah speaks of produce that belongs to by an M. Ha'ares but not to a haber who bought produce from an Cm Ha'ares, that later on became mixed up with heave offering. In the opinion of R. Yohanan, the Mishnah speaks of both cases. What is the difference between them? A C of heave offering that is neutralized in a mixture with 100 Cs of an Cm Ha'ares unconsecrated produce. In the view of R. Yohanan, the mixture is subject to thing as dime produce when it is bought by a haber, but according to the view of R. Hoshea it is exempt. It was taught as a Tanite rule, and all of them, one designated second tithe from them, what he did has been done. In the opinion of R. Yohanan there is no problem. In the opinion of R. Hoshea these items have been tithed by the M. Ha'ares, and yet you say this. That is on account of a single M. Ha'ares who does not separate tithes, because reverence for holy things is not upon the Cm Ha'ares, so repeat the rule as follows, and all of them, one designated second tithe from them, what he did has been done, on account of the possibility of one Cm Ha'ares, who does not separate tithes that has been purchased with coins of second tithe. R. Abun Bar Haya asked before R. Zira, does this pertain solely to produce purchased with coins of second tithe separated from dime produce? He said to him, the same rule applies even to coins of second tithe deriving from certainly untithed produce and the residues of the meal offerings. It is taught as a Tanite rule, and all of them, if one designated heave offering of the tithe or second tithe from them, what he did has been done. R. Eliezer said, except in the case of the residues of the meal offerings. R. Jeremiah said, the rest of the items are subject to dispute on whether the inadvertent designation of second tithe and heave offering of the tithe in them is valid post facto. R. Yase asked, what dispute, because the consecrated item belongs wholly to God? According to R. Judah, what he has done is done and valid after the fact. Said R. Mana, I went to Caesarea and I heard R. Hezekiah in session, teaching. He who betroths a woman with his share of most holy things or lesser holy things, she is not betrothed. R. Eliezer says, that statement represents the opinion of all parties. R. Yohanan says, the matter is subject to dispute. And I said to him, from whom did you hear this statement? He said to me, from R. Jeremiah. And I said to him, that is well, for he heard what R. Eliezer stated, namely, R. Eliezer said, it is the view of all parties, while he said it was subject to dispute. R. Yase, who did not hear that statement, raised the question, for he has said, what dispute? If we deal with our me'ir, second tithe, and residue of the meal offering are in the same category, and consequently one has done nothing at all, if we deal with our Judah, what he has done is valid. Spiced oil the house of Shammai declare liable, and the house of Hillel declare exempt. It is taught as a Tanite rule, said R. Judah, the house of Hillel exempted only of spikenard oil. Others say in the name of R. Nathan, the house of Hillel declared liable oil of rose and iris. 1:4 D may produce, they may make an C Arab with it, and they may make a fusion meal for an alleyway with it, and they recite a benediction over it, and one invites others to recite the communal benediction after meals after eating it, and they may separate it naked at twilight. Lo, it does not matter, oil with which the weaver lubricates his fingers is liable as D may produce, but that the wool comber puts on the wool is exempt from D may produce. And they may separate it naked, for the rite does not require the recitation of a blessing. At twilight, that is in line with what we have learned in the Mishnah, it is a matter of doubt whether or not it is getting dark, they do not tithe that which is certainly untithed, and they do not immerse utensils, and they do not kindle lamps. But they do tithe that which is doubtfully tithed produce. Arhalipta b. Saul taught as a Tanite rule, in the public bathhouse one may redeem coins of second tithe exchanged for dime produce, for the rite does not require the recitation of a blessing. Lo, redeeming coins of second tithe exchanged for certainly untithed produce for the rite does require the recitation of a blessing. Armana asked Aryudan, how does he recite the blessing? He said to him, if it is produce, he should say, Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us by our commandments and commanded us concerning the redemption of second tithe. If it is coins, he says, Blessed are you, concerning the deconsecration of second tithe. Lo, it does not matter, that is after the fact, but in line with the formulation, if he separated, to begin with it is not to be done. Ababi Arhaya Barvava, Arhaya in the name of Yohanan. In the matter of dime produce it is permitted to separate second tithe before first tithe. Jacob bar Aha and Jacob bar Edi in the name of Joshua b. Levi, to begin with it is not to be done, but after the fact what he did has been done. What is the rule for designating second tithe before first tithe? Yase b. Saul's tenant farmer brought him produce. He said to him, Go designate second tithe from it. Then he said to him, Go designate first tithe from it. And he wondered whether the tenant farmer may have designated second tithe before first tithe. That suggests that it is permissible to designate second tithe before first tithe. Ulla bar Ishmael in the name of Yohanan, one frees his untithed produce from the obligation to separate tithes through a single sea of untithed produce. What does he do? He brings a single sea of untithed produce that is obligated to tithing for every 10 seas that he wants to release and makes it second tithe and redeems it with coins and then makes it heave offering of tithe for other produce. Ulla went down to Babylonia and said this in the name of Yohanan, and they ganged up against him. Sheshet replied to him, and lo, a Tanite tradition contradicts this. There were before him 2 baskets of untitled produce, and he said, the tithes of this one are in that one, the first one is tithed, of this one are in that one, and of that one are in this one, the first one is tithed. And it has been taught concerning this statement, he takes 2 figs, and 2 tenths, and a tenth of a tenth. But he should take 2 figs and make them second tithe and redeem them with coins and then make them heave offering of tithe for other produce. Said Armana, but isn't the second tithe removed for the first basket from the second basket still liable to the removal of first tithe for the second basket? Said Hananiah, there the basket of produce from which tithes are removed for produce in the other gasket is liable for the removal of first and second tithe. But here second tithe separated for other produce from which first tithe has already been removed is involved, so that you may make it first tithe. Oil with which the weaver lubricates his fingers is liable as dime produce, but that the wool comber puts on the wool is exempt from dime produce. What's the difference? Is absorbed into his body. That the wool comber puts on the wool is absorbed into the wool. Yerushalmi dime. Chapter 2. 2:1 These items are tithed as dime produce in every place: pressed figs, and dates, and carobs, and rice, and cumin. Rice that is outside of the land, all who make use of it are exempt. There we learned in the Mishnah, Baalbek garlic, onions of Rakpa, Silikian split beans, and Egyptian lentils are exempt from tithes, and are purchased from anyone in the 7th year. Such as these sages had to designate them clearly, for no similar types in the land of Israel. But hazelnuts, and peaches, and cedar nuts, did not have to designate them clearly for similar types in the land of Israel. Said Rabban, this statement of the Mishnah, pressed figs, and dates, and carobs, and rice, and cumin, gives the observed ruling, namely, liability to tithing even outside the land of these kinds of produce, since similar kinds are not found outside the land. Sages had to specify these items. But what about fig cakes in Basra? They are stunted. But what about dates in Alexandria? They are small. But what about carobs in Bari? They are full of holes. But what about rice in the plain of Antiochia? It is reddish. But what about cumin in Cyprus? It is crooked. Said R. Eliezer, they have repeated this rule only for one who buys these kinds of produce from an Israelite, but one who buys them from an idolater they are deemed certainly untithed produce. R. Yohanan said, there is no difference between buying them from an Israelite or buying them from an idolater. R. Eliezer takes the position that the greater part of the land of Israel is in the hands of Gentiles. R. Yohanan takes the position that the greater part of the land of Israel is in the hands of Israelites. And even if R. Eliezer concurs with R. Yohanan that the greater part of the land of Israel is in the hands of Israelites, R. Eliezer takes account of the presence of a minority. That is in line with the case of the grain warehouse that receives its produce one day from a source of fully untithed produce. That day dictates the standing of all days. R. Yasseh asked, then what about the case of a Gentile who comes to convert? We should not accept him, since I might say, maybe he comes from Ammon or Moab. And that proselyte is turned into the exemplar of all proselytes. But this is how we must approach the matter. R. Eliezer takes the position that the greater part of the land of Israel is in the hands of Gentiles. R. Yohanan takes the position that the greater part of the land of Israel is in the hands of Israelites. Also the following attests to the matter. R. Zira sent and asked R. Alexandra of Sadoxa, as for Nicholas dates from here, what do you surmise concerning them? Do they derive mostly from Gentiles or mostly from Israelites? He replied, we cannot surmise. A Tannite statement supports the position of this authority, and a Tannite statement supports the position of that authority. A Tannite statement supports the position of R. Eliezer, the presumption concerning a traveling merchant in every case dime, whether he is a Gentile, or an Israelite, or a Samaritan. Under what circumstances? When they bring him from Israelites. When they bring him from Gentiles or from Samaritans, he is presumed certainly untithed produce. A Tannite statement supports the position of R. Yohanan. It was taught as a Tannite rule. R. Nehemiah said, all the same are a Gentile, a Samaritan, or an Amharis if the traveling merchant gets his produce one time from a Gentile and another time from an Israelite, it is held to be dime. R. Hayabar Atta asked before R. Mana, from whom did this one get his produce? Let us say, if he got it this time from an Israelite, it is dime. If he got it from a Gentile, it is held to be certainly untithed. Rather interpret R. Nehemiah's statement as applying to a case in which the traveling merchant was a Gentile, and both an Israelite and a Gentile put their produce before him. In this case it is held to be dime. Replied R. Hashiah, lo, here is a Tannite tradition that supports the position of R. Yohanan, for there is Tannite tradition that states, said R. Yasseh, the pomegranates of Baden and the leeks of Geba were mentioned only so that they should be tithed in any place as being certainly untithed. How are we to interpret this rule? If it is to one who purchases from an Israelite, lo, it is certainly untithed. So it must pertain to one who purchases from a Gentile, and we take the particularization of only these kinds of produce to mean that all other types of produce when purchased from a Gentile are dime. Said R. Samuel B. R. Isaac, we deal with certainly untithed produce, and with one who bought it from an Israelite. It pertains to a Gentile market supervisor who forced the Israelite traveling merchant to sell cheaply, and the sages permitted him to sell fully untithed produce. Who is a traveling merchant? Anyone who brings and repeats a second and a third time. R. Jonah proposed, if he brought 3 loads together at once, this one is not a traveling merchant. If he brought them one after another, he is deemed a traveling merchant. R. Jonah asked, if he regarded as a traveling merchant retroactively or only from now on. What difference does it make? When the buyer comes and tithes them, if you say it is from now on, the buyer may not separate tithes from one load for another. If you say he is regarded as a traveling merchant retroactively, then the buyer may separate tithes from one load bought earlier for another load bought later on. Armana asked, he, his son, and his employee, what is the law as to their joining together to be regarded as 3 loads joined together as one? Arjona asked, a ship that comes from Rome, how many different kinds of produce are on it, and yet you regard it as a single load. Fruits, regarding their status, sages did not follow the taste, or the fragrance, or the appearance, or the price, but only the majority. R. Jacob bar Aha, in the name of R. Yohanan, if it was to determine whether the wine was new or old, they ruled according to taste. Pressed figs, said R. Mana, I went to Caesarea and saw them treated fig cakes as permitted. I asked R. Isaac bar Eliezer, and he said, that is how Zugga treated them, as permitted. R. Isaac bar Eliezer, in the name of Zugga of Caesarea, in every place from which the sea can be seen, they are permitted. There are those who want to say it applies as far as Migdal Malha, and there are those who hold it applies as far as Ma'arat Telamon. Said R. Abamari, the teachings of the rabbis indicate kinds of produce that are forbidden in Caesarea: wheat, bread, wine, oil, dates, rice, and cumin. And they did not include fig cakes because they are already included in the Mishnah. But lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, rice and cumin. And yet we have specified them. So you must conclude that fig cakes are permitted. These items are permitted during the 7th year, and during the other years of the sabbatical cycle they are treated as dime. These items are permitted during the 7th year. Let them be treated during the 7th year as 7th year produce forbidden for purchase, lest they derive from fields where the prohibitions of the 7th year are not observed. Israelites desist from working their fields in the 7th year, and Gentiles are exempt from the restrictions of the 7th year, and Israelites and Gentiles form the majority over Samaritans. During the other years of the sabbatical cycle they are treated as dime. Why not treat them as certainly untithed produce? Israelites desist from working their fields in the 7th year, and Gentiles are exempt from the restrictions of the 7th year, and Israelites and Gentiles form the majority over Samaritans. How far south does the area of Caesarea extend? From the way station of Amuda, the way station of Tibta, as far as Kfar Saba and Saran and Dora. R. Abau, in the name of R. Yasebi. Hanana, bulbous onions that are sold in Caesarea are forbidden because the majority of them come from the royal hill country. R. Hayabar Atta said, this applies to white onions. The rabbis of Caesarea say, it applies to red onions. R. Zira, R. Haya, in the name of R. Yohanan, rabbi permitted produce bought in Bet-Shean. This was at the word of Joshua b. Ziraz, son of R. Medir's father-in-law, who said, I saw R. Medir buying vegetables from the garden patch in the 7th year, and rabbi permitted the whole of the area. Said R. Zira, that indicates that it is forbidden to someone to do anything in public. I might have said, that garden patch was set aside by, and rabbi permitted all of the territory of Bet-Shean. Rabbi permitted produce sold in Bet-Shean. Rabbi permitted Caesarea. Rabbi permitted Bet-Gubrin. Rabbi permitted Kfar Sama. Rabbi permitted buying vegetables immediately in the year following the 7th year, and everybody ridiculed him. He said to them, come and let us conduct a reasonable dispute about this matter. It is written, Hezekiah broke into pieces the bronze snake that Moses had made, for until that time the Israelites had been offering sacrifices to it. It was called Nehushtan. And did no righteous man arise from Moses to Hezekiah to remove it? But the Holy One, blessed be he, reserved for Hezekiah that crown with which to adorn himself. So too with regard to us, the Holy One, blessed be he, reserved for us this particular crown, with which to adorn ourselves. Rabbi Joshua b. Levi would instruct his servant, buy vegetables for me only from the garden of Sisera of blessed memory met him. He said to him, go, say to your master, this is not the garden of Sisera. It belonged to a Jew and they killed him, and grabbed it from him. Now if you want to impose a strict rule on yourself, act like your fellows. R. Yase of Kfar Dan, in the name of R. Ben Ma'adiah, types of produce that are forbidden in Bet-Shean: fennel flour, sesame, black mustard, garlic, bulbous onions, black chickpeas, locally grown onions sold by measure, cowpeas that are tied with shavings, mint tied up by itself, carrots at all seasons, leek heads from Aseret to Hanukkah. Said R. Zira, From Aset to Hanukkah forbidden leeks form the majority in the market in Bet Shean over permitted leeks. From Hanukkah to Aseret permitted leeks form the majority over forbidden leeks. As to aftergrowths of crops from the 6th year that grow wild in the 7th year, from the New Year to Aseret, aftergrowths are forbidden. From Aseret until Hanukkah, aftergrowths are permitted. From Hanukkah to the New Year, the question demands attention. Shade melons, calabash gourds, watermelons, melons, wine, oil, F states some say, lupins and cress at all seasons low, these are held in the 7th year to be subject to the rules of the 7th year. And in the other years of the sabbatical cycle, what is their status? Ar Jonah said, they are doubtfully tithed. Ar Yaseh said, they are certainly untithed. But there is no dispute between them. Ar Jonah's ruling that the produce is doubtfully tithed refers to one who purchases the produce from a vegetable market, and Ar Yaseh's ruling that it is certainly untithed refers to one who buys directly from the garden. How far? From Pars Hata and Resifta and Nafsha to Panudiyah to Kfar Karnaim, and Kfar Karnaim is like Bet Shean. Ar Jonah in the name of Ar Simeon b. Zechariah, kinds of produce forbidden in Panias, walnuts, rice, sesame seeds, and cowpeas. Gamaliel Zugga said, early ripening Damascene plums. Said Ar Jonah, that which you have said applies from Tarnagola above Caesarion northward, but from Tarnagola above Caesarion southward it is like the land of Israel. Ar Jonah asked, but most of the fields in the areas near but outside the land of Israel do not produce those crops listed just now and are subject to tithing and 7th year laws since they come from the land of Israel. And even if you say that most of the fields do produce those crops, still the majority of those crops in the market come from the forbidden source and the produce must be tithed and subjected to the 7th year restrictions. A Tanite statement, rice in the plain of Antiochia is permitted in its place. R. Eliezer b. Ar Yaseh says, rice in the plain of Antiochia is permitted as far as Barrow. Ar Jonah asked, this same distance as far as Barrow extends in all directions from Antiochia. These are the forbidden cities in the vicinity of Tyre, Shitzth, Betzith, Pimitsuba, Upper Hanada, Lower Hanada, Reshmiah, Beit Karita, Emek, and Mesa. Said Armana, that which you said applied in the past, but now there are the cities in the vicinity of Susita, is subject to tithing, Enosh, Ein Ture, Rambaran, Ian, Yadud, Kfar Harab, Nob, Haspia, Kfar Chsema. Rabbi exempted Kfar Chsema. Imi reasoned, but weren't the inhabitants of Kfar Sema among those who had to pay taxes? The cities in the vicinity of Neva permitted but were forbidden, Tyre, Chsiyar, Gashme, Zizran, Yagritab, Dinab Herbeta, and the fortified city of Beit Hereb. A load of raisins entered Tiberias. Gamaliel Zugga asked Ar Abba bar Kahana. He said to him, the whole of the land of Israel does not produce a single load of raisins, but is it so, that the whole of the land of Israel does not produce a single load of raisins? Rather this is what he said to him, there is no single locale in the land of Israel that can produce a single load of raisins. Somebody brought a basket of leek heads to Ar Isaac bar Table. He asked Ar Yohanan about the status of the produce. He said to him, go, ask Hananiah b. Samuel, who memorizes Tanite rules. He went out and asked him. He said to him, I haven't seen a Tanite statement, but I have heard a tradition, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, Rabbi, and Ar Eliezer b. Ar Simeon disputed about it. One held that we decide by appeal to the place of origin of the produce, the other, to the place in which the sale took place. Ar Abahu said, Rabbi said that we decide by appeal to the place of origin of the produce, but he instructed him to follow the opinion of Ar Eliezer b. Ar Simeon, who said that we decide by appeal to the place in which the sale took place. That which you say applies to produce that arrives in baskets, but in the case of produce that comes in loads, all parties concur that we follow the status of the place of origin. If both the place of origin and the location of the sale were in places that are permitted, and the seller had to pass through a place that was forgiven, the forbidden place is treated as if he had not passed through it. Ar Abba bar Kahana asked in the presence of Ar Yaseh, Did not Ar say in the name of Ar Yohanan, Rabbi, and his colleague, the law is in accord with Rabbi? And said Ar Jonah, and even Rabbi with Ar Eliezer b. Ar Simeon. He said to him, what did you expect from Ar Yohanan? Ar Yohanan is consistent with opinions expressed elsewhere, for Ar Yohanan said, the sages ruled leniently in the matter of the 7th year, since the rules and how they apply derive from them anyhow. There are those who want to explain as follows: Ar Yohanan's opinion was joined with that of Ar Eliezer b. Ar Simeon, and the two formed a majority over Rabbi. 2:2 One who undertakes to be trustworthy tithes what he eats, and what he sells and what he purchases, and does not accept the hospitality of Cmha Aries. Ar Judah says, also one who accepts the hospitality of an Cmha Aries is trustworthy. They said to him, he is not trustworthy concerning himself, how should he be trustworthy concerning that of others, what he purchases? Is it, to what he purchases to eat? But we learn in the Mishnah, what he eats. But the sense is, what he purchases in order to sell. But we learn in the Mishnah, what he sells. Rather, reference is made to what he purchases in order to sell and what he sells from his own crops. Ar Judah says, also one who accepts the hospitality of an Mha Aries is trustworthy. It was taught as a Tanite statement, said Ar Judah, householders have never refrained from eating with one another, nonetheless the produce in their own homes is properly tithed. Said Ar Jonah, associates are not suspect of eating or feeding others untithed produce to eat. Said Ar Yaseh, associates are suspect of eating untithed produce outside of home but are not suspect of feeding untithed produce to others to eat. The Mishnah differs from Ar Yaseh, an Mha Aries who took upon himself the obligation of membership in an association and is suspect with regard to one item is suspected with regard to all of them, the words of Ar Meir. And sages say, he is only suspected with regard to that particular item. Statements of the rabbis support Ar Yaseh. For said Ar Hanana, second Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, Ar Judah made his statement only post factor, but to begin with also Ar Judah concurs, how should he be trustworthy concerning that of others? If you say that associates are not suspect either of eating or of feeding others, then what is the difference between the rule prevailing at the outset and the rule prevailing post facto? It has been taught as a Tanite rule, an Mha Aries who took upon himself all the obligations of membership in an association except for one item they do not accept him. An Mha Aries who took upon himself all the obligations membership in an association and is suspected with regard to one item is suspected with regard to all of them. Ar Judah says, he is suspect only in regard to that particular matter. A Tanite rule, one who is reliable to keep the purity laws is reliable for tithing. Ar Yaneh b. Ar Ishmael repeated the rule and stated its reason. What is said here applies to someone who is received as a guest in his home, but in public he is not regarded as trustworthy until he publicly in the presence of 3 witnesses accepts the discipline for himself to tithe his produce. Ar Zira, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, even an associate who sent produce to another associate must separate tithes. Ar Zira asked in the presence of Ar Yaseh, for example, even when I second to Ar Samuel b. Ar Isaac and Ar Samuel b. Ar Isaac sends to me, must one first separate tithes? He said to him, what do you want from Ar Samuel b. Isaac, for whatever he eats from the market. If he was trustworthy and his wife was not trustworthy, they purchase from him but do not accept his hospitality. Nonetheless they have said, it is as if he dwells in the same cage with the serpent his wife. Is trustworthy and he is not trustworthy, they accept his hospitality but do not purchase from him. But they have said, cursed be one whose wife is trustworthy while he himself is not trustworthy. An associate should not serve at the banquet of an Mha Aries or at the feast of an Mha Aries unless everything has been tithed under his supervision, even if it is only a single small cup of wine. Therefore an associate was serving at the banquet of an Mha Aries or at the feast of an Mha Aries. Behold, this is reason for presuming that everything has been tithed. An associate who was seated at the banquet of an Mha Aries or at the feast of an Mha Aries, even if they see him take and eat immediately, take and drink immediately. This is not reason for presuming that everything has been tithed, perhaps he tithed in his heart. If his son was seated next to him, he separates tithes for him. Someone else, he does not separate tithes for him. 2:3 One who undertakes to be an associate does not sell to an cm ha'eres wet or dry, and does not purchase from him wet, and does not accept the hospitality of an cm ha'eres, and does not receive him as his guest while he is wearing his own clothes. R. Judah says, also he should not raise small cattle, and he should not be profuse in vows or in levity, and he should not defile himself for the dead, and he should minister in the house of study. They said to him, these do not enter the category. And does not purchase from him wet, lo, what is dry it is permitted to buy from him, for the cm ha'eres are reliable in respect to what is subject to susceptibility to uncleanness for having been wet down. And so it has been taught on Tanite authority, and cm ha'eres is believed to testify that certain produce has not been made susceptible to uncleanness, but he is not held to be reliable to declare that produce has been made susceptible to uncleanness but has not been made unclean. R. Judah says, also he should not raise small cattle, and he should not be profuse in vows or in levity, and he should not defile himself for the dead, and he should minister in the house of study. Now since he concedes the first case, doesn't he this conflict with Arjona? For Arjona said, associates are not suspected of eating or feeding others untithed food. The associate should not go to the house of the cm ha'eres, and render his body unclean and then come and make clean produce unclean. And this does not differ even from Aryase, for Aryase said, associates are suspect of eating untithed produce but not of feeding it to someone else. There we deal with tithing but here with purities, and one who is trustworthy for purities is trustworthy for tithing. It was taught as a Tanite rule, he who comes to take upon himself, even a disciple of the sages must take upon himself. But a sage who sits in session does not have to take upon himself, for he has already taken upon himself from the moment that he entered the session. Said our law, and that is on condition that he took upon himself from the beginning. Aryase asked, if it is from the beginning, why do I need to specify that it is an associate? Even an M. ha'eres is subject to the same requirement. Our law's position accords with the view of R. Simeon b. Lachish, for R. Simeon b. Lachish went up to visit the members of the household of Aryane, and the women saw him and fled. He said to them, listen to me. I am like an M. ha'eres with regard to matters involving cleanness. It was taught as a Tanite rule, he who takes before an association his sons and servants need not take before an association, but they take before him. There is a Tanite authority who teaches, he and his sons and servants take before an association. And there is no conflict between the two rules. The first statement speaks of a case in which the children depend on their father, and the latter formulation refers to a case in which they are not dependent upon their father. R. Halafta b. Saul taught as a Tanite rule, the adults make their declaration to the association, the minor children make their declaration to him. It was taught as a Tanite rule, and they accept with regard to wings, and afterwards they accept with regard to foodstuffs that require preparation in conditions of cleanness. Said R. Isaac b. R. Eliezer, wings, the indirect contact with a utensil by someone unclean with a flux, minor sorts of uncleanness, uncleanness of food, moving utensils made unclean by the pressure of one who is unclean with a flux. Armana said, hands, indirect contact, shifting, cleanness of foods, tithing. At first they would say, an associate who became a tax collector, they expel him from his association. They changed their minds to say as long as he is a tax collector, he is not reliable. He withdrew from the office of tax collector. Behold, this one is reliable. Haya b. Arabun in the name of R. Yohanan, an associate who went abroad is not expelled from his status as an associate. When he comes back, he does not have to be restored to the association in a right of acceptance of the rules. 2:4 Bakers' sages required them to separate only sufficient for heave offering of the tithe and dough offering. Shopkeepers are not permitted to sell dime produce. All who sell in bulk are permitted to sell dime produce. And who are those who sell in bulk? For instance, wholesale provision merchants and grain dealers. There we learned in the Mishnah, he who purchases from the baker, how does he tithe? He takes an amount sufficient for terumah of the tithe and dug offering. So here you say the purchaser separates the offerings, and there you say the baker separates the offerings. Ar Jonah said, Ar Eliezer and Ar Yohanan differed. One said, here we deal with a case in which he prepares the bread in conditions of cleanness, and there we deal with a case in which he prepares the bread in conditions of uncleanness. The other said, here we deal with a case in which he prepares the bread in small quantities, and there we deal with a case in which he prepares the bread in large quantities. And we do not know which authority said this, and which said that. On the basis of what Ar Yohanan said with reference to purity, it follows that Ar Eliezer is the one who said, here we deal with a case in which he prepares the bread in small quantities, and there we deal with a case in which he prepares the bread in large quantities. And there is this problem with the ruling of Ar Yohanan, if the ruling before us deals with a baker who prepares his dough in conditions of cleanness, why shouldn't he separate all the offerings? In strict logic he need not separate anything at all, but since we don't hand over certainly untithed produce to an cm ha'eres. And there is this problem with the ruling of Ar Eliezer, and there is this problem with the ruling of Ar Yohanan, if the ruling before us deals with a baker who prepares his dough in conditions of cleanness, why shouldn't he separate all the offerings? Shopkeepers are not permitted to sell dime produce, the associates in the name of Ar Eliezer, that is in accord with Ar Meir, for Ar Meir said, they permitted only wholesalers to sell dime produce. Objected Ar Yase, the Mishnah conflicts with this statement, and who are those who sell in bulk? For instance, wholesale provision merchants and grain dealers. So there are others who sell dime produce, not just wholesalers. Said Ar Yase, it is not in this connection did Ar Eliezer make his statement but rather the following, which was taught as a Tanite statement, bakers' sages required them to separate only sufficient for heave offering of the tithe and dough offering. And they are exempt from second tithe. Under what circumstances? With regard to one who sells in his store at the entrance to his store, but one who sells at the bread shop or at the store next to his own is liable to second tithe. With regard to this ruling, associates in the name of Ar Eliezer stated that it follows the opinion of Ar Meir. For Ar Meir said, they permitted only wholesalers to sell dime produce. Which teaching of Ar Meir? It is that which we learn in the Mishnah later on. Ar Meir says, that which is usually measured out in bulk and one measured it out in a small quantity, the small quantity is subjected to the large quantities. That which is usually measured out in small quantities and one measured out in a large quantity, the large quantity is subjected to the small quantities. And so did Ar Haya teach as a Tanite ruling, that which is usually measured out in large quantities and one measured it out in either a large or a small quantity, the small quantity is subjected to the rules governing large quantities. That which is usually measured out in small quantities and one measured it out in either a small or a large quantity, the large quantity is subjected to the rules governing small quantities. Here the bread store sells in small measure and the baker's store sells in bulk, so the large quantity is subject to the rules governing small quantities. Associates in the name of Ar Yohanan, shopkeepers may not sell dime produce because of customers who are minors, so that minors should not eat untithed produce. Ar Illa in the name of Ar Yohanan, when produce is sold in small measure, since the seller profits the seller must separate the tithes. When the produce is sold in bulk, since the buyer profits the seller must separate the tithes. A Tanite statement supports this opinion and a Tanite statement supports that opinion. A Tanite statement supports the associates, for it has been taught on Tanite authority. Our Nehemiah says, that which is sold in a small quantity, behold this is according to small quantities, in a large quantity, behold this is according to large quantities. A Tanite statement supports Ar Illa, for it has been taught on Tanite authority. Ar Ishmael the son of Ar Yohanan b. Barakah says, that which is sold in a small quantity, behold, this is liable. Even if he sold him only a sea and a quarter, he must tithe the quarter. Said Arzira, at issue between them is calculating the profit. If the seller measured out a C of produce according to the measure of quarter cabs, since the seller benefits, the seller must separate the tithes. If he measured out quarter cabs of produce according to the measure of a C, since the purchaser profits, the buyer must separate the tithes. 2:5 R. Meir says, that which is usually measured out in bulk and one measured it out in a small quantity, the small quantity is subjected to the large quantities. That which is usually measured out in small quantities and one measured out in a large quantity, the large quantity is subjected to the small quantities. What is considered a large quantity? With regard to dry 3 cabs, and with regard to wet produce a dinar. Aryase says, baskets of figs, and baskets of grapes, and hampers of vegetables, as long as he sells them by the lot he is exempt, the small quantity is subjected to the large quantities. According to this Tannite authority, the sages gave an exact measurement for what constitutes a large quantity of dry produce but did not give a precise measurement for what constitutes a large quantity of liquid produce. They assigned a monetary value for what constitutes a large quantity of liquid produce but did not assign a monetary value for what constitutes a large quantity of dry produce. Arhaya taught as a Tannite statement, and with regard to wet produce a hin is considered to be a large quantity, less than a hin is considered to be a small quantity. With regard to dry produce, an amount the value of a lymyn is considered to be a large quantity, less than a lymyn is considered to be a small quantity. In the opinion of this Tannite authority, they assigned a precise measurement for what is a large quantity of liquid produce but did not assign an exact measurement for what is a large quantity of dry produce. They gave a monetary value for what is a large quantity of dry produce but did not give a monetary value for what is a large quantity of liquid produce. Ar Yohanan, in the name of Ar Simeon b. Yehosedek, it is a condition imposed by the court that heave offering of the tithe must be separated by the seller and second tithe must be separated by the buyer. Under what circumstances is this a valid statement? If it involves a small volume, since the seller benefits, the seller must separate the tithes, and if it is a large volume, since the buyer benefits, the buyer must separate tithes. Said Arabun Barhaya, interpret the passage top speak of a seller who says to the buyer that the produce is from the seller's own harvest. Said Aryase, you may even say that the condition applies to a case in which the produce is not from his own harvest. One says with the agreement of the other, let's both separate tithes. Nonetheless, they say to him, it is a condition imposed by the court that heave offering of the tithe must be separated by the seller and second tithe must be separated by the buyer. Ar Eliezer, in the name of Ar Hashaya, it is a condition imposed by the court that the fat is removed by the butcher and the sciatic never is removed by the buyer at his expense. Ar Abahu established the rule in Caesarea that both of them are removed by the buyer at his expense so that the butchers remove the fat properly. Yerushalmi Dime. Chapter 3. 3:1 They feed the poor Dime produce, and transient guests Dime produce. Rabban Gamaliel would feed his laborers Dime produce. Charity collectors the house of Shammai say, they give that which is tithe to him who does not tithe, and that which is not tithe to him who tithes. Everyone turns out to be eating set right. And sages say, they collect indiscriminately and they distribute indiscriminately, and he who wants to set right, let him set right. Said Arjona, the Mishnah speaks of poor who are associates, and as to transient guests it is in line with the opinion of Ar Joshua, for it has been taught as a Tannite statement. There is the following precedent: Ar Joshua went to visit Rabban Yohanan b. Zakkai at Berer Hale, and the townspeople brought produce out to them. They said to him, must we tithe? He said to them, if we are going to spend the night, required to tithe, and if not, are exempt from tithing. Aryase said, the Mishnah speaks of poor who are Mhaeris. If you say it speaks only of poor who are associates, you turn out to lock the door against poor people who are Mhaeris. How does Aryase interpret the reference to transient guests? It is in line with that which is taught as a Tannite statement: you may also buy them from among the children of aliens resident among you, including transient guests. Ar Eliezer says, This refers to Gentile guests. A Tanite statement, one must notify those to whom he gives may produce that he has not tithed it. From the perspective of Arjona, who said, the Mishnah speaks of poor who are associates, there is no difficulty. But from the perspective of Aryase, who said, the Mishnah speaks of poor who are Mhaeris, what good does it do to tell him? It is for the exceptional one who might separate tithes. Rabban Gamaliel would feed his laborers may produce. Said Armana, that is to say those who pay their workers in kind are forbidden to give them money received from the sale of produce of the seventh year, for that is equivalent to paying a debt with money received from the sale of seventh year produce, which is forbidden in line with what is taught on Tanite authority. Produce of the seventh year and produce in the status of second tithe are the same, they may not discharge a loan or debt with them, they may not repay favors with them, they may not redeem captives with them, they may not use them as groomsmen's gifts, and they may not appropriate them for charity, but they may give them as a voluntary charitable gift, and they must notify. There we learned in the Mishnah, a laborer who does not trust the householder takes a single dried fig and says, this and the 9 which follow it are made tithe for the 90 which I eat. This one is made heave offering of the tithe for them, and second tithe is in the last ones and is redeemed with coins. There you hold that the worker separates tithes, but here you hold that the householder separates tithes. Said Arjona, there the householder feeds the worker a specified amount but here the householder feeds the worker out of a large bowl, so the individual worker cannot calculate the tithe that is owing. Arzarakan, Simeon bar Abba in the name of Yohanan, a physician who was an associate feeding an ill Mhaeris puts the food in his hand but does not put it into his mouth. That is so of may produce, but as to certainly untithed produce it is forbidden even to put it into his hand. That is so when the food belongs to the patient, but if it belongs to the physician, it is forbidden even to put it into his hand. That is so when the patient is an Israelite, but if he is a Noahide, it is permitted for the doctor to put the produce into his hand even if it is certainly untithed. That is so when the food belongs to the patient, but if it belongs to the doctor, it is forbidden even to put it into his hand. And if it were a limb from a living animal, even if it belonged to the patient, it is forbidden for doctor even to put it into the patient's hand, so that the patient may not get into trouble. Charity collectors the house of Shammai say, they give that which is tithe to him who does not tithe, and that which is not tithe to him who tithes. Everyone turns out to be eating set right. And sages say, they collect indiscriminately and they distribute indiscriminately, and he who wants to set right, let him set right. There is this problem with the position of the house of Shammai, because he is worthy, should he lose out? He gives him an additional amount to set aside as tithe. What is the operative consideration of the house of Shammai? Even if you were to force him to separate tithes in the presence of the charity supervisor, you could do it only while he is present, but you could not force him to tithe later on. What is the operative consideration of the rabbis? If you are too meticulous with the donor of the untithed produce, he will cut down his gifts. Collectors for the communal charity fund do not collect and call out on a festival in the manner in which they collect and call out on a weekday, but without ostentation they collect in the folds of their garments and they distribute in each neighborhood at a time. Charity collectors in the seventh year skip the doorways of those who eat seventh year produce, the words of our Meir. And sages say, they need not be punctilious about those who eat seventh year produce. Even if they give them a loaf of bread, they accept it from them, since no gifts are deemed suspect except for coins and eggs. Our Hananiah in the name of our Phinehas, that which you say applies to a locale where they saw grain in the seventh year but do not eat what is sown. If they are not suspect of eating seventh year produce, all the more so are they not suspect of giving it to others to eat. The priests who collect in conditions of cleanness need not be punctilious about kneading and separating dough offering in behalf of Mhaeris in the courtyards of those who eat seventh year produce. There are Tanite authorities who repeat as follows, need to be punctilious about kneading and separating. Said our Phinehas, the one who repeats, they must be punctilious holds that on account of the dough offering. The one who repeats, need not be punctilious holds that by strictness the priest may drive him from the less stringent prohibition, eating seventh year produce, and make him violate the more stringent prohibition, eating dough offering, since eating fully untithed produce is a violation punishable by death, but eating seventh year produce is not more than a simple prohibition and not punishable by death. What does he do? Said Arhuna, he brings another priest, one suspect of eating seventh year produce, and immerses him and feeds him the dug offering. Doesn't he turn out to hand over clean food to an Amhaeres? Said Armana, he brings another priest, one suspect of eating seventh year produce, and immerses him and watches over him until evening and feeds him the dough offering. Doesn't he turn out to strengthen the hands of transgressors? Ar Simeon bar Barsna, in the name of Ar Aha, he keeps the dough offering until the day before Passover and turns it. 3:2 He who wants to trim away leaves of vegetables to lighten his load should not throw away until he has tithed. He who purchases vegetables from the market and decides to return should not return until he has tithed, for he diminishes only number. He was at the point of buying and saw another load better than that one, he is permitted to return, since he has not drawn it away until he has tithed. Said Ar Eliezer, this is the opinion of Ar Meir, for Ar Meir said, they permitted only the wholesaler to sell dime produce. Said Ar Yohanan, it represents the view of all parties. It is a special case, since the one who later on takes possession of the leaves left by the road will take possession in a small measure. The person who leaves the leaves did not leave them in large measure. But doesn't this differ from Ar Meir's view, for Ar Meir said, as soon as the farmer declares something ownerless and it leaves his domain, the declaration takes effect? This case is different, for he who abandons the leaves doesn't abandon them in bulk. And this does not differ from Ar Yaseh, for Ar Yaseh said, what is declared ownerless leaves the domain of its owner only through the act of acquisition by someone else. This case is different, since the one who later on takes possession of the leaves left by the road will take possession in a small measure. He who purchases vegetables from the market and decides to return should not return until he has tithed, Hezekiah said, for he diminishes only number. What does he do? He takes away the top leaf and sets it right. But isn't this forbidden as robbery? In line with the following, Ar Simeon bar Kahana was assisting Ar Eliezer. They passed by a vineyard. He said to him, bring me a wood chip from the fence so I can pick my teeth. He changed his mind and said to him, don't bring me anything, for if you bring it to me, people will regard it as permission to do the same and the man's fence will be destroyed. Ar Haggai was assisting Ar Zira. Someone passed by carrying a load of wood. He said to him, bring me a wood chip from the load of wood so I can pick my teeth. He changed his mind and said to him, don't bring me anything, for if you bring it to me, people will regard it as permission to do the same and the man's load will be destroyed. It is not that Ar Zira is so virtuous, but we do the things concerning which our impulse will obey us. Ar Abau, in the name of Ar Yohanan, once he has drawn the produce he has acquired it. The only thing lacking is to count it. What does he do? He gives the vendor the monetary value of one of the items and sets these right, but doesn't he create a stumbling block for those who follow? The seller makes a separate pile of them. But let him situate the tithes in his own doubtfully tithed produce. For has it not been taught as a Tanite statement, one may establish the tithes for his fellow's produce in his own produce, even if he creates a stumbling block for those that follow after him? Said Ar Hanana, they ordained that rule in the case of one who purchases produce but not in the case of one who returns it. He was at the point of buying and saw another load better than that one, he is permitted to return, since he has not drawn it. This is the sense of the Mishnah, if he was standing and sifting through. Does this apply only to other produce of the same kind? No, even to other kinds. 3:3 He who finds produce in the road and took it to eat it, and decided to put aside should not put aside until he has tithed. But if he originally took it so that it should not perish, he is exempt. Anything that a person is not permitted to sell as dime produce he should not send to his friend as dime produce. R. Yase permits in the case of certainly untithed produce, as long as he informs him. It has been taught as a Tanite rule, they do not pass by food. R. Jacob B. Zebedee in the name of R. Abahu, what was said applies to the past, but now it is permitted to leave food found in the road because of the possibility of witchcraft. There we learned in the Mishnah, he who brings out his straw and stubble into the public domain to turn them into manure, and someone else was injured on them is liable his injury. And it has been taught as a Tanite statement, he who heaps up cattle dung to acquire possession of it in the public domain and someone else came along and was injured by it, lo, this person is liable. And is prohibited under the laws of robbery. Said Kahana, that is the case only if the person who heaped the dung did so in order to acquire ownership of it, but if he did not heap it up in order to acquire ownership, the ruling does not apply. And as to damages, it makes no difference whether or not the person who heaped the dung did so in order to acquire ownership of it. If someone else came along and was injured by it, lo, this person is liable. So how can you hold that where the person found produce in the road and doesn't intend to eat it, he does not have to separate tithes from it? Said R. Abin, their scripture says, when a man opens a pit or digs a pit and does not cover it and an ox or an ass falls into it, the one responsible for the pit must make restitution. So the person responsible for the damage must pay compensation without regard to ownership. But here scripture says, you shall set aside every year a tenth part of all the yield of your sowing that is brought from the field. From your own produce you separate tithes, but not from produce that belongs to someone else. Anything that a person is not permitted to sell as dime produce he should not send to his friend as dime produce. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, anything that a person is not permitted to sell as dime produce he should not send to his friend as dime produce. How so? A small volume of produce, which one is not permitted to sell as dime produce, he should not send to his fellow as dime produce. A large volume of produce, which one is permitted to sell as dime produce, he may send to his fellow as dime produce. R. Yase permits in the case of certainly untithed produce, as long as he informs him whether in small or large measure, and forbids in the case of dime produce in small measure. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, because of precaution against violating the Torah. They permitted one to send to his fellow dime produce in large measure. This accords with the ruling of the Mishnah. R. Yase says, baskets of figs, and baskets of grapes, and hampers of vegetables, as long as he sells them by the lot he is exempt. Said Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel, R. Yase the student of Rabbi sent me a large citron from Sephoris, and he said, this came to me from Caesarea, and I learned from three things: first, that it was certainly untithed, and it was unclean, and that he had in his possession only this one, for had he had in his possession another one, he would have separated tithes from it for this one. That it was certainly untithed, because produce from Caesarea is held to be certainly untithed, and it was unclean, because there they sprinkle produce with water before selling it and they render it susceptible to uncleanness, and that he had in his possession only this one, for had he had in his possession another one, he would have separated tithes from it for this one, but let him separate its tithes from. He takes account of the position of Bar Kappara. For Bar Kappara said, it is not the way of people to send to their fellows damaged goods. But is it not a statement of the Mishnah? R. Yase permits in the case of certainly untithed produce, as long as he informs him. It comes to inform you that even though he differs from the rabbis, he did not make a practical decision according to his own view of matters. R. Zira asked before R. Yase, but is the etrog not one of the kinds of produce that are permitted in Caesarea? He said to him, but isn't it Rabbi who declared Caesarea permitted? And Rabbi Simeon B. Gamaliel lived before Rabbi. 3:4 He who brings wheat to a Samaritan miller or to an Amharis miller, in its presumed status with regard to tithes and with regard to seventh-year produce but not with regard to uncleanness, to a Gentile miller dime. He who leaves produce in the keeping of a Samaritan or an Amharis in its presumed status with regard to tithes and with regard to seventh-year produce, in the keeping of a Gentile like his produce. R. Simeon says, dime. Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan, if his basket of wheat was exchanged with someone else's at the miller's, if an Amhaeres was assumed to be having his grain milled that day, the person who tithes properly must take into consideration the possibility that the returned wheat is dime, but if not, he need not worry about that possibility. But let him take this into consideration nonetheless. For what's the difference between this case and the case of the grain warehouse? Has it not been taught on a Tanite basis, the grain warehouse that receives its produce one day from a source of fully untithed produce? That day dictates the standing of all days as to the grain warehouse. It would be possible for it not to receive supplies, but here the Amhaeres is not assumed to bring his produce there for milling on that other day. He who leaves produce in the keeping of a Samaritan or an Amhaeres in its presumed status with regard to tithes and with regard to seventh-year produce, Archsipa Simuka in the name of Arabahu, Samaritans are reliable to safeguard the tithed produce of others, they will not mix it up with their own produce. But isn't this stated by the Mishnah, he who leaves produce in the keeping of a Samaritan in its presumed status with regard to tithes and with regard to seventh-year produce? The Mishnah refers to the time before they were suspect, and the statement comes to indicate that even after they became suspect. What is the rule as to statement, I took the tithed produce and I put instead other fully tithed produce? If you believe him when he says, I took it, then believe him when he says he replaced it. If you do not believe his statement that he replaced it, don't believe his statement that he took it. As to a Samaritan, you should believe him that he took it, but don't believe him that he replaced it. Arjuna asked, with what case do we deal here? If says, the replaced produce is mine and I tithed it, then even an Amhaeres should not be believed in this case. If it is a case in which a Samaritan says, so and so tithed it for me, even a Samaritan should be believed. Said Abba, interpret it in accord with one who says, Samaritans are like Gentiles, for there is a dispute. A Samaritan is like a Gentile, the words of Rabbi Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, a Samaritan is like an Israelite in every respect. He who leaves produce in the keeping of a Gentile like his produce. Here you say, he who brings wheat to a Gentile miller dime. But here you say, he who leaves produce in the keeping of a Gentile like his produce. Here he exchanges basket for basket, while there he exchanges produce for produce. Our Jeremiah asked before our Zira, like his produce, literally like his produce, so that it can exempt fully untithed produce in another place. He said, for every aspect. Our Simeon says, dime. Our aha, our hayabar abun in the name of our Yasebi. Hanana, R. Simeon said this only with reference to a case in which the man gets back the same amount of produce if he left two baskets with the Gentile, on returning he treats one as dime and the other as certainly untithed produce. That is the case only if both basketfuls still exist. But if the first one has been eaten, the second is disposed of as dime. If 100 people took back from the Gentile 100 seahs of produce that they had left with him at the same time, each one tithes as dime the seah that he took back. But if they give them to one man when they back them back from the Gentile, they assume that they are treated as certainly untithed. If he took back from the Gentile 100 seahs of produce that he had deposited with them all at the same time, the first seah is dime and the rest as certainly untithed. If he gave them back to 100 people, as soon as they received them all from the Gentile so that each receives a single seah, it is assumed that they are to be treated as certainly untithed. But has it not been taught on Tanite authority, our Simeon in the name of our Tarfon, the Israelite produce has rendered the produce of this Gentile dime? Our Simeon said this only for a case in which the man gets back the same amount of produce that he left. Said our Joshua b. Kabasa, all my days have I read this verse, the clean person shall sprinkle on the unclean person, one clean person sprinkles the purification water on one unclean person, and I only discovered its meaning with regard to the storehouse of Yavneh. And sages say, even if all the produce in the storehouse belongs to Gentiles and a single Israelite puts his produce into it, all the produce is deemed to be dime. And from the storehouse of Yavnet I learned that one clean person sprinkles even on 100 unclean persons. But we have learned in the Mishnah, he who leaves produce in the keeping of a Gentile like his produce. Said R. Eliezer, sages follow the reasoning of R. Meir. If the majority are Gentiles, all of the produce is held to be certainly untithed, and if the majority are Israelites, all of the produce is held to be dime half and half, all of the produce is held to be certainly untithed. The words of R. Meir. Said R. Yohanan, the sages follow their own reasoning. They asked him, what is the reason for the sages' leniency? He said to them, when you are older I will tell you. What should he have said to them? They follow the reasoning of him who said, the Israelites returning to Zion voluntarily took upon themselves the obligation to tithe. Samuel bar Abba asked, there is no problem as to his not answering them with regard to a leniency in the matter of purity law to guard against violation of purity laws. There is no problem as to his not answering them with regard to a leniency in the matter of laws of holy things, to guard against the violation of the laws of holy things. But how can one claim that there is no problem as to his not answering them with regard to a leniency in the matter of tithing in order to guard against violations of tithing laws? And if he had answered them, what ought he to have told them on tithing laws? That the sages accept the reasoning of him who said, the Israelites returning to Zion voluntarily took upon themselves the obligation to tithe. R. Simeon says, Dime. R. Jeremiah, R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Simeon concedes that the person who gets his produce back from the Gentile separates tithes only on the authority of rabbinic law. So R. Simeon says that he separates tithes only on the authority of rabbinic law, and rabbis say that he separates tithes only on the authority of rabbinic law, so wherein do they differ? R. Simeon says, he separates the priestly gifts and sells them to the priestly tribe, and rabbis say, he separates the priestly gifts and does not sell them to the priestly tribe. But the heave offering separated from the produce returned by the Gentile is not even held comparable to heave offering separated from produce grown outside the land. For as to heave offering separated from produce grown outside the land, does the owner of the produce who separated the heave offering not receive monetary compensation from the priest? Perhaps at issue is the status of Gentiles' produce in general, for it has been taught as a Tannite statement. R. Judah and R. Simeon say, Gentiles do not have the power to acquire real estate in the land of Israel so as to exempt the crops from tithing. Concerning this R. Jeremiah and R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Simeon concedes that the Israelite who in the land of Israel buys produce from a Gentile separates his tithes on the authority of rabbinic law. 3:5 He who gives to the mistress of an inn tithes that which he gives to her and that which he receives from her, since she is suspected of exchanging. Said R. Yaseh, we are not responsible for deceivers. He tithes only that which he receives from her. Both R. Yaseh and Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said the same thing. Just as R. Yaseh said, we are not responsible for deceivers, so Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said, we are not responsible for deceivers. It stands to reason that R. Yaseh will concur with Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, but Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel will not concur with R. Yaseh. It stands to reason that R. Yaseh will concur with Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, we are not responsible for deceivers, but Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel will not concur with R. Yaseh, for it is not the way of the associate of the sages to give out untithed produce from his domain. 3:6 He who gives to his mother-in-law tithes that which he gives to her and that which he receives from her, since she is suspected of exchanging that which is spoiled. Said R. Judah, she desires the well-being of her daughter and feels shame before her son-in-law. R. Judah concedes in the case of one who gives seventh-year produce to his mother-in-law, that she is not suspected of feeding her daughter seventh-year produce. Said R. Yohanan, also the opening clause of the Mishnah conforms to the position of R. Judah, for R. Judah said that the one who gives produce for preparation to his mother-in-law is comparable to the one who gives produce for preparation to the mistress of an inn. But the rabbis say that one who gives produce for preparation to his mother-in-law is like the one who gives produce for preparation to his neighbor, in line with what has been taught on Tannite authority. a man gives to his neighbor a dish to cook for him, and dough to bake for him, and he does not scruple about the yeast and the spices in it with regard to tithes and with regard to seventh-year produce. Under what circumstances? When he has put in the yeast and the spices. He has not put in the yeast and the spices, behold, this one scruples about the yeast and the spices with regard to tithes and with regard to seventh-year produce. What is the status of the mother-in-law? Is it the mother-in-law from the time of betrothal on or only from the time of the consummation of the marriage? Let us infer the answer from the following. R. Judah concedes in the case of one who gives seventh-year produce to his mother-in-law, that she is not suspected of feeding her daughter seventh-year produce. Is there any difference between the time of betrothal on or only from the time of the consummation of the marriage? Here too is there any difference between the time of betrothal on or only from the time of the consummation of the marriage? Yerushalmi Dime. Chapter 4. 4:1 He who purchases produce from one who is not trustworthy in the matter of tithing, and forgot to tithe it, inquires of him on the Sabbath, and may eat at his word. At nightfall at the close of the Sabbath, he should not eat until he has tithed. He did not find him. Someone else who is not trustworthy in the matter of tithing said to him, "It is tithed," he eats at his word. At nightfall at the close of the Sabbath, he should not eat until he has tithed. Heave offering of the tithe from Dime produce that return to its place. R. Simeon of Shazuri says, even on a weekday he inquires of him and eats at his word. The associates in the name of R. Yohanan, on account of the honor owing to the Sabbath they permitted him to eat the produce he purchased without requiring him to separate tithes. If the operative consideration is the honor owing to the Sabbath, why does the Mishnah say, inquires of him on the Sabbath? Through a pretext. RBB in the name of R. Hanana, the reverence for the Sabbath affects him, and he will tell the truth. But if the reverence for the Sabbath affects him, how come we learn in the Mishnah, at nightfall at the close of the Sabbath, he should not eat until he has tithed? It is on account of a single vendor who is not affected by reverence for the Sabbath. A Tannite statement, if the buyer asks the seller about the status of produce on a weekday, he should not eat it on the Sabbath. In the view of him who says that the reason is, the reverence for the Sabbath affects him, and he will tell the truth, there is no problem. But in the view of him who said, on account of the honor owing to the Sabbath they permitted him to eat the produce he purchased without requiring him to separate tithes, even if he asks on a weekday, why can't he eat on the Sabbath? The ruling deals only with the case of an error, but if it is a case of intentional violation of the law, it is forbidden to rely on the statement of the vendor, as we have learned in the Mishnah, he who purchases produce from one who is not trustworthy in the matter of tithing, and forgot to tithe it, inquires of him on the Sabbath, and may eat at his word. At nightfall at the close of the Sabbath, he should not eat until he has tithed. When the purchaser didn't stipulate, but if he had made such a stipulation, he may eat the produce on the Sabbath relying on his own stipulation. He did not find him. Someone else who is not trustworthy in the matter of tithing said to him, "It is tithed," he eats at his word. At nightfall at the close of the Sabbath, he should not eat until he has tithed. Relying on inquiry, may he eat the produce on the Sabbath? What is the case at hand? Two people bought produce from the vendor at the same time, and one of them asked about its status. The second one may not eat his produce until he tithes it or until he himself asks the vendor about its status. For I say, maybe the vendor had tithed the produce of the man who asked him but had not tithed the produce of the other. If one person bought from him 2 baskets of fruit at the same time, he interrogated him on the Sabbath about one of them. He may not eat the produce of the second basket until he tithes it or until he interrogates him specifically about its status. For I reason, maybe the vendor tithed this one but not that one. At nightfall at the end of the Sabbath he separates tithes from one basket for the other. In the view of him who said, on account of the honor owing to the Sabbath they permitted him to eat the produce he purchased without requiring him to separate tithes, there is no problem. In the view of him who says that the reason is, the reverence for the Sabbath affects him, and he will tell the truth, why may the buyer separate tithes from one basket for the other after the Sabbath? Up to now we have assumed that the buyer had no other already tithed produce of the same kind as he had bought from the vendor. But even if he did have already tithed produce of the same kind as he had bought from the vendor, the lenient ruling is still in force, for he craves the produce on a festival that falls next to the Sabbath, whether on the day prior to the Sabbath or on the day following it, or also on the 2 days of the festival observed in the exile. In the opinion of him who says form a single sanctified spell of time, he may eat the produce without tithing it also on the 2nd day. But in the opinion of him who holds that these juxtaposed holy days form 2 distinct sanctified spells of time, he may not eat the produce on the 2nd day until he tithes it. But even in the opinion of one who holds that these 2 juxtaposed holy days are 2 distinct spells of sanctified time, he may eat the produce on the 2nd day without having to tithe it, because there is no chance to tithe the produce between the 2 days. For so we have learned in a Tannite statement, he inquires on the festival and he eats on the Sabbath. Arjona in the name of Arzira, interpret that statement to pertain to produce that the householder decided before the Sabbath to eat also on the festival and forgot to tithe it, but not to pertain to produce that before the Sabbath the man had not decided to eat also on the festival. Said Armana, the statements of the rabbis support the position of my father, Arjona. For we have learned in the Mishnah there, he who imposes a vow on his fellow that he eat with him and he does not trust him in the matter of tithing, he may eat with him on the first Sabbath, even though he does not trust him in the matter of tithing, but only if he will say to him, this is tithed. And Aryane br Ishmael in the name of Yohanan said, on the Sabbath of the celebration of the first marriage they permitted on account of enmity. Isn't the case of the Sabbath of the celebration of a first marriage comparable to the case of produce that one determined before the Sabbath to eat on the festival, and they only said that it is permitted to eat without separating tithes on account of enmity? If the guest asked the host about the status of the produce on the first Sabbath, on the second Sabbath he should not eat with him until he first tithes the produce himself or asks the host about the second week's food. But didn't he inquire about the first week? Said Arjona, there as to the first week, it is a case of one who asked on his own behalf. But here as to the second week, we deal with someone else who asked on his behalf. Arjona asked, what if he were to ask in a roundabout way? Arjona is consistent with views expressed elsewhere, for Arjona once bought wheat from the manager of an estate. He came and said to him, not that I suspect you of not tithing, but since when I bought wheat from you, I saw a big gang of people around you, I thought that maybe in the commotion you might have forgotten to tithe it. He said, it was tithed. Lifted his leveling rod on the wheat pile to measure it. He said to him, do you suspect me? Heave offering of the tithe from D may produce that return to its place. Our Simeon of Shazuri says, even on a weekday he inquires of him and eats at his word. A Tannite statement, heave offering of the tithe from D may produce that fell back into the batch imparts the status of heave offering. But if it fell into a different batch, it does not impose the status of heave offering, the words of our Eliezer. But sages say, whether it fell back into its same batch or into a different batch, it imposes the status of heave offering. Our Simeon says, whether it fell back into its same batch or into a different batch, it does not impose the status of heave offering. Our Abun Barhaya asked before Arzira, there is no problem for him who says, heave offering of tithe that falls back into tithe produce imposes the state of heave offering to the mixture under all circumstances. And there is no problem for him who says, heave offering of tithe that falls back into tithe produce does not impose the state of heave offering to the mixture under all circumstances. But according to him who says, if it falls back into its own batch it imparts the status of heave offering to the entire mixture, and if it falls back into a different batch it does not impart the status of heave offering to the entire batch. What is the difference between its falling back into its own batch and its falling back into a different batch? R. Haggai came in. They said, in strict logic I shall say, by Moses, I will give the reason. He said, by Moses, I will give the reason. As to him who said, heave offering of tithe that falls back into tithe produce imposes the state of heave offering to the mixture under all circumstances, that is, because the heave offering that falls back renders the other parts of the mixture permitted to a non-priest. As to him who said, heave offering of tithe that falls back into tithe produce does not impose the state of heave offering to the mixture under all circumstances, that is because the heave offering that falls back does not render the other parts of the mixture permitted to a non-priest. Our law taught in accord with this statement of our Haggai. Said our Zira, a case came before our Hananiah and he instructed in accord with our Simeon Chizuri. Our Aha in the name of our Jonathan, the decided law is not in accord with our Simeon Chizuri. Moreover, said our Simeon Chizuri, he who separates heave offering of the tithe, and the produce is burned he goes and inquires of him and comes and eats at that which he had separated, is upon. Not in regard to this ruling did our Zir say, a case came before our Hananiah and he instructed in accord with our Simeon Chizuri. Said our Abin, the kind of question that one asks in the case of heave offering of the tithe from Dime that is burned up is not comparable to the one in the prior case. Our Samuel b. our Yase b. our Abun said, Bar Kaparat taught as a Tanite statement, so the fear of Dimua is upon and he tells the truth. 4:2 He who imposes a vow on his fellow that he eat with him and he does not trust him in the matter of tithing he may eat with him on the first Sabbath. Even though he does not trust him in the matter of tithing, but only if he will say to him, this is tithed. But on the second Sabbath, even if he vowed to withhold any benefit from him, he should not eat until he has tithed. Our Yanabi our Ishmael in the name of our Yohanan said, on the Sabbath of the celebration of the first marriage they permitted on account of enmity. Said our Abin, here they permitted untithed produce to keep the peace. Our Hananiah said our Jeremiah asked, if it was to keep the peace, why does it say, but only if he will say to him, this is tithed? But on the second Sabbath, even if he vowed to withhold any benefit from him, he should not eat until he has tithed. If the guest asked the house about the status of food on the first Sabbath and then didn't come to eat with him, may the second Sabbath be treated as if it were the first? Said our Hisda, here we have learned that an association is forbidden to eat a meal with an Amhayeres that is not a special occasion. 4:3 Our Eliezer says, a man need not designate tithe for the poor from Dime produce, and sages say, he designates but he need not separate. He who designated heave offering of the tithe from Dime produce, or tithe for the poor from certainly untithed produce should not take them on the Sabbath. But if a priest or a poor person were accustomed to eat with him, they may come and eat. But only if he informs them. Rba Barhuna in the name of Rab, he who eats his produce when it was untithed as to poor man's tithe is subject to the death penalty. What is the theory of our Eliezer? Since the farmer knows that eating produce when poor man's tithe has not been separated imposes the death penalty, he will separate poor man's tithe. What is the theory of rabbis? One way or the other the buyer must designate tithe, but need not separate it. It has been taught as a Tanite rule, saw him separating second tithe that person is trusted first, the words of our Eliezer. And sages say, if he trusted as regards first, he is trusted as regards second, is trusted as regards second, he is not trusted first. What is the theory of our Eliezer? Is it because the man is not suspect of doing this first? And have we not learned in the Mishnah, our Eliezer says, a man need not designate tithe for the poor from Dime produce, which is to say, lo, second tithe must be designated and separated from second tithe from Dime produce? If in the case of second tithe, which the owner himself uses and eats in Jerusalem, the buyer must separate it and not rely on the seller to do so, how much the more in the case of first tithe, which the owner does not enjoy but gives to a Levite, must the purchaser separate and not depend on the seller to do so. An Israelite who is suspect who brought out second tithe from within his house and said, it has been redeemed, he is believed. Redeem it for me, redeem it for yourselves, he is not believed. The Tanite statement accords with our Eliezer, for our Eliezer says, he who is trustworthy to separate second tithe is also trustworthy to separate first tithe. Said our Yase, the Tanite statement accords with both parties. They treat second tithe as comparable to the additions to first fruits. Just as the additions to first fruits are eaten in cleanness and are exempt from the separation of tithes of Dime, So this second tithe is eaten in accord with the rule of second tithe and is exempt from first tithe. Came our Hananiah and said in the name of our Isi, it is in accord only with the view of our Eliezer. He who designated heave offering of the tithe from dime produce, or tithe for the poor from certainly untithed produce should not take them on the Sabbath. But if a priest or a poor person were accustomed to eat with him, they may come and eat, but only if he informs them. And this is the sense of the Mishnah, he who designated heave offering of the tithe from dime produce, should not take them on the Sabbath. We have learned in the Mishnah, the house of Shammai say, they may not bring to the priest dough offering and gifts on a festival day, whether they were raised up on the preceding day or on that same day. But the house of Hillel permit. This supplies a model for the interpretation of that, and that supplies a model for the interpretation of that. This, should not take them on the Sabbath supplies a model for the interpretation of that gifts on a festival day, whether they were raised up on the preceding day or on that same day. But the house of Hillel permitted is forbidden to distribute priestly gifts and tithes on that day. And that supplies a model for the interpretation of that the gifts due to the priest or poor man are distributed on the festival only when the recipients usually eat with him, but when they are not, it would not occur to someone that he is eating his own bread the gifts due to the priest or poor man at his neighbor's house. But only if he informs them. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, our Meir did say, a person should not importune another to eat with him, knowing that he is not going to eat. He should not give him a great many presents, knowing that he will not accept them. What is the sense of with offers? He knows that the other has provisions elsewhere for food and drink and nonetheless he implores him persistently. And in Jerusalem one would move the left shoulder clasp of his garment to the right. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, they do not bring to the household of a mourner food or drink in colored glass utensil. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, a city in which Israelites and Gentiles live, the collectors of funds for the support of the poor collect equally from Israelites and from Gentiles, for the sake of peace. They provide support for the poor of the Gentiles along with the poor of Israel, for the sake of peace. They make a lament for, and bury, Gentile dead, for the sake of peace. They express condolences to Gentile mourners, for the sake of peace. The Gerdenes asked Arimi, what about doing business with Gentiles on Gentile feast days? He considered permitting them for the sake of peace. Said to them our Abba, but did not our Haya teach as a Tanite rule, on the feast day of a Gentile is forbidden to do business with them? Said Arimi, were it not for our Abba we would have permitted them to do business with their idolatry, and blessed be the Omnipresent, who has kept us far from them. 4:4 He who says to one who is not trustworthy in the matter of tithing, purchase for me from someone who is trustworthy, or from someone who separates tithes, he is not believed. From so and so, behold, this one is believed. He went to purchase from him, and said to him, I did not find him, but I purchased for you from someone else who is trustworthy, he is not believed. It was taught as a Tanite rule, said Aryase, even if the sender says to the agent, buy produce for me from so and so, he is no believed to say that he has done so, unless the sender says, buy and I will pay later on. What is the operative consideration of Aryase? I say he found someone nearer at hand and bought the produce from him. That is in line with what we have learned in the Mishnah. Receive my writ of divorce for me in such and such a place. She continues to have the right to eat food in the status of heave offering until reaches that place. Our Eliezer prohibits forthwith. What is the operative consideration of our Eliezer? I say that he found him on the other side of the door. The position of our Eliezer is consistent with the position of Aryase, and the position of Aryase is consistent with the position of our Eliezer. Aryase takes a more strict position than our Eliezer, for wouldn't our Eliezer agree that if she said to the agent, only accept my writ of divorce on my behalf in such and such a location, she may continue to eat food in the status of heave offering until the writ of divorce reaches that place? But here in the Mishnah, even if the sender says to the agent, buy produce for me from so and so, the agent is not believed to say that he has done so unless the sender says to him, buy the produce and I will pay for it later on. What is the operative consideration of our Yase? I posit that the agent found a seller nearer at hand and bought from him instead. 4:5 He who enters a city, and does not know anyone there, he said, who here is trustworthy? Who here separates tithes? One said to him, I do. He is not believed. He said, so and so is trustworthy, behold, this one is believed. And one said to him, I am not trustworthy, so and so. He went to purchase from him, and said to him, who here sells old? He said to him, the one who sent you to me, even though they are like those who render service to each other, behold, they are believed. Ass drivers who entered a city, one said, my is new, and that of my companion is old, my is not tithed, and that of my companion is tithed. They are not believed. Our Judah says, they are believed. So is a single witness believed? Said our Yohanan, it is a lenient ruling that they made for a strange in order to support life. It has been taught as a Tanite rule, he who enters a city, and heave offering was in his hand, and he does not know anyone there, and similarly, he who stands on the threshing floor and heave offering was in his hand, and he does not know anyone there, behold, this one seeks counsel from associates and Ha'eres, the words of our Simeon b. Gamaliel. Rabbi says, one seeks counsel regarding heave offering only from associates. The opinion of our Judah the Patriarch accords with the reasoning of our Meir, and Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel is consistent with rules he expressed elsewhere, for we have learned in the Mishnah, any blemishes that are likely to happen at the hands of man-Israelite shepherds are believed. But priestly shepherds are not believed. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, he is believed concerning another's but not concerning his own. Our Meir says, he who is suspect in a given matter neither judges nor bears witness in that matter. Said our Jonah, where they differ concerns distributing heave offering, but as to buying produce, even Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel concedes that only associates are consulted. What is the difference between distributing heave offering and buying produce? When it comes to distributing heave offering, word circulates about it, and who gets it is known, but that is not so when it comes to buying produce. Ass drivers who entered a city, one said, my is new, and that of my companion is old, my is not tithed, and that of my companion is tithed. They are not believed. Our Judah says, they are believed. One who stood in a company of people, and said, who here is trustworthy? Who here tithes? And one said to him, I do. He is not believed that one tithes, behold, this one is believed. If he said that that one tithes in his presence, he is not believed, not in his presence, he is believed, in a court, he is believed. Said our Jonah, that applies in the case of a local resident with groups of associates or a stranger with groups of Ha'eres. And there is this problem with the ruling of our Jonah, he rules that the groups are made up of associates, and yet you say if they tell him that the man alleged that he was trustworthy, in his presence he is not trustworthy. What is the operative consideration of our Judah? It is a lenient ruling on account of the livelihood of the townsfolk. What is the operative consideration of rabbis? It is a strict ruling because the rabbis take for granted that traveling salesmen who bring food to the town are abundant and the townsfolk can get provisions from another town. Yerushalmi Dime. Chapter 5. 5:1 He who purchases from the baker, how does he tithe? He takes an amount sufficient for heave offering of the tithe and dough offering, and says, 1 from 100 of that which is here, behold, at this side is tithe, and the remainder of the tithe is adjacent to it. This that I have made tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it, and the rest is dough offering. And second tithe is to the north of it, or to the south of it, and it is redeemed with coins. Is tithe of dime separated for dough offering too? Then is dough offering liable to tithes of dime? Have we not learned in the Mishnah, the dough offering of an Ha'eres, and fully tithed, unconsecrated produce that has become contaminated with terumah, and that has been purchased with coins of second tithe, and the residues of the meal offerings are exempt from dime produce? Our Abun Bar Haya in the name of our Yasebi. Hanana, it represents the view of the house of Shammai. And so it is taught in a Tanite statement, dough offering, Ar Simeon b. Judah says in the name of Ar Simeon, the house of Shammai declare liable, and the house of Hillel declare exempt. But did the house of Shammai take that view even in regard to edible items bought for use as seed? Rather, one who purchases for seed or for cattle, flour for hides, oil for a lamp, oil for greasing utensils is exempt from dime produce. Isn't this exempt from tithing as dime even by the house of Shammai? Rather, it is the case of kneading the dough with fruit juice. But didn't Ar Yaseh b. Ar Hananah say that this is the view of Ar Eliezer b. Judah of Bartoda? Lo, in the view of the rabbis, that is not the law. Rather, the rule concurs with Ar Yohanan, for Ar Yohanan held that we deal with an Amhaeres who prepares his dough in cleanness. But here it is an Amhaeres baker who prepares the dough in a state of uncleanness, or it accords with Ar Eliezer, for Ar Eliezer maintained that both cases deal with one who prepares dough in cleanness. But deals with one who prepares dough in purity. But at M1:3 it is a case in which someone who observes cleanness with unconsecrated food pays an occasional visit. Has it not been taught as a Tanite rule, one who is trustworthy in purities is trustworthy in tithing? And Ar Yaneh b. Ar Ishmael repeated the teaching and said, that which you say applies if someone visits from time to time, but for the public world he is not held to be reliable until in the presence of 3 witnesses he accepts the obligation to tithe. And here we deal with a public case. Ar Abin, Ar Shammai in the name of Ar Aha, we may infer from the context established by what follows. At M Democrat 5:2. He who wishes to separate heave offering and heave offering of the tithe together takes one from 33 and a third, and says, one from 100 of that which is here, behold, at this side is unconsecrated produce, and the rest is heave offering for the whole, and 1/100th unconsecrated produce that is here, behold, at this side is tithe, and the remainder of the tithe is adjacent to it. That which I made tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it, and the rest is dug offering. And second tithe is to the north of it, or to the south of it, and is redeemed with coins. Just as you say there that the calculation excludes what is going to be sanctified as heave offering, so here you must figure that the calculation excludes what is going to be sanctified as dough offering. We have learned in the Mishnah, dough offering is designated between the declaration of first tithe and of second tithe. Ar Jonah in the name of Ar Zirah, that implies that dough offering is not subject to the rule, you shall not put off skimming the first yield of your vats. Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Zirah, the Mishnah is not stated with reference to the proper order. But aren't we dealing with the offerings separated from dime produce? Didn't Ar Abba b. Ar Haya in the name of Ar Yohanan, the Mishnah deals with dime produce? Lo, it does not rule concerning certainly untithed produce. And here we interpret the Mishnah to deal with the offerings separated from dime produce. Ar Haya repeated, also with certainly untithed produce, and on that approach Ar Jonah in the name of Ar Zirah made his statement, that implies that dough offering is not subject to the rule, you shall not put off skimming the first yield of your vats. And Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Zirah said, the Mishnah does not legislate for the proper order of separating the several offerings, but dough offering should be separated before first tithe. On that basis it follows that dough offering is not separated before tithes, and the order of the designation of the offerings at M Democrat 5:1 is proper. We infer that dough offering is liable to the separation of tithes, but tithes are not liable to the separation of dough offering. For any offering that precedes its fellow. But it has been taught as a Tanite statement, one who makes dough from untithed produce, whether he separated dough offering before heave offering, or separated heave offering before dough offering, that which he has done is done. The dough offering may not be eaten until he removes from it heave offering, and the heave offering may not be eaten until he removes from it dough offering. So why does first tithe take precedence? Because it is due at the threshing floor. But second tithe is due at the threshing floor. Said Ar Matina Yah, in strict logic dough offering should take precedence over all other offerings, so why does first tithe take precedence? because it is due at the threshing floor. And scripture refers to it as the first portion. As for second tithe, even though it is due at the threshing floor, scripture does not refer to it as the first portion. 5:2 He who wishes to separate heave offering and heave offering of the tithe together takes 1 from 33 and a third. And says, 1 from 100 of that which is here, behold, at this side is unconsecrated produce, and the rest is heave offering for the whole, and 100th unconsecrated produce that is here, behold, at this side is tithe, and the remainder of the tithe is adjacent to it. That which I made tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it, and the rest is dough offering. And second tithe is to the north of it, or to the south of it, and is redeemed with coins. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, he who wishes to separate heave offering and heave offering of the tithe and dough offering together takes an amount sufficient for heave offering and heave offering of the tithe and dough offering. And how much is that? 1 from 20. The one who says 1 from 100 of that which is hereby made unconsecrated untithed produce and an additional 1 from 48 parts is adjacent to it, behold, this at this side is tithe, and the rest of the tithe is adjacent to it. And an additional 1 from 48 of that which is here, behold, this at this side is unconsecrated produce, and the rest is heave offering for the whole. 100th unconsecrated produce which is here, and that which I have made unconsecrated untithed produce behold, this at this side is tithe, and the remainder of the tithe is adjacent to it. That which I made tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it, and that which I made unconsecrated untithed produce on this side is made dough offering. Second tithe is to the north of it, or to the south of it, and is redeemed with coins. Our Samuel bar Naaman in the name of our Jonathan, he has to recite 5 blessings. Our Haya taught a Tanite rule, he encompasses all of them in a single blessing. To this point we have dealt with a priest or Levite. As to an Israelite, if he says that which I made tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it, he turns out to separate produce that does not belong to him. If he designates first tithe and then separates heave offering, he turn out to have reversed the proper order. If one physically sets apart heave offering before first tithe, that means he has either left an insufficient amount for tithes or left an excessive amount. In line with this, he who separates an insufficient amount of tithes, his tithes are in order and his produce is spoiled. He who separates too much, his tithes are spoiled and his produce is in order. Said Aryase, he relies on the condition imposed by the court to solve the problem of separating too much or too little. What is the condition imposed by the court? It corrects for the area about which one can err. What is the condition imposed by the court? Said Yohanan, so that he may establish the location of first tithe to the north of the separated portion of produce that is classified as heave offering and heave offering of the tithe, and second tithe at the south of it and heave offering of the tithe at the northern part. What is the condition imposed by the court? So that when he redeems the second tithe with coins, the amount of second tithe that is in excess portion of first tithe is held to have been redeemed too. Up to now we have dealt with dry produce. But what about liquids? If he had 100 figs, 50 big ones and 50 little ones, if he takes heave offering of the tithe for the entire quantity, he takes as first tithe 9 figs. If he takes heave offering of the tithe for the whole batch from the little figs, he takes 11. If he takes 10 of the big figs as first tithe, one of them is unconsecrated, fully tithed produce. And should one not take account of the possibility that that one tithe fig is the one he makes heave offering of the tithe? But it is written, and you shall set aside from it a gift to the Lord, a tithe from the tithe. Said Arabun bar Kahana, he stipulates, saying, this tithe to which this produce is liable, lo, it is situated at the top of each stalk. He continues, when he comes to take heave offering of the tithe, any one fig among them can be heave offering of the tithe, with a small amount of tithe produce left in it. Up to now we have dealt with large quantities. What about the rule if the quantity was small? If he had 10 figs, 5 big and 5 little, if he takes from the big ones, he must take as first tithe 1 fig less a bit. If he were to take heave offering of the tithe from the small ones, he takes as first tithe 1 fig plus a bit. If he takes as first tithe 1 fig from the large ones, there remains in it a bit of tithed produce. And should one not take account of the possibility that that is the small amount of untithed produce that he makes heave offering of the tithe? But it is written, and you shall set aside from it a gift to the Lord, a tithe from the tithe but not tithed produce from the tithe. Said Rabbi Cartagena, he stipulates, saying, this tithe to which this produce is liable, lo, it is situated at the top of each stalk. He continues. And he tells the priest, I conclude my measurement of the tithe at this point. The one who says 1 from 100 of that which is hereby made unconsecrated untithed produce, but why not have him say, this at this side is made tithe? He will turn out to reverse the proper order. But why not have him say, this at this side is made heave offering? He would turn out either to have reduced or increased the proper volume of heave offering. Since he says to begin with, this at this side is unconsecrated untithed produce, if he diminishes or adds to the amount of heave offering, it makes no difference. 5:3 He who purchases from the baker separates tithes from the warm for the cold, and from the cold for the warm, even from many molds. The word of our Meir. Our Judah forbids, for I say, yesterday's wheat was from one man, and today's wheat was from another. Our Simeon forbids with regard to heave offering of the tithe, and permits with regard to dough offering. How old? The disciples of Arhiah in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, 30 days. What would be a practical case? If someone bought bread from the baker at the start of 30 days, in the middle of 30 days, and at the end of 30 days, the first loaf and the second are held to be the same kind for tithing, and the second loaf and the third likewise, but the first loaf and the third loaf are held to be two different kinds. Our Simeon forbids with regard to heave offering of the tithe, and permits with regard to dough offering, so our Judah forbids also with regard to dough offering. But isn't it the fact that the produce becomes liable for dough offering only at the baker's? Rather, the prohibition applies when the baker borrows unclean leaven with which to make the dough. Even so, does the produce not become liable for dough offering only at the baker's? Rather, when the baker borrows an unclean unbaked loaf so as to fill up his stove. But if when the baker borrows an unclean unbaked loaf so as to fill up his stove, then whoever buys the bread must separate tithes from each loaf separately. Rather, Judah's position is in accord with the view of our Yohanan, for our Yohanan said, here it is one who prepares dough in the state of cleanness, and here it is one who prepares his dough in uncleanness. Rather, Judah's position is in accord with the view of our Eliezer. For our Eliezer said, here and there we deal with one who prepares dough in the state of cleanness. Said our Yudan, father of our Matania, we deal with a baker who prepares the dough in uncleanness, and the produce becomes liable for dough offering only at the baker's, and even our Judah concurs here. And so it has been taught as a Tanite statement, our Judah and our Simeon forbid separating tithes from one batch of bread for another in the case of heave offering of tithe, but permit with respect to dough offering. But if our Judah forbids separating tithes from one batch of bread for another in the case of heave offering of tithe, but permits with respect to dough offering, and our Simeon also forbids separating tithes from one batch of bread for another in the case of heave offering of tithe, but permits with respect to dough offering, how do they differ? In the opinion of our Judah, the customer for the bread does not separate tithes and heave offering of tithe from bread baked today for bread baked yesterday, or from bread baked yesterday for bread baked today, but one may separate tithes and heave offering of the tithe from bread baked in one oven for reed baked in another oven on the same day, but on the view of our Simeon he may not even separate tithes and heave offering of the tithe from bread baked in one oven for bread baked in a different oven on the same day. 5:4 He who purchases from a merchant separates tithes from each mold individually, the words of our Meir. Our Judah says, from one for all. Our Judah concedes in the case of one who purchases from a monopolist that he separates tithes from each mold individually. Our Meir takes the view that a baker uses a single mold and a shopkeeper uses several bakers. Our Judah holds that a baker uses several molds and a shopkeeper uses a single baker. What is a monopolist? Members of the household of our Yaneh say, if there were 9 shopkeepers and 10 bakers, Each of 8 shopkeepers gets his bread from one of 8 bakers, and one gets his bread from 2. Arjuna asked, if before him was bread from 2 different molds, that proves that they derive from 2 different bakers. But if all the bakers used the same mold, the buyer must separate tithes from each loaf separately. Arjuna asked, as you say, if there were 9 shopkeepers and 10 bakers, each of 8 shopkeepers gets his bread from one of 8 bakers, and one gets his bread from 2, along these same lines, do we reason that each of 9 shopkeepers gets bread from one of 9 bakers, and the 10th gets his bread from all of them, and the buyer must separate tithes from each loaf individually. 5:4 He who purchases from a poor person, and, similarly, a poor person to whom they gave slices of bread or pieces of fig cake, separates tithes from each individually. But with regard to dates or dried figs, he mixes them and takes. Said Arjuna, when? When gift is abundant. But when gift is little, he separates tithes from each individually. Aryase in the name of Arpedia, Arjuna in the name of Hezekiah, mixing applies only to wine and oil. Yohanan said, solids to the volume of an olive's bulk mixed together. The Mishnah differs from Yohanan, but with regard to dates or dried figs, he mixes them and takes. Interpreted to refer to dates or dried figs to the volume of an olive's bulk. Aryase in the name of Arzira, in Dime produce sages permitted dates or dried figs to be mixed into a mass and tithes to be taken from the mass, in line with Arjuna's ruling, for we have learned on Tanite authority, said Arjuna, when? When gift is abundant. But when gift is little, he separates tithes from each individually. Members of the household of Aryana say, at the time of the threshing floor all give 100 dates. If everybody was giving 100 and one person gave 50, separates tithes from each group of 50. If everybody was giving 50 and one person gave 40, he separates tithes from each group of 40. If everyone was giving 40 and one gave 30, he separates tithes from each group of 30. If everyone was giving 30 and one gave 20, he separates tithes from each group of 20. If everyone was giving 20 and one person gave 10, he separates tithes from each group of 10. If everybody was giving 10 and one gave 1, he separates tithes from each one by itself. 5:5 He who purchases from a wholesale dealer, and returned and purchased from him a second time, should not separate tithes from the one for the other, even from the same hamper, even from the same type. The wholesaler is believed to say that they from the same. Jeremiah asked, even if the vendor praised his own produce to the purchaser, who said, that wheat that I bought from you yesterday was good, and the vendor answers, what I am selling today comes from the same source as what I sold yesterday, the vendor is believed. It was taught on Tanite authority, he who purchases from a retailer and returned and purchased a second time, he recognizes the cask as the same one for the other. Lo, if he does not recognize the cask, then it is not to that case that the rule pertains. What you stated applies to wine jars, but with respect to utensils used for drawing wine, it is customary to empty them out from one into the other. 5:6 He who purchases from a householder, and returned and purchased from him a second time, separates tithes from the one for the other, even from 2 baskets, even from 2 towns. The householder who was selling vegetables in the marketplace, when they bring to him from his own gardens he separates tithes from one for all, and from the gardens of others he separates tithes from each individually. Arjuna asked, in the view of our Meir he must separate tithes from each stalk individually, not from each bundle of greens, for we have learned in the Mishnah, all bundles in the marketplaces are susceptible to uncleanness. Arjuna declares insusceptible to uncleanness in the case of those that are fresh. Said our Meir, and on what account have they been declared unclean? But because of the liquid of the mouth, just as you say there, bundles of vegetables become undone and the dealer binds them together in his mouth, so here too you reason that bundles of vegetables come undone, and in rebinding them the dealer takes some of the stalks that had been inside the old bundle and puts in the new bundle some stalks that had been outside, and from the gardens of others he separates tithes from each individually. Said Arjuna, it is not the end of the matter that it is produce from his gardens, but even produce brought from other gardens. If it is tithed according to the seller's intention, then the purchaser may separate tithes from one item for the other. But if not, he may not separate tithes from one item for the other. 5:7 He who purchases fully untithed produce from two places tithes from the one for the other, even though they have said, one is permitted to sell fully untithed produce only in a case of need. Said Jonah, this is the sense of the Mishnah, one is permitted to sell fully untithed produce only in a case of need only to an associate. Then an Amhaeres whose fully tithed produce was mixed with fully untithed produce has no remedy. What should he do? He goes to an associate and he buys him untithed produce and tithes it for him. 5:8 They separate tithes from of Israelites for of Gentiles, from of Gentiles for of Israelites, from of Israelites for of Samaritans, from of Samaritans for of Samaritans. R. Eliezer prohibits from of Samaritans for of Samaritans. A perforated pot. Behold, this is like the ground. Separated heave offering from the ground for a perforated pot, or from a perforated pot for the ground, his heave offering is heave offering. From that is not perforated for that is perforated, it is heave offering, but he should again separate heave offering. From that is perforated for that is not perforated. It is heave offering, but it should not be eaten until he shall have separated for it heave offering and tithes. One separated heave offering from D may produce for D may produce, from D may produce for certainly untithed produce, it is heave offering, but he again should separate heave offering. From certainly untithed produce for D may produce, it is heave offering, but it may not be eaten until he shall have separated for it heave offering and tithes. Of Israelites for of Gentiles, from of Gentiles for of Israelites. The Mishnah represents the view of our Meir, who said, Gentiles do not have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. But our Judah and our Simeon say, Gentiles do have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing. Our Imi in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, the scriptural basis for the position of our Meir, scripture states, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you for them to inherit as property. For all time scripture draws an analogy between inherited landed property and slaves. Just as in the case of slaves you may purchase from Gentiles in the land by they may not purchase from you, so inherited real estate you may purchase from them but they may not purchase from you. Said R. Eliezer b. R. Yasseh in the presence of R. Yasseh, and here is further support for the position of R. Meir, but the land must not be sold beyond reclaim for the land is mine irredeemably. Said to him R. Yasseh, the essence of the verse supports the position of R. Simeon, the land must not be sold implies that if it were to be sold, it would be beyond reclaim. R. Huna the elder of Sephores said, R. Hananiah made the law in Sephores in accord with the view of R. Simeon. R. Zirah said, R. Hananiah made the law in Sephores in accord with the view of R. Simeon. R. Zirah in the presence of R. Abahu said in the name of R. Eliezer, even though R. Meir held that Gentiles do not have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing, he concedes that in this case they do have the right to acquire movable property. Said R. Abba, it is the right to eat the produce grown on the land or the acquisition of the usufruct of the land. But have we not learned in the Mishnah, he who sells his field to a Gentile and an Israelite purchased it from him, the purchaser brings the first fruits, on account of the good order of the world. But from the perspective of our Meir, shouldn't the purchaser bring first fruits as a matter of the requirement of the Torah rather than for the sake of the good order of the world? R. Jonah, R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, he who buys harvested produce from a Gentile separates heave offering and heave offering of the tithe at the behest of the law on rabbinic authority. He gives them to the priestly tribe and takes monetary compensation for them from the priestly tribe. He who buys unharvested produce from a Gentile separates heave offering and heave offering of the tithe at the behest of the law on rabbinic authority. He gives them to the priestly tribe and does not take monetary compensation for them from the priestly tribe. What is the scriptural basis for that rule? Speak to the Levites and say to them, when you receive from the Israelites their tithes that I have assigned to you as your share, you shall set aside from them 1/10 of the tithe as a gift to the Lord, and you are not to take them from priests or Levites with whom the Israelite farmer is familiar. That is in line with what our Eleazar said. Speak to the Levites and say to them, when you receive from the Israelites their tithes from the Israelites you are to collect them, but you are not to collect them from Gentiles. Said Ar-Aha, in the time of Ar-Hashai they wanted to vote on the status of the royal hill country around Judea to determine the tithing obligations of the area, so as to exempt it from tithing. They said, let Ar-Hashai come. He did not suffice to come before the opportunity passed. Ar-Judah bar Pazi in the name of Ar-Hashaiah, the decided law is in accord with Ar-Simeon, and without that statement, don't we say, Ar-Meir and Ar-Simeon the halakha follows the view of Ar-Simeon? But since we learned in the Tanite statement, said Ar-Simeon of Shazuri, untithed produce became mixed with my produce, and I came and asked Ar-Tarfon, and he said to me, go purchase produce from the market, and separate for the other, and we have learned in another Tanite statement, Ar-Judah and Ar-Simeon say, Gentiles do have rights of ownership to real property in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce grown on their land from tithing, so that you will not suppose that we have two Tanite authorities balanced against two other Tanite authorities. On that account it is necessary to state, the decided law is in accord with Ar-Simeon. And furthermore it is on account of what Ar-Zirah said, Abba Anatoli bought fruit from a Gentile. He came to Ar-Judah b. Levi, who sent his son Menahem to separate the tithes from the produce, and gave back the tithes to. When came back, he chanced to meet Ar-Joshua b. Levi, who said to him, who would do that except for your father? Inconsistency marks the opinions of Ar-Joshua b. Levi. There he said, he who buys harvested produce from a Gentile separates heave offering and heave offering of the tithe at the behest of the law on rabbinic authority. He gives them to the priestly tribe and takes monetary compensation for them from the priestly tribe, and here he says this. Said Ar-Abba bar Zamana in the presence of Ar-Zirah, Simon did not say it that way. Rather, when came back, he chanced to meet Ar-Joshua b. Levi, who said to him, these do not belong to your father, and Ar-Zirah got mad. Ar-Aha, Ar-Tanhum bar Haya in the name of Ar-Joshua b. Levi, there are three cases in which one may separate heave offering and heave offering of the tithe without the owner's or a Levite's giving permission: if someone's fully tithed produce is mixed with fully untithed produce, if someone buys produce from land inhabited by Samaritans. Said Ar-Zirah, that is to say in these cases one does not get paid by the priestly tribe, for it you hold that he is paid by the priestly tribe, then he has gotten permission to separate the priestly gifts. Ar-Eleazar prohibits from of Samaritans for of Samaritans, said Ar-Yohanan, the reason for the position is as follows: just as they declared Israelite produce to be dime following the status of the majority, they do not separate tithes from one item for the other, so they tithe Samaritan produce as dime and they do not separate tithes from one item for the other. A perforated pot, behold, this is like the ground. Separated heave offering from the ground for a perforated pot, or from a perforated pot for the ground, his heave offering is heave offering. From that is not perforated for that is perforated, it is heave offering, but he should again separate heave offering. From that is perforated for that is not perforated, Ar-Abun bar Haya in the name of Ar-Zirah, a perforated pot they treated as subject to doubt. But have we not learned in the Mishnah, a perforated pot sanctifies in the vineyard? And that which is unperforated does not sanctify. But shouldn't the plant in the unperforated pot sanctify the vines in the vineyard on account of doubt? One separated heave offering from dime produce for dime produce, from dime produce for certainly untithed produce, it is heave offering, but he again should separate heave offering. From certainly untithed produce for dime produce, it is heave offering, but it may not be eaten until he shall have separated for it heave offering and tithes, just as you have said. From certainly untithed produce for dime produce, it is heave offering, but it may not be eaten until he shall have separated for it heave offering and tithes, So should you rule in the case of separating heave offering of the tithe from may produce for other may produce. R. Abun bar Haya in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, this statement tells us that doubtful heave offering of the tithe from may produce is like doubtful contaminated produce. It is exempt from tithing rules that apply to certainly untithed produce. Yerushalmi Dime. Chapter 6. 6:1 He who sharecrops a field for an Israelite, for a Gentile, or for a Samaritan, divides in their presence. He who leases a field from an Israelite, separates heave offering, and gives to him. Said R. Judah, when? In the case in which he gave him of the same field and of the same kind. But if he gave him of a different field or of a different kind, he separates tithes and gives to him. He who leases a field from a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. R. Judah says, also he who sharecrops his father's field for a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. Said R. Yohanan, this represents the opinion of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, but sages hold that if he sharecrops a field for an Israelite, he divides the produce in his presence, but if he sharecrops a field for a Gentile, he separates heave offering from the owner's portion before giving it to him. And so it was taught on Tanite authority, he who sharecrops a field for a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. Said R. Simeon b. Gamaliel, what if the Gentile does not want his produce to be tithed? Isn't he permitted to refrain from separating the offerings? Rather he divides and gives it to him in his presence. R. Zira, R. Aha, R. Yase, R. Yohanan in the name of R. Yane, so shall you on your part set aside a gift for the Lord from all the tithes you on your part encompasses your agent. Just as you are children of the covenant, so your agents must be children of the covenant. You may appoint agents, but Gentiles may not appoint agents. R. Yase considered stating, Gentiles may not appoint as their agents other Gentiles, but they may appoint Israelites as their agents. Said to him R. Zira, it derives from Scripture's own language, you may appoint agents. See, doesn't this refer to Israelites? Gentiles may not appoint agents, even Israelites. Objected R. Hashaya, lo, a Tanite rule supports the view of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, what if the Gentile does not want his produce to be tithed? Isn't he permitted to refrain from separating the offerings? The sharecropper does not separate heave offering. That is to say, if the Gentile wants heave offering to be separated, the Israelite sharecropper separates heave offering. Said R. Abba, He who leases a field from its owner pays the owner in kind. He who rents a field from its own pays back the owner in coin. One who sharecrops a field for its own receives for his work a fixed percentage of the total yield, half, a third, or a quarter of the total yield. Separates heave offering and gives to him. This refers only to one who leases a field from an Israelite. As for leasing a field from a Gentile or a Samaritan, let us derive the rule from the following: he who gives out a field for sharecropping to a Gentile, or to a Samaritan, or to one who is not trustworthy in the matter of tithing, even though an Israelite is not permitted to do this, even though it has not yet reached the stage at which it is liable for tithing, he must separate tithes on their behalf when it reaches the stage of liability to tithing. He who gives out his field for sharecropping to Aries before it reaches the stage at which it is liable for tithing, he need not separate tithes on their behalf. From the time it reaches the stage of liability to tithing, he must separate tithes on their behalf. To this point reference is made to a place in which Israelites are numerous. As for a place in which Israelites are not numerous, let us derive the ruling from the following: R. Simon had fields in the royal hill country. He asked R. Yohanan, he said to him, let them lie fallow rather than leasing them to a Gentile. He asked R. Joshua b. Levi, who permitted him to lease the fields to Gentiles. R. Joshua b. Levi took the view that a place in which Israelites are not numerous is comparable to Syria, and we derive the rule for Syria from the following: R. Haggai went to Homs. Members of the household of Bar Ashter came and asked him, since Israelites are not numerous here and we rent out the land to Gentiles, must we separate tithes on their behalf from the produce that they produce for us? He sent a question to Arzira, and Arzira sent a question to Arimi, who replied, he does not have to separate tithes on their behalf. From that statement you infer that it is permitted to rent fields to Gentiles in places like Syria, in accord with the opinion of Aryase. One may rent out fields to Gentiles in Syria. And furthermore, you may derive the law from what Arhanana b. Arabahu said. Father had a case. He sent and asked Arhiah bar Abba and Aryase and Arimi, and they instructed him to rent out fields to Gentiles in places like Syria where there are not many Israelites, in accord with the ruling of Aryase. We infer from this as to tithing, we need not separate tithes in their behalf: his field to harvest in return for wheat, his vineyard to cut in return for wine, his olive grove to harvest in return for olive oil, separates tithes and gives to him. Now take note, if the sharecropper takes the field before it is sown, he separates only heave offering from the owner's portion before delivering it to him. But if he takes the field once it has been sown, he must separate both heave offering and tithes from the owner's portion before deliver it to him. Said Arhanana, the sages provided for a sharecropper so as not to let the land of Israel become a wasteland, but here it is already sown. An Israelite who received from his fellow his field to harvest when was in the status of sheaves, his vineyard to cut in return for grapes, his olive grove to harvest in return for olives, gives to him as it is. Said Arjuda, when? In the case in which he gave him of the same field and of the same kind. But if he gave him of a different field or of a different kind, he separates tithes and gives to him. Lo, if the tenant farmer gave the landowner produce of the same kind but not from the same field, of the same field but not of the same kind, he must separate heave offering and tithes and give him the tithed produce. But hasn't Arhiah taught as a Tanite statement, if he gave him of the same field, whether of a different kind or the same kind, he separates heave offering and gives to him, but if he gave him of a different field, whether of the same kind or a different kind, he separates tithes and gives to him? The Mishnah agrees with the opinion of Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel: he who leases a field from his fellow to sow barley in it may not sow it with wheat. Wheat, he may sow it with barley. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel prohibits. Grain, he may not sow it with pulse, he may sow it with grain. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel prohibits. What Arhiah taught is in agreement with sages there, and they dispute. There are those who say that the Mishnah refers to a place in which barley does not ordinarily produce twice the yield of wheat, while what Arhiah taught refers to a place in which barley routinely produces twice the yield of wheat. He who leases a field from a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. Arjuda says, also he who sharecrops his father's field for a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. Here you say that the tenant farmer must separate only heave offering from the owner's rental fee and give it to him, while here the tenant farmer must separate both heave offering and tithes from the owner's rental and give it to him. The associates in the name of Yohanan, the sages, imposed a fine on one who leases a field from a Gentile and did not impose a fine on one who leases a field from an Israelite. Illa in the name of Yohanan, the full weight of the law applies to one who leases a field from a Gentile but does not apply to one who leases a field from an Israelite. A Tanite formulation supports the position of this one, and a Tanite formulation supports the position of that one. A Tanite formulation supports the position of Illa: he who sharecrops a field from an Israelite separates heave offering and gives to him. Meir says, he separates tithes and gives to him. This implies that the rabbis hold the view that the sages fined one who leased a field from a Gentile but did not fine one who leased a field from an Israelite. But is there a fine for leasing from an Israelite? Rather, we must interpret the dispute as follows. The rabbis say, does the full weight of the law not apply to one who leases a field from an Israelite? And a Tanite formulation supports the position of the associates: he who leases a field with a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. Simeon says, he separates heave offering and gives to him. Therefore if the Gentile converted, or sold to an Israelite, he separates tithes and gives to him. This implies that the rabbis hold the view that the full weight of the law applies to one who leases a field from a Gentile but not one who leases a field from an Israelite. But is it so that our Simeon holds that the full weight of the law does not apply to one who leases a field from a Gentile? Who would think such a thing? Rather, we must interpret the dispute in this way. The rabbis hold the view that the sages find one who leases a field from a Gentile and did not find one who leases a field from an Israelite, and our Simeon maintains that the sages did not find one who leases a field from a Gentile. Therefore, if the Gentile converted or sold the field to another Israelite, the convert or the Israelite purchaser separates only heave offering. That accords with the position of him who says that the full stringency of the law pertains. But how does this cohere with the position of one who maintains that the sages find one who leases a field from a Gentile? R. Judah says, also he who sharecrops his father's field for a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. This refers to one who sharecrops his father's field for land grabbers. Since you tell the sharecropper this, that he has to separate both heave offering and tithes from the owner's rental, he will exert himself to redeem it. 6:2 A priest or a Levite who sharecropped a field for an Israelite, just as they divide the unconsecrated produce, so they divide the heave offering. R. Eliezer says, the tithes belong to them, for on this account did they come. The rabbis replied to R. Eliezer, how have the priest and Levite acquired the priestly or Levitical dues from the owner's portion? He said to them, don't you agree with me that if the Israelite landowner and sharecropper priests or Levites stipulated among them at the outset, the heave offering or tithes belong to the sharecroppers? Even if they stipulated among them at the outset, how have they acquired the priestly or Levitical dues? Rather, the agreement is as if the owner said to the sharecropper, detach some produce from the ground, by which action you may effect acquisition of its heave offering or tithes. So I too regard it as a case in which the unspecified agreement is as if the owner had said to the sharecropper, detach some produce from the ground, by which action you may effect acquisition of 1/10 of the produce that it will yield. It has been taught on Tanite authority, a priest who sharecropped a field for another priest, or a Levite who sharecropped a field for another Levite, or an Israelite who sharecropped a field for another Israelite, the landowner and the sharecropper divided the heave offering or tithes among them. For which authority was this required? It was for R. Eliezer's position, for even though R. Eliezer said, the tithes belong to them, for on this account did they come, he concedes in this case that they divide the heave offering or tithes among them. An Israelite who sharecropped a field for a priest and said to him, on condition that the tithes belong to me, on condition that the tithes belong to you, on condition that the tithes belong to me and to you, this is permitted. A priest who sharecropped a field for an Israelite and said to him, on condition that the tithes belong to me, this is permitted. On condition that the tithes belong to you or belong to me and to you, if he agreed to sharecrop according to the customary procedure, this is permitted, if not, this is forbidden. But even without the stipulation belong to me and to you, if he agreed to sharecrop according to the customary procedure, this is permitted, if not, this is forbidden. Do not the tithes belong to them both? But this is the sense, my portion of the heave offering belongs to me and your portion belongs to me and to you. If the priest agreed to sharecrop according to the customary procedure, it is permitted, and if not, it is forbidden. An Israelite who sharecropped a field for an Israelite and said to him, on condition that I take the tithes and give them to such and such, this is forbidden. On condition that we both take them and give them to such and such a priest, this is permitted. But isn't the second case identical with the first case there? Said R. Aha, the difference between them is that, said R. Yase, the difference between them is that what you rule as permitted is a case in which the sharecropper contracted to sharecrop according to the accepted provisions, while what is forbidden is a situation in which he did not agree to sharecrop according to the accepted norm. Thus R. Yase concurs with R. Yohanan and R. Aha with R. Yase b. R. Hanana. For R. Yase b. R. Hanana said, one may give his tithes in exchange for a benefit. What is the scriptural basis of the position of R. Yase b. R. Hanana? And each man's sacred donations shall belong to himself. How does R. Yohanan interpret this verse? The farmer may give the tithes to any priest or Levite he wants. The Mishnah differs from R. Yase b. R. Hanana. Konam be the benefit priests and Levites derive from me, they collect their dues by force. Interpret the rule to deal with a case in which she said, I do not want to give any gift at all to any priest or Levite. You may know that that is so, for we learn in the immediately following clause of the Mishnah, Konam be the benefit these priests and Levites derive from me, others collect. A Tannite statement differs from our Yohanan. An Israelite may say to another Israelite, take this selah and give this firstling to my daughter's son, a priest. Interpret the passage to refer to an Israelite who wants to give his priestly dues to two priests, and the son of the daughter of the other Israelite is one of them, and he says, take this selah and give all your priestly dues to my daughter's son, a priest. They asked before Arzira, then if it was a priest who said this to an Israelite, how would Aryase be our Hanan a rule? He didn't answer. Our Hezekiah in the name of our Aha said, this is how he replied to them, from the perspective of Aryase b our Hanana, why should the case of a priest who said this to an Israelite be forbidden? Shouldn't it be only for appearance sake? So too did our Yohanan decide that an Israelite who said this to another Israelite is forbidden only on account of appearance sake. Said Aryase b our Abun, holy things are profaned here and you say it is forbidden only on account of appearance sake. Also from the following Tannite rule we learn that holy things are profaned here. Priests and Levites who were assisting on the threshing floors, they do not give them heave offering and tithes as wages. And if they gave, behold these are unconsecrated produce, as it is said, and you shall not profane the holy things of the people of Israel. They are already unconsecrated. And says, you have corrupted the covenant of Levi, says the Lord of hosts, and they profane them. Additionally they have said, their heave offering is not heave offering and their tithes are not tithes. And what they dedicate to the altar is not dedicated. Moreover, sages wished to find them that their produce should require separating heave offering. And concerning them Scripture says, its heads give judgment for a bribe, its priests teach for hire, its prophets divine for money, therefore God brought upon them 3 punishments corresponding to 3 transgressions, as it is said, therefore because of you shall Zion be plowed as a field. The Mishnah contradicts the position of our Yohanan, he who consecrated a woman with food in the status of heave offering, tithe, or gifts, purification water, purification ashlo, this woman is betrothed and even if he is an Israelite. Interpret the statement to speak of heave offering that was bequeathed to him from his mother's father, a priest. A priest who sold a field to an Israelite and said to him, I am selling you this field on condition that the tithes belong to me, the tithes belong to him. What is the law as to his selling them to another priest? Let us derive the answer from what our Abahu said in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, and how does one sell to his fellow the airspace contained in his ruined building? Interpret it to refer to one who says, detach some stones from this ruin, and by that act acquire its airspace. So too here the ground is there before him and the owner may say to the potential buyer, detach produce from this ground, and by that act effect acquisition of 1/10 of the produce that it will yield. A priest who sold a field to an Israelite and said to him, I sell you this field on condition that the tithes belong to me in perpetuity. He died, his sons receive no tithes. On condition that the tithes belong to me and to my sons, he died, the tithes belong to his sons. Our Yudan Bar Shalom asked in the presence of Aryase, does this apply only to those who inherit on the basis of the law of the Torah? Even to those who inherit not on the basis of the law of the Torah? On condition that the tithes belong to me as long as my field is in your possession, he sold it to another even if he thereafter repurchased it from him. Arhai repeated the Tannite formulation as he receives no tithes. Arhashayur repeated the Tannite formulation as he receives the tithes. This dispute runs parallel to that dispute that we have learned in the Mishnah, 2 writs of divorce and 2 marriage contracts. She collects 2 marriage contracts. 2 marriage contracts but only 1 writ of divorce, or 1 marriage contract and 2 writs of divorce, or a marriage contract and a writ of divorce and a death, she collects only 1 marriage contract. For he who divorces his wife and then remarries her on the strength of the first marriage contract, does he remarry her? Arhanan taught before Arhela, there are 2 Amoras in disagreement on the interpretation of this passage. One of them said, it is a rule pertinent only as to the marriage contract, but not as to any further conditions written into it. And the other said, it is pertinent both to the marriage contract and to the conditions written into it. As to the one who said, it is a rule pertinent only as to the marriage contract, but not as to any further conditions written into it, in our case the priest receives no tithes. As to the other who said, it is pertinent both to the marriage contract and to the conditions written into it, the priest receives tithes if the field was sold and then repurchased by the original buyer. Has it not been taught as a Tanite rule, he sharecropped a field for the daughter of a priest, the heave offering belongs to the daughter of the priest. She married an Israelite, they divide between them. She was widowed or divorced, the situation reverts to its initial status. Here the priestly owner sold the field but there the Israelite sharecropped. But did not our Haya teach the Tanite rule, she sold it? Said our Samuel bar Abidoma, there the field has left the domain of both the priest who sold it and the first buyer, so the initial stipulation has been broken, but here the field has left the domain of the priestly seller but not of the purchaser. A priest who sold a field to an Israelite and said to him, on condition that the tithe belongs to me for 4 or 5 years, the priest can stop the Israelite from planting the field as a vineyard or sowing it with woad or making it field of reeds. If he said, I sell you the field on condition that the tithe belongs to me in perpetuity, he might not stop him from planting the field as a vineyard or sowing it with woad or making it field of reeds. A case came to our Ahabarola and he required the purchaser to give the priestly seller 1/10 of the reeds. An Israelite who sold a field to a priest and said to him, on condition that the tithes belong to me for 4 or 5 years, this is permitted. In perpetuity this is forbidden, for a priest cannot make a priest. A priest who sold a field to an Israelite and said to him, I sell you the field on condition that the tithes belong to you for 4 or 5 years, this is forbidden. Here you say that it is permitted, while there you say that it is forbidden. Here the priest gives the Israelite the right of acquisition to something that is in the priest's domain, while there the priest bestows upon the Israelite the right of acquisition to something that is not now in the priest's domain. 6:3 An Israelite who sharecropped for a priest or a Levite, the tithes belong to the owners. R. Ishmael says, the provincial who sharecropped a field for a Jerusalemite, second tithe belongs to the Jerusalemite. And sages say, the provincial himself is able to go up and to eat it in Jerusalem. In the view of R. Ishmael, an unclean priest who was a partner with a clean priest in the ownership of a field, don't they divide the heave offering between them? There he may sell the heave offering and tithes to another priest, who is clean. But here the provincial must go up and eat the second tithe in Jerusalem. 6:4 He who sharecrops olive trees for oil, just as they divide the unconsecrated produce, so they divide the heave offering. R. Judah says, an Israelite who sharecropped for a priest or a Levite olive trees for oil, or for half of the profit, the tithes belong to the owners. R. Judah treats olive trees as equivalent to land, and sages do not treat olive trees as equivalent to land. Then R. Judah does not concur with R. Eliezer, for a priest or a Levite who sharecropped a field for an Israelite. R. Eliezer says, the tithes belong to them, for on this account did they come. And here a priest or a Levite who sharecropped an olive grove for an Israelite, the tithes belong to them, for on this account they came to sharecrop the olive grove. The cow of a priest which was put out to be raised in the keeping of an Israelite, and it gave birth to a firstling, the firstling belongs to the priest, the words of R. Judah. And sages say, the firstling belongs to both of them. Said to them R. Judah, you concede in the case of the produce of a field that the heave offering belongs to him. They said to him, if the field itself belongs to him, the cow itself belongs to both of them. If the cow itself belonged to him, the firstling would belong to the priest. And so it was repeated as a Tanite rule, one who puts out a beast to be raised by another party, the legal responsibility is shared by both of them. One who gives over a field for sharecropping, the legal responsibility remains with the one who gives over the field for sharecropping. A priest who gave coins to an Israelite for the purchase of produce not yet harvested in return for half of the profit, and said to him, if its market value increases or decreases, behold, it is all mine and I will bear the risks, but the tithes are yours, this is permitted. An Israelite who gave coins to a priest with which to purchase produce not yet harvested in return for half of the profit, and said to him, if its market value increases or decreases, behold, it is all mine, but I will bear the risks, and the tithes are yours. Every day and even on the Sabbath. What is the meaning of what I saw in a dream, that a tax collector's staff was strapped to me? He said to him, you are going to exercise authority over Israel. Our Hoshea made a stipulation on the future separation on the Sabbath concerning heave offering and tithes from certainly untithed produce. A certain woman cooked a vegetable but neglected to remove the priestly gifts from it prior to the Sabbath. On the Sabbath she came to our Hoshea, who sent Zebedee bar Levi to remove the priestly gifts from it for her on the Sabbath. Our Abba bar Mammal asked, but should Zebedee bar Levi not have transferred title for the vegetable to our Hoshea? Our Zira asked, with what situation do we deal? If it speaks of a circumstance in which made a stipulation about his own food and food of others, did not have to transfer ownership of the vegetable to, since the stipulation to begin with dealt with a case like this. If it refers to a circumstance in which stipulated concerning his own food and not someone else's, why does Zebedee transfer ownership of the vegetable? Our Jacob bar Zebedee in the name of our Abahu, that answers Abba bar Mammal, and Zebedee bar Levi did not transfer ownership of the vegetable to our Hoshea. Said our Yaneh, he has to remember his stipulation. Simeon bar Vava in the name of our Yohanan, he has to mouth the words. Our Jeremiah asked before our Zira, if so, doesn't he end up acting like one who separates priestly gifts on the Sabbath? He said to him, that's what he stipulated before the Sabbath. Our Jeremiah asked before our Zira, isn't separating heave offering of tithe on the Sabbath in the household of an Amhaeres not forbidden because of the destruction of food? He said to him, he crumbles the priestly gift into pieces too small to be regarded as food and eats the rest. Our Jeremiah asked before our Zira, isn't this procedure forbidden on the count of robbery? He said to him, the host wants him to get pleasure from the meal. The statements of the rabbis differ, for said our Samuel bar our Isaac, rabbi, and our Yasebi our Judah were guests of a householder. A nasty rumor circulated, saying, pay attention that they suspect you. He sat and eyed them. They pretended to throw small bits of food to one another, thus separating priestly gifts from the food by breaking off crumbs as heave offering of tithe. Here is a case in which the host does not want the guest to get pleasure from the meal. The host wants the guests to get pleasure from the meal, but doesn't he want them to suspect him as to tithing? It has been taught as a Tanite statement, our Judah forbids. What is the reasoning of our Judah? Can someone stipulate concerning something that is not his? But our Judah concedes that he goes back and purchases from the place where the other one purchases. Can someone separate tithes concerning something that is not his? Our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, they treat him as one who inadvertently sells fully untithed produce to his fellow, in line with what is taught as a Tanite statement, one who sells produce to his fellow, and it turns out that the produce is untithed, runs after him to make it fit. If he does not find him, if it is known that exists, must separate tithes for it. If it is known that does not exist, he does not need to separate tithes for it. If there is doubt as to whether or not still exists, he separates tithes for it and he designates tithes. 7:2 They mixed for him a cup. He says, that which I shall leave at the bottom of the cup, behold, it is tithe, and the remainder of the tithe is adjacent to it. That which I have made tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it. And second tithe is at its mouth, and is redeemed with coins. This is the sense of the Mishnah. And as to the matter of mixing the cup of wine, how are we to explain this ruling? If it refers to a case in which he says, this takes effect forthwith, then the drink is a mixture of heave offering of the tithe and unconsecrated produce. If it refers to a case in which he says, when I shall have drunk this, then retroactively he will have drunk fully untithed produce. So we take the rule to speak of a case in which he says, this takes effect retrospectively when I will drink this. But doesn't the man turn out to handle unclean heave offering of the tithe on the Sabbath? Said our Eliezer, he leaves a small amount of unconsecrated produce as well. In line with what we have learned elsewhere in the Mishnah, one may handle unclean heave offering along with clean heave offering or along with unconsecrated food. But the cases are not analogous, for here the unclean heave offering is handled for the sake of the clean, but here the unconsecrated produce is handled for the sake of the unclean heave offering of the tithe. Said Aryase Br Abun, the remainder of the wine left in the cup becomes sanctified only at the time that the rest of the wine is poured out of the cup. This is drunk by the guest and the guest has no reason to handle the cup any more. There we have learned in the Mishnah, he who purchases wine among the Samaritans says, 2 logs that I shall separate, behold, these are heave offering, and 10 tithe, and 9 second tithe. And it has been taught in a Tanite statement, he who purchases wine among the Samaritan on the eve of the Sabbath and forgot to tithe it, says, 2 logs loud of 100 which I shall separate, behold, these are made heave offering. The 10 which follow upon them are made first tithe, the 9 logs which follow upon them are made second tithe. And he regards the wine as unconsecrated produce, and drinks it at once. The words of our Meir, our Judah and our Yase and our Simeon forbid. They said to our Meir, do you not concede that if his wineskin bursts, he has drunk fully untithed produce? He said to them, only when it bursts. Now this Tanite ruling does not concur with the statement of our Yase and our Simeon. Said our Jacob Bar Edi, all parties concur on the cup because this takes place on the spot. 7:3 A laborer who does not trust the householder takes a single dried fig and says, this and the 9 that follow it are made tithe for the 90 that I eat. This one is made heave offering of the tithe for them, and second tithe is in the last ones and is redeemed with coins and he reserves 1 dried figure. Our Simeon B. Gamaliel says, he should not reserve, for he lessens the work for the householder. Our Yase says, he should not reserve, for it is a condition imposed by the court. One whose produce was in a storeroom and gave a seah to a Levite and a seah to a poor person takes another 8 seahs and eats them. The words of our Meir. But sages say, he does not take produce except in accordance with a calculation. Our Eliezer in the name of our Hashiah, treated him like a worker who does not trust his employer, the householder, to tithe produce properly. Here is a self-evident statement, if the unconsecrated produce burned up, what was separated as heave offering is retroactively reverted to a secular status. If the heave offering that had been separated burned up when the produce is eaten, the heave offering is retroactively held to be sanctified. And he reserves 1 dried fig. What does reserves mean? From his portion of food he removes heave offering of the tithe. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, a worker has no right to do his own work by night and to hire himself out by day, to plow with his cow by night and to hire it out in the morning. Nor may he deprive himself of food and starve himself in order to give his food to his children on account of the robbery of his labor, which belongs to the householder. Our Yohanan came to a certain place. He found the teacher asleep. He said to them, what is this? They said to him, he is fasting. He said to them, it is forbidden to you. If as to work done for a mortal employer, it is said that one is forbidden to do anything to himself that would diminish what he can do for his employer, how much the more so is it forbidden in connection with work due to the Holy One, blessed be he. For it is a condition imposed by the court. Our Hayabar Ashi in the name of Rab, it is a condition imposed by the court that the employer pays heave offering of the tithe, and that the second tithe be paid by the worker. 7:4 He who purchases wine among the Samaritans says, 2 logs that I shall separate, behold, these are heave offering, and 10 tithe, and 9 second tithe. He regards as unconsecrated produce, and drinks it. It has been taught as a Tanite statement, our Yase and our Simeon prohibited such a procedure, lest the skin break and so it turn out that retroactively he drank untithed wine. And the reasoning of this one is not comparable to the reasoning of that one. Our Yase's view is that, because he did not mark the reasoning of our Yase is in line with what is taught as a Tanite statement, one who says, second tithe is deconsecrated with a selah which will come up in my hand from this pocket, or, with the dinar which will come up in my hand from this pocket, our Yase says, he has not deconsecrated. And sages say, he has deconsecrated. What is the reasoning of our Yase? If he said, second tithe in this item is deconsecrated with the old sela or with the old dinar, he has deconsecrated it. Our Yase concedes to sages that in one who says, second tithe is deconsecrated with the new sela which will come up in my hand from this pocket, or, with the new dinar which will come up in my hand from this pocket, this one has deconsecrated. Sages concede to our Yase that in one who says, of second tithe is deconsecrated with the sela which my son had, or with the dinar which my son had, he has not deconsecrated the produce. For I say, what if it were not in his possession at that time? There we learned in the Mishnah, sages concede to our Yase that in one who says, of second tithe is deconsecrated with the sela which my son had, or with the dinar which my son had, he has not deconsecrated the produce. For I say, what if it were not in his possession at that time? That passage of the Mishnah is not in line with our Yase or our Simeon. Said our Zira, in that case it is retrospectively in disarray. But in the present case it is in disarray from now on. There we learned in the Mishnah, a parita which has been consecrated, which fell into a purse, or if one said, a parita in this purse is consecrated as soon as one has paid out the first, he has committed an act of sacrilege, the words of our Akaba. And sages say, until he has paid out all the money in the purse. And our Akaba concedes in the case of one who says, a parita in this purse is consecrated, that he goes along and pays out the money until he will have paid out all the money which is in the purse. A Tanite statement, regarding the first parita, once he has paid it out for secular purposes, he has committed an act of sacrilege that is subject to doubt, but as to the second parita, he certainly has committed an act of sacrilege, the words of our Akaba. And sages say, regarding all of the paritos in the purse except for the last one, once he has paid them out for secular purposes, he has committed an act of sacrilege that is subject to doubt, but as to the last parita, he has certainly committed an act of sacrilege. Said our Yudan, father of our Matanea, that which you say pertains when there were 10 paritos in the purse, but if there were only 2. Then as to the first paid out for secular purposes he has committed an act of sacrilege that is subject to doubt, and as to the second, when it is paid out, he has committed an act of sacrilege that is certain. Our Simeon B. Lakish asked in the presence of our Yohanan, what is the difference between one who says, a parita that is in this purse and a parita from this purpose? Our Simeon B. Lakish says, even if he pays out the whole contents of the purpose, he will not have committed an act of sacrilege. For just as you say that retroactively he has drunk fully untithed produce, so you should say here that retroactively he has paid out all unconsecrated coins. But there the power of the verbal stipulation depends on the later act of setting apart the tithes, while here the power of the verbal stipulation does not depend on the later act of setting apart the tithes. Said Arjona, in both instances the power of the verbal stipulation depends on the later act of setting apart the tithes, but here it is as if he said, let this purse not empty out without one parita is becoming sanctified. The position of our Simeon B. Lakish contains contradictions. There he says, one commits an act of sacrilege in the amount of a parita's worth in proportion to 3 logs of libation water, and here he says, no act of sacrilege is committed when the last parita has been paid out if it has not been set aside as consecrated. Because he was in doubt about it, he went back and explained it again. 7:5 He had fully untithed figs at home, and he was in the house of study, or in the field, he says, 2 figs that I shall separate, behold, these are heave offering, and 10 are tithe, and 9 are second tithe were dime, he says, that which I shall separate, behold, it is tithe. And the remainder of the tithe is adjacent to it. That which I made tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it, and second tithe is to the north of it, or to the south of it, and is redeemed with coins. Said our Isaac bar Eliezer, on the eve of the Sabbath a man stands and says, lo, this is heave offering tomorrow, but a man does not stand on the Sabbath and say, Lo, this is heave offering tomorrow, said Aryase Barabun. On the eve of the Sabbath a man does not stand and say, Lo, this is heave offering tomorrow. The Mishnah differs with Aryase Barabun, a flagon which is in the status of that which had been immersed on the self-same day and which had been filled from a jar containing tithe which was yet untithed. If he said, Lo, this will be heave offering of tithe once it gets dark, lo, this is heave offering of tithe. If he said, Lo, this is an Arab, he has said nothing. The jar broke, what is in the flagon continues in its status of being untithed. The flagon broke, the jar remains in its status of being untithed. Interpret the law to speak of the law that prevails after the fact. But is there not the Tanite rule? Arhaya said, he says, so how can you hold that the usage refers to a stipulation that has already been made? Aryase Barabun retracted. That I shall separate, behold, these are heave offering, and 10 are tithe, and 9 are second tithe. What is to be done? Retroactively when I shall separate the heave offering and the heave offering of the tithe. Note, what if the heave offering was clean? Retroactively when I shall eat it? Note, what if the heave offering was unclean? Retroactively when I shall put it away? A Tanite statement, it may be handled on the Sabbath whether it is clean heave offering or unclean heave offering. Said Arzira, that is to say, untithed produce that is subject to a stipulation may be handled on the Sabbath whether it is clean heave offering or unclean heave offering. How is this done? He looks at a small part of it. There were before him 2 baskets of untithed produce, and he said, the tithes of this one are in that one, the first one is tithed. Of this one are in that one, and of that one are in this one, the first one is tithed. Their tithes are the tithes of each basket are in the other, he has designated. And a Tanite statement has been set forth in this regard, he takes 2 figs, and 2 tenths, and a tenth of a tenth. Samuel said, you cannot say so. If one consumed all but 1/10 of the Isar, he has left too much and the Isar is not deconsecrated, so he needs to consume an additional 1/100th of an Isar. This would leave 0.09 th of an Isar and he would have eaten more than necessary to deconsecrate the coin, so he would have to leave an additional 1/1000th. But this would leave 0.98 Isars, more than 1/11th, and the coin would not be deconsecrated, so he would have to eat an additional 1/10,000th. But this would leave 0.0909 Isars, and he would have eaten more than necessary to deconsecrate the coin. Of this one are in that one, and of that one are in this one, said Aryase bar Hananah. As to the first basket he has violated a positive commandment, and as to the second basket he has violated a positive commandment and a negative commandment. As to the first basket he has violated a positive commandment, for he has designated both tithes at the same time. And as to the second basket he has violated a positive commandment and a negative commandment, for he has designated both tithes at the same time, and he has designated second tithe for the first basket for 3e designating first tithe for the second basket, violating the negative commandment not to postpone the separation of heave offering of the tithe, removed from first tithe. Of this one are in that one, and of that one are in this one, said R. Eliezer. This accords with the position of R. Meir, for R. Meir said, you affirm only the first statement as we have learned in the Mishnah, lo, this is the substitute of a burnt offering and the substitute of peace offerings, lo, this is the substitute of a burnt offering, the words of R. Meir. Said Aryase, if to begin with he intended thus, since it is not possible to designate by 2 names at once, his words are confirmed. But if after he said, it is the substitute of a burnt offering, he changed his mind and said, it is the substitute of peace offerings, lo, this is the substitute of a burnt offering. Said Aryase, we may consider, concerning what do R. Meir and the rabbis differ? With regard to a second statement made after the first statement is completed, but not with regard to a second statement made while still expressing the initial statement. But on the strength of what R. Eliezer said, this ruling matches the position of R. Meir. We determine that even when the second statement is made during the utterance of the first statement, he may not change his mind. The Mishnah. Ruling their tithes are the tithes of each basket are in the other, he has designated pertains when he designated by two names simultaneously, but if he designated one after the other, only the first statement takes effect. Said Arabuna, sages concede to our Meir in the case of one who says, this beast is instead of these two animal offerings, instead of two animal offerings which I owe, that his latter statement is null. Didn't our Samuel b. our Isaac say in the name of Arhuna, if one said, this animal is made a substitute for a burnt offering, he may change his mind if it is within the initial utterance. Here we have a case in which the man intends to lessen what he has just said, changing his mind entirely about the animal's consecration, while here the case involves one who intends to add to what he has just said, designating the animal to substitute for two different classes of consecrated offerings. If he said, this produce is heave offering, even in the midst of his statement he may not change his mind. One may consult a sage about absolving an act of consecration, but he may not consult a sage about absolving a designation of heave offering. Their tithes are the tithes of each basket are in the other, he has designated, what does he do? He takes 20 figs from whichever he wishes. And in each 10 that he takes there is one fig that is heave offering of the tithe. And this pertains if the two baskets are equal in quantity. There are in this one as many as 100, and in that one 200, if he takes from the smaller, he takes 11, and if he takes from the larger, he takes all of it and has not sufficed. There are in this one a quantity of 100, and in that one a quantity of 1000, if he takes from the smaller, he takes 16 and if he takes from the larger, he takes all 60, so on, proportionally he has not sufficed. If he had in his possession a basket of produce which was not tithed, he takes 2/9, and 1/9 of a 1/9, which adds up to 10 parts as first tithe and 9 parts as second tithe, and why not say 19 parts? Said Arzira, the words of the sages and their riddles. He who wants to bring 100 fully tithed figs into his household takes for each fig 2/9 for first and second tithe and 1/9 of a 1/9 as first tithe for the part that has been designated as second tithe, this 23 figs, 4/9 of a fig, and 1/9 of a 1/9 of a fig. 7:7 100 of untithed produce 100 of tithed produce he takes 101. 100 of untithed produce 100 of first tithe he takes 101. 100 of fully tithed produce 100 of tithe he takes 110. 100 of untithed produce and 90 of tithe. Or 90 of untithed produce and 80 of first tithe he has lost nothing. This is the general rule. As long as the untithed produce is greater in quantity, he has lost nothing. Of untithed produce 100 of tithed produce, R. Simeon b. Lakish said, he is required to stipulate, saying, if untithed produce has come up in my hand, it is declared to be first tithe, and if first tithe has come up in my hand, it is declared to be heave offering of the tithe. Said Arjona, he must recapitulate his stipulation, saying, and if not, I have done nothing. R. Yohanan said, he does not have to stipulate. This one is consistent with rulings stated elsewhere, and that one is consistent with rulings stated elsewhere. For they have set forth the following dispute, 2 piles of produce in one of them but did not specify which pile of produce contained the heave offering. R. Yohanan said, both of the piles are consecrated as mixtures of heave offering and unconsecrated tithe produce. And R. Simeon b. Lakish said, both of the piles are not consecrated as mixtures of heave offering and unconsecrated tithe produce. Said R. Mana, differ from R. Eliezer b. Arak, for it has been taught as a Tannite rule, first tithe from which heave offering of the tithe has not been separated which became mixed with unconsecrated produce lo, this renders forbidden in any amount. If the Levite has elsewhere a supply, he takes according to the proportion. But if not, and R. Eliezer b. Arak say, he designates the heave offering of the tithe which is in it, and it is neutralized in 101 parts. Said R. Abba bar Mammel, interpret the rule to deal only with items that are not subject to neutralization. R. Hillel b. Pazi asked, can't he crack the nuts, said Arjona, and is one permitted to crack the nuts? Have we not learned in the Mishnah, if the nuts were cracked, they are neutralized in 201 parts of unconsecrated produce? Lo, to begin with, that is not the case. 100 of untithed produce and 90 of tithe. This is the general rule, as long as the untithed produce is greater in quantity, he has lost nothing, said Arjona. This is the sense of the Mishnah, as long as the untithed produce is greater in quantity than the first tithe, none of the tithe is lost. R11 in the name of Arjona, all untithed produce with which we deal refers to produce from which first tithe and second tithe have not been removed. R Abahu said, there is a dispute between Rabbi and Ardostai Br Yane. One said, he makes second tithe for other produce. The other said, he does not make second tithe for other produce. But he separates second tithe from other produce on its behalf. 100 of first tithe and 90 parts of untithed produce he takes 92 less 1/10. 100 of tithe and 80 of untithed produce he takes 83 less 2/10. And so on, proportionally. 7:8 He who had 10 rows, each containing 10 jugs of wine, and he said, one outside row is tithe, and it is not known which one it is, he takes 2 jugs from diagonally opposite corners. A half of one outside row is tithe, and it is not known which one it is, he takes 4 jugs from the 4 corners. 1 row is tithe, and it is not known which one it is, he takes 1 row diagonally. A half of 1 row is tithe, and it is not known which one it is, he takes 2 rows diagonally. A single jug is tithe, and it is not known which one it is, he takes from each jug. And he said, 1 outside row is tithe, and it is not known which one it is, he takes 2 jugs from diagonally opposite corners, one of which certainly is heave offering of the tithe for the 100 jugs, but let him take 2 jugs. R. Cohen in the name of the rabbis of Caesarea, the ruling applies to a case in which he had separated tithes for half of them from other produce. It is taught as a Tanite rule, he who had 2 jugs, one of unclean tithe from which heave offering of the tithe had not been removed, and one of clean tithe from which heave offering of the tithe had not been removed, brings 2 flagons and powers from this jug in amount equivalent to heave offering of the tithe for both of them, and from the other an amount equivalent to heave offering of the tithe for both of them, and goes to the first and says, if this one from the unclean jug, my words are of no effect, but if this one from the clean jug, behold, it is made heave offering of the tithe for both of them. And he goes to the second and says, if this one from the unclean jug, my words are of no effect, but if this one from the clean jug, behold, it is made heave offering of the tithe for both of them. And he designates the first, and designates the second. It turns out that both jugs are fully tithed. The flagons one contains unclean tithe from which heave offering of the tithe had not been taken, and the other contains clean tithe from which heave offering of the tithe had not been taken. He drinks from this one and immerses himself, and then drinks from the other and immerses himself, the words of Rabbi. R. Eliezer Br Simeon says, he immerses himself only at the end. What is the reason for Rabbi's position? I say, perhaps he drank the unclean liquid first. What is the reason for R. Eliezer Br Simeon's position? I say, perhaps he drank the unclean liquid at the end. All parties concur in the case of a priest who drinks unclean liquid that he is forbidden to eat even heave offering subject to doubt unless he first immerses. A priest who drinks liquid that is subject to doubt and that is unclean, all concur he is permitted to eat even heave offering not subject to doubt without having to immerse. This is how we interpret the dispute set forth by the Tanite authorities, since by drinking from both this one and that one the location of the uncleanness has been established, he is to be immersed before eating more consecrated food. What is the reason for Rabbi's position? It is so that he may not turn out to drink a quarter log of unclean liquid, which makes him unfit to eat heave offering. And how does R. Eliezer Br Simeon? He rules in a case in which the priest drinks less than a quarter log of liquid from both flagons. But doesn't R. Eliezer Br. Simeon address the issue that he inadvertently might drink more than a quarter log of liquid? Said R. Yase Br. Abun, you have only the option of interpreting the dispute in the context of the explanation that Rabbi takes into account that the priest may have drunk unclean liquid first, and R. Eliezer Br. Simeon takes account the possibility that he has drunk unclean liquid last. Tractate Kilayim. For the Torah, Israel's relationship to God is not only tangible but locative, for it takes place in a particular location. What happens in that location bears greater consequence than what happens anywhere else. So that relationship is situated in some one place, and it is therefore not utopian. It is not utopian because, in the fullness of the encounter that takes place in the chosen locus, the relationship between Israel and God simply cannot take place just anywhere in general. The relationship, then, is permeated by the location in which it takes place, by what happens in that one place that matters only there and nowhere else. An inlandized relationship thus identifies the encounter between Israel and God with not only the right time and the right person but also the right place. Inlandizement of the relationship means that the relationship of Israel with God therefore encompasses the engagement of people and land and God dwelling with the people in the land, and the consequences, for religious action, of that engagement. When it comes to the details, the written Torah defines the conditions in which Israel is to work that particular land, deriving its sustenance from the land and its exceptional gifts. These are the rules of interior relationship that govern when in God's presence and by His act, holy Israel and the land are joined together. These rules on the correct utilization of the Holy Land by the holy people do not apply when holy Israel is located outside of the Holy Land, and they also do not apply when Gentiles are situated. The three tractates that expound those rules set forth each its own religious principle, as we shall see in the concluding unit of this chapter. The Halakha of Kilayim elaborates upon Leviticus 19:19, you shall not let your cattle mate with a different kind, you shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed, you shall not put on cloth from a mixture of two kinds of material, and Deuteronomy 22:9, 11, you shall not sow your vineyard with a second kind of seed, otherwise the crop from the seed you have sown and the produce of the vineyard may not be used, you shall not plow with an ox and an ass together, you shall not wear cloth that combines wool and linen, and Ibid, the Talmud of the Land of Israel, a preliminary translation and explanation, Kilayim. Yerushalmi Kilayim. Chapter 1. 1:1 Wheat and tares are not diverse kinds with one another. Barley and two-roed barley, rice, wheat and spelt, the broad bean and the French vetch, the red grass pea and the grass pea and the hyacinth bean and the Nile cowpea are not diverse kinds with one another. It is written, you shall not sow your field with diverse kinds. I might have said that that encompasses even two species of wheat or two species of barley. You shall not let your cattle breed with a different kind. I might have said that one may not mate even a black ox upon a white ox or a white ox upon a black ox. Nor shall there come upon you a garment of cloth made up of two kinds of stuff. I might have said that one may not commingle even two kinds of wool or two kinds of flax. Explain the statement on garments, you shall not wear mingled stuff, wool and linen together, just as mixed kinds of garments that I have prohibited for you are made up of two distinct kinds. So you may not combine one part from one kind and another part from a different kind, so diverse kinds that I have prohibited to you in every case, one part from one kind and another part from a different kind. Wheat and tares are not diverse kinds with one another, lo, with barley they are considered diverse kinds. Wheat and tares are not diverse kinds with one another, something that is not regarded as food might we wrongly have taught that it is considered as diverse kinds with wheat. Said R. Abba Bar Zebedee, for there are places where they raise them for pigeons. Did R. Abba Bar Zebedee rule according to R. Eliezer, for we have learned in the Mishnah, he who allows thorns to grow in the vineyard, R. Eliezer says, he has sanctified. And sages say, he does not sanctify. Said R. Abahu, the reasoning of R. Eliezer is, there are places where they raise them, namely as feed for camels in Arabia. Is the rabbi's reason that they do not cultivate thorn bushes for camels in Arabia? Then let us investigate the matter. Rabbis say, in a place in which they cultivate them they are prohibited, but in a place where they do not cultivate them they are permitted. What is the reason behind the position of our Eliezer? Because they cultivate them in one place, let us prohibit their kind in a vineyard in every place. And our Abba bar Zebedee didn't rule according to our Eliezer. There it is not customary for people to transport thorn bushes from one place to another. But here it is customary for people to transport tares from one place to another. Said Arjona, tares are a species of wheat but the produce corrupts itself, in line with that which is taught as a Tannite statement. Lo, it says, lest the land fall into harlotry the produce turns into weeds. Our Jacob bar Zebedee asked before our Jeremiah, our Mishnah passage accords with the view of our Ishmael br Yaseh, for it has been taught on Tannite authority. Our Ishmael br Yaseh says in the name of his father, they separate wine as heave offering for vinegar, but they do not separate vinegar as heave offering for wine, except according to a calculation. If he transgressed and separated heave offering, that which he has separated is valid heave offering. Rabbi says, wine and vinegar are two distinct kinds. They do not separate heave offering nor tithe from one for the other. Gazed at him. Said to him, why are you gazing at me? He said to him, this matter of tithes is a more restricted case. There it is a matter of tithes, but here in the case of wheat and tares it is a matter of diverse kinds. Said Arjona, he was right to gaze at him. When prior rabbis sought to explain this matter, they would explain it as follows, there it is a matter of tithes, but here in the case of wheat and tares it is a matter of diverse kinds. Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, all are listed in pairs. Was that statement made concerning the entire chapter or only concerning a single law? From that which Rab said, the 5 herbs through which a person fulfills his obligation of eating bitter herbs on Passover are all permitted to be sown in a garden bed, and because it is said, this ruling of Rab does not accord with the view of Ar Yohanan, it follows that that statement was made concerning the entire chapter. RBA in the name of Rab, all of the items are listed in pairs. Rab's theory is reversed. There he rules that they all belong to a single kind, while here he ruled thus. It is not that Rab said, they all are considered to belong to a single kind : he said only that they are all considered kinds of herbs and permitted to be sown in a garden bed. The broad bean and the French vetch, the red grass pea and the grass pea and the hyacinth bean and the Nile cowpea, Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Haya bar Vava, they found written in the notebook of Ar Hillel br Valis, Ar Jonah in the name of Ar Haya bar Va, they found written in the notebook of Ar Hillel br Valis, in Aramaic, the broad bean and the French vetch, the red grass pea and the grass pea and the hyacinth bean and the Nile cowpea. Thus the Mishnah states, and the hyacinth bean and the Nile cowpea. Said Arjona, why is it called shut? Because it lies heavy on the heart and loosens the bowels. 1:2 A shate melon and a musk melon are not diverse kinds with one another. Arjuda says diverse kinds. Lettuce and hill lettuce, chicories and wild chicories, leeks and wild leeks, coriander and wild coriander, mustard and Egyptian mustard, and an Egyptian gourd and a ramusa are not diverse kinds with one another. Said Aryudan bar Manasseh, the words of the sages: one takes a slice from the stem of a shate melon and plants it and it becomes a watermelon. One takes a slice from the stem of a shate melon and plants it and it becomes a musk melon. Arjuda says, by its very nature it is a hybrid. One takes a slice from the stem of a watermelon and a slice from the stem of an apple and places them in a single hole and they join together and become hybrid. A shate melon and a watermelon, what would Arjuda rule concerning them? Let us derive the answer from the following: shate melons and gourds and watermelons and musk melons are not diverse kinds with one another, and they give heave offering and tithes from one for the other. Arjuda says, they are diverse kinds with one another. Let us say diverse kinds with one another. A ruling concerning a shate melon and a watermelon is a question. Lettuce and hill lettuce, Ar Hananiah said, the term for hill lettuce refers to wild lettuce, chicories and wild chicories, leeks and wild leeks. Simeon Brabi said, in Greek chicories are called antobin. Ar Yaseh br Abun said, in Greek chicories are called troxamen, In Aramaic, wild chicories are called ultin, in Aramaic leeks are called kiretin, and in Greek wild leeks are called kaplotin and an Egyptian gourd and a remusa. The Mishnah accords with the view of Rabbi and does not accord with our Nehemiah, for it was taught on Tanite authority in the name of our Nehemiah. Our Nehemiah says, Aramean and Egyptian gourds are diverse kinds with the Greek gourd, and are diverse kinds with remusa. And an Egyptian gourd and a remusa, said our Hinana, a remusa is like a bitter gourd that they sweeten by cooking it in ashes, and a cowpea and an asparagus bean, said our Jonah. An asparagus bean is called a carob because it is like a kind of Persian bean, the pods of which resemble a carob. 1. 3. A turnip and a rape and a kale and a garden cabbage, spinach, beets and garden sorrels, are not diverse kinds with one another. Added are akaba, a garlic and a chive, an onion, and a shallot and a lupin and a yellow lupin are not diverse kinds with one another. A turnip and a rape and a kale and a garden cabbage is a small kale. A spinach, beets and garden sorrels are hamwayan. Added are akaba, a garlic and a chive, an onion, and a shallot and a lupin and a yellow lupin are not diverse kinds with one another. A chive is a tumnata. An onion, and a shallot is a palulgula. And a lupin and a yellow lupin is a parmuel. And members of each pair are not diverse kinds with one another. 1:4 And in the tree, pears and crustaminum, pears and quinces and hawthorns, are not diverse kinds with one another. An apple and a Syrian pear, peaches and almonds, jujubes and wild jujubes, even though they are similar to one another, they are diverse kinds with one another. Hawthorns. Said our Jonah, these are aspargillin. And why are they called parishin? For this is the only kind of tree that is reserved for the pot. Rab said, all the items are listed in pairs. Salmon b. Levi brother of Zebedee b. Levi in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, all belong to a single kind. A Tanite statement takes issue with Rab, for it has been taught as a Tanite statement, also the Bkaim. Responded our Yase b. Arabun, but it has been taught as a Tanite statement, also the Haruganin. In the irrigated field of Sephoris they used to graft crustaminum pear onto pear. A certain student found them. He said to them, you are forbidden. They went and cut them off. And they came and asked at Yavnat. They said, whoever met you was none other than of the students of the house of study of Shammai. They said only that it is permitted to graft a crustaminum pear bud onto a pear tree. So to graft a pear bud onto a Syrian pear is not permitted. In the district of Area they used to graft apple onto Syrian pear. A certain student found them. He said to them, you are forbidden. They went and cut them off. And they came and asked at Yavnat. They said, correctly did that student say. He said only that it is prohibited to graft an apple bud onto a Syrian pear. Thus to graft a Syrian pear onto a pear tree is not prohibited. What happened. It was taught as a Tanite rule, a Gentile who grafted a nut onto a peach, even though he is not permitted to do so, he takes a shoot from it and plants it in another place. What fruit emerges from them? A walnut peach. Grafted a spinach beet onto an amaranth, even though the Israelite is not permitted to do so, takes a seed from it and sows it in another place. What fruit emerges from them? An arach. A zargan and a turnip, what fruit emerges from them? A carrot. Fennel and celery, what fruit emerges from them? A rock parsley. Almonds and Palestinian pistachios, what nut emerges from them? A pistachio. Olives and wild jujubes, what fruit emerges from them? Jujubes. 1:5 A radish and a rape, mustard and wild mustard, a Greek gourd with an Egyptian and the remusa, even though they are similar to one another, they are diverse kinds with one another. Said our Jonathan, there are species the status of which they established according to the appearance of the fruit, and there are species the status of which they established according to the appearance of their leaves. A turnip and a radish they established according to the appearance of the fruit. They objected, a radish and a rape, their fruit is similar and their leaves are similar, yet they are diverse kinds with one another. Said our Jonah, in this case they followed after the taste of the fruit. 1:6 A wolf and a dog, a wild dog and the jackal, goat, and gazelles, Nubian ibexes and fat-tailed sheep, a horse and a mule and an ass, and an Arabian onager. Even though they are similar to one another, they are diverse kinds with one another. Lo, a dog and a wild dog, and they are not diverse kinds with one another. And the Mishnah is not in accord with our Meir, for our Meir says, they are diverse kinds. Even though our Meir says, a dog is a domesticated animal, he agrees that a wild dog is a wild animal. Lo, a dog and a wild dog in our Meir's view are diverse kinds with one another. Fowl have not been noted in a Tannite formulation. Said our Yohanan, I derive it from the following ruling of the house of Levi: a cock peacock, a cock pheasant. Even though they are similar to one another, they are diverse kinds with one another. Our Simeon b. Lakish said, it is an explicit statement of the Mishnah that Rabbi taught us, all the same are an ox and all other beasts so far as falling into a pit, keeping apart from Mount Sinai, paying a double indemnity, the returning of that which is lost, unloading, muzzling, hybridization, and the Sabbath. And so, too, are wild beasts and fowl subject to the same laws. Said our Jonah, this statement of our Yohanan is still necessary. For we learn the Tannite tradition here that the laws of diverse kinds apply to a wild animal, and we explain there those wild animals that resemble each other but which are considered diverse kinds. We learn here that the laws of diverse kinds apply to domesticated animals, and we explain there those domesticated animals that resemble each other are nonetheless diverse kinds with one another. Similarly, the Tannite authority taught here that the laws of diverse kinds apply to fowl, and now the same authority comes and specifies those birds that resemble each other but nonetheless are considered diverse kinds. Said our Yaseh, and well did Jonah say, our Jeremiah said, Kahana asked our Simeon b. Lakish, he who mates different kinds among sea creatures, what is the law? He said to him, on them it is also written, according to their species. Said our Aha, did not say this, but rather others would say in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, to everything concerning which is written, according to their species, the law of diverse kinds applies. Kahana objected, concerning sea creatures it is written according to their kinds. Now let the laws of diverse kinds apply to them even though they do not copulate. Said our Yaseh, here Kahana has cast his net over our Simeon b. Lakish and caught him. Said our Jonah, I can solve the problem raised by Kahana on the basis of the prohibition against leading. He takes a thread and ties it through the ears of a white fish and a yellow fish, and they rub together and fertilize the eggs. 1:7 They do not graft a tree onto a tree, a vegetable onto a vegetable, and neither a tree onto a vegetable, nor a vegetable onto a tree. Our Judah permits a vegetable onto a tree. The theory of our Judah contains a contradiction. There he said, one takes a slice from the stem of a watermelon and a slice from the stem of an apple and places them in a single hole, and they join together and become hybrid, a vegetable onto a tree. There, because he places one slice beside the other, they join together and form a hybrid, but here it is a case of grafting the bud of an existing herb onto an already existing tree. It was taught as a Tannite rule. How on the basis of scripture do we know that they do not graft a tree that does not bear edible fruit on a tree that bears edible fruit, or a tree that bears edible fruit on another tree that bears edible fruit, one kind commingled with another kind? How do we know it? Scripture says, you shall keep my statutes. You shall not let your cattle breed with a different kind, you shall not sow your field with two kinds of seed, nor shall there come upon you a garment of cloth made of two kinds of stuff. Our Jonah, our Eliezer in the name of Kahana said, this is the view of our Eliezer, on account of the exegesis of my statutes as the statutes that I enacted for Adam. Our Yaseh in the name of our Hila, this represents the position of all parties, on account of the exegesis of my statutes as the statutes that I enacted for Adam. Then it should be forbidden to graft even a black fig tree onto a white fig tree. Said our Abin, but did you not derive this rule from diverse kinds of garments? Just as diverse kinds of garments that I have forbidden to you consist of two distinct kinds, so that one cannot combine one part from one kind and another part from another kind, so two diverse kinds that I have prohibited to you in every case consists of two distinct kinds, so that one cannot combine one part from one kind and another part from another kind. It was taught as a Tanite rule in the name or Eleazar, a Gentile is permitted to sow different kinds of seeds or to wear different kinds of garments, but not to mate his animal with an animal of a different kind nor to graft a bud from his tree onto a tree of a different kind. Why? For it is written concerning them, according to their kinds. But concerning vegetation it is written, according to their kinds. The phrase according to their kinds is not written in the command to the earth concerning vegetation, but only in the actual production of grasses and herbs. But if why was the earth cursed? Our Yudan Bar Shalom said, because the earth violated the decrees of the Holy One, blessed be He. Let the earth put forth vegetation, plants yielding seed according to their own kinds and trees bearing fruit in which is their seed, each according to its kind, our Phineas said, in her commandment, and added trees that do not bear edible fruit to the trees bearing edible fruit. According to the view of our Yudan Bar Shalom it was right that the earth should be cursed, for disobeying God's command. According to the view of our Phineas, why was the earth cursed? It is in line with what people say, cursed be the breast that suckled such a one as this. That is in accord with our Nathan, 3 came to judgment and 4 came out cursed, cursed be the ground because of you. To this point it is written only, you shall not let your cattle breed with a different kind. How do we know that the same applies to fowl? There is a Tanite authority who teaches, you shall keep my statutes. And there is a Tanite authority who teaches, you shall not let your cattle breed with a different kind. If one grafted a tree of one kind onto a tree of another kind and mated a fowl of one kind with a fowl of another kind, according to the Tanite authority who teaches, you shall keep my statutes, he is liable on one count. But according to the Tanite authority who teaches, you shall not let your cattle breed with a different kind, he is liable on 2 counts. If one mated a domesticated animal of one kind with a domesticated animal of another kind, and at the same time mated a fowl of one kind with a fowl of another kind, according to the Tanite authority who teaches, you shall keep my statutes, he is liable on 2 counts. But according to the Tanite authority who teaches, you shall not let your cattle breed with a different kind, he is liable on 1 count. It was taught as a Tanite rule, they do not graft the branch of a palm tree onto olive, because of a tree onto a tree. Our Yudan asked, but doesn't this conflict with our Levi, your wife will be like a fruitful vine in the recesses of your house, your children will be like olive shoots around your table, just as there is no grafting among olives, so may there be no worthlessness among your children. It follows that there could be worthlessness among them. That case is different, for one is prohibited from grafting olive branches onto the cleft of a palm tree not because it may yield fruit but because the palm tree will sweeten the olives. That is in line with the following, our Simeon b. Rabbi would water his peach tree with boiled wine to sweeten its fruit. 1:8 They do not plant vegetables in the stump of a sycamore tree, they do not graft rue onto a trifoliate orange tree, because these are a vegetable onto a tree. They do not plant a shoot of a fig in squill so that might cool, they do not insert a vine shoot into a watermelon, so that might pour its water into, because these are a tree onto a vegetable. They do not place a seed of a gourd in mallow, so that it might protect it, because it is a vegetable onto a vegetable. Our Zechariah the son-in-law of our Levi asked, even without this rule, is not inserting a vine shoot prohibited on account of the rule against sowing seeds under a vine? Said our Yase, interpret the rule to deal with one who deepens the root of the watermelon plant below 3 handbreadths, in line with what is taught on Tanite authority, roots of matter which extended into the 4 amot of the vineyard more than 3 handbreadths below it is permitted. 1:9 He who buries turnips or radishes, if some of its leaves were exposed, he does not fear, either because of diverse kinds, or because of the 7th year, or because of tithes and they are removed on the Sabbath. He who sows wheat and barley together, lo, this is diverse kinds. Our Judah says, it is not diverse kinds, until there are 2 wheat and barley, or wheat and 2 barley, or wheat, barley, and rice, wheat, turnips or radishes. Hezekiah said, they taught the rule only concerning turnips or radishes. Lo, other things are not permitted to be buried under a vine. Ar Yohanan said, there is no difference between turnips or radishes or anything else that one may bury under a vine, all are permitted. With what case do we deal? If it is on account of the prohibition against sowing seeds under a tree, then why specify a vine? Even under any other tree would it be permitted to bury branches or turnips or radishes with the leaves exposed. If one must expose the leaves of turnips or radishes because he wants to show that he doesn't aim at their taking root under the vine, then why specify turnips or radishes? Anything else would be buried under the vine with the leaves exposed. From what Ar Haya taught as a Tanite statement, in the case of a bunch of turnips or radishes, the reason can be only because he wants to show that he doesn't want them to take root. It was taught as a Tanite statement, an unripe fig which one stored in straw, and so too a cake which one stored under coals. If part of it is in the open, one may take it on the Sabbath. But if not, one may not take it on the Sabbath. R. Eliezer B. Tarai says, one may spear them with a spit or with a knife and take them on the Sabbath. The view of R. Eliezer B. Taddai accords with the view of R. Simeon, as it was taught on Tanite authority. A person may not drag a bed, chair, stool, and armchair to himself on the Sabbath and, it goes without saying, on the festival because it creates a furrow. And R. Simeon permits. R. Abba in the name of R. Huna, R. Haggai in the name of R. Zira, R. Yase in the name of R. Hila, sages concur with R. Simeon in the case of a chair the legs of which are sunk in clay that it is permitted to remove it on the Sabbath. Said R. Yase, we too teach that they are removed on the Sabbath, either because of diverse kinds, or because of the 7th year or because of tithes, and they are removed on the Sabbath. Said R. Yase Br Abun, the cited passage of the Mishnah may belong to R. Simeon. But we are taught by a Tanite statement in the Mishnah, if some of its leaves were exposed, he does not fear, either because of diverse kinds, or because of the 7th year or because of tithes. Can you say that because of the laws of the 7th year is a ruling of R. Simeon? Can it be that R. Simeon permits the use of the aftergrowths of the 7th year and here he says this? Even though R. Simeon permits use of the aftergrowths of the 7th year, he still is concerned on account of the sanctity of the 7th year. Thus here R. Simeon states, he is concerned neither on account of the 7th year nor on account of the sanctity of the 7th year. A farmer sowed 2 kinds of seeds in a group of unfenced fields, 2 kinds of seeds in an area that lay waste, or if he sowed 2 kinds of seeds in the same field and later on separated them with a fence. R. Yohanan said, he is exempt. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, he is liable. R. Simeon B. Lakish concurs that if one sowed on the seashore, on a rock, on rocky ground, or on crags, that he is exempt from liability. R. Simeon B. Lakish concurs that if one sowed on condition that he will later on set up a fence to separate the crops, he is exempt from liability. Said R. Abba the Carthaginian, R. Simeon B. Lakish concurs with regard to the Sabbath. The Mishnah differs from R. Yohanan, he who sows wheat and barley together, lo, this is diverse kinds. Interpret the Mishnah to speak of different kinds of seeds placed in an area of 6 by 6 handbreadths. For said R. Yohanan, he is not liable unless there is an area of 6 by 6 handbreadths laid waste in a field of grain or surrounded by a fence. But in such a case would R. Judah say, it is not diverse kinds? Said R. Zira, R. Judah is consistent with views expressed elsewhere, for R. Judah said, one kind planted in a field of another kind of herbs a handbreadth is the minimum width of the row. Said R. Yase, whoever wants to object to the statement of R. Zira on the grounds that Judah refers only to herbs, not to grain, may derive his view of R. Judah from that of the rabbis. Just as rabbis say, as to forbidding the planting, an area covered by a quarter cap of grain has to be sown in 2 kinds for there to be a transgression, but to receive a flogging, an area of 6 by 6 handbreadths has to be sown, so R. Judah said, as to forbidding the planting, An area covered by a quarter cab of grain has to be sown in 2 kinds for there to be a transgression, but to receive a flogging a handbreadth has to be sown. But it has been taught as a Tanite statement, our Judah permits. And this is a problem. What is the reason of our Simeon b. Lachish? Once he releases the seed from his hand to sow them, he is liable. But we have a Tanite statement, our Judah says, it is not diverse kinds. It is not diverse kinds until the seed comes to rest. But it has been taught as a Tanite statement, our Judah permits. Isn't that so even once they have come to rest our Judah permits? Said our Hila, our Simeon b. Lachish is consistent with his own views elsewhere. For said our Simeon b. Lachish in the name of Hezekiah, the top of a column of one kind that emerged from an area that lay waste into a field sown with another kind, it is permitted to sow it with a kind different from that of the sown field, even though in this case the top of the column does not appear to belong to the neighboring field. Now that Judah permits sowing 2 kinds of seeds together because one appears to belong to the point of an angle, he should permit sowing even 2 wheat and barley. And so but we are taught the Tanite statement, our Judah says, it is not diverse kinds, until there are 2 wheat and barley, or wheat, and 2 barley, or wheat, barley, and rice wheat. Interpret the rule to speak of this case, a grain of wheat lies on one side, another on the other side, and a fence is on the third side, and another fence is on the fourth side, and a grain of barley is boxed up in the middle. Said our Matenia, this applies only in a case in which you say that there is no area laid waste. But if there is an area laid waste, it is permitted to sow together 3 gains of diverse kinds. Yerushalmi Kilaim. Chapter 2. 2:1 Every seah that contains a quarter cab of another kind he shall lessen. Our Yase says, he shall sift whether of one kind or 2. Our Simeon says, they only said of one kind. And the sages say, everything that is diverse kinds with the seah combines to the quarter. Under what circumstances? When grain with grain, and pulse with pulse, grain with pulse, and pulse with grain. But truly they said, garden seeds that are not eaten combine to form an amount sufficient to prohibit the sowing of the seah when they total 1/24 of which is sown in a bet seah. Our Simeon says, just as they said to make more stringent, so did they say to make more lenient, flax with grain combines 1/24 of which is sown in a bet seah. We have learned in the Mishnah, every seah that contains a quarter cab of another kind. But there is a Tanite formulation, into which fell. Said our Mana, he who said that contains the quarter cab is 1/24 of a c. He who said into which fell the quarter cab is 1/25 of a c. Said our Yase b Arabun, whether he who said that contains or he who said into which fell the quarter cab is 1/24 of a c. So what is the difference between the 2 versions, that contains or into which fell? He who said that contains the Mishnah refers to loose grain, and he who said into which fell the Mishnah refers to grain still attached to the ground. How shall we interpret the case? If it is one who intends to sow the 2 kinds, then even 1 grain of what among grains of barley is forbidden. If he plan to mix together 2 kinds to sell them, then it is prohibited to mix any amount at all of the secondary kind with the primary kind. Our Jacob bar Aha, Abba bar Haya in the name of Rab, he who sifts pebbles from his fellow's grain is liable to replace them with good wheat. Said our Yase, that is to say, it is forbidden to mix. If you say it is permitted to mix 2 kinds, why do I need to replace them with good wheat? If he sold him good grains of wheat and they were found to be selected, with no pebbles among them, what is the law as to the sellers deducting for the buyer the value of the quarter cab of pebbles that such grain usually contains? The statements of the rabbis imply that he does not deduct from the price that quarter cab. For said our Jacob bar Aha, Abba bar Haya in the name of Rab, he who sifts pebbles from his fellow's grain is liable to replace them with good wheat. If the buyer picked out a quarter cab and a half, what is the law? May the buyer deduct for him the value of that quarter cab. Our Hinana and our Mana. Our Hinana said, he deducts for him. Our Mana said, he does not deduct for him, for the seller may say to the buyer, if you had left them for me and returned the quarter cab of pebbles with the grain, I would have heaped them up in the grain market, and whatever another buyer would have seen he would have bought. Rather, the case concerns grains that were mixed in the process of being stored. But we have learned in the Mishnah, but they said, garden seeds that are not eaten combine to form an amount sufficient to prohibit the sowing of the seah when they total 1/24 of which is sown in a bet seah. And it was taught as a Tanite statement on this rule, for example, garden seeds that are sown at the rate of a cab and a half cab per betsy. And is a 24th of a half cab worth anything? Up to here they were concerned about appearances, from here on they were not concerned about appearances. Every seah that contains a quarter cab of another kind he shall lessen. On which side does he lessen the quantity of seeds of the other kind? He may diminish the seeds of the quarter cab or add to the seeds of the sea. Did not Ar Yohanan say, Arabau in the name of Ar Yohanan, all forbidden items to which one added permitted items, if it is in order to annul prohibited items, if he does so inadvertently, the mixture is permitted. If he does so deliberately, the mixture is forbidden. There you are adding permitted items to prohibited ones to annul a scriptural prohibition, but here you are adding permitted items to prohibited ones to annul a prohibition that is only for appearance's sake. Ar Yaseh says, he shall sift whether of one kind or two. What is the reason of Ar Yaseh? Once he began to sift out the other kind in the quarter cab, he must complete sifting it out of the entire quarter cab. Ar Yaseh concurs that if there were there from the outset less than as quarter cab of seeds of another kind, it does not require sifting. What is a concrete case? If there was a quarter cab consisting of two kinds, does he sift out only one kind and that suffices, for there would then be less than a quarter cab of seeds, or does he have to sift out all of it? Our Simeon says, they only said of one kind. But if the quarter cab consists of two kinds, he doesn't have to lessen the quantity of seeds, for each is less than a quarter cab. How much up to the greater part of the sea? If he added to the greater kind of seeds so these make up more than half of the sea, the greater kind of grain renders the sea permitted, forming a majority as it does. Just as our Simeon said, two kinds do not combine to produce a prohibited ruling, so here, two kinds do not combine to produce a permitted ruling. What would be a practical case? If there were there in the sea 22.5 quarter cabs of wheat and half a quarter cab of barley, and there fell into it less than a quarter cab of lentils, even so, the two kinds, the wheat and the barley, do not combine to produce a permissible ruling. Under what circumstances? When grain with grain, and pulse with pulse, grain with pulse, and pulse with grain. It was taught on Tanite authority, under what circumstances? With seeds that 3 or 4 cabs per betsy low, 2 cabs per betsy prohibit sowing the sea when they total 1/24 of the volume that is sown in a betsy. But they said, garden seeds that are not eaten combine to form an amount sufficient to prohibit the sowing of the seah when they total 1/24 of which is sown in a bet seah. Said R. Eliezer, every passage in which they repeated, truly, signifies a law revealed by God to Moses at Sinai. And it was taught on Tanite authority, as in the case of garden seeds that are sown at the rate of a cab or a half cab per betsy. Garden seeds sown at the rate of 2 cabs per betsy may not be sown with a seed of another kind in a quarter cab. Here you say that seeds sown at the rate of 2 cabs per betsy prohibit the seed with a quarter cab, but elsewhere you say that seeds sown at the rate of 2 cabs per betsy prohibit the seed with 1/24 of the volume that is sown in a betsy. Ar Zira, Ar Abana in the name of Ar Huna one said, seeds prohibit a seed of another kind with a quarter cab when they are sown at a rate of up to 9 cabs per betsy. The other said, up to 8 cabs 9 and 10 cabs per betsy, do they combine to form a prohibited mixture? Come, see, seeds that are sown at the respective rates of 9 and 3 cabs per betsy combine to form a prohibited mixture with a quarter cab. Seeds sown at the respective rates of 9 and 10 cabs per betsy all the more combine to form a prohibited mixture with a quarter cab. Ar Abin and Ar Hanana both say, no, seeds sown at a rate of a seed per betsy separate them. A quarter cab of seed sown at the rate OAC per bet C is forbidden in a C of seed sown at the rate of 3 cabs per bet C, and a quarter cab of seed sown at a rate of 3 cabs per etc is forbidden in a C of seed sown at the rate OFAC per bet C. A quarter cab of seed sown at a rate of a C per bet C is prohibited in a C of seed sown at a rate of 9 cabs per bet C. And a quarter cab of seed sown at a rate of 9 cabs per bet C is forbidden in a C of seed sown at a rate of a C per bet C. 3/4 cabs of flax prohibit in a C of grain. How so? In a place in which one usually sowed a quarter cab of wheat, one sowed 3/4 cabs of flax. 2:2 His field was sown wheat, and he decided to sow it barley. He waits until sprouts radicals and overturns, and afterwards sows. If has sprouted, he should not say, I shall sow and afterwards overturn, rather, he overturns, and afterwards sows. How much should he plow? Like the furrow a rainfall. Abbasal says, so that he does not leave a quarter in a bet sea. How long until sprouts radicals? Until it has stayed in the place for 3 days, in a moist place, but not in a dry place. It needs more time in a dry place to sprout roots. And so it has been taught on Tanite authority, for part of the day like a whole if has sprouted, and he brought an animal down into it, and plucked out, lo, this is permitted. How much should he plow? Like the furrow a rainfall. What is the reason of the rabbis? Once he has signaled that he has made up his mind to plow the wheat under, even if he didn't make the furrows adjacent to one another, it is permitted. It was taught as a Tanite statement, they do not require him to plow a fine plowing, but rather he plows a coarse plowing like the furrows a rainfall. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, was called the horse's tail, the end of dirt of this touches the dirt of that. Abbasal says, so that he does not leave a quarter in a bet sea. What is the reason of Abbasal? Once he has begun to plow the wheat under in an area covered by a quarter cab, it is enough. Does Abbasal concur with Aryase, who holds that intention demonstrated through action determines whether or not one is obligated to remove one kind from among another kind? He is in agreement with rabbis. For rabbis say, once he has shown that he has made up his mind to plow the wheat under, even if he did not make the furrows adjacent to one another, it is permitted. And Abbasal says, once he has shown that he has made up his mind to plow the wheat under in an area covered by quarter cab of seed, it is sufficient. But Aryase says, he has to complete plowing under the entire area covered by a quarter cab. 2:3 was sown and he decided to plant it. He does not say, I shall plant and afterwards overturn, rather, he overturns and afterwards plants. Was planted and he decided to sow it, he does not say, I shall sow and afterwards uproot, rather, he uproots and afterwards sows. If he wanted, he cuts until they are less than a handbreadth, and sows and afterwards uproots. His field was sown with carom or arum, he should not sow on top of them, for they produce for 3 years. Grain among which aftergrowths of woad came up, and so the threshing floors in which many kinds came up, and so fenugreek which brought up kinds of grasses they do not require him to weed. If he weeded or cut down, they say to him, uproot everything, except for one kind. If he wanted, he cuts until they are less than a handbreadth, and sows and afterwards uproots. It was taught as a Tanite statement, they place cut sheaves of grain next to vines. Said Aryase, that is to say, it is forbidden to plant a withered vine next to withered standing grain. Is it permitted to sow next to withered vines? Let us derive the answer from the following: a vine that withered is forbidden but does not sanctify the seed sown nearby. And said R. Eliezer, it is the position of R. Meir, for R. Meir said, also a cotton tree is prohibited but it does not sanctify the seed sown nearby. That implies that it is permitted to sow next to withered vines. But if the vines sprouted, the vines and grain are permitted retroactively but forbidden for the future. It is in line with the following: R. Simeon B. Judah cut down vines. He said to his tenant, go, sow there. After he sowed, the vines sprouted. He said to him, Go and cut down. After he cut down the early growth of grain, the vines thrived. He said to him, Go and make supports for the vines, which are now permitted. Arzira asked, To now it is in accord with our Simeon b. Judah, who sincerely intended to uproot the grain if the vines began to grow again. But as to other people, who are not sincere, what is the law? He reverted and said, Even our Simeon b. Judah prohibits the vines that will grow on top of the grain for the future only on account of appearance's sake. It was a condition set by Joshua that they would gather wild grasses everywhere except from a field of fenugreek. R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Isaac bar Naaman, that is a Tanite ruling for a case in which he sowed the fenugreek for the sake of its spikes. And lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, and so fenugreek that brought up kinds of grasses they do not require him to weed. R. Jacob bar Aha in his own name, it concerns a case in which he sowed the fenugreek for the sake of its seeds. Said R. Yaseh, Did Joshua specify that his condition did not apply to a field of fenugreek only for transgressors? If the owner transgressed, the grasses are forbidden under the law of robbery. If the owner did not transgress, the grasses are permitted under the law of robbery. Rather, it makes no difference if he sowed the fenugreek for its seeds or for its spikes. But we have learned in the Mishnah, and so fenugreek that brought up kinds of grasses they do not require him to weed. But if he is mindful of the grass, let them require him to weed. R. Aha in the name of R. Misha, the owner does want them as if they were uprooted and placed before him. But then if one found diverse kinds growing in a vineyard, let diverse kinds be prohibited under the law of robbery, for here too the owner wants them as if they were uprooted and placed before him. R. Yaseh did not say this. Rather he meant that at the end the owner wants them as if they were uprooted and placed before him. Now here he has something with which to bring in the grasses, the fenugreek, but there, he does not have something with which to bring in the other kind. R. Naaman said, Armana asked, Take note. If there was this other field of fenugreek near the vineyard, in that instance he would have something with which to bring in the other kind. The statements of the rabbis differ. For R. Zerakin said in the name of the house of Yaneh, all aftergrowths that come up in the 7th year are forbidden from being eaten except those that come up in an uncultivated field, a newly plowed field, or a field of a vineyard. And some say, except for aftergrowths of other kinds that come up in a field of fenugreek that has been sown for the sake of its seed. Said R. Yaseh, the statement of R. Yohanan supports my position. There was the case of someone who bought a garden of herbs from a Gentile. He came and asked R. Yohanan whether he may allow the herbs, which were growing as diverse kinds, to continue to grow. He said to him, Go and gather the herbs that are diverse kinds with the primary herbs of the garden and sell them according to the market price. Objected R. Abba before R. Yohanan, and so the threshing floors in which many kinds came up, and so fenugreek which brought up kinds of grasses they do not require him to weed. He said to him, There its place shows concerning the diverse kinds that he doesn't want them to continue to grow. But let him answer, here it is in accord with what R. Imi said, they were rich in answers. Or let it accord with what R. Nissa said, it is as where one has two reasons and he gives only one of them. 2:4 He who wishes to lay out his field narrow beds of every kind, the house of Shammai say, 3 furrows of opening. And the house of Hillel say, the width of the Sharon yoke. And the words of these are near the words of those. He who wishes to lay out his field narrow beds of every kind, said R. Jonah, that which you say applies to a field made up entirely of plots of different kinds. But in a field made up of a single plot, it is not the case. And that is in accord with what R. Yaneh said, I can sow my field with 50 different kinds, 25 kinds on one side and 25 on the other. Can one sow different kinds if there are only 2 rows? If it is permitted to sow different kinds in separate plots, is it permitted to sow such a plot even between his field and his neighbor's? Is it also permitted to sow one kind in a plot even in an area that lay waste? Or may we include what R. Simeon b. Lachish said in the name of Hezekiah, the top of a column of one kind that emerges from an area that lay waste into a field with another kind it is permitted. Rabbi says, he begins with the side of a bet roba and gradually narrows it until it reaches the width of 3 furrows of opening. But doesn't Rabbi accept the rule, grain a bet roba? There the rule concerns a different kind sown in a square, while here the rule concerns a triangular plot. And do not the rabbis not accept the rule concerning a triangular plot, that the plot becomes ever more narrow? Said Yudan, both rabbis and rabbi agree that the plot begins at one width and narrows to another. They differ only in that the width of the end of the narrow bed according to rabbi is the same as that of the beginning of the narrow bed according to rabbis. He who wants to lay out his field rows of grain and rows of many kinds makes 3 open furrows from the beginning of the field to its end. R. Eliezer asked, if his field was small, what is the law? Let us derive the answer from the following, R. Eliezer b. R. Simeon and Abba Yaseh b. Hanan of Manasseh, in a large field it is sufficient for them 50 amot in length, while in a small field it must extend over the greater part of the field. These authorities gave a minimum measure for the length of the plot in a large field, but did not give a minimum measure for the length of a plot in a small field, but sages did not give a minimum measure for the length of a plot in a large field would not give a minimum measure for the length of a plot in a small field. 2:5 The point of the angle of the field of wheat entered into of barley, it is permitted, for looks like the end of his field. His was wheat, and his neighbor's was another kind, it is permitted to flank of the same kind. His was wheat, and his neighbor's was wheat, it is permitted to flank it a furrow of flax, but not a furrow of another kind. R. Simeon says, it is all the same whether flax seeds or any kind. R. Yaseh says, even in the middle of his field it is permitted to test with a furrow of flax. Resh Lakish in the name of Hezekiah, the top of a column of one kind that emerges from an area that lay waste it is permitted. Said R. Yohanan, they taught this rule only if there was a top of a column. It follows that the top of a column of one kind that emerges from an area that lay waste into a field of another kind is prohibited. Hezekiah said, he who has a bet rova and a space measuring any amount at all in that space measuring any amount at all he sows whatever kind he wants. Said R. Yohanan, he sows only one kind in the space measuring any amount at all. Said R. Zira, but R. Yohanan agrees that if there was a bet rova and a half, he sows half of the bet rova on one side with one kind and half of the bet rova on the other side with another kind, and the remaining empty half of the bet rova is regarded as belonging to this side and that side. The Tanite rule differs from R. Yohanan, one had 2 rows, one sown wheat and one sown barley, it is permitted to make a furrow between them, to sow either wheat or barley, for the grains of wheat look like the end of the field of wheat, and the grains of barley look like the end of the field of barley. How does R. Yohanan deal with this? He interprets it in accord with the view of R. Eliezer b. Jacob, R. Eliezer b. Jacob says, also if, it is permitted, for the wheat looks like the end of the field of wheat, and the barley looks like the end of the field of barley. Wheat is absorbed in the field of barley, one barley is absorbed in the field of wheat, it is prohibited. His was wheat, and his neighbor's was wheat, it is permitted to flank it a furrow of flax, but not a furrow of another kind. With what case are we dealing? If it is one who intends to test, then even in the middle of his field it is permitted. If it is with one who does not intend to test, then why specify to sow flax seeds? For any of the other kinds of produce it should be permitted as well. So we must be dealing with one who intends to test the soil for flax, and the dispute is as follows. R. Yaseh is not concerned about appearances, but rabbis were concerned. R. Simeon says, it is all the same whether flax seeds or any kind. R. Samuel in the name of R. Zira, R. Simeon is consistent with views expressed elsewhere. Just as R. Simeon said, a man does not sanctify something which is not his own, so does he say here, a man does not surround with another kind and so prohibit something that is not his own. Rab said, a man does not surround with another kind and so prohibit something that is not his own. Said R. Jonah, the statement of Rab accords with that of R. Simeon. Just as R. Simeon said, a man does not sanctify something which is not his own, so does he say here, a man does not surround with another kind and so prohibit something that is not his own. But Rab is not in accord with the position of rabbis. 2:6 They do not flank a field of grain mustard or safflower, but they flank a field of vegetables mustard or safflower. And he flanks uncultivated land, or newly broken land, or a loose stone wall, or a road, or a fence 10 handbreadths high, or a ditch which is 10 deep and 4 wide, or a tree which shades the ground, or a rock 10 high and 4 wide. They do not flank a field of grain mustard or safflower. What is haria? Safflower. This is what the Mishnah states: they do not edge a field of grain mustard or safflower. Lo, as to flanking, the Mishnah represents the view of R. Judah. For it has been taught as a Tannite statement, they edge mustard safflower only geophytes, the words of R. Meir. R. Judah says, they edge any mustard safflower, except for grain. R. Simeon says, they edge any mustard safflower. Rabbi Simeon b. Gamaliel says, they surround small beds of vegetables mustard safflower. It has been taught as a Tannite statement. Rabbi says, a man is permitted to make a row of mustard safflower in his field, provided that he make the length of the row a length of 10.5 cubits. Said R. Eliezer, they taught that rule only for a small field. What is a small field and what is a large field? If there is a betroba between one side and another, that is a large field. If not, it is a small field. Doesn't this rule differ from that of R. Yohanan? For R. Yohanan said, the top of a column of one kind that emerges from a waste area into a field of another kind, it is forbidden. There the case refers to a field of plants grown for their seeds, but here it refers to a field of herbs. Even though R. Yohanan was differ in the case of plants grown for their seeds, he would agree here in the case of herbs. A dry area, it is permitted to sow in it any kind that he wants, said R. Yohanan, that is on condition that he sow at least 3 handbreadths within 6 handbreadths. And the 3 handbreadths that are adjacent to the fence are regarded as a dry area. If there were 3 handbreadths of another kind sown within the 6 handbreadths of the dry area, and 1 handbreadth of this kind was sown outside of the 6 handbreadths, just as these handbreadths that are within the 6 handbreadths are saved, so also this handbreadth that lies outside of the 6 handbreadths is saved. If there was there a rectangular area consisting of a dry area along 1 breadth, 2 rows among the lengths, a fence opposite the dry area, and a row in the middle extending from the fence to the dry area, all of these areas surround the row in the middle and prohibit sowing another kind there. The top of a wide dirt-covered wall that separates a higher field from a lower one is like the upper field and may be sown only with the kind sown in the upper field. There were 2 fields, one higher than the other, the upper one is adjacent to a ditch or the lower one is adjacent to a wall. Members of the house of Aryane say, a wall it is permitted to sow on it any kind of trailing plant. A wall may yield a more lenient ruling or a more strict one than it would if a fence were not present. How so? An area of less than a betroba cleared in a field of grain, it is forbidden to sow another kind in it. But if he surrounded this area with a wall, it is permitted to sow another kind in it. A betroba in a group of unfenced fields, it is permitted to sow in it 2 different kinds, but if he surrounded the betroba with a wall, it is forbidden to sow another kind in it. How do we know that a wall that is sown saves the seeds of different kinds on either side of it? How do we know that a dry area that is sown saves the herbs of different kinds on either side of it? R. Samuel in the name of R. Zira inferred the answer from the following: he flanks tree roots which have dried up, which are 10 handbreadths high. It says that one is permitted to flank with different kinds only those roots that has dried up. Lo, with moist tree roots, flanking with different kinds is forbidden. R. Yase inferred the answer from the following: and he flanks uncultivated land, or newly broken land, or a loose stone wall, or a road, or a fence 10 handbreadths high. That implies that a sown fence saves the seeds of different kinds on either side of it. Even if you say, a fence 10 handbreadths high, a sown fence does not save the seeds of different kinds on either side of it. That is because the case is different here, for in this case it is a sown fence, and a sown fence does not save the seeds of different kinds on either side of it. R. Yudan asked, a dry area and a triangular plot, how do they combine to form the minimum dimensions of an autonomous area? What is a practical case? If there was a space measuring 10½ cubits long by 6 handbreadths wide, one does not need a dry area. Rather, if he made a dry area on one side of a plot, it is permitted to flank the plot on both sides with diverse kinds. Or a rock 10 high and 4 wide, it was taught as a 10ite rule, R. Jonathan B. Yase says, if there was a rock 10 handbreadths long and 4 handbreadths wide, it is permitted to flank it with different kinds on 2 of its sides. And if it measured 10 by 10 handbreadths, it is permitted to flank it with different kinds on all 4 of its sides. 2:7 He who wishes to lay out his field patches of every kind, he lays out 24 patches to a bet sea, a patch to a bet roba, and sows in each patch any kind that he wishes. If there were 1 or 2 patches, he sows them with mustard. 3. He shall not sow mustard, for looks like a field of mustard, the words of our Meir. And the sages say, 9 patches are permitted, 10 are prohibited. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, even his entire field is a betcor, he shall lay out only 1 patch in it. R. Hezekiah, R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan, the statement of the sages responds to the beginning of what is attributed to R. Meir and not to M2:7 DG. R. Meir says, even if the patches are surrounded on all sides by non-adjacent patches of different kinds or are flanked on one side by an adjacent patch of a different kind, it is permitted to sow each of the patches with a different kind. And rabbis say, it is permitted to sow patches of different kinds, so long as the patches are neither surrounded nor flanked. What is a concrete case? 3 patches in the first row, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth row, and 1 in the fifth row. 2:8 Everything that is within a bet roba counts within the measure of the bet roba. The ground required for a vine or the grave, or the rock counts within the measure of the bet roba. Grain a bet roba. Vegetables 6 handbreadths square. Grain vegetables, or vegetables grain a bet roba. R. Eliezer says, vegetables grain 6 handbreadths grain leans over grain, or vegetables over vegetables, grain over vegetables, vegetables over grain. Everything is permitted, except for the Greek gourd. R. Meir says, even the shate melon and the cowpea, but I prefer their words to my own. R. Abun Bar Haya in the name of R. Zira, they taught only concerning the ground surrounded by a vine. But the area under a vine itself does not count within the measure of a bet roba. How come? Because it is prohibited for benefit. But lo, the grave also is forbidden for benefit, yet it counts within the bet roba. A grave's prohibition is not readily apparent, but the area of tillage of a vine, isn't it also prohibited with respect to benefit? The rule accords with the position of R. Ishmael, for R. Ishmael said, there is no requirement of an area of tillage for a single vine. Grain a bet roba, on condition that the secondary kind of grain not be surrounded on all 4 sides by the primary kind of grain. R. Zira raised a question before R. Yase, if we said this, they would be able to sow only a single kind in the valley of Simonia. R. Eliezer says, vegetables grain 6 handbreadths. R. Eliezer would answer the rabbis as follows, just as you have a lenient ruling with regard to a row of herbs sown among grain, that the row must measure only 6 handbreadths wide, as well as a stringent ruling with regard to a square of herbs sown among grain, that the square must measure a bet roba, so I present a lenient ruling with regard to a square of herbs sown among grain. That the square must measure only 6 handbreadths square. Where do we find that rabbis have a lenient ruling with regard to a row and a stringent ruling with regard to a square? It is that which has been taught on a 10ite basis. He who wants to sow a row of herbs in a field of grain makes the length of the row 10½ cubits in length by a width of 6 handbreadths. Said R. Yohanan, he sows in it only a single kind alone. Said R. Zira, R. Yohanan concedes that if there were 7 handbreadths in the width of this area, he sows 1 handbreadth of one kind on one side and 1 handbreadth of one kind on the other side, and those 5 empty handbreadths in the middle are assigned to both this side and that side, to what R. Zira explained concerning the view of R. Yohanan there. If he planted half of a row and stopped and wanted to start sowing another kind in a different row, R. Hisda said, it is forbidden. Rather he says to him, uproot the row or complete the row. R. Yudan said, R. Haya bar Abba and R. Samuel bar Isaac differed. One said, even if only 3 handbreadths out of 6 are sown, it is sufficient to constitute a row. The other said, even if one plant is on one side at the top of the row and another plant is on the other side at the bottom of the row and another plant is in the middle of the row, that suffices to form a row. And we do not know which authority made the first ruling and which made the second. On the basis of what R. Yase said R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, it is permitted to sow a row of one kind among another, and that is on condition that there is no empty space between one plant and the next. It follows that R. Samuel bar Isaac is the one who said, even if one plant is on one side at the top of the row and another plant is on the other side at the bottom of the row and another plant is in the middle of the row, that suffices to form a row. But if the combined measure of the planted sides of the row was greater than the combined measure of the empty space, it is permitted to allow empty spaces between one plant and the other. Except for the Greek gourd, it was taught as a Tanite rule. 5 things were said concerning the Greek gourd: it is prohibited to train it over plants, its stalk handbreadth, it prohibits in any amount, and it conveys uncleanness and interposes before uncleanness, and he who forswears gourds, is prohibited from only the Greek gourd. Arjuna asked, and why do we not count as 2? It conveys uncleanness and interposes before uncleanness. Bar Kapura repeated the Tanite formulation as 7, it is prohibited to train it over plants, its stalk handbreadth, and it conveys uncleanness and interposes before uncleanness. They give it the full area required for its tillage, and it is considered diverse kinds with the Aramean gourd, and it is considered diverse kinds with the Ramusa. And he did not repeat the items on the Greek gourds prohibiting in any amount or the rule on vows. Said R. Yase, Rabban Gamaliel b. Rabbi went out to the marketplace. They came and asked him, the rule of training that they mentioned, does it refer only to a case in which the leaves of the Greek gourd actually touch the other plants, or is it prohibited to allow the Greek gourd even just to lean over the other plants? He went and asked his father. He said to him, it refers only to a case in which the leaves of the Greek gourd actually touch the other plants. Said Arjuna, R. Hillel b. Arvalis went out to the marketplace. They came and asked him, the rule of training that they mentioned, does it refer only to a case in which the leaves of the Greek gourd actually touch the other plants, or is it prohibited to allow the Greek gourd even just to lean over the other plants? He went and asked his father. He said to him, it refers only to a case in which the leaves of the Greek gourd actually touch the other plants. R. Meir says, even the shate melon and the cowpea, but I prefer their words to my own. What does but I prefer their words to my own mean? Said R. Hinana, if on an Egyptian gourd that overshadows nearby plants, you say it is permitted to allow it to lean over other plants, all the more so a hate melon and a cowpea, which do not overshadow nearby plants, should be allowed to learn over them. Said R. Abamari, R. Mana would not say this. Rabbi says wherever we are taught concerning a shate melon and a cowpea, the same rule applies to an Egyptian gourd. And what does but I prefer their words to my own mean? It is because they do not overshadow nearby plants as does the Greek gourd. Yerushalmi Kilaim. Chapter 3. 3:1 A garden bed that is 6 handbreadths by 6 handbreadths, they sow in it 5 seeds, 4 the 4 sides of the garden bed and 1 in the middle. If had a border a handbreadth, they sow in it 13, 3 on each border and 1 in the middle. He shall not plant the head of a turnip in the border, because it fills. Arjuda says, 6 in the middle? Since it says, for as the earth brings forth her bud and as the garden causes seed sown in it to spring forth, its seed is not said, but its seeds. The smallest number of its seeds is 2 varieties. Said R. Samuel bar Sisreda, from 2 you may then derive 4. In the case of 2 varieties of seeds, You plant at the outset rows 6 handbreadths long and then proceed to plant progressively shorter rows, and likewise, in the case of 4 varieties of seeds, you plant rows of 6 handbreadths and progressively shorten the rows. Is it then not possible that there will be an empty space available for the planting of the in the middle? Said Arjuna, the work area for one species will impinge on the work area of another, but one variety of seeds will not impinge upon another and so create a case of mixed seeds. R. Joshua B. Levi said, seed, its seeds. And from the viewpoint of R. Judah, who maintains that there may be 6 seed, its seeds. R. Haggai said, its seeds refers to 5 varieties. Wherever I find such a case, I shall then blot out. The question was addressed to Arjuna, scribe of the school, and he said, its seeds is written out full. R. Yohanan in the name of Aryane, all of them are to be within the 6. Kahana in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, all of them outside of the 6. If all of them are to be outside of the 6, then we should repeat the tradition as referring to 9. Said R. Tanhum of Basrak, and that is the meaning of the passage of the Mishnah which speaks of a furrow among other furrows. R. Isaac and R. Imi were in session and raised this question. We have learned in the Mishnah, if had a border a handbreadth, 3 on each border and 1 in the middle. Interpret the passage to deal with the case in which the borders extend into the garden bed and diminish the 6 handbreadths. If the borders extend into the garden bed and diminish the 6 handbreadths, we have learned in the Mishnah, R. Judah says, 6 in the middle. And they interpret it as follows, but it is not known whether the associates interpreted it or with R. Imi did. Judah's rule concerns the opening clauses, a garden bed that is 6 handbreadths by 6 handbreadths they sow in it 5 seeds, for the 4 sides of the garden bed and 1 in the middle. But if Judah's rule concerns the opening clauses, with regard to the subsequent clauses, if had a border a handbreadth, 3 on each border and 1 in the middle, R. Haya taught a Tanite statement, R. Judah says, 18 kinds may be sown in a garden bed seeds, for the 4 sides of the garden bed and 1 in the middle. Is it permitted to clear a betroba and to sow in it 5 kinds of grain? If in an area 6 handbreadths square, on account of which one is flogged on the authority of the Torah, you say that it is permitted. Here, in the case of a betroba, on account of which one is not flogged on the authority of Scripture, all the more so one should say that it is permitted. Is it permitted to clear an area and allow each of 2 kinds instead of 5, 6 handbreadths at the beginning, and to narrow gradually the area covered by each kind until the 2 kinds meet at a point in the middle? If when an area of tillage of one kind comes into contact with an area of tillage of another kind, in the case of 5 kinds, you say that it is permitted. Here in the case of 2 kinds where an area of tillage of one kind does not come into contact with an area of tillage of another kind, all the more so should you say that it is permitted. That question is superfluous, but the following is required. Is one permitted to clear an area and allow each of 2 kinds of grain a betroba in the beginning and gradually to narrow an area covered by each kind until the 2 kinds meet at a point in the middle, as if one were sowing herbs in a garden bed? If in an area measuring 6 handbreadths square, on account of which one is flogged by the authority of the Torah, you say that it is permitted. Here with a betroba on account of which one does not receive stripes on the authority of the Torah, all the more so should it be permitted. Arnisa asked, isn't it reasonable that it is permitted to sow 2 kinds at the top of a border? Arnisa further asked, if one made a plate of plants, a partition, around the kind sown in the middle and sowed the kind in the middle in small hollows, how much must the area covered by this kind be? From what R. Isaac and R. Imi said, interpret if had a border a handbreadth, 3 on each border and 1 in the middle, to concern a case in which the borders extend into the garden bed and diminish the 6 handbreadths, it follows that even less than the 6 square handbreadths need to be covered by the kind in the middle. To what point may one diminish the area covered by the kind in the middle? Let us derive the answer from the following. A man is permitted to make in his field small furrows, a handbreadth, and to place in them 3 kinds, 1 to one side, one to the other side and one in the middle, thus one may diminish the area covered by the kind in the middle up to a handbreadth. R. Abba bar Kahana, Simeon bar Narshaya in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, they taught the ruling only concerning a case in which the plants leaned into a waste area. Said R. Zira, every handbreadth of the border they considered a domain unto itself, and let there be 25 kinds sown in the garden bed, 6 on each border and 1 in the middle. And so did R. Abun bar Haya ask in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, and have we not learned in the Mishnah, the furrow and the water channel that are a handbreadth deep, they sow in them 3 seeds, 1 on one, 1 on the other, and 1 in the middle? But should it not be taught, they sow in them 5 kinds of seeds, 2 on one side, 2 on the other side, and 1 in the middle? You cannot do so, for the kind on one side and the kind on the other side would then surround the middle one. R. Abun bar Haya in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac asked, does a border save herbs sown in a garden bed from a surrounding bed of shade melons? If in the case of seeds of one kind sown among seeds of another kind, which are saved by an area measuring 10.5 cubits square, a border does not save one kind from another, in the case of a bed of shade melons, which is saved from another kind of trailing plant by an area measuring 12 cubits, all the more so should it not be saved by a border. Is a bed of shade melons planted among other trailing plants saved by the top of the border? If seeds of one kind sown among seeds of another kind, which are saved by an area measuring 10.5 cubits square, are not saved by the top of a border, a bed of shade melons, which is saved from another kind of trailing plants by an area measuring 8 cubits, all the more so should not be saved by the top of a border. Said R. Yudan father of R. Matleya, but is this a valid all the more so argument? Rather, this is what it should say, no, if seeds of one kind sown among seeds of another kind, which are saved by an area measuring 10.5 cubits square, are not saved by the top of a border, a bed of shade melons, which is saved from herbs by an area measuring 12 cubits, all the more so should now be saved by the top of the border. 3:2 They do not sow any kind of seeds in a single garden bed, all kinds of herbs do they sow in a single garden bed. Mustard and smooth chickpeas kind of seeds, large chickpeas a kind of vegetable. A border that was a handbreadth high and became diminished, is fit, for it was fit from its inception. The furrow and the water channel that are a handbreadth deep. They sow in them 3 seeds, 1 on one, 1 on the other, and 1 in the middle. They do not sow any kind of seeds in a single garden bed, all kinds of herbs do they sow in a single garden bed. Mustard and smooth chickpeas kind of seeds, mustard and smooth beans, even though he sowed them for greens, they do not sow them in a garden bed. Large beans and cowpea, when they sowed them for seeds, they sow them in a garden bed. Greens, they do not sow them in a single garden bed. And the rest of the field vegetables and garden vegetables, even though he sowed them seeds, they do not sow them in a single garden bed. A border that was a handbreadth high and became diminished, is fit, said Rimi, that which you say applies only to seeds that are within the border before it became diminished in height. But to sow in it afresh is forbidden. If one transgressed and sowed seeds in a diminished border that had also been sown when the border was at the proper height, since these are Jeremiah asked, it is clear that if the second set of herbs were uprooted, that is, those sown after the border was diminished, the first set would be permitted. If the first set of herbs were uprooted, what is the law concerning the second set? Let us derive the answer from the following: a bed from which 2 long pieces were removed, and for which one made new ones but one did not change the sockets, if the new ones were broken, is unclean. And the old ones, clean. For everything follows the old. Thus, that is to say, if the second set of herbs were uprooted, that is, those sown after the border was diminished, the first set would be permitted. If the first set of herbs were uprooted, the second set would be forbidden. R. Jonah said, R. Zira and Rimi both in the name of R. Yohanan. One said, they flank a wall with different kinds but they do not blank a border with different kinds. And the other said, a border that was diminished in height is fit but a wall that was diminished in height is unfit, and we do not know which one said the first and which one said the second. From what R. Yase, Zira said in the name of Yohanan, they flank a fence with different kinds but they do not flank a border with different kinds. It follows that it is Rimi who said, a border that was diminished in height is fit but a wall that was diminished in height is unfit. Said Yase, we too have learned in the Mishnah both of these rules. A border that was a handbreadth high and became diminished, is fit. It follows that a wall that was diminished in height is unfit. They flank a wall with different kinds, as we have learned in the Mishnah, and he flanks uncultivated land, or newly broken land or a loose stone wall or a road, or a fence 10 handbreadths high, or a ditch which is 10 deep and 4 wide, or a tree which shades the ground, or a rock 10 high and 4 wide. They do not flank a border with different kinds, as we have learned in the Mishnah, the furrow and the water channel that are a handbreadth deep they sow in them 3 seeds, one on one on the other, and one in the middle. Now you say that they do flank a border with different kinds, let him sow below them several rows. Associates before Samuel bar Abin said, resolve the matter by interpreting the Mishnah to concern a case in which one sowed on top of the border. He said to them, if so, let him uproot the stalk that is sown on top of the border and sow below them. Isn't it better to uproot a single stalk and sow below them several rows? 3:3 The top of the column of a field of vegetables entered a field of another vegetables, it is permitted, for it looks like the end of his field. His field was sown with vegetables, and he wishes to plant in it a row of another vegetables. Ishmael says, unless the furrow is open from one end of the field to the other. Akiba says, 6 handbreadths length and fully as wide. Judah says, the width must be as wide as the width of the sole of a foot. The top of the column of a field of vegetables entered a field of another vegetables, it is permitted. Bar Kaparat taught as a Tanite rule concerning a furrow or water channel, they sow in it only one kind. His field was sown with vegetables, and he wishes to plant in it a row of another vegetables. Ishmael says, unless the furrow is open from one end of the field to the other. Akiba says, 6 handbreadths length and fully as wide. Judah says, the width must be as wide as the width of the sole of a foot. What did Ishmael say concerning the width of a row of one kind of herbs sown in a field of herbs of another kind? If Akiba surrounds the row with the kind sown in the field in 3 directions and requires the row to measure only 6 handbreadths in length, maintaining that the row should be fully as wide as its length, Ishmael, who surrounds the row with the kind sown in the field in only 2 directions, requiring the row to extend the length of the field, all the more so should hold that the row must be fully as wide as it is long. What did Ishmael say concerning a row of herbs sown in a field of grain? If Akiba, who rules leniently here in the case of sowing a row of herbs in a field of another kind of herbs, where he requires the row to measure 6 handbreadths in length, rules stringently there, in the case of sowing a row of herbs among grain, where he requires the row to measure 10.5 cubits in length, Ishmael, who rules stringently here, in the case of sowing herbs in a field of another kind of herbs, where he requires that the row extend from one end of the field to the other, all the more so should he rule stringently there. No, the question is as follows, what did Ishmael say about the width of a row of herbs sown in a field of grain? Just as you say here that there is no difference between Akiba and Ishmael with regard to width, so you say there his field was sown with vegetables, and he wishes to plant in it a row of another vegetables. Samuel said, they repeated the law only concerning sowing one row of herbs in a field of a different kind of herbs. Lo, as to 2 rows, it is forbidden. Yohanan and Simeon b. Lakish both say, there is no difference. All the same are 1 row and 2 rows of herbs of one kind in a field of a different kind of herbs. Simeon b. Lakish said, it is permitted to clear 4 rows in a group of unwalled fields and to plant a kind in them that is different from that of the surrounding fields. Said Yohanan, and that is only on condition that the 2 outer rows are garden beds. Said Zira, and that is only on condition that 3 handbreadths of 6 are 1. Judah says, the width must be as wide as the width of the sole of a foot. Said Huna, the scriptural basis for Judah's ruling is as follows. You irrigated it by foot like an herb garden, and what is the measure of the sole of a foot? A handbreadth. Our Judah says, the width must be as wide as the width of the sole of a foot. We repeat in the Mishnah here the statement of our Judah, and we repeat in the Mishnah there the statement of our Judah in the middle. Had the Tannite framer of the passage taught the position of our Judah here and not repeated it there, we might have said, if our Judah, who rules stringently here and leniently there, rabbis, who rule leniently here should also all the more so rule leniently there. So it was necessary to teach the dispute there. Had the Tannite framer of the passage taught the position of our Judah there and not repeated it here, we might have said, if rabbis, who rule stringently there rule leniently here, our Judah, who rules leniently there, all the more so should rule leniently here. So it was necessary to teach the dispute here, and it was necessary to repeat the rule there. 3:4 He who plants 2 rows of shade melons, 2 rows of gourds, 2 rows of cowpeas, it is permitted. A row of shade melons, a row of gourds, a row of cowpeas, it is prohibited. A row of shade melons, a row of gourds, a row of cowpeas and a row of shade melons are Eliezer permits, and sages prohibit. A man plants a shade melon and a gourd in a single hollow, provided that one leans to one side, and the other leans to the other side, and the foliage of one leans to this side, and the foliage of the other leans to the other side, for whatever the sages prohibited, they decreed only on account of appearances. He who plants 2 rows of shade melons, 2 rows of gourds, 2 rows of cowpeas, it is permitted. Hezekiah said, this is subject to dispute. He who says there that 12 cubits must separate one bed of trailing plants from another here too would rule that 12 cubits must separate 2 beds of trailing plants. He who says there that 8 cubits must separate one bed of trailing plants from the other here too holds that 8 cubits must separate 2 beds of trailing plants. Said Ar Yohanan, it represents the position of all parties. A bed of trailing plants among other beds of trailing plants has the power to save a bed lying between 2 others with 8 cubits alone. How much surrounds and prohibits the bed between it and a third bed? Said Ar Zira, let us learn the rule from the counterpart rule in the case of a vineyard. Just as you say with regard to a vineyard, there is no difference between its length and its separation distance, so here too in the case of a bed of trailing plants, there is no difference between its length and its separation distance, so here too there is no difference between its length and its separation distance. In the view of Hezekiah, there is no problem, for he holds that the authority who says there that 8 cubits must separate one bed of trailing plants from another here too would hold that 8 cubits must separate the 2 beds of trailing plants. But in the view of Ar Yohanan, how much must the length of a bed of trailing plants be for it to be considered an autonomous domain, so that it surrounds and prohibits a bed between it and a third bed? If you say with a length of 8 cubits, then all the more so a bed of trailing plants planted among onions should surround and prohibit the onions with a length of 8 cubits, if a bed of trailing plants planted among other beds of trailing plants, which you hold saves a bed lying between 2 others with a separation and distance of only 8 cubits, surrounds and prohibits a bed between it and a third bed with a length of 8 cubits, a bed of trailing plants planted among onions, the power of which you weaken to save the onions with a separation distance of 12 cubits all the more so should surround and prohibit the onions with a length of 8 cubits. And if you say that a bed of trailing plants set among onions surrounds and prohibits the onions only with a length of 12 cubits, just as its separation distance is 12 cubits, all the more so a bed of trailing plants among other beds of trailing plants, in which case the separation distance is only 8 cubits, sounds and prohibits a bed between it and a third bed with a length of 12 cubits. To this point we have dealt with a case in which one arranges the plants consecutively. If one makes a less orderly arrangement of individual stalks, just as you say of a vineyard that there is no difference between a case in which one arranges the plants consecutively and a case in which one makes a less orderly arrangement of individual stalks, so here in the case of a bed of trailing plants, it makes no difference where one arranges the plants consecutively or a less orderly arrangement of individual stalks. A row of shade melons, a row of gourds, a row of cowpeas, it is prohibited. A row of shade melons, a row of gourds, a row of cowpeas and a row of shade melons are Eliezer permits, and sages prohibit. Ar Yanai said, there is a dispute. The rule, a row of shade melons, a row of gourds, a row of cowpeas. It is prohibited represents the view of sages but not Eliezer, just as two kinds combine to save, and so they combine to prohibit. Rab said, it represents the view of all parties. Just as two kinds combine to save, and so they combine to prohibit. The Mishnah confirms the view of Aryane, for we have learned in the Mishnah, our Eliezer permits. The Mishnah contradicts the view of Rab, a row of shate melons, a row of gourds, a row of cowpeas and a row of shate melons before one plants the fourth row. Have the other three rows not already been prohibited? Interpret the statement to involve a case in which one planted all four rows simultaneously. A man plants a shate melon and a gourd in a single hollow, provided that one leans to one side, and the other leans to the other side. It was taught as a Tannite rule, and a man is permitted to make in his field a small hollow which is a handbreadth deep, and to place in it four kinds, and he turns them to its four sides. Are Abba bar Kahana, Simeon Narshaya in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, they taught this rule with regard to plants that lean into a waste area. Armana asked, if they taught this rule with regard to plants that lean into a waste area, we should repeat it as follows: 8 seeds may be sown in the hollow, 2 on the first side, 2 on the second side, 2 on the third side and 2 on the fourth side. 3:5 His field was sown onions, and he wishes to plant in it rows of gourds. Our Ishmael says, he uproots 2 rows and plants 1 row, and leaves the standing crop of onions over a space of 2 rows, and uproots 2 rows and plants 1 row. Our Akaba says, he uproots 2 rows and plants 2 rows, and leaves the standing crop of onions over a space of 2 rows, and uproots 2 rows and plants 2 rows. And sages say, if there are not 12 amot between one row and the next, he shall not allow the seed between to grow. Kahana said, according to the opinion of our Ishmael there are sometimes 16, sometimes 12, and sometimes 8 cubits between the rows of gourds, when he allows all of the area of tillage on the inside, between the gourds and the onions, there are 16 cubits between the rows of gourds. When he allows part of the area of tillage on the inside of the gourds and part on the outside, there are 12 cubits between the rows of gourds. When one allows all the area of tillage on the outside, there are 8 cubits between the rows of gourds. Samuel said, according to our Ishmael there are always 12 cubits between the rows of gourds. And so it is taught on Tannite authority. A summary of the opinions of both. Our Ishmael says, 12 amot. Our Akaba says, 8 amot. Our Ishmael says, 12 cubits are required to separate the rows of gourds from one another, and rabbis also said, 12 cubits are required to separate the rows of gourds from one another. What is at issue between them? Whether flanking the onions with the gourds without any distance between them is permitted. According to our Ishmael it is forbidden to flank the onions with the gourds. And rabbis say, it is permitted to flank the onions with the gourds, for it is required only that 2 rows of gourds be separated by 12 cubits. 3:6 Gourds vegetables are considered as vegetables. And grain they allow it a bet roba. His field was sown with grain, and he wished to plant in it a row of gourds. They allow it, as the area required for its tillage 6 handbreadths, and if grew larger, he shall uproot from before it. Our Yase says, they allow it as the area required for its tillage, 4 amot. They said to him, will this be more stringent than the vine? He said to them, we have found that this is more stringent than the vine, for to a single vine they allow as its area for tillage, 6 handbreadths, but to a single gourd they allow a bet roba. Our Meir says in the name of our Ishmael, wherever into the bet sea. Our Yasebi. Haotef in the name of our Ishmael, wherever 3 gourds per bet core, he shall not bring seed into the bet core. Said our Yohanan, according to the words of our Ishmael they allow an area of tillage even to a single row. Is it required to allow an area of tillage to the first gourd in a row? Just as you say with regard to a vineyard that they allow an area of tillage to the first vine in a row, so here they allow an area of tillage to the first gourd in a row. What is the rule as to sowing another kind among the hollows containing the gourds? Just as you say with regard to a vineyard that it is forbidden to sow among vines, So here it is forbidden to sow among the hollows. Arjuna asked, if he planted 5 gourds and placed them next to a fence, does on apply to them the laws of an espalier? Does this rule apply to all gourds or not? Whenever you treat a shate melon and a cowpea like a Greek gourd, you also treat an Egyptian gourd like a Greek gourd. But here, when you have not treated a shate melon and a cowpea like a Greek gourd, you do not treat an Egyptian gourd like a Greek gourd. But let the sage's answer be more stringent than the vine. He said to them, we have found that this is more stringent than the vine, for to a single vine they allow as its area for tillage, 6 handbreadths, but to a single gourd they allow a betroba. All the same are a row of shatmelons, and a row of gourds, and a row of watermelons, and a row of muskmelons, and a row of cowpeas allows a single stalk to grow seed. He must make a partition 10 handbreadths high and its width 4 handbreadths, and the law is more lenient in the case of a row than in the case of a single stalk. Since the sages do not answer in this way, it is to be inferred that Yase reasons there is no difference between a row and a square with regard to the area of tillage. For said Arjuna and Yase the Galilean in the name of Yase Br Hanana, he who allows a single stalk to grow seed, he must clear for it a betroba or make a partition 10 handbreadths high and its width 4 handbreadths even in the case of one kind sown for the sake of its seeds among its own kind sown for the sake of its greens. Arabun Barhaya asked before Arzira, yet we have learned in the Mishnah, coriander that sowed seed its leaves are exempt, sowed it leaves both the seeds and the leaves are subject to the law of tithes. He said to him, coriander is different, for both the plant and the seed are edible. Said Arabun Barhaya, come and see the difference between the initial and the final ruling of Ishmael. For his original ruling concerned a bet C but the final ruling concerned a bet core. Yerushalmi Kilaim. Chapter 4. 4:1 Bald spot of the vineyard. House of Shammai say, 24 amot. House of Hillel say, 16 amma. Outer space of the vineyard. House of Shammai say, 16 amma. House of Hillel say, 12 amma. And what is bald spot of the vineyard? A vineyard that is bare in its middle. If there are not there 16 amma, he shall not put seed into it. There were there 16 amma, they allow it its area of tillage and he sows the rest. What is outer space of the vineyard? Between the vineyard and the fence. If there are not there 12 amma, he shall not put seed into it. There were there 12 amma, they allow it its area of tillage and he sows the rest. Arjuna says, this is only the fence of the vineyard. And what is the outer space of the vineyard? Between 2 vineyards. What is a fence? That is 10 handbreadths high. And a ditch? That is 10 deep and 4 wide. Said Yohanan, bald spot of the vineyard is the same as a vineyard that lay waste. The bald spot of the vineyard they clear this area in the middle of the vineyard. The vineyard that lay waste they clear this area on all sides of the vineyard. Said Yase, but the area is considered a bare patch only when it originated from planting a large vineyard. But if the cleared area originated from planting a small vineyard, it is not considered a bare patch of a vineyard. And so we learn in the Mishnah, what is the bald spot of the vineyard? A vineyard the middle of which is bare, and there remained in it 5 vines, whether on 4 sides, or 3 sides, or 2 sides, one opposite the other. How so? There are 5 rows of 7 vines each. He removes one set of vines shaped like the Greek letter chi, so 4 vineyards remain with 4 intervals between them. One removes another set of vines, there remain 3 vineyards with 2 intervals between them, 1 vineyard on each of 3 sides. One removes another set of vines, one of the remaining 3, and there remain 2 vineyards, with 1 interval between them, that is 1 vineyard on each of 2 sides. House of Shammai say, 24 amot. Kahana said, they make the bare patch the same size as the planting of the vineyard at the outset. The house of Shammai say, the planting of a vineyard at the beginning measures 24 cubits and the waste state of a vineyard must measure 24 cubits. Said Yohanan, the house of Shammai apply a more strict rule to the waste state of a vineyard than to the planting of a vineyard at the beginning. The planting of a vineyard at its beginning must measure 16 cubits and the waste state of a vineyard must measure 24 cubits. In regard to all matters the house of Shammai adds a third of its final amount, or half again as much as the area required by the house of Hillel. The outer ring of a vineyard in the opinion of the house of Shammai it needs to measure 18 cubits. In the opinion of the house of Hillel it needs to measure 12 cubits. But we have learned in the Mishnah, house of Shammai say, 16 amma. House of Hillel say, 12 amma. There is he who wants to say, subtract from these dimensions 4 cubits for the area of tillage of the vineyard and there remain 12 cubits as the outer ring according to the position of the house of Shammai and 8 cubits as the outer ring according to the view of the house of Hillel. The area of tillage of a vineyard according to the house of Shammai it should measure 6 cubits, according to the house of Hillel it should measure 4 cubits. But we have learned in the Mishnah, therefore, he who sows 4 amot that are in the vineyard house of Shammai say, he has sanctified 1 row. House of Hillel say, he has sanctified 2 rows. We can say that the cited passage is formulated from the point of view of the house of Hillel. And lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, what is an espalier? He who plants a row of 5 vines beside a fence that is 10 handbreadths high, or beside a ditch that is 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide. They allow it its area of tillage of 4 amot. House of Shammai say, they measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field. House of Hillel say, from the fence to the field. The case of the espalier is different, for said R. Simeon b. Lakish, they taught the rule with a curved espalier in mind and 2 cubits are swallowed up by the curve. What is outer space of the vineyard? Between the vineyard and the fence. A wall is not the end of the matter but even if the farmer put individual boards to form the boundary of the vineyard, if there are not between one board and the next 3 handbreadths, they are considered as the counterpart of a wall. Even dry standing grain, even mounds of straw. This is in line with what our Hanana said, a prohibited item cannot become a valid partition to save one kind from another. For they reasoned from this statement that a prohibited item can become a valid partition to save one kind from another. According to the view of R. Judah. Let him make the outer ring of a vineyard like the bare patch within a vineyard and let the outer ring prohibit with less than 16 cubits, like the bare patch of a vineyard. Said R. Jonah, that which you say does a vineyard not have an outer ring unless it is bounded by a wall on all 4 sides. That derives from what we learn in the Mishnah, R. Judah says, this is only the fence of the vineyard. And what is the outer space of the vineyard? Between 2 vineyards. That is to say, even a vineyard is considered to have an outer ring if it is bounded by a wall even on one side alone. Unless it is bounded by a wall for the entire length of that side? Let us derive the answer from the following, said R. Zira, R. Yase in the name of R. Matena, a large vineyard does not have a tail and a small vineyard does not have an outer ring. A large vineyard does not have a tail, you do not need one for the vines to form a vineyard. And a small vineyard does not have an outer ring, to prohibit outside of it a greater area than within it. For within a small vineyard it would be forbidden to sow grain or herbs unless there are 8 cubits between the rows, while outside of the vineyard in the outer ring it would be forbidden to sow grain or herbs unless there were 12 cubits there. What is the definition of a small vineyard? 3 vines planted opposite 3 vines. So 3 vines planted opposite 3 vines that are in turn planted opposite 3 vines, thus 3 rows of 3 vines each. This vineyard has an outer ring. Said R. Zira, this is to say, if one put individual boards opposite 3 vines along, the vineyard has an outer ring. R. Yudan asked, if he placed a wall inside of a wall less than 12 cubits away from a vineyard, is it permitted to sow grain or herbs between the 2 walls? And he said, if there are 3 handbreadths between the fences, it is permitted to bring seed there, and if not, it is forbidden to bring seed there. R. Jacob Bar Edi in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, if there was a space of 12 cubits there, even the same distance does not separate the vines and the wall throughout the length of the vineyard, the prohibition of an outer ring is lifted. Said R. Hezekiah, the prohibition of an outer ring is lifted provided only that the area measures 12 cubits square. Said R. Mana, even if the area measures 12 cubits square and becomes more and more narrow, the prohibition of an outer ring is lifted. 4:4 A partition of reeds if there are not between reed and the next 3 handbreadths, sufficient so that a kid may enter, lo, this is as a partition. And a fence that was breached up to 10 amot, lo, this is as an opening, more than this, opposite the breach it is prohibited. Many breaches were breached in it if the standing exceeds the breached, it is permitted, and if the breached exceeds the standing, opposite the breach it is prohibited. Which 3-4 it is necessary that there not be between it and the next fully as wide, so that of the breaches may not equal the structure itself. If of the breaches exceeded the structure, even opposite the structure it is prohibited. All which from 4 upwards it is necessary that there not be between it and the next fully as wide, so that the breach may not equal that which stands. If that which stands is the breach, opposite that which stands it is permitted, but opposite the breach it is prohibited. If that which stands exceeded the breach, even opposite the breach it is permitted, provided that the breach do not exceed 10 amot. If he put the boards opposite the spaces between the vines and the standing parts measured 4 handbreadths and the standing parts were greater than the open spaces, opposite the standing parts it is permitted to sow seed, but opposite the open spaces it is forbidden. If he placed boards opposite the vines and the standing parts did not measure 4 cubits, and the measure of the open spaces was greater than that of the standing parts, it is self-evident that opposite the standing parts of the fence it is permitted to sow seed, but opposite the open spaces it is forbidden. R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Judah b. Hananiah, if one inserted 4 reeds into the 4 corners of a vineyard and tied a thread above, it affords protection as a braid, said R. Jonah, as is the rule governing partitions for the purposes of the Sabbath, so is the rule defining a suitable partition in the case of mixed seeds in a vineyard. Said R. Yohanan, there was the case in which R. Joshua b. Korha went to R. Yohanan b. Nuri in Nagnagad. He showed him a field, which was called the house by its neighbor. Now in the fence there were breaches of a breadth of more than 10 cubits. Would then take pieces of wood and fill up the gaps, or take reeds and fill up the gaps, so that he closed the space of the breaches to under 10 cubits. He said, this form is a proper partition for the purposes of the Sabbath. Said R. Zira, R. Simeon b. Lachish concurs with regard to the Sabbath that a braid does not afford protection in a gap of larger than 10 cubits. Said R. Haggai, the Mishnah has made the same point. They surround the camp with 3 ropes, one above the other. Now if you say that a braid affords protection for a space of more than 10 handbreadths, along these same lines a single rope should do the same. R. Jonah said R. Hoshea asked about the rule pertaining to the braid, is it placed above or at the side? If you say that it may be set on top. But if you say it may be set on the side, lo, as to setting it on top, that should not be done. If you say it is set on top, R. Haggai spoke well. If you say it is set on the side, then R. Haggai has said nothing whatsoever. What is your choice? If it is placed on top, lo, it serves on top. And if it is set on the side, lo, on the side. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of R. Jeremiah, apply the law to a case in which the reeds were in the form of poles. R. Zira, R. Abadimi of Haifa in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish, as to height, even up to 100 cubits. Said R. Yudan, that which you have said applies to the matter of making a partition to prevent the appearance of mixed seeds in a vineyard, but so far as creating a partition to allow carry on the Sabbath, a braid of this kind should not be higher than the beam. Said R. Yaseh, said Rabbi, the same rule governing a partition applies both for a partition with regard to mixed seeds in a vineyard and a partition for allowing carrying in a courtyard on the Sabbath. In the view of R. Yaseh, what is the difference between setting up beam and a partition made by a braid? A symbolic gateway constituted by a beam affords protection, even if it is on only a single side. A braid, by contrast, affords protection only if it surrounds the courtyard on all 4 sides. Now what has been said accords with the statement of R. Zira in the name of R. Hamnunah, a braid affords protection only if it forms an enclosure on all four sides. Said Rba bar mammal, balconies that overhang vineyards it is forbidden to carry underneath them, for they are regarded as an extension of the roof. But is not the extension of the roof of a house covered by a braid? Said R. Phineas, a case came before R. Jeremiah involving 4 columns on which were 4 pestles, and he permitted carrying beneath them on the Sabbath on grounds that they formed symbolic gateways. Arbun and Arbun asked before Arzira, as to a braid, what is the law on its serving in the case of a sukkah? He said to them, the overhanging sukkah roofing does not serve in a sukkah. What difference would there be between that and this? This has been made to serve as a wall, but that has not been made for that purpose, said Arabahu. All of this discussion is for the purpose of give and take. But as to legal decision, it is forbidden to give a decision. Now if in the case of a sukkah, which is subject to a lenient rule, you maintain that view, that such a partition is forbidden, as to the Sabbath, which is subject to a stricter rule, is it not an argument of fortiori? Arbun bar Haya asked before Arzira, who taught that a braid will serve? Is it not Ar Yohanan b. Nuri? He said to him, the view of this Tanite authority is rejected, if there are not between reed and the next 3 handbreadths, sufficient so that a kid may enter, lo, this is as a partition. You turn out to rule as follows, as to mixed seeds in a vineyard in which a fence must be erected to keep distinct the patches of a field sown in different seeds, if there is a breach less than 3 handbreadths, it is as if it were closed up. If the breach were from 3 to 4 handbreadths, if the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part of the fence, it is permitted to sow seeds by the breach, as if it were a fully valid fence, and if the breaches were greater than the standing part of the fence, it is forbidden. If the breaches were from 4 to 10 handbreadths, if the standing part of the fence was greater than the broken down part, it is permitted to sow opposite the breaches. If the broken down part is greater than the standing part, then opposite the standing part of the fence it is permitted to sow seeds of a different sort from what is on the other side of the fence, and in the area opposite the breach, it is forbidden. If it is greater than 10 handbreadths, even though the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part of the fence, while it is permitted to sow opposite the standing part of the fence, it is forbidden to sow opposite the broken down part of the fence. Now as to the matter of the Sabbath in constructing a partition to permit carrying in a courtyard, any case where there is a breach less than 3 handbreadths, it is as if it were fully closed up. If there is a breach from 3 to 4 handbreadths, or from 4 to 10, if the part of the fence that was standing is greater than the part that was breached, it is permitted to carry in the courtyard. If the part that was broken down was greater than the part that was standing, it is forbidden to carry. If the breach was greater than 10 handbreadths, even though the standing part of the fence was greater than the broken down part, it is forbidden to carry in the courtyard. Ar Hananiah, Ar Judah b. Pazi in the name of Ar Yohanan, there is no need here to refer to a gap of from 3 to 4 handbreadths. Why not? One may have here a breach of 3 handbreadths and not have a place in which 4 handbreadths of fence are actually standing. Armana objected to J, but have we not learned, they may surround a camp with reeds mer 110? Now Hananiah has maintained that so small a gap as 4 handbreadths need not be specified at all. Yet does a reed take up any space at all? Surely not. Yet it can be used to create a partition. He said to him, do not answer me with reference to a breach of less than 3 handbreadths, for a breach less than 3 handbreadths is regarded as if it were closed up. Ar Yasebi Arbun in the name of Rab, in any event since the standing part of the fence is greater than the broken down part, it is permitted to carry in that area. 4:3 He who plants a row of 5 vines. House of Shammai say, a vineyard. House of Hillel, say, not a vineyard, unless there are 2 rows. Therefore, he who sows 4 amot that are in the vineyard. House of Shammai say, he has sanctified 1 row. House of Hillel say, he has sanctified 2 rows. And that is the case if he sowed grain opposite the middle vine of a row of 5 vines. If he sowed grain opposite the middle vine of a row of 5 vines, in the opinion of the house of Shammai, he prohibits the entire row. In the opinion of the house of Hillel, he prohibits the 3 vines in the first row, opposite 3 others in the second row. If he sowed seed opposite the interval of the middle vine, in the opinion of the house of Shammai, he prohibits 2 vines on one side of the seed and 2 on the other. The 5th vine, which one is it? Let us say, the seeds were close to one of the vines, so these are forbidden. But if not, these are permitted. In the opinion of the house of Hillel, 4 vines in the first row opposite 2 in the second row are forbidden. If he sowed seed opposite the vine in the corner of the vineyard, in the opinion of the house of Shammai, which row of the 2 to which the corner vine belongs is prohibited? Both of them. In the opinion of the house of Hillel, 2 vines opposite 2 others and one extending out like a tail are forbidden on one side, and another set of 2 vines opposite 2 others, and one extended out like a tail are forbidden from the other side. If he sowed grain or herbs opposite the interval of the vine in the corner of the vineyard, in the opinion of the house of Shammai he forbids the entire row. In the opinion of the house of Hillel he forbids 2 vines opposite 2 others and one extending out like a tail on one side. The 6th vine, which one is it? The 3rd vine in the first row, or the 1st vine in the 3rd row. 4:4 He who plants 2 opposite 2 and one extending out tail low, this is considered a vineyard. 2 opposite 2 and 1 is between, or 2 opposite 2 and 1 is in the middle, this is not a vineyard, unless there are 2 opposite 2 and 1 extending out tail. Opposite 2 and 1 extending out tail low, this is considered a vineyard. Arhiah bar Abba, in the name of Arhiah bar Joseph, the land of Canaan according to its borders, the borders that the Canaanites created. Arimi asked, and do they learn the definition of a vineyard from the Canaanites? Samuel said, it concerns a case in which one measures the area of tillage along a diagonal line. Ar Yase bar Zamana, in the name of Ar Yohanan, you regard it as if one vine is planted here. Ar Jonah asked, if he planted 2 vines opposite 2 others with one extending out like a tail, and another set of 2 vines opposite 2 others with one extending out like a tail, do you suppose that another vine is planted here and another there? Furthermore, if he planted 3 vines opposite 3 others with another vine aligned opposite the middle vines of 2 rows, do you suppose that there is another vine planted here on each side of the single vine to make it into large vineyard of 3 rows? Do you not say that a large vineyard does not have a tail? That applies only when the vineyard is already large. Is it permitted to put a tail on a small vineyard and transform it into a large one? 4:5 He who plants 1 row in his own, and 1 row in his neighbor's, and a private road or a public road are in the middle, or a fence lower than 10 handbreadths low, these combine. Is higher than 10 handbreadths, they do not combine. Ar Judah says, if he trained over, low, combine. Ar Aha asked, does this not contradict Ar Simeon? For Ar Simeon said, one does not sanctify something that does not belong to him. There it is so that one does not sanctify something that does not belong to him, but here the vines that belong to him and the vines that belong to his fellow join together to forbid the middle row of seed. Armana did not state matters in this way, but rather, did not Ar Samuel say in the name of Ar Zirah, Ar Simeon is consistent with his views stated elsewhere. Just as Ar Simeon said, one does not sanctify something that does not belong to him, so he says, a person does not surround with another kind something that is not his own. There it is so that one does not sanctify something that does not belong to him, but here the vines that belong to him and the vines that belong to his fellow join together to forbid the middle row of seed. 4:6 He who plants 2 rows, if there are not between them 8 amot, he shall not put seed into it. There were 3 rows, if there are not between 1 row and the next 16 amot, he shall not put seed into it. Ar Eliezer b. Jacob says in the name of Hananiah b. Hakina, even if the middle was laid waste, and there are not between 1 row and the next 16 amot, he shall not put seed into it, though if from the outset he had planted, lo, this is permitted with 8 amot. He who plants his vineyard by 16 amma it is permitted to put seed into it. Said Ar Judah, in Salmon one planted his vineyard by 16 amma, and he would turn the foliage of 2 rows to one side and sow the cleared land. And in the next year he would turn the foliage to another place and sow the uncultivated land. And the case came before sages and they permitted. Our Medir and our Simeon say, even he who plants his vineyard by 8 amot, 8 amot it is permitted if there are not between them 8 amot, he shall not put seed into it, said our Zira, the 8 cubits do not include the place occupied by the stems of the vines. And just as you say, the 8 cubits do not include the place occupied by the stems of the vines, along these same lines, the 4 cubits allotted to the area of tillage do not include the place occupied by the stems of the vines. If there are not between one row and the next 16 amot, he shall not put seed into it, said our Eliezer. They imposed a more stringent ruling on sowing seed within a vineyard than on sowing seed outside it. Said our Zira, when I was there we read the Mishnah as follows, within a vineyard 8 cubits must separate the rows of vines, but outside of a vineyard the space must measure 16 cubits. Said our Eliezer, if he sowed seed between rows of vines separated by from 4 to 8 cubits, the seed is forbidden and sanctifies the vines. If the vines were separated by from 8 to 16 cubits, the seed is forbidden but does not sanctify the vines was laid waste, and there are not between one row and the next 16 amot, he shall not put seed into it, though if from the outset he had planted, lo, this is permitted with 8 amot ar Yaseh in the name of our Yohanan, the opinion of our Eliezer b. Jacob is in accord with the house of Shammai. Just as the house of Shammai said, a single row constitutes a vineyard, so our Eliezer b. Jacob said, a single row constitutes a vineyard. One way or the other a large vineyard is forbidden to be sown with only 8 cubits separating the rows, but a small vineyard, made up of 2 rows, is forbidden to be sown with only 8 cubits separating the rows. Our Yudan did not say it in that way but rather, if there are 8 cubits between the rows it is forbidden to sow there. But if there are 8 cubits and a bit more between the rows, it is permitted to sow in the space that is not included in the 8 cubits. There is he who wants to say, though if from the outset he had planted a planting of rows 16 cubits apart, sowing seed between them would have been permitted in the 8 cubits. Our Judah b. Pazi in the name of our Yohanan, the opinion of our Eliezer b. Jacob accords with that of the house of Shammai. Just as the house of Shammai rule more strictly in respect to the waste state of a vineyard than the planting of a vineyard to begin with, so our Eliezer b. Jacob rules more strictly in respect to the waste state of a vineyard than the planting of a vineyard to begin with. Our Medir and our Simeon say, even he who plants his vineyard by 8 amot, 8 amot it is permitted. Our Jonah in the name of Rab, seed already sown between rows separated by only 8 cubits is permitted, but sowing the seed there to begin with is forbidden. Our Yaseh in the name of Rab, the decided law is, seed already sown between rows separated by only 8 cubits is permitted, and sowing the seed there to begin with is permitted. Our Hayabar Ashi in the name of Rab, the decided law is in accord with our Medir and our Simeon. What? Seed already sown between rows separated by only 8 cubits is permitted, and sowing the seed there to begin with is permitted. Or, seed already sown between rows separated by only 8 cubits is permitted, but sowing the seed there to begin with is forbidden? Inferring from what our Abba said, our Hayabar Ashi laid out my vineyard for me as a planting of rows 8 cubits apart, it follows that seed already sown between rows separated by only 8 cubits is permitted, and sowing the seed there to begin with is permitted. Our Hunah sowed his vineyard with leeks. But is this not forbidden as mixed seeds? The vines were arranged irregularly, but doesn't a single vine get an area of tillage? It is in accord with our Ishmael, for our Ishmael said, a single vine doesn't get an area of tillage, the ruling of the sages. Our Jacob bar Edi in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, the law is in accord outside of the land with the ruling of him who imposes a lenient ruling in the land. Said our Jacob bar Aha, it is taught there as a Tanite ruling, the law abroad is in accord with the ruling of the one who rules leniently in the land. Yerushalmi Kilaim. Chapter 5. 5:1 A vineyard that lay waste if there are in it to gather 10 vines per bet sea, and they are planted according to the rule them, lo, this is called a lean vineyard. A vineyard that is planted in an irregular manner, if there are in it to align two opposite three, lo, this is a vineyard. And if not, it is not a vineyard. Our Medir says, since it looks like the pattern of vineyards, lo, this is a vineyard. Said our Yohanan, bald spot of the vineyard is the same as a vineyard that lay waste. The bald spot of the vineyard, they clear this area in the middle of the vineyard. The vineyard that lay waste, they clear this area on all sides of the vineyard. Our Zira displayed to the associates to gather 10 vines per bet sea. There are 2 vines opposite 2 others with one extending out like a tail on one side, 2 vines opposite 2 others with one extending out like a tail on the second side, 2 vines opposite 2 others with one extending out like a tail on the third side, 2 vines opposite 2 others with one extending out like a tail on the fourth side. You regard them so that another vine is planted here on one side, opposite the one extending out like a tail, you regard them so that another vine is planted here on the second side, opposite the one extending out like a tail, you regard them so that another vine is planted here on the third side, opposite the one extending out like a tail, and you regard them so that another vine is planted here on the fourth side, opposite the one extending out like a tail. To plant another vine here you cannot do, for it would extend out like a tail, and a tail does not have its own tail. To plant another vine here you cannot do, for it would extend out like a tail, and a tail does not have its own tail. To plant another vine here you cannot do, for it would extend out like a tail, and a tail does not have its own tail. To plant another vine here you cannot do, for it would extend out like a tail, and a tail does not have its own tail. That is to say, a large vineyard does not have a tail. That resolves the question concerning what are Yase bar Zamana in the name of our Yohanan. You regard it as if one vine is planted here, there is at the outset an area of 64 by 48 cubits. Take away 2 vines from this side and put them there on the other side. There is now an area of 48 by 48 cubits. Take away one interval from each side of the vine and you leave a bare patch 16 cubits square, the area of tillage having been 8 cubits. If there are in it to gather 10 vines per bet sea, how do you measure the bet sea? If you count only the vineyard and its area of tillage within the bet sea, the vineyard turns out to lack 452 square cubits to make up a bet sea. And if you count in the bet sea even that which lies outside the vineyard's area of tillage, the vineyard has 384 square cubits in excess of the original 304 square cubits. And if we take up vines further spread out, they would be planted like individual vines. And if you say that we are concerned with vines planted close together, have we not learned in the Mishnah that there may be only 10 vines per bet sea? The Tannite authority does not show that. The stem aligned and the foliage is not aligned, lo, this is a vineyard. The foliage is aligned, and the stem not aligned, lo, this is not a vineyard. Became thick and became aligned, lo, this is a vineyard. How does he know if we're aligned or not? He stretches a thread to the base of the vines. If they all touch the thread, lo, this is a vineyard. If one stands inside and the other stands outside, lo, this is not a vineyard. There is a Tannite authority who teaches that one stretches the thread on the inside of the vines, and there is a Tannite authority who repeats that one stretches the thread on the outside of the vines. Said Arjona, he who said that one stretches the thread on the inside holds that the thread must reach within a handbreadth of the vines for regarding them as part of the vineyard. He who said that one stretches the thread on the outside holds that the thread must touch all of the vines for them to be considered as part of the vineyard. An outer row that is not aligned opposite the stems, they allow it its area of tillage and he sows the rest. Said Aryase, if they sowed within the 6 handbreadths, all is forbidden. But if they sowed outside of the 6 handbreadths, the vines of the outer row are permitted, but the vineyard is forbidden, lo, this is called a lean vineyard. What is the definition of a lean vineyard? Said Arjona, it is lean of vines but rich in areas of tillage. 5:2 A vineyard that is planted by less than 4 amot, our Simeon says, is not a vineyard. And sages say, lo, this is a vineyard. And they regard the middle as if they were not. Said to them our Simeon, those concerning which you say, and they regard the middle as if they were not, those are the fundamental part of the vineyard. Said R. Hananiah, what you say is when there are 6 vines opposite 6 others. But if there are 5 vines opposite 5 others, all concur that they regard the middle as if they were not. Said R. Mana, what you say is when there are 5 vines opposite 5. But when there are 6 vines opposite 6 others, if you regard the middle as if they were not, what is the meaning of that which we learn in the Mishnah, and they regard the middle as if they were not? Said R. Huna, that it's permitted to train the vines on top of the seeds. Said R. Mana, that statement that you have made concurs with what R. Yase said, if they sowed within the 6 handbreadths, all is prohibited. But if they sowed outside the 6 handbreadths, the vines of the outer row are permitted but the vineyard is forbidden. Simeon bar Ba in the name of R. Yohanan, just as Simeon and sages differ here, so they differ in regard to defining a graveyard. Sages ignore the ones in the middle, as though they were not present, and regard it as a permanent graveyard. Said R. Jonah, but the cases are not similar. There is every reason to think we have a graveyard. But here, we should not think we have a graveyard at all. R. Yase said, indeed the cases are not similar. When we speak of the vineyard, we have the case in which the vines were distant from one another, and the farmer bunched them together. Then there is a dispute. If after they were bunched together, the farmer went and spaced the vines out together, all parties concur that we have a valid vineyard. The dispute then concerns a case in which the farmer went and spaced them out once they were bunched together. R. Simeon maintains that a rock pile fell on the graves and bunched them together. Rabbis say they were originally properly spaced out, and the grave diggers bunched them together. Rabbis hold that the grave digger himself did it, and there will be no further meddling with the grave's location on his part. Consequently we do not have a valid graveyard at all. 5:3 A ditch that passes through a vineyard 10 deep and 4 wide. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, if was open from the beginning of the vineyard to its end, lo, this appears as between 2 vineyards, and they sow in it. And if not, lo, this is like the winepress. And the winepress that is in the vineyard 10 deep and 4 wide. R. Eliezer says, they sow in it. And sages prohibit. The watchman's booth that is in the vineyard 10 high and 4 wide, they sow in it, and if it is overhung by interlaced foliage it is prohibited. A vine that is planted in the winepress or in the hollow, they allow it its area of tillage and he sows the rest. R. Yase says, if there are not therefore a moat, he shall not put seed into it. And the house that is in the vineyard they sow in it. If the ditch does not extend to encompass sufficient area for both the vineyard and its area of tillage. On the basis of the following Tanite statement, sages concur with R. Eliezer B. Jacob with respect to a ditch that extends to include an area enough for the vineyard and its tillage. R. Eliezer B. Jacob reasons that it is permitted to sow in the ditch even if it does not encompass enough ground for both the vineyard and its area of tillage. Then concerning what case do R. Eliezer B. Jacob and sages differ? A case in which there were 2 rows of vines on one side of the ditch and 2 rows of vines on the other side. But if there was only 1 row of vines on one side and 1 on the other side, since the ditch reaches opposite 3 vines, the vineyard is annulled. It was taught as a Tanite statement, if the ditch measures less than this, it is forbidden to sow in it. For otherwise what might we have ruled, if the ditch 10 handbreadths deep is forbidden, all the more so would they hold that a ditch measuring 9 handbreadths deep is forbidden? So what does less than this mean? It is less than this in width. For otherwise what might we have ruled? Let him consider the ditch as if it was closed up, and let it be permitted to sow within it. So let him consider the ditch as if it was closed up, and let it be permitted to sow within it. Was it not taught as a Tanite rule, roots of matter which extended into the foremote of the vineyard more than 3 handbreadths below it is permitted? That case is different, because the airspace of the vineyard encompasses the ditch and renders it forbidden to sow within it. Said to them R. Eliezer, do you not concur with me that depth is tantamount to height? The airspace of the vineyard encompasses the winepress. It is reasonable to suppose that R. Eliezer concurs with R. Eliezer B. Jacob, but R. Eliezer B. Jacob will not concur with R. Eliezer. R. Eliezer concurs with R. Eliezer B. Jacob that depth is tantamount to height. R. Eliezer B. Jacob will not concur with R. Eliezer that the airspace of the vineyard encompasses the wine press. R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, there must be there in the mound a hole measuring 4 handbreadths square. Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, what you say pertains to a round mound. But for a square mound it is not necessary that there be a hole 4 handbreadths square. R. Halipta B. Saul said, it is necessary that there be 3 handbreadths of dirt above the floor of the hole. Said R. Yase, that which you say concerns a round mound. But a square mound does not have to have 3 handbreadths of dirt above the floor of the hole. And the house that is in the vineyard they sow in it, the Mishnah's rule involves a shed from 3 to 4 handbreadths square. But if the hut measures less than 3 handbreadths square, it is as if it were closed up. If it measures from 3 to 4 handbreadths square, one completes the 4 handbreadths and sows immediately. R. Abin in the name of Samuel, and in the houses diverse kinds were hidden, a house in which they hide diverse kinds. 5:4 He who plants vegetables in the vineyard or allows them to grow, lo, this one sanctifies 45 vines. When were planted by 4, or by 5, were planted by 6 amot, i.e., the vines were separated by 6 amot in 4 directions, or by 7, lo, this one sanctifies 16 amma in each direction, in circles, and not in squares. Lo, this one sanctifies 45 vines, R. Yase R. Hananiah said, that is the case only where he has sown opposite the middle vine. R. Abin in the name of Samuel, that is the case only where the middle vine is surrounded by a circle of herbs. What is a practical case? If there is to begin with a set of 7 by 7 rows of vines, subtract from them 4 vines for each of the 4 corners of the vineyard, so 45 vines are left. This is that which we learn in the Mishnah, lo, this one sanctifies 45 vines. When were planted by 4, or by 5. That supports the position of Arzira, for Arzira said, the 8 do not encompass the place taken by the stems of the vines were planted by 6 amot, i.e., the vines were separated by 6 amot in 4 directions, or by 7, that supports the position of R. Eliezer, for R. Eliezer said, if he sowed seed between rows of vines separated by from 4 to 8 cubits, the seed is forbidden and it sanctifies the vines. If he sowed seed between rows of vines separated by from 8 to 16 cubits, the seed is forbidden and it does not sanctify the vines. 5:5 He who sees vegetables in the vineyard and said, when I shall reach it I shall pluck it, it is permitted. When I shall return I shall pluck it if it increased by 200. It is prohibited. R. Yase bar Hananiah said, they repeated that rule in connection with a hired hand. As to the householder who is busy with his work, they treated him like a worker. The owner who allowed wild vegetables to grow in the vineyard, it is prohibited for him and prohibited for everyone. Another from any place who allowed wild vegetables to grow in vineyard, it is prohibited for him and permitted for everyone. There is this problem, if the herbs are forbidden to the worker, let them be forbidden to everybody else. And if the herbs are permitted to everybody, let them be permitted to the worker. Rather, the rule accords with the position of R. Simeon, who said, somebody does not sanctify something that he does not own. And even though R. Simeon said, somebody does not sanctify something that he does not own, he concurs here that the herbs are forbidden to the worker. The rule applies in a case in which someone else, if it increased by 200 it is prohibited. Members of the household of Aryane, they measure the growth of the herb by an amaranth. How does he examine the matter? RBB in the name of Hananiah, he picks one stalk and leaves one, and that which the former loses in size is regarded as the same amount as that which the latter gains. 5:6 He was passing through the vineyard, and seeds fell from him. Or went out with the dung or with the water, he who sows and the wind blew behind him, it is permitted. The wind blew before him, it is prohibited. R. Akaba says, if blades. If an early stage of ripening he shall break off. And if yielded grain it shall be burnt. Said R. Eliezer, The Mishnah "and the wind blew behind him it is permitted" deals with the case of him who stands in a sown field and the wind blew the seeds into the vineyard. Arzira asked, what has been stated? Is the sense, only one who stands in a sown field, or does it mean, even one who stands in a sown field? If you say, only one who stands in a sown field, that implies that one who stands in a vineyard it is not permitted. If you say, even one who stands in a sown field, that implies that the one case is comparable to the other, so it is permitted whether one stands in a white field or in a vineyard. Let us derive the answer from the following. R. Simeon b. Judah says, in the name of R. Simeon, he who sows and the wind blew behind him it is permitted, for it is an unavoidable accident. With what sort of a case do we deal here? If it is one who stands in a vineyard, he commits a transgression and you say it is permitted? But it is the case of him who stands in a sown field and the wind blew the seeds into the vineyard. Arzira, R. Simeon b. Lakish, in the name of R. Hashaya, if blades all of it is permitted. If an early stage of ripening he shall break off the stalk if permitted, but the grain is forbidden. And if yielded grain it shall be burnt, all is forbidden. R. Yohanan said, all is forbidden. And what does that which we learned in the Mishnah mean? If blades, he shall overturn them. If an early stage of ripening he shall break off. And if yielded grain it shall be burnt. It is in line with what we learned in the Mishnah, orla fruit, and mixed seeds in a vineyard. That which is usually burned is to be burned. That which is usually buried is to be buried. R. Jacob bar Edi, in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, sometimes the stalks are permitted and the grain is forbidden, and sometimes the stalks are forbidden and the grain is permitted. What would be a concrete case? If he sowed seeds near a vine in a permitted way and trained the vine over the plants, the stalks are permitted but the grain is forbidden. If he sowed seeds in a forbidden way and he moved the overhang away, the stalks are forbidden but the grain is permitted. Arzira asked, there is no problem that the stalks are permitted and the grain forbidden. But the stalks are forbidden and the grain permitted. The grain grows out of a forbidden part of the plant and you say that the grain is permitted. Arzira is consistent with his position, for said Arzira in the name of R. Jonathan, an onion that grew as diverse kinds of the vineyard that they uprooted and planted in a permitted place, even if it increases in size by a small amount in its new position, is forbidden. For permitted growths do not neutralize the forbidden part of the plant. 5:7 He who allows thorns to grow in the vineyard, R. Eliezer says, he has sanctified. And sages say, he does not sanctify, except something the like of which they allow to grow. Iris and ivy, and a white lily. And all kinds of seeds are kinds of seeds and, are not diverse kinds in the vineyard. Hemp, R. Tarfon says, it is not diverse kinds. And sages say, diverse kinds. And the globe artichoke is diverse kinds. He who allows thorns to grow in the vineyard, R. Eliezer says, he has sanctified. Said R. Abahu, the reason for the ruling of R. Eliezer is that they allow them to grow for camel feed in Arabia. Iris and ivy, and a white lily, reeds, alhagi, hawthorns, and buckthorns are kinds of trees, and are not diverse kinds in the vineyard. The cattail flag, and juncus, and the papyrus plant, and everything which grows in meadow grass are kinds of grasses, lo, they are not diverse kinds in the vineyard. And did not R. Hashaya teach as a Tanite statement, these are all kinds of grasses, a globe artichoke, mallow, demua, and a buckthorn. There the plants are listed to guide the laws of blessings, but here they are listed or the laws of diverse kinds. Said R. Yase, that is to say that a citron, even though you say over it who creates the fruit of the tree, you say over its buds, who creates different kinds of grasses. Caper, the house of Shammai say, it is diverse kinds in the vineyard. The house of Hillel say, it is not diverse kinds or in a vineyard. And they concur that caper is liable to the laws of Orla. R. Hinana bar Papa taught as a Tanite rule, a plant that emerges from its step is regarded as a kind of tree, and a plant that emerges from its roots is regarded as a kind of herb. They objected, lo, a kale emerges from its stem and it is regarded as a kind of herb. There we are certain, but here, it is matter of doubt. Yerushalmi Kilaim. Chapter 6. 6:1 What is an espalier? He who plants a row of 5 vines beside a fence that is 10 handbreadths high, or beside a ditch that is 10 handbreadths deep and 4 wide, they allow it its area of tillage of 4 amot. House of Shammai say, they measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field. House of Hillel say, from the fence to the field. Said Ar Yohanan b. Nuri, all who say so. Rather, if there are 4 amot from the base of the vines to the fence, they allow it its area of tillage and he sows the rest. And how much is the area of tillage of a vine? 6 handbreadths in all directions. Ar Akaba says, 3. There is this question for the theory of the house of Shammai, even without the requirement that the vines be trained on a wall, wouldn't the row of vines be prohibited as a vineyard? Ar Simeon b. Lakish said, they taught the rule concerning a curved espalier. Ar Yohanan said, they taught the rule concerning a straight espalier. If they taught the rule concerning a straight espalier, then even without the requirement that the vines be trained on a wall, wouldn't the row of vines be prohibited as a vineyard? The rule was repeated in the setting of the position of the house of Hillel. Ar Jonah asked, is it permitted to sow in the space between the vines and the fence? We address the case of vines that are aligned, and yet you maintain that it is permitted to sow in the sow in the space between the vines and the fence. Is it permitted to sow between the vines of an espalier? Just as you say about a bed of trailing plants, it is forbidden to sow among the hollows, so here too it is forbidden to sow between the vines of an espalier. Said Ar Hananiah, it is reasonable to maintain that Ar Simeon b. Lakish concurs with Ar Yohanan that the rule was repeated in the setting of the position of the house of Hillel. And Ar Yohanan concurs with Ar Simeon b. Lakish that they taught the rule with respect to a curved espalier from the perspective of Ar Yohanan b. Nuri. For Ar Yohanan b. Nuri said, all who say so. For if you hold that they taught the rule with respect to a straight espalier, how would they err? They measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field. From the fence to the field, what is at issue between him who said, they measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field, and him who said, from the base of the fence to the field? Said Ar Jonah, interpret the passage to deal with a case in which some of the stems were situated within 4 cubits and some were situated outside of the 4 cubits. He who said, they measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field has no problem. He who said, from the base of the fence to the field, to the point where the thread ends, it is forbidden, but the rest is permitted, if there were there 2 cubits, in the view of him who said, they measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field, only 2 cubits beyond the vines are forbidden. In the view of him who said, from the base of the fence to the field, 2 additional cubits beyond the vines are forbidden. Said Ar Yohanan, Ar Yaseh, Ar Ishmael, and Ar Yohanan b. Nuri, all 3 said the same thing. Ar Ishmael, as we learn in the Mishnah, 3 matters did Ar Ishmael state before sages in the vineyard in Yabna, and concerning a small vegetable patch which is of trellised vines, if there is in the area a space sufficient for a grape gatherer with his basket on one side, and sufficient for a grape gatherer with his basket on the other side, it may be sown. And if not, it may not be sown. And said Ar Jonah, a cubit for the grape gatherer and a cubit for the basket are required on one side, and a cubit for the grape gatherer and a cubit for the basket are required on the other side. They wanted to say, in the view of him who said, they measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field, there is no problem. In the view of him who said, from the base of the fence to the field, do not the stems diminish the 4 cubits? Resolve the problem by interpreting the rule to concern vines clinging to the wall. 4 vines do not register, since the laws of an espalier apply only to 5 vines. Said Ar Hananiah, resolve the problem by interpreting the rule to concern 2 vines located in one corner. If they were to be spread out, they would appear as if there were 4 intervals. Ar Yaseh, as we learn in the Mishnah, Ar Yaseh says, if there are not there 4 amot, he shall not put seed there. Now in the view of him who said, they measure 4 amot from the base of the vines to the field, there is no problem. In the view of him who said, from the base of the fence to the field, Does not the stem diminish the 4 cubits? Resolve the problem by interpreting the rule to concern vines clinging to the wall. And thus we have the view of R. Yohanan b. Nuri here. It is reasonable to suppose that R. Yase and R. Ishmael would concur with R. Yohanan b. Nuri, but that R. Yohanan b. Nuri would not concur with that R. Yase and R. Ishmael. And that R. Yase would concur with R. Ishmael, but that R. Ishmael would not concur with R. Yase. R. Judah in the name of Rab, the law is in accord with the position of R. Akiba. R. Jacob bar Edi in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, the law outside of the land is in accord with the ruling of him who rules leniently in the land. Said R. Jacob bar Aha, and it is taught as a Tanite rule there, the law outside of the land is in accord with the ruling of him who rules leniently in the land. 6:2 An espalier that projects from a terrace R. Eliezer b. Jacob says, if he stand on the ground and harvest all of it, lo, this prohibits for a mote in the field. And if not, prohibits only that opposite it. R. Eliezer says, even he who plants one if is 10 handbreadths higher than the ground, it does not combine with. And if not, lo, this combines with it. R. Samuel bar Naaman, R. Jonathan in the name of R. Eliezer, one who cuts down his vineyard to a height of less than a handbreadth the field is liable to the laws of Orla for appearance sake. The words of sages, that is true only if he cuts them down even with the earth. R. Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan in the name of R. Eliezer b. Jacob, he who makes a pile of produce in the status of gleanings, forgotten sheaves and it is liable for great heave offering on account of appearance's sake. R. Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan, R. Eliezer b. Jacob in the name of the house of Shammai, a corpse conveys uncleanness for 4 cubits in public domain because of the honor owing to the corpse. R. Mana said, this last statement is said in the name of the house of Shammai. R. Yase b. R. Abun said, all of them were said in the name of the house of Shammai. Said R. Jonah, also that which we learned in the Mishnah stand on the ground and harvest all of it, lo, this prohibits for a mote in the field is on account of appearance sake. For if not, what is the difference between a person standing on the ground and one standing on a terrace? If is 10 handbreadths higher than the ground, it does not combine with, which is 10 handbreadths higher than the ground, the row or the terrace. If you say that the row is higher, the slope of the terrace belongs below, and if you say that the terrace is higher, the slope of the terrace belongs above. Has it not been taught as a Tanite statement, 2 rows on a terrace if one is 10 handbreadths higher than the other, they do not combine to form a vineyard. So you must conclude that the row is higher, not the terrace. Said Armana, all those 10 handbreadths of a terrace do they consider to form a domain unto itself. There we have learned in the Mishnah, he who throws 4 cubits toward a wall above 10 handbreadths, it is as if he throws it into the air. Less than 10 handbreadths, it is as if he throws an object onto the ground. Arhisda said, it is one who measures diagonally. But won't the object finally fall down? Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan, resolved the issue by ruling that it was a fat cake of figs and stuck on the wall. Arhagi I asked before Ar Yase, does the cited passage of Mishnah Tractate Shabbat not imply that the slope of a terrace belongs below? He said to him, there is 10 handbreadths higher than the ground, it does not combine with, the seeds benefit from the terrace, but here, it is routine for people to rub against the object, so it falls. If the rule had said, where there was a hole in the wall and the cake of figs benefited from the hole just as the seeds derive benefit from the terrace, it would have been fine. He had 2 fields, one above another, the lower one is planted a vineyard, and the upper one is not planted a vineyard. He sows the upper until he reaches the base of the lower, the upper one is planted a vineyard, and the lower one is not planted a vineyard. He sows the lower and the terrace until he reaches the base of the vines. Arabun Barhaya asked before Arzira, does the cited passage not imply that the slope of a terrace belongs below? He said to him, because the seeds grow and lean into the airspace of the vineyard, the upper one is planted a vineyard, and the lower one is not planted a vineyard. He sows the lower and the terrace until he reaches the base of the vine. Said Ar Yase, The passage should not read the base of the vines but rather below 3 cubits, in line with what is taught as a Tanite rule, roots of matter which extended into the 4 amot of the vineyard more than 3 handbreadths below it is permitted. 6:3 He who trains a vine over some of the laths shall not put seed under the remaining. If he did put, he has not sanctified. And if the new growth spread, it is prohibited. And so he who trains over part of a barren tree. He who trains a vine over part of a fruit tree, it is permitted to put seed under the remainder. And if the new growth spread, he shall turn it back. Our Joshua went to our Ishmael at Kfar Aziz, and he showed him a vine which was trained over part of a fig tree. He said to him, May I put seed under the remainder? He said to him, It is permitted. And he brought him up from there to Bet Hamagania, and he showed him a vine that was trained over part of a branch and in a trunk of a sycamore tree, in which there were many branches. He said to him, Under this branch it is prohibited, and under the rest it is permitted. What is a barren tree? Every which does not produce fruit. Our Meir says, Every tree is a barren tree, except for the olive tree and the fig tree. Our Yase says, Every the like of which they do not plant as whole groves, lo, this is a barren tree, shall not put seed under the remaining laths. Hezekiah said, The Mishnah speaks of a trellis with the uncovered part measuring from 3 to 4 handbreadths. If the uncovered part measures less than 3 handbreadths, it is as if it were closed up. If it measures from 3 to 4 handbreadths, he completes the 4 handbreadths. If it measures 4 handbreadths, it is fine for him. To what point? R. Jacob bar Edi in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish, to 4 cubits. R. Aha, R. Hinana in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish, to 6 cubits. Said R. Mana, I went to Caesarea and heard R. Hashiah bar Shammai in the name of R. Isaac b. Eleazar, if there were 2 trellises, uncovered by a vine and the other not, it is permitted, said R. Hinana, and there is a Tanite rule that differs with that rule. If the vine might spread from one trellis to another, it is forbidden. And so it was taught on Tanite authority. R. Simeon b. Eleazar says, if was climbing from one branch to another, as a single tree T-kill 4:7 What is the difference between a tree that does not bear edible fruit and one that does? Someone annuls with regard to his vine the status of a tree that does not bear edible fruit, but he does not annul with regard to his vine the status of a tree that produces edible fruit. There we learned in the Mishnah, all tied up goat skins are clean, except for those of the Arabs. Our Meir says, tied up for a time, they are clean, they are tied up permanently, they are unclean. Our Yase says, all goat skins which have been tied up are clean. There is a Tanite authority who reverses, even though R. Jacob bar Ha in the name of R. Yase records the rule as in the Mishnah. Said R. Yudan, the mnemonic is of Kelim is Kilaim. For if not, what is the difference between a water skin temporarily tied up and one that is tied up permanently? Members of the household of R. Yanai say, a water skin that is tied up permanently requires cutting to undo the knot, but one that is temporarily tied up does not require cutting to undo the knot. 6:4 Gaps of an espalier 8 amot and a little more. And all of the dimensions of which sages spoke in the vineyard there is no and a little more in them, except for the gaps of an espalier. What are the gaps of an espalier? An espalier which lies waste at its center, and there remained in it 5 vines on one side and 5 vines on the other. If there are there 8 amot, he shall not put seed there. 8 amot and a little more, they allow it enough for its area of tillage, and he sows the rest. An espalier that projects along a wall from the corner and stops, they allow it its area of tillage, and he sows the rest. Our Yase says, if there are not there 4 amot, he shall not put seed there. The reeds that project beyond the espalier and he refrains from cutting them short opposite them, it is permitted. He prepared them so that the new growth would spread over them, it is prohibited. The blossom that projects beyond the espalier, they regard it as if a plummet were suspended from it opposite it, it is prohibited. And so for a trained vine. He who extends a vine shoot from tree to tree under it, it is prohibited. He attached to it rope or reed grass, under that which is attached, it is permitted. He prepared it so that the new growth would spread over it, it is prohibited. The vineyard there is no and a little more in them, except for the gaps of an espalier, does this not conflict with Arzira? For Arzira said, the 8 cubits that must separate one row of a vineyard from another do not encompass the place taken by the stems of the vines. Interpret the language to mean, 8 cubits and a bit more. And why was that language not taught explicitly in the Tannite formulation? And do you not reason the matter in line with what Ar Yohanan said, all the measurements that the sages formulated in the language and a bit more refer to a handbreadth? And this passage includes only a very little bit, and therefore any amount at all was not articulated in so many words. Arjuna asked, why do we not say, all of the dimensions of which sages spoke there is no and a little more in them, except for the gaps of an espalier? But have we not learned in the Mishnah, they turn out to be 10 Jerusalem cabs which are 6/10, and something left over? There we address measures of weight and volume, but here we deal with cubits. But have we not learned in the Mishnah, our Eliezer says, heave offering is neutralized in 101. Our Joshua says, in 100 plus more. And this more has no measure. Our Yasebi Meshullam says, an additional cab per 100 seahs, 1/6 of heave offering in the mixture. There we address measures of weight and volume, but here we deal with cubits. And have we not learned in the Mishnah, and further did our Judah B. Baba say, as to a garden or an outer area 70 cubits and 2/3 by 70 cubits and 2/3, surrounded by a wall 10 handbreadths high they carry about in it, so long as there is a watchman's hut or a house, or it is near town. Samuel said, they taught that rule with regard to 2/3 of a cubit. What are the gaps of an espalier? An espalier which lies waste at its center, and there remained in it 5 vines on one side and 5 vines on the other. If there are there 8 amot, he shall not put seed there. 8 amot and a little more, they allow it enough for its area of tillage, and he sows the rest, and it makes no difference whether the farmer built the wall and afterwards planted 11 vines, or planted 11 vines and then built the wall, and then the middle vine was cut off. There is an espalier here and there are fragments of an espalier here. Our Abudimi brother of Aryase asked, if he went and rebuilt the wall, do you say the espalier has been restored to its place? And, along these same lines, if he rebuilt it after the middle vine was destroyed, the fragments of an espalier return to their former status? Aryase in the name of Ar Yohanan, there was a case. Ar Yohanan b. Nuri burned something in Nagnanur. What did he burn? He burned the remnants of an espalier. Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan, there was a case. Ar Yohanan b. Nuri burned something in Nagnanur. What did he burn? He burned the seeds between the espalier and the wall. Said Aryase, I raised the question before Ar Jacob bar Aha, there is no problem in claiming that he burned the remnants of an espalier. For the ruling of the sages takes issue with him. But if you say that he burned the seeds between the espalier and the wall, does the ruling of the sages takes issue with him? And Aryase had not heard what Ar Jacob bar Aha said. There is a dispute between Ar Yohanan and Ar Simeon b. Lakish, as to sowing near the espalier itself. What is the law? Ar Yohanan said, it is forbidden and sanctifies the vines. Ar Simeon b. Lakish said, it is forbidden and does not sanctify the vines. An espalier that projects along a wall from the corner and stops, they allow it its area of tillage and he sows the rest, and that is the rule on condition that there are 4 handbreadths of space in the corner. We have learned in the Mishnah here the statement of Aryase, and we have learned in the Mishnah there's comparable rule of Aryase. Aryase says, if there are not there 4 amot, he shall not put seed into it. Had you learned the Tannite rule of Aryase here and not learned it there, we might have said that here, because the laws of an espalier pertain, you would say that it is forbidden, but there, because the laws of an espalier do not apply, you might say it is permitted. So it is necessary to teach Aryase's rule there and here as well. Had you learned the Tannite rule there and not learned it here, we might have said that there, because it is surrounded on all four sides, you would say it is forbidden, but here because the area is surrounded on all four sides, you would say that it is permitted. So it was necessary to teach the rule here and there. There they said, you regard it as if a metal spit is stuck in Simeon bar Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan, up to the point at which it holds fast. Ar Hama bar Ukba in the name of Ar Yasebi. Hanana, sowing under the grape clusters is forbidden and sanctifies the vines, but not sowing under the leaves. Said Ar Yase, even sowing under the grape clusters is forbidden and sanctifies the vines. Yerushalmi Kilaim. Chapter 7. 7:1 He who sinks a vine shoot into the ground if the soil on top of it does not 3 handbreadths, he shall not put seed on top of it, even if he sank it in a gourd or pipe. He sank it in stony ground even though the soil on top of it only 3 fingerbreadths, it is permitted to put seed on top of it. The knee of the vine shoot they measure for it only from the second root. He who sinks a vine shoot into the ground if the soil on top of it does not 3 handbreadths, he shall not put seed on top of it low, setting the seed beside it is permitted. With what case do we deal? If sowing on top of the vine is forbidden by reason of the prohibition against sowing seeds under a tree, what need do I have to specify a vine? Even on top of all other trees it is forbidden to set seed. If sowing on top of the vine is forbidden by reason of the prohibition against sowing seeds in the area of tillage of a vine, then let the Tannite rule state, if the soil on top of it does not measure 6 handbreadths. Rather, the stated rule accords with our Akaba, 4, and how much is the area of tillage of a vine? 6 handbreadths in all directions. Our Akaba says, 3. If it is in accord with our Akaba, then even in respect to sowing alongside the vine, it should teach, if there are not 3 handbreadths of soil he shall not place seed there. Our Jeremiah in the name of Ar Haya bar Abba, is forbidden on account of the prohibition against sowing seeds on top of a vine 3 handbreadths high. There we learned in the Mishnah, they set seeds, a plow and urine 3 handbreadths from a wall. Our Jeremiah said Ar Hama bar Ukba asked, there you said, the roots spread sideways, but here you say the roots do not spread sideways, how come? Said Ar Yase, here and there the roots do not spread sideways, loosen the soil and harm the foundation of the wall. You may know that this is so, for it is taught, urine 3 handbreadths from a wall, and does urine spread sideways? Responded Ar Yase b Ar Abun, but it is taught, a plow. Can you say that a plow does not move sideways, even if he sank it in a gourd or pipe, that which you say pertains to a clay pipe? But as to a lead pipe, it is necessary to teach that one may not sow until there are 3 handbreadths of soil on top of it, he sank it in stony ground, that which you say pertains to hard stone. But as to soft stone, the stone crumbles. The knee of the vine shoot they measure for it only from the second root. And that is the rule when the first vine is not visible. But if the first vine is visible, one allows 6 handbreadths here and 6 handbreadths there. You may know that that is so, for we are taught in what follows, he who sinks 3 vine shoots and their roots are visible are Eliezer b. Sadok says, if there are between them from 4 to 8 amot, lo, these combine. And if not, they do not combine. And it was taught as a Tannite clarification of the matter, under what conditions do the vines not combine? In the matter of the vineyard. But as to the area of tillage, one allows 6 handbreadths here and 6 handbreadths there. 7:2 He who sinks 3 vine shoots and their roots are visible are Eliezer b. Sadok says, if there are between them from 4 to 8 amot, lo, these combine. And if not, they do not combine. A vine that withered is prohibited, but does not sanctify. Our Medir says, also cotton tree is prohibited, but it does not sanctify. Our Eliezer b. Our Sadok says in his name, also on top of the vine shoot it is prohibited, but it does not sanctify. These prohibit but do not sanctify, the remainder of the waste state of the vineyard, the remainder of the outer space of the vineyard, the remainder of the gaps of an espalier, the remainder of the lathes. But under the vine, and the area of tillage of the vine, and the 4 amot of the vineyard, Lo, these sanctify. Said R. Eliezer, the law is that of our Meir. A vine that withered is prohibited, but does not sanctify. It makes sense in winter, but why in summer? There are places where vines lose their leaves even in the summer. R. Eliezer Br. Sadok says in his name, also on top of the vine shoot it is prohibited, but it does not sanctify. R. Samuel in the name of R. Zira, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which one sowed on top of a sunken vine shoot. R. Abun Bar Haya in the name of R. Samuel Bar R. Isaac, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which one sowed in the air space of 10 handbreadths above the vine. Said R. Yase, we considered the proposition that a vineyard has an airspace but a single vine does not have an airspace. From that which R. Abun Bar Haya in the name of R. Samuel Bar R. Isaac, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which one sowed in the airspace of 10 handbreadths above the vine, it follows that a single vine does have an airspace. The remainder of the waste state of the vineyard begins 4 cubits from the vines. The remainder of the outer space of the vineyard begins 4 cubits from the vines. The remainder of the gaps of an espalier begins 6 cubits from the vines. The remainder of the laths measures 6 handbreadths. What is the law as to sowing in the space between the fence and the fines of an espalier? R. Yohanan said, it is forbidden and sanctifies the fines. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, it is forbidden but does not sanctify the fines. What is your preference? A large vineyard, what need do I have to refer to the remainder of the waste state? Even the remainder of its planting prohibits but does not sanctify. A small vineyard, this does not have outer space. But this is how we should interpret the Mishnah, it portrays a large vineyard that one planted in the pattern of a small vineyard. Said R. Zira, that is to say, a large vineyard that one planted in intervals of 8 cubits does not have an outer ring. For if you say that it does have an outer ring, with respect to a planting by intervals of 16 cubits, if the space within the vineyard forbids but does not sanctify, the space outside of it all the more should not forbid and sanctify. Said R. Yase, they are flogged only for sowing in a vineyard itself. 7:3 He who trellises his vine over the grain of his neighbor, lo, this one has sanctified and is liable to replace it. R. Yase and R. Simeon say, a man does not sanctify something that is not his own. Said R. Yase, one sowed his own vineyard in the 7th year, and the case came before R. Akiba, and he said, a man does not sanctify something that is not his own. It is written, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds. I know only that this applies to your vineyard. How do I know that it applies to the vineyard of someone else? Scripture says, the yield of the vineyard and not diverse kinds anywhere. Said R. Eliezer, this represents the view of R. Meir, for R. Meir said, a Gentile does not have the right of ownership in the land of Israel so as to exempt produce from liability to tithes. Said R. Yohanan, the passage is in accord with all parties. Interpret the passage to refer to a Gentile who sowed his vineyard with diverse kinds and then an Israelite purchased the field from him. R. Jonah and R. Yase both say, this represents the view of R. Meir. As to that has been worshipped. There are Tanaim who repeat, whether it belongs to the man or whether it belongs to his fellow, is prohibited. And there are Tanaim who repeat, to the man, it is prohibited, but if it belongs to his fellow, it is permitted. The one who rules that, whether or not the beast belongs to the man or to his fellow, it is prohibited, is R. Judah. And the one who rules that if it belongs to the man, it is prohibited, but if it belongs to his fellow, it is permitted, is R. Yase and R. Simeon. R. Yase in the name of R. Ila, in point of fact, it is the position of all parties. This is in accord with that which the law states, as to a living creature, even though it is not forbidden to an ordinary person, it is forbidden to the Most High. And similarly, as to something that does not belong to you, even though it is not forbidden to an ordinary person, it is forbidden to the Most High. R. Simeon B. Lakish said, a fine represents the view of R. Meir. And he ruled in a practical case in accord with R. Meir's view in the following, he who trellises his vine over the grain of his neighbor, lo, this one has sanctified and is liable to replace it. But what concrete deed did he do to incur liability? Rather, when the vine increased in size, that increment met with his approval. Somebody showed his sela to R. Eliezer. He said to him, "It is good," but it turned out to be invalid. The case came before R. Simeon b. Lachish, who imposed a fine on R. Eliezer, based on the following. He who shows a dinar to a money changer and it turns out to be bad, the money changer is liable to pay, for he collects a fee. But did R. Eliezer collect a fee? R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Abuna, he upon whom people depend is equivalent to one who collects a fee. R. Yase b. R. Abun did not set matters out in this way, but rather, R. Eliezer said, the fine is in line with the theory of the rabbis. R. Simeon b. Lachish said, the fine is in line with the theory of R. Meir. When the case came before him, R. Simeon b. Lachish asked R. Eliezer, according to which authority has the fine been imposed? He said to him, the rabbis. He said to him, go, pay, and is liable to replace it. R. Yase and R. Simeon say, a man does not sanctify something that is not his own. Said R. Yohanan, all concur that as to the grapes, they are forbidden. Said to him R. Eliezer, that which forbids is not forbidden, but that which does not forbid is forbidden. What is subject to dispute? One who trellises his vine over the grain of his neighbor. But one who trellises his neighbor's vine over his own grain, all concur that that which forbids becomes forbidden. He who trellises his neighbor's vine over his neighbor's train. Let us derive the ruling from the following. Said R. Yase, one sowed his own vineyard in the 7th year, and the case came before R. Akiba, and he said, a man does not sanctify something that is not his own. Lo, the vine is not his, and the grain is not his, and that answers the authority and is liable to replace it. 7:4 The usurper who sowed a vineyard, and it left his possession, he cuts down, even on how much more does he pay the workers? Up to a third. More than this, he continues to cut down in his manner, even after the festival. At what point is called usurper? At the point that settles. R. Abba bar Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan, this is the sense of the Mishnah when it says, he cuts down, even on, it is permitted to cut down the other kind even on the intermediate days of a festival. How much more does he pay the workers? Up to a third. R. Huna and R. Sheshet, one said, up to a third of the wages. The other said, up to a third of the value of the vineyard. At what point is called usurper? At the point that settles. Said R. Aha, owners had disappeared but the rightful owners had not yet despaired of recovering the vineyard. The prohibition is based on the Torah. But if when he sowed the vineyard the rightful owners had despaired but the names of the rightful owners had not yet disappeared, the prohibition is based on the authority of the sages, for the vineyard is still considered to belong to the rightful owners. But can real estate be stolen? Even though real estate cannot be stolen, despair of recovering it does make an impact on the status of real property. 7:5 Wind that hurled vines on top of grain, he should cut them down at once. If an unavoidable accident befell him, it is permitted. Grain that sways under the vine, and so in vegetables he returns and does not sanctify. At what point does grain become sanctified? At the point that it strikes root. And grapes? At the point that they become like a hyacinth bean. Grain that has become fully dried or grapes that have fully ripened do not become sanctified. Grain that sways under the vine, and so in vegetables he returns and does not sanctify, and according to Ben Azai he cuts down herbs that lean over the vine. It is found to be taught as a Tanite statement. R. Akiba said, he shall return the other kind to its original position. Ben Azai said, he shall cut it down. At what point does grain become sanctified? When it reaches 1/3 of its growth. There is he who teaches, when it takes root. He who says, when it takes root concurs with R. Yohanan, and the one who says, when it reaches 1/3 of its growth concurs with R. Hashaya. And grapes? At the point that they become like a hyacinth bean. Said R. Hananiah b. R. Hillel, as it is written, lest the whole yield be sanctified, the crop that you have sown and the produce of the vineyard. Grain that has become fully dried or grapes that have fully ripened do not become sanctified. That is the Mishnah's statement. 7:6 A perforated pot sanctifies in the vineyard, and that which is unperforated does not sanctify. R. Simeon says, both prohibit but do not sanctify. He who carries a perforated pot through the vineyard, if it increased in size by 200, that is prohibited. It was taught as a Tannite statement. R. Simeon says, the perforated pot differs from that which is not perforated only in rendering seeds susceptible. That is in accord with R. Simeon, prohibit but do not sanctify, but according to sages, there are other points of difference. A perforated pot sanctifies in the vineyard, and that which is unperforated does not sanctify. He who picks from a pot which has a hole is liable. Which has no hole, he is exempt. And R. Simeon exempts him on this account and on that account. A pot with a hole does not render seeds susceptible to uncleanness. One without a hole renders seeds susceptible to uncleanness. R. Yase states the following without attribution. R. Hanana presents it in the name of R. Samuel B. R. Isaac. The Torah encompassed a broad scope in respect to the cleanness of seeds. What is the occasion? And if any part of their carcass falls on any seed for sowing that is to be sown, it shall be clean. It was taught as a Tannite rule, is liable to tithes only on the basis of received law, but its heave offering does not impose the status of heave offering on unconsecrated produce with which it is mixed, and non-priests who unintentionally eat it are not liable on its account for the added fifth. On an unperforated pot, R. Yase asked, what is the law as to saying over bread made from grain grown in the pot, O who brings forth bread from the earth? On an unperforated pot, R. Yonah asked, what is the law as to regarding as detached a gourd planted in a perforated pot and using the gourd for sukkah roofing? On an unperforated pot, R. Judah bar Pazi asked, if a farmer planted 5 vines in 5 unperforated pots and arranged them by placing 2 vines opposite 2 others with one extending out like a tail, does this qualify as a vineyard? But if he turned the vines so that they no longer exhibit the stated pattern, is it still forbidden to sow among them? Is a vineyard movable? He who carries a perforated pot through the vineyard, if it increased in size by 200, that is prohibited. Samuel said, he who carries a perforated pot through the vineyard, that is, he who carries a perforated pot containing another kind under each vine. Said R. Yohanan, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which one carried the perforated pot within the airspace of 10 handbreadths above the ground. If one carried 5 unperforated pots under a single vine, that brings us to the dispute of R. Eliezer and R. Yohanan. That which forbids is not forbidden, but that which does not forbid is forbidden. But if he carried a single pot under vines, all concur that that which forbids is forbidden. Yerushalmi Kilayim. Chapter 8. 8:1 Diverse kinds of the vineyard are prohibited from being sown and being allowed to grow, and are prohibited in respect to benefit. Diverse kinds of seeds are prohibited from being sown and being allowed to grow, but are permitted in respect to eating, and all the more so in respect to benefit. Diverse kinds of garments are permitted in every respect, and are prohibited only from being worn. Diverse kinds of animals are permitted to be reared and maintained, and are prohibited only from being bred. Diverse kinds of animals are prohibited with one another. Diverse kinds of the vineyard are prohibited from being sown and being allowed to grow. It is written, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds. I know only that that concerns one who sows diverse kinds. How do I know that it applies to one who allows diverse kinds to grow? Scripture says, the yield of the vineyard, and not diverse kinds under any circumstances. Diverse kinds of the vineyard are prohibited from being sown and being allowed to grow. Does this concur with the view of R. Akiba? For R. Akiba says, he who allows diverse kinds to grow transgresses a negative commandment. Said R. Yase, it represents the view of all authorities. All concur with respect to a prohibition that is prohibited when one did not achieve the prohibited deeds through a concrete action. But if he did achieve the prohibited deed through an action, he is flogged. That accords with what has been taught on Tannite authority. He who covers over seeds of diverse kinds is flogged. How do we know that they are prohibited in respect to benefit? Here it is said, lest the whole yield be sanctified, and there it is said, the graven images of their gods you shall earn with fire, you shall not covet the silver or gold that is on them or take it for yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it. Just as lest used there refers to that which is prohibited with regard to benefit, so the word lest used here refers to that which is prohibited with regard to benefit. And there are those that wish to say, here it is said, lest the whole yield be sanctified, and later on it is said, neither shall there be a sanctified one of the sons of Israel. Just as sanctified used there refers to that which is prohibited with regard to benefit, so the word sanctified used here refers to that which is prohibited with regard to benefit. But is a male cult prostitute prohibited with regard to deriving benefit? Said Arhuna, having sexual relations with him is forbidden with regard to benefit. And there are those that wish to say, said Arhanana, lest the whole yield be sanctified lest it be burned by fire. It is written, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds. This teaches that one is liable only if he sows two kinds of produce in the vineyard, the words of R. Josiah. R. Jonathan said, even a single kind. According to R. Jonathan, it is written, you shall not sow your field with diverse kinds. For what purpose is it written, you shall not sow your field with diverse kinds? Associates say, to impose a strict rule on the farmer, even a single kind. According to R. Josiah, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds. For what purpose is it written, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds? Associates say, for the purpose of an admonition. For if they admonished him that he was about to transgress on account of your field, he is flogged for sowing two kinds of herbs or grains. And if they admonished him that he was about to violate the law on account of your vineyard, he is flogged for sowing in a vineyard. Said Arabun Barhaya, is necessary to give the vineyard a different measurement of the area that one must sow with two kinds of seeds to incur liability. There, in the case of sowing together different kinds of seeds, one is liable only if he sows two kinds of seeds in an area of 6 handbreadths square, but here in the kinds of sowing different kinds of seeds in a vineyard, one is liable only if he sows two kinds of seeds in an area measuring 4 cubits square. With what sort of a concrete case do we deal? If it is a case in which the farmer built a wall inside the vineyard is nullified. If it is a case in which the farmer made a wall surrounding the two kinds outside of the vineyard and surrounding it, the area in which the seeds are sown is outer space. Rather, we are dealing with the case involving a field in which there was a field of crops, and he cleared within it a space of 4 cubits square and sowed the seeds there. And this is in accord with what Arhanana said, that which is forbidden cannot turn into a valid partition in order to save one kind from another. They drew the conclusion that a forbidden item does become a valid partition to prohibit sowing one kind among another kind. According to the view of R. Jonathan, it is written, you shall not sow your field with diverse kinds. For what reason does Scripture say, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds? It is comparable to what Arhila said, concerning what is said in Scripture you do not say, why is it said? Or is it comparable to what Arzira said, you shall not sow your vineyard with diverse kinds, the basis of your vineyard you shall not sow with diverse kinds? Aryudan the Cappadocian asked in the presence of Aryase, there you said, tree seeds are not called seeds, but here you say that tree seeds are called seeds. He said to him, there in the case of diverse kinds Scripture said, the seed that you have sown, and so excluded what people are not accustomed to call seeds. But here Scripture included them, and if any part of their carcass falls upon any seed for sowing that is to be sown, said Aryane, he who covers seeds of diverse kinds with dirt is flogged. Said to him Aryohanan, but has it not stated as a Tanite rule, there is one who plows a single furrow and is liable on 8 counts of violating a negative commandment, he who plows with an ox and an ass, which are both holy things, in the case of mixed seeds in a vineyard, in the 7th year, on a festival, and who was both a priest and a Nazirite in a graveyard? How can one be liable for diverse kinds through plowing? Doesn't the law concern one who covers over seeds of diverse kinds? And Yane praised him as follows, those who lavish gold from a purse. My son, let them not escape from your sight. Give to a wise man and he will be still wiser. The wise man will hear and increase in learning. Said to him R. Simeon b. Lachish, after all this flattery I can explain the cited passage to cohere with the view of R. Akiba. For R. Akiba said, he who allows diverse kinds to grow violates a negative commandment. But did R. Akiba say only, violates a negative commandment? Maybe he said, receives a flogging? But here we are concerned with the item, receives a flogging. And moreover, from what we have learned as a Tanite rule, in the 7th year, can you say that refers in the view of R. Akiba to the 7th year? R. Eliezer says, people receive a flogging on the count of plowing in the sabbatical year. R. Yohanan said, people do not receive a flogging on the count of plowing in the sabbatical year. What is the scriptural basis for the position of R. Eliezer? In the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord, a general rule. You shall not sow your field or prune your vineyard, a specific explication. Sowing and pruning were part of the general rule, and why are they explicitly stated? It is to build an analogy on them and to rule as follows: just as sowing and pruning are distinctive in that they represent work on the land and on trees, so I prohibit only acts of labor which represent work on the land or on trees. How does R. Yohanan treat the verses? You have two distinctive acts of labor, and they are two matters which have been treated as distinctive as apart from the general rule which covers them. Is it for the purpose of making a distinction? In the opinion of R. Eliezer, are they treated as not making up distinctive acts of labor? But surely he should treat them as distinctive actions. They are not treated as distinctive acts, but they do serve to provide a lesson. In the view of R. Yohanan, do they not serve to provide further lessons? The rule is different here, for we have a case in which the general rule is expressed in affirmative language, while the specification illustrative of the rule is expressed in negative language, and a commandment stated in affirmative language does not serve to impart lessons concerning a commandment stated in negative language, nor does a commandment stated in negative language teach lessons concerning a commandment stated in affirmative language. Said R. Eliezer, a commandment stated in affirmative language does teach lessons concerning commandments stated in negative language, but a commandment stated in negative language does not teach lessons concerning a commandment stated in affirmative language. Now, in accord with the position of R. Yohanan, we have no problem. It is permitted in the sabbatical year to dig wells, caves, and caverns. But in the opinion of R. Eliezer, what is the law as to digging wells, caves, and caverns? Just as they do not teach lessons for one another for matters subject to a prohibition, so they do not provide lessons concerning matters which are permitted. Said R.B.A. Cartagena, the scriptural basis for the position of R. Yohanan is as follows: 6 years you shall sow your field, not in the 7th year, a general rule. 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather in its fruits, not in the 7th year. Any negative commandment which is derived from an affirmative statement is deemed itself to be an affirmative statement, and has violated an affirmative statement. R. Yassé says, even the consideration of an affirmative commandment is not present in such a case. R. Jeremiah said, one thereby violates an affirmative statement. And is it not fully spelled out, there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath to the Lord? This serves the purpose of the negative rules of the Sabbath year. Is it possible that should be flogged on account of the additional period? R. Yohanan explains the teaching as follows: is it possible that people should be flogged on the count of plowing in the 7th year? R. Eliezer explains the teaching as follows: is it possible that people should be flogged for violating the prohibitions stated in the first 2 chapters? There is a Tanite authority who teaches, and 6 years you should sow your field, and 6 years you should prune your vineyard, and there is a Tanite authority who repeats the tradition, you should not sow, you should not prune. The one who said, 6 years, supports the position of R. Yohanan, and the one who said, your field you should not sow, supports the position of R. Eliezer. The following pericope differs from the position of R. Eliezer: take heed stated as a negative commandment. Less stated as a negative commandment. And it is written, There you shall offer your burnt offerings. There you shall offer up, this refers to the offering up. And there you shall do, this refers to the act of slaughtering and sprinkling. Just as the act of offering up is stated in affirmative language, and lo, it also is subject to a negative commandment, so the act of slaughtering and sprinkling, which are stated in affirmative language, should be subject to a negative commandment as well. Since it is written, there you shall offer up, and there you shall do, lo, if it were not written, there you shall offer up and there you shall do, you would not have a case in which a religious commandment stated in affirmative language teaches concerning one stated in negative language. And one stated in negative language does not teach any rules governing one expressed in affirmative language. Now how does our Eliezer deal with this same matter? So that you should not interpret the matter as you do in regard to the Sabbath law. If one has dug a hole, plowed a furrow, and dug a ditch, he should be liable on only a single count. And similarly, if one has slaughtered, sprinkled, and offered it up, he should be liable on only a single count. Accordingly, it was necessary to state matters as they are stated, so that one will be liable on each count by itself. Arzira, Arhaya bar Ashi, in the name of Kahana, he who plants a tree during the sabbatical year is liable on account of sowing. Arzira said, he who prunes is like him who plants. If he planted a tree and pruned it on the Sabbath according to the rule of Kahana, he is liable on 2 counts. According to the rule of Arzira, he is liable on 1 count. But did Arzira say only, he who prunes is like him who plants? Perhaps he who plants is like him who prunes. All actions were encompassed under the general rule of sowing, and pruning was made explicit to impose a more stringent ruling. And because pruning was specified to impose a more stringent ruling, do you exempt planting on account of sowing? So there is no difference whether in the view of Kahana or in the view of Arzira, he is liable on 2 counts. 8:2 A domesticated animal with a domesticated animal, and a wild animal with a wild animal, a domesticated animal with a wild animal, and a wild animal with a domesticated animal, an unclean with an unclean, and a clean with a clean, an unclean with a clean, and a clean with an unclean, are prohibited to plow, draw, or be led. He who leads incurs the 40 lashes. And he who sits in a wagon incurs the 40. Are metir exempts. And a third which is tied to the harness of a wagon drawn by a pair of animals of another kind is prohibited. A domesticated animal with a domesticated animal, are permitted to be reared and maintained, and are prohibited only from being bred. Might one suppose that one should not stand male animals next to female animals so that they may mate, nor females next to males? Scripture says, you shall not cause your animal to copulate with a different kind. You are forbidden only to cause the animals to copulate. But one may stand male animals next to female animals or females next to males. But did the farmer do a concrete deed? No, it is a case in which the male animal put seed in the female, and did so with the owner's consent. ISIB. Akabia says, it is prohibited to ride on the back of a mule, from an argument of fortiori, if, in a case in which it is permitted to wear 2 garments as one, lo, he is prohibited in respect to their mixture. In a case in which it is prohibited to lead 2 animals as one, is it not logical that it should be prohibited in respect to their mixture? They said to him, lo, it says, then all the king's sons arose and each mounted his mule and fled. They do not derive a law from the practices of royalty. But it is written, and cause Solomon my son to ride on my own mule, and bring him down to Gihon. He said to them, they do not respond from Tekoa. They said to him, lo, it says, and David did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and did not turn aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. The mule was a creature from the 6 days of creation and not a hybrid. Incurs the 40 lashes. Arhama bar Ukba, in the name of Aryasabi Arhanana, said, he who leads diverse kinds of animals with oral commandments is flogged. And so it was taught on Tanite authority, if he led it, pulled it, or called it and it followed and an accident took place, he is liable to pay for it like a borrower. But has not Samuel taught as a Tanite rule, if it was standing outside the Sabbath limit and he called it and it came, lo, this one is exempt from penalty. There the animal comes of its own accord, but here, the animal goes against its will, and has it not been taught as a Tanite rule, if the owner struck opposite the eye of a Canaanite slave and blinded him, or opposite his ear and deafened him, he shall not go free. Said R. Eliezer b. R. Yase before R. Yase, that case is different, because he can flee. You may know that this is so, for it has been taught as a Tanite rule, if one grabbed another and made him deaf by means of sound, he is liable. And he who sits in a wagon incurs the 40. R. Meir exempts. Rabbis say, he is dead weight. R. Meir said, he is not dead weight. And a third which is tied to the harness of a wagon drawn by a pair of animals of another kind is prohibited. At first there were only 2 horses pulling chariots, and he made him ride in his double chariot. Pharaoh went and made 3 horses pull chariots, with 3 on all of them. The wicked empire went and made the 4. 8:3 They do not tie a horse either to the sides of a wagon or to the rear of a wagon, nor a Libyan ass to camels. R. Judah says, all offspring of a horse, even though their sires are ass, are permitted with one another. And so offspring of a ass, even though their sires are horse, are permitted with one another. But the offspring of a horse with the offspring of a ass are prohibited with one another. They do not tie a horse either to the sides of a wagon or to the rear of a wagon. It was taught as a Tanite tradition. R. Meir declares him exempt. But if the horse aided in the movement of the wagon, whether going up or going down, all concur that tying the horse to the wagon is forbidden. Said R. Yohanan, because this animal adopts the laziness of that one, and that animal adopts the laziness of this one. Rab said, because the animals carry the interconnecting rope. R. Jeremiah asked, if he tied the horse to the wagon by its hair, what is the law? With what sort of case do we deal? If it is a case in which one tied the horse directly to the wagon by its hair, do we say, it is forbidden to make one animal ride on the back of another? If we are concerned with a case in which someone tied the rope to the horse by its hair, let us say it is forbidden because they carry the interconnecting rope that lies between the horse and the wagon. R. Jonah said, Rab and R. Yohanan differed. R. Yohanan said, because this animal adopts the laziness of that one, and that animal adopts the laziness of this one. Rab said, because the animals carry the interconnecting rope. What is the practical difference between them? One who tied the rope to the horse by its hair. But if he tied the horse to the wagon by its hair, in the opinion of Rab and in the opinion of R. Yohanan, he is exempt from liability. Nor a Libyan ass to camels. There is a Tanite authority who reads the word for Libyan ass as libakaz. There is a Tanite authority who reads the word for Libyan ass as nibdakuz. The Tanite authority who reads the word for Libyan ass as libakaz derives the name from Libya, and the Libyans and Ethiopians shall follow in his train. The Tanite authority who reads the word for Libyan ass as nibdakuz derives the name from umbades. What is an umbades? It is an ass that climbs on the female ass for purposes of mating. R. Jonah, R. Hashaya asked, proselytes who derive from Libya, what is the law as to waiting for 3 generations before accepting them into Israel as one does for Egyptians? Said R. Jonah of Bozrach, from what we see in the Egyptian bean, when it is moist we call it a Libyan bean, and when it is dry we call it an Egyptian bean. We learn that a Libyan proselyte must wait for 3 generations before accepting them into Israel. This means that Libya and Egypt are considered to be one and the same. R. Isaac Bar Naaman, in the name of R. Hashaya, the law is in accord with the ruling of the student. R. Judah says, all offspring of a horse, even though their sires are ass, are permitted with one another. And so offspring of a ass, even though their sires are horse, are permitted with one another. But the offspring of a horse with the offspring of a ass are prohibited with one another. In accord with the ruling of the sages, every kind of mule is considered to belong to the same kind. What are the indicators? Said R. Jonah, any with small ears the dam is a horse and the sire is an ass. And every mule with big ears the dam is an ass and the sire is a horse. R. Mana instructed the members of the household of R. Yudan the patriarch, If you want to buy mules, buy them with small ears, for the dam is a horse and the sire is an ass. The white substance comes from the man, from which derive the brain, bones and tendons. And the red substance comes from the woman, from which derive skin, flesh, and blood. And the breath and soul and spirit come from the Holy One, blessed be He. And all three of them are partners Rba, Judah in the name of Rab. Sages agree with Judah on mating a mule that looks like a horse born of a male horse and female ass, with a male that looks like an ass born of a male ass and a female horse, that it is forbidden. Haggai, Zirah in the name of Risi, the offspring of goats and fat-tailed sheep are forbidden to mate with one another. And Danti we say along these same lines, mating a hybrid that looks like a goat born of a male goat and a female fat-tailed sheep with a hybrid that looks like a fat-tailed sheep born of a male fat-tailed sheep and a female goat is forbidden. 8:4 Mules of unknown parentage are prohibited. But a mule foaled by a horse is permitted. And wild men are wild animal. Aryase says, they convey uncleanness in a tent like a man. A hedgehog and a weasel are wild animal. The weasel Aryase says, house of Shammai say, it conveys uncleanness in an olive's bulk by being carried, and in a lentil's bulk by contact. A wild ox is a kind of domesticated animal. And Aryase says, a kind of wild animal. A dog is a kind of wild animal. Meir says, a kind of domesticated animal. A swine is a kind of domesticated animal. An Arabian onager is a kind of wild animal. An elephant and a monkey are kind of wild animal. And a man is permitted with all of them to pull, plow, or be led. Mules of unknown parentage are prohibited, but a mule foaled by a horse is permitted. Rmi in the name of Eliezer, a mule foaled by a horse is a horse that does not take a bridle. As you say, the sons of the Marres. And wild men are wild animal, Isai Archai, he is a mountain man and lives from his umbilical cord. If the cord is cut, he does not live. Aryase says, they convey uncleanness in a tent like a man. Arhama bar Ukba in the name of Aryase b. Hanana, the scriptural basis for the ruling of Aryase, and whoever touches on the face of the field, one who is slain with a sword or a dead body or a bone of a man or a grave shall be unclean for 7 days, and whoever touches on the face of the field one who grows upon the face of the field. Urodot and ostriches are considered like birds in every respect. And the snake is classified as a wild beast. A hedgehog and a weasel are wild animal. The weasel Aryase says, house of Shammai say, it conveys uncleanness in an olive's bulk by being carried, and in a lentil's bulk by contact. Arhaya in the name of Yohanan, there are 6 matters subject to doubt. Whether a caper is included as a tree is a matter of doubt according to the house of Shammai. Whether a utensil of alum crystal is included among clay utensils is a matter of doubt according to the house of Shammai. Whether a weasel is included among creeping things is a matter of doubt according to the house of Shammai. Whether an Egyptian bean is included among crops sown for the sake of their seeds. Whether an androgyne is included among men. Whether a koi is included among wild animals represent the opinion of all parties. Arhama bar Ukba said, and the cubit of the dividing space. What is the and the cubit of the dividing space? Arjona of Basra said, it caused confusion. Was it inside or outside the Holy of Holies? Said Aryase, on the basis of that which is written, and 40 cubits was the front part of the house, that is the great hall. It is implied that the cubit of the divided space as considered within the Holy of Holies. Said to him Armana, but it is written, and he made the Holy of Holies 20 cubits long and 20 wide, implying that the cubit of the dividing space was considered outside of the Holy of Holies. A wild ox is a kind of domesticated animal. And Aryase says, a kind of wild animal. Rabbis say, it was originally from here and it fled there but still is regarded as a domesticated animal. Aryase said, it originated there, so an ox and a wild ox are not considered diverse kinds with one another is not in accord with the position of Aryase, for Aryase said, they are diverse kinds. And those that translate and a Tio and a Zamir as a wild ox and Ramanan concur with Aryase. Our Abba, in the name of Samuel, a goose and a wild goose are considered diverse kinds with one another. A goose and a water goose, are Judah b. Pazi of Bardella taught a Tanite rule on that matter, but we don't know what he taught. It is an argument of fortiori, if when both types of geese live on land, you say that it is forbidden to make them, when one lives on land and the other on the sea, all the more so is it forbidden to mate one with the other. And a man is permitted with all of them to pull, plow, or be led. It is written, you shall not plow with an ox and an ass together. With an ox and an ass together you may not plow, but you may plow with an ox and a man together, or with an ass and a man together. Yerushalmi Kilayim. Chapter 9. 9:1 Nothing is prohibited on account of diverse kinds except wool and linen. Nor is anything susceptible to uncleanness through plagues except wool or linen. Nor do priests wear anything to serve in the temple except wool or linen. Camel's hair and sheep's wool that one hackled together, if the greater part is from the camels, it is permitted. But if the greater part is from the sheep, it is prohibited. Half and half it is prohibited. And so flax and hemp that one hackled together. Silk and bast silk are not subject to diverse kinds, but are prohibited for appearance's sake. Mattresses and cushions are not subject to diverse kinds, provided that one's flesh is not touching them. There is no temporary use in respect to diverse kinds. And one shall not wear diverse kinds even on top of 10. Even to avoid customs dues. Nothing is prohibited on account of diverse kinds except wool and linen. It is written, you shall not wear mingled stuff, wool and linen together. I might have supposed that one is forbidden only to wear garments of wool and linen. Scripture states, there shall not come upon you a garment of cloth made of two kinds of stuff. Scripture says, you shall not wear mingled stuff, wool and linen together. Just as clothing is something that gives comfort to the body, so I know that the prohibition applies only to that which gives comfort to the body. If the prohibition of diverse kinds applies only to garments, why is it said, there shall not come upon you a garment of cloth made of two kinds of stuff? Ar Neha bar Saba, Ar Jonah in the name of Arzira, for if there were a large garment, one end of it containing mingled stuff and that sets on the ground, and the other end of which does not contain mingled stuff, he shall not cover himself with the other end. Even see flax or hemp is forbidden from being mixed with wool. Scripture says, wool and linen, just as wool as stated in the verse does not bear a qualifying adjective, so everything in the verse does not bear a qualifying adjective. And how do I know that wool does not have a qualifying adjective? Said Ar Joshua b. Levi, it is written, and Mesha king of Moab was Anocht. What is Anocht? It is a shepherd. And he delivered to the king of Israel 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams. See for wool. You have that which is called wool, only plain wool. Nor is anything susceptible to uncleanness through plagues except wool or linen. It is written, and the garment when there will be in it a plague, a leprosy, in a garment of wool or in a garment of linen, might one suppose that they should be susceptible to uncleanness whether dyed or not dyed. Scripture says, on a garment of wool or on a garment of flax. Just as flax is susceptible only in its original state, so is wool susceptible in its original state. I shall therefore exclude that which is dyed by man, but I shall not exclude that which is dyed by heaven. Scripture specifies, on the warp or on the woof of linen or wool. Just as flax is white as when it was created, so wool must be white as when it was created. We have learned two general rules and they are not like one another. We have learned the Tanite rule, nothing is prohibited on account of diverse kinds except wool and linen whether dyed or white. We have learned the Tanite rule, nor is anything susceptible to uncleanness through plagues except wool or linen, only white garments. Ar Jonah of Bozrach asked before Armana, there you say, whether dyed or white, and here you say, only white garments. He said to him, the latter case is different, for Scripture twice repeated the rule on wool together with linen, but with regard to diverse kinds Scripture mentions it only once. Just as linen is susceptible only in its natural condition, so wool is susceptible only in its natural condition. Nor do priests wear anything to serve in the temple except wool or linen. Said Arzira, it is written, he shall put on the holy linen coat. The word for linen, bd, is because flax comes up singly in a single stalk. But lo, wool comes up singly. Scripture explained in tradition, and there shall not come upon them wool while they minister at the gates of the inner court and within. Lo, outside of the inner court it is permitted for wool to come upon them. How do I know that priests are permitted to wear garments of mingled stuff? As it is said, they also made the coats woven of linen for Aaron and his sons, and the headdress of linen, and turbans of linen, and linen breeches and girdle of linen and of blue and purple and scarlet stuff. You derive the meaning of the word given as linen with regard to the girdle from the use of the same word with regard to turbans, the meaning of the same word with regard to turbans from the use of another particular word with regard to turbans, and the meaning of that word with regard to turbans from the use of the same word at EZ 44:18 with regard to something made of linen. Just as scarlet stuff comes from something that has in it the breath of life, so everything mentioned in the latter half of EX 39:29 comes from something that has in it the breath of life. Camel's hair and sheep's wool that one hackled together, if the greater part is from the camels, it is permitted. But if the greater part is from the sheep, it is prohibited. Half and half it is prohibited. Just as wool as stated in the verse does not bear a qualifying adjective, so linen does not bear a qualifying adjective. If the greater part is from the camels, it is permitted. Arjona, Bola bar Ishmael in the name of Ar Eliezer, wool and linen that one hackled together are forbidden. What does he do? He brings a litra and a bit more of camel's hair and nullifies the sheep's wool, so it is now permitted to be mixed with flax. Abba b Arhuna in the name of Ar Jeremiah, wool and linen that one hackled together one has nullified them. Rab said, the mixture is forbidden. Does Jeremiah differ from Rab? What Rab said applies to a case where he made a garment by itself, and what Ar Jeremiah said involves one who wanted to mix wool with another type of wool, so that the wool would be annulled and the mixture permitted. Ar Hillel b. Valis had a garment worth 300,000 dinars and he gave it to Rabbi, who found mixed stuff in it and burned it. Armana had a garment worth 300,000 dinars and he gave it to Arhiah bar Ada. He said to him, sell it to a corpse and stay there until he is shrouded with it. Said Ar-Haggai, R. Samuel b. Isaac would bring a garment from the laundry and would see 10 tailors over it to examine it. Said Ar-Haggai, R. Samuel bar R. Isaac would order in his house that a loom for wool not be set up before a loom for linen, because of the fringes. Silk and bast silk are not subject to diverse kinds. The word for silk is given in Aramaic, and the word for bast silk is Cicero's blossom. Said Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, I made the rounds of all the sailors and showed them the Cicero's blossom, and they said it is called kaka but are prohibited for appearance's sake. Said Rab, whatever is prohibited for appearance's sake is prohibited even in the most hidden venue. The following Tanite teaching contradicts the view of Rab. Linen that one dyed with blacking, he shall not sell it to a Gentile, and he shall not make it into a recognizable border of linen. For mattresses and cushions, lo, this is permitted. The following Tanite teaching contradicts the view of Rab. He whose coins were scattered in the direction of an idol should not bend over before it to pick them up, because it looks as if he is bowing down to an idol. But he turns his back on the idol and collects the coins. And in a place in which he is not seen, it is all right. The following Tanite teaching contradicts the view of Rab. A spring that flows out of an idol, one should not bend down before it and drink, because he appears to bow down before an idol. But he turns his back and drinks. And in a place in which he is not seen, it is all right. Figures that spout out water in towns, one should not place his mouth on the mouth of the figurine and drink, because it appears that he is kissing the idol. But he collects the water in his hand and drinks it. The following Tanite teaching contradicts the view of Rab. They do not perform an act of slaughter into a dish filled with water, or, a boat, onto the backs of utensils. They do not slaughter into a hole. But one makes a hole in his house, so that the blood will flow down into, and in the market one may not do so, so that one will not imitate the minim. The following Tannite teaching contradicts the view of Rab. They put a cooked dish in a cistern so that it may be preserved, and fresh water into foul water to keep it cool, and cold water into the sun to warm it up. He whose clothing fell into water on the way goes along in them and does not scruple. He reaches the outer courtyard, he spreads them out in the sun. But in front of people. The following Tannite teaching contradicts the view of Rab. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, a drain that is covered over for 4 cubits in the public domain, they pour water into it on the Sabbath. And sages say, even if a roof or a courtyard is 100 cubits, one should not pour water into the mouth of the drain. But he pours it onto the roof, and the water goes down into the drain. A Tannite teaching on this rule, if it was flowing along, it is permitted to. If it was the rainy season, it is permitted to do so. In the case of spouts that pour out into public domain, it is forbidden to pour water into them. And has not Bar Kappara taught, if it was a discreet place, it that differs from the view of Rab and cannot be validated. For Rab has said, anything that is forbidden for appearance's sake may not be done even in an innermost room. Mattresses and cushions are not subject to diverse kinds, what you say applies when they are empty. But if they are stuffed, it is forbidden. It applies only when the mattress or cushion are set on top of a bench. But if they are put on top of a bed, it is forbidden. There is no temporary use in respect to diverse kinds. Lo, if one was walking in the market and turned out to be clothed in diverse kinds, 2 Amorite teachers, one said, it is forbidden. The other said, it is permitted. The one who said, it is forbidden, holds that it is a law deriving from the Torah. The one who said, it is permitted, accords with what Arzira said, great is the respect that is to be shown to the public, for it overrides the observance of a negative commandment for a brief spell. A Tannite statement, they are not meticulous about telling people of the presence of a corpse or that they are wearing a garment of mixed stuff in the schoolhouse. Aryase was in session studying Tannite traditions and there was a corpse there. Whoever left did not say anything to him, and whoever sat near him did not say anything to him. Rmi was in session studying Tannite traditions. Someone said to his fellow, you are garbed in mingled stuff. Said Rmi to him, take off your garment and give it to him. It was taught as a Tannite rule, there is no temporary use in respect to diverse kinds in the temple. It was taught as a Tannite rule, a high priest who goes out of the courtyard to speak with his fellow and went too far requires immersion. But if it was for a brief spell, he requires only sanctification of hands and feet. Here temporary use in respect to diverse kinds in the temple, we deal with golden garments, and there, it involves white garments. There shall not come upon you a garment of cloth made of 2 kinds of stuff, but it is permitted to spread it underneath you. But sages said, one should not do so, lest a single thread come upon his flesh. 9:2 Hand towels, scroll wrappers, and bath towels are not subject to diverse kinds. R. Eliezer prohibits. And barber's towels, fibers are hackled together. A fringe of wool onto flax is prohibited. Because they interlace the web are prohibited on account of diverse kinds. There we learned in the Mishnah, there are 3 napkins, that of the hands is susceptible to midras uncleanness. That of books is susceptible to corpse uncleanness. And that of a wrapper and of the harps of the sons of Levi is clean of all. Our law in the name of our Yohanan, that of the hands is susceptible to midras uncleanness because one puts it on a cushion and sleeps on it. Rab said, because he puts it under his elbows and leans on it. Hand towels, scroll wrappers, and bath towels are not subject to diverse kinds. R. Eliezer prohibits. Rab said, it is forbidden, and the law is in accord with him who forbids. And why did he not say, the law is in accord with R. Eliezer? There is a Tannite authority who teaches the attributions in reverse. R. Yohanan would put a napkin on his garments. But isn't that forbidden because of diverse kinds? It was so that his garments not get dirty. Said R. Zerakan, they gave R. Abuna an egg in a napkin that contained mingled stuff, and he did not accept it because provided that they do not intend, in a hot sun, from the hot sun or in the rain, from the rain. Hand towels, scroll wrappers, and bath towels are not subject to diverse kinds. R. Eliezer prohibits. R. Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan, it is because he makes it into a kind of case and puts it on his lap and places his Torah scroll on it. R. Abba, R. Haya bar Joseph in the name of Rab, because he warms his hands on it. Said R. Bun bar Haya to R. Abba, without that is it not forbidden because of diverse kinds. He said to him, isn't it Rab's ruling? And Rab said, a scroll wrapper is forbidden if it contains mingled stuff, and the law is in accord with him who forbids. Said R. Jonah to R. Abba, and why didn't he say to him a statement that would have dismissed you? If he had said to you, even without that consideration is a scroll wrapper not forbidden with regard to deriving benefit? What would you have found to say in reply? Bath towels, because sometimes in the bathhouse he sees his master and covers himself with it. R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, women's bath towels are forbidden under diverse kinds. Those of men are the same as those of women. What are women's bath towels? The rabbis of Caesarea say, they are antitaya. And barbers' towels, fibers are hackled together. That which you say applies to one who intends to use the barber's towels as clothing, but as to one who does not intend to use the barber's towels as clothing, it is not to such a one that the ruling pertains. 9:3 Shrouds and a pack saddle of an ass are not subject to diverse kinds. One shall not place a pack saddle on his shoulder, to carry out dung upon it. Clothes dealers sell in their usual manner. Provided that they do not intend, in a hot sun, from the hot sun, or, in the rain, from the rain. And the more scrupulous ones tie on a stick and throw the on garments behind them. Tailors sew in their usual manner, provided that they do not intend, in a hot sun, from the hot sun, or in the rain, from the rain. And the more scrupulous ones sew on the ground. Shrouds are not subject to diverse kinds, for it is written, among the dead I am free. Since a person dies, he is free of all the commandments. When Rabbi lay dying, he gave instructions in 3 matters: let my widow not be moved from my house. Do not make a lamentation for me in the villages. He who took care of me while I was alive should take care of me after I have died. My widow should not be moved from my house. Is this not a Mishnaic teaching, a widow who said, I don't want to move from my husband's house? Said Ardosa, it was so that they should not say to her, it is the palace of the patriarch and indentured to the patriarchate. Said R. Eliezer b. Yase, it is in line with that which is taught, a woman whose husband has died dwells in the rooms just as she did when her husband was alive. She makes use of the man slaves and woman slaves, of silver utensils and golden utensils, just as she made use of them when her husband was alive, and she will be supported, just as she did when her husband was alive. Do not make a lamentation for me in the villages, this is to prevent contention. He who took care of me while I was alive should take care of me after I have died. Said R. Hananiah of Sephores, for example, Joseph of Ephrat, Yase Hopni. R. Hezekiah added, do not provide elaborate shrouds for me, and let my bier be open to the ground. There is a saying implying that Rabbi was buried in only a single wrapping. For Rabbi said, it is not in the garb in which a man goes that he comes. But rabbis say, just as a man goes to the grave does he come from it. It has been taught in the name of our Nathan, in the garment with which a man goes to the grave he comes up from it. What is the scriptural basis for this statement? It is changed like clay under the seal, and it is dyed like a garment. Antoninus asked Rabbi, what is the meaning of the following verse of scripture, it is changed like clay under the seal? He said to him, he who will bring the generation is the one who will clothe. R. Yohanan gave instructions, shroud me in scarlet, that is neither white nor black. If I end up among the righteous, I shall not be ashamed, and if I end up among the wicked, I shall not be ashamed. R. Josiah gave instructions, shroud me in hemmed white shrouds. They said to him, are you better than your master? He said to them, and should I be ashamed of the things I have done? R. Jeremiah gave instructions, shroud me in white shrouds. Dress me in my slippers, and put my sandals on my feet, and place my staff in my hand, and bury me by the side of a road. If the Messiah comes, I shall be ready." The Sephardians said, "Whoever tells us that Rabbi has died shall we kill." Bar Kappara approached them, with his head covered, and his clothing torn. "The angels and the mortals have laid hold of the tablets, and the angels got the upper hand and have seized the tablets." They said to him, "Rabbi has died." He said to them, "You have said so." Then they tore their clothes, and the noise of their tearing of their clothes reached Papa, 3 mills away. Our Nathan, in the name of Armana, there were miracles done that day. It was the eve of the Sabbath, and all the villagers assembled to make a lamentation for him. They put down the bier 18 times en route to burial to mourn him, and they accompanied him down to Bet Shirim. The daylight was protracted until each one of them had reached his home and had time to fill up a jug of water and light the Sabbath lamp. When the sun set, the cock crowed, and the people began to be troubled, saying, "Perhaps we have violated the Sabbath." But an echo came to them, "Whoever did not refrain from participation in the lamentations for Rabbi may be given the good news that he is going to enjoy a portion in the world to come, except for the launderer." When he heard this, he went up to the roof and threw himself down and died. Then an echo went forth and said, "Even the laundryman." Rabbi lived in Sephoris 17 years, and he cited the following verse in his own regard, "And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. Thus, and Judah lived in Sephoris for 17 years, and of that time he spent 13 years suffering from a toothache." Said Aryase B. Arbun, during that entire period of 13 years, a woman in labor never died in the land of Israel, nor was there ever a miscarriage in the land of Israel. And why did he suffer from pain in the teeth? One time he was passing by and saw a calf being taken to the slaughter. It lowed in terror, but Rabbi said to her, "Go, for this is the purpose for which you were created." And in the end, how was he healed? They saw how they were killing a nest of mice, and he said to them, "Let them be. It is written, and his compassion is over all that he has made." Rabbi was very humble, and he said, "Whatever anyone tells me to do shall I do, except for what the elders of Beit-Dara did in behalf of my forefather, for they gave up their position and appointed him in their place. If the exilarch, Arhuna, should come here, I should seat him above me, because he comes from the tribe of Judah, while I come from the tribe of Benjamin, because he derives from the male line, and I from the female line." One time Arhiah the elder came to him. He said to him, "Lo, Arhuna is here." Rabbi's face blanched. He said to him, "It is his beer." He said to him, "Go see who wants you outside." He went out and found no one there, and he knew that Rabbi was angry with him. Arhiah then did not go to see Rabbi for 30 days. Said Aryase B. Arbun, during those 30 days Rab learned from Arhiah all of the principles of the Torah. At the end of the 13 years and 30 days, Elijah came to him in the guise of Arhiah the elder. He said to him, "How does my Lord do?" He said to him, "I have a tooth that is painful to me." He said to him, "Show me." And he showed it to him. Put his finger on the tooth and healed it. The next day Arhiah the elder came to him. He said to him, "How does my Lord do? As to your teeth, how are they doing?" He said to him, "From that moment at which you put your finger on it, it has been healed." At that moment said, "Woe for you, women in childbirth in the land of Israel! Woe for you, pregnant women in the land of Israel!" said, "It was not I." From that moment onward Rabbi began to pay respect to Hiah. When he would come into the meeting house, he would say, "Let Arhiah the elder go in before me." Said to him Ishmael B. Aryase, "Even before me." He said to him, "Heaven forfend. But Arhiah the elder is within, but Ishmael B. Aryase is innermost." Rabbi was praising Arhiah the elder in the presence of Ishmael B. Aryase. One time he saw him in the bathhouse and did not rise to pay his respects. Ishmael said to, "Is this the one whom you were praising to me?" He said to him, "What did he do to you?" He said to him, I saw him in the bath house, and he did not rise to pay his respects to me. He said to, Why did you behave in such a way? He said to him, May a terrible thing happen to me, if I even noticed him. I knew nothing about it. At that time I was reviewing the Agadic traditions of the whole book of Psalms. From that time assigned to him 2 disciples to accompany him so that he would not get into trouble because of his concentration on his own thoughts. Ar Yusuf fasted 80 fasts in order to see Arhiah the elder. He finally saw him, and his hands trembled and his eyes grew dim. Now if you say that Ar Yusuf was an unimportant man. For a weaver came before Ar Yohanan. He said to him, I saw in my dream that the heaven fell, and one of your disciples was holding it up. He said to him, Will you know him? He said to him, When I see him, I shall know him. Then all of his disciples passed before him, and he recognized Ar Yusuf. Ar Simeon b. Lachish fasted 300 fasts in order to have a vision of Arhiah the elder, but he did not see him. Finally he began to be distressed about the matter. He said, Did he labor in learning of Torah more than I? They said to him, He brought Torah to the people of Israel to a greater extent than you have, and not only so, but he even went into exile. He said to them, And did I not go into exile too? They said to him, You went into exile only to learn, but he went into exile to teach others. When Arhunah, the exilarch, died, they brought his bones up here. They said, If we are going to bury him properly, let us place him near Arhiah, because he comes from there. They said, Who is worthy of placing him there? Said to them Haggai, I shall go up and place him there. They said to him, You are looking for an excuse, for you are an old man, so you want to go up there and die and be buried there next to Hiah. He said to them, Tie a rope to my feet, and if I delay there too long you can drag me out. He went in and found 3 biers. Judah, my son, is after you, and no one else. Hezekiah, my son, is after you, and no one else. After you, Joseph, son of Israel, and no one else. He raised his eyes and looked. One said to him, Lower your face. Said Arhiah the elder, Judah, my son, make room for Arhunah. He made a place for him, but did not accept being buried. Said, Just as he did not accept being buried next to him, so may his seed never die out. Haggai left that place at the age of 80 years, and they doubled the number of his years. It is written, You shall carry me out of Egypt and bury me in their burial ground. As to Jacob, wherever he was located, what loss would he sustain? Eliezer said, There is something hidden here. Hananiah said, There is something hidden here. What is the meaning of there is something hidden here? Simeon b. Lachish said, I shall walk before the Lord in the lands of the living. And is it not the fact that the lands of the living are only Tyre and Caesarea and their surroundings? There is everything, there is abundance. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of Bar Kapara, it is the land where the dead will be the first to return to life in the time of the Messiah. What is the scriptural foundation for that view? Thus says God, the Lord, who created the heaven and stretched them out, who spread forth the earth and what comes from it, who gives breath to the people upon it, and spirit to those who walk in it. If that is the case, then our masters who are located in Babylonia lose out? Said Arsimai, the Holy One, blessed be he, opens the ground before them, and they roll to the land like leather bottles, and once they get there, their soul comes back to them. What is the scriptural basis for that view? And I will place you on the land of Israel, and I will put my spirit within you, and you shall live. Berkiah asked Helbo asked Imi asked Eliezer, and Eliezer, Hananiah, and there are those who say, Hananiah asked Joshua, and is that the case even of Jeroboam and his allies? He said to him, The whole land burned by sulfur and salt, unsown, and growing nothing, where no grass can spurt, an overthrow like that of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and his wrath. Said Berkia, even though everyone asks someone else, in the end we have not learned a thing on this question. What's the point of this verse? Since the land of Israel was burned, the attribute of justice was applied to them, in line with the verse, and he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. It has been taught as a Tanite statement in the name of Yehuda, for 7 years sulfur and salt prevailed in the land of Israel. That is in line with what is written, and he shall make a firm covenant with many for 1 week. As to the Samaritans that were in the land during this time, what did they do? It was burned in strips. It is written, and you, Pashur, and all who dwell in your house shall go into captivity, to Babylon you shall go, and there you shall die, and there you shall be buried. Abba said Helbo, and Hama bar Hanana one said, if one died there and was buried there, he has 2, and the other said, if one died there and was buried here, he has only 1. The other said, burial atones for their death there. Jonah in the name of Hama bar Hanana, a man's feet are what bring him anywhere where he wants, as it is said, and the Lord said, who will entice Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? But he died in his own house, not there. Elihoreph and Ahiah, 2 scribes of Solomon, saw the angel of death staring at them and grinding his teeth. Solomon said a word, and they were raised up into the air, and he went and took them from there. Came and laughed at Solomon. He received him. He said to him, a while ago you were grinding your teeth, and now you are smiling. He said to him, the All-Merciful told me to take Elihoreph and Ahiah from the air, and I said, who is going to put them there, from which place I have been sent to take them? And he moved you to do it for me, which made it possible for me to carry out my mission, so I went and I took care of them. As to the 2 sons of Reuben bar Israbili, the disciples of Hama, the angel of death laid eyes on them and was grinding his teeth. He said, let us send them into exile into the south. Perhaps the suffering of exile will atone for their sins and they will not be taken. The angel of death went and took them from them. Ulla, who went down into exile, was dying there. He began to cry. They said to him, why are you crying? Will we not bring your body to be buried there? He said to him, and what good does it do me, if I lose my pearl in an unclean land? It is not the same when one sucks in the bosom of one's mother as when he sucks in the bosom of an alien woman. Meir lay dying in Asia. He said, tell the sons of the land of Israel that your Messiah is coming home, for burial. And even so, he said to them, place my bier at the seashore, for it is written, he has founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the rivers. 7 seas surround the land of Israel, the Great Sea, the Sea of Tiberias, the Sea of Kub, the Salt Sea, the Sea of Heleth, the Sea of Shilith, the Sea of Apamea. And as to the Sea of Hamas, Diocletian stopped up rivers and made it. It is written, which looks down upon the desert. Said Arhiah bar Ba, whoever goes up to the mountain of Yeshimon overlooking the desert, and who saw a kind of small sieve in the Sea of Tiberias, that is the well of Miriam. Said Yohanan bar Mara, the rabbi surveyed it, and lo, it is directly opposite the center door of the ancient synagogue of the town of Sarognan in the land of Israel. Rabbi bar Karia and Eliezer were strolling in the road and saw biers that were being brought from abroad to the land. Said Rabbi bar Karia to Eliezer, what have these profited? I recite concerning them, and made my heritage an abomination. That you did while you were alive, and will you come and impart corpse uncleanness to my land now that you are dead? He said to him, once they reach the land, they take a clump of dirt and place it on their bier, in accord with that which is written, for he avenges the blood of his servants. 9:4 A barson and a bardacus, and a dalmatic, and shoes of coarse wool he shall not put them on until he shall examine. Yase says, those that come from the seacoast or from distant lands do not require examination, for the presumption concerning them is of hemp. A cloth shoe is not subject to the laws of diverse kinds. A barson is a baris. A bardson and a dalmaticon are a sleeveless tunic and hooded cloak, respectively. Pinion shoes are cloth shoes. Aryase says, those that come from the seacoast or from distant lands do not require examination, for the presumption concerning them is of hemp. Is that to say, garments from either the seacoast or the overseas provinces, or garments from the seacoast of the overseas provinces? From what is taught as a Tanite statement, like Tyre and its neighbors and Caesarea and its neighbors, that indicates the meaning is garments from either the seacoast or the overseas provinces. Aryase says, those that come from the seacoast or from distant lands do not require examination, for the presumption concerning them is of hemp. That which you say pertained to begin with, when linen was not commonly found, but now that linen is ubiquitous, garments from those places do require examination for mingled stuff. A cloth shoe is not subject to the laws of diverse kinds. There are places where they line the inside of the shoe with wool. That is in line with what Arzira ordered Abba bar Zamina to say to Bar Rishan, that he should not supply his shoes with linen straps but with leather thongs. Arzira concurs with one who tied woolen bands on a garment of linen that it is permitted, for when he ties himself with the band it can slip down. They asked before Arilla, is it permitted to provide a wool-lined shoe with linen straps? He said to them, is it for the example of Arzira that you ask? For Arzira said, it is forbidden. Arilla agrees with respect to one who wears woolen slippers on top of linen ones that it is forbidden, for if one does not take off the top ones, he cannot take off the bottom ones. The father of Arsafra asked Arzira, is it permitted to put coins in a woolen cloak and to tie them up with a linen cord? Is it permitted to put coins in a linen sheet and to tie them up with a woolen cord? He said to him, does my lord know Arhuna? For Arhuna said, it is forbidden. Abina said, it is forbidden. Samuel said, it is permitted. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Aryase said, it is permitted. 9:5 Nothing is prohibited on account of diverse kinds except spun or wove, as it is written, you shall not wear shatneh something that is hackled, spun, or woven. Simeon b. Eleazar says, it is turned away, and turns his Father in heaven against him. Felted stuffs are prohibited, because they are hackled. Aryase says, cords of purple are prohibited, because one bastes before tying. One shall not tie a strip of wool to one of linen in order to gird his loins, even though a leather strap is between them. Marks of weavers and marks of washermen are prohibited on account of diverse kinds. You shall not wear shatneh something that is hackled, spun, or woven. Let the Mishnah teach, the part of the word that pertains to hackled and woven and not the part of the word that refers to spun. Had we learned the Tanite statement concerning hackled and not learned the Tanite statement concerning spun, we might have concluded that a garment composed of wool and linen that are spun together is permitted. The Mishnah did not say that, but rather it said, nothing is prohibited on account of diverse kinds except spun or wove. Let the Mishnah teach, the part of the word that pertains to hackled and spun, and not the part of the word that refers to woven. Had we learned the Tanite statement concerning hackled and spun and not learned the Tanite statement concerning woven, we might have concluded that a garment composed of wool and linen that are spun together is permitted. The Mishnah did not say that, but rather it said a fringe of wool onto flax is prohibited, because they interlace the web are prohibited on account of diverse kinds. Let the Mishnah teach the part of the word that pertains to spun and woven and not the part of the word that refers to hackled. Had we learned the part of the word that refers to spun and not the part of the word that refers to hackled, we might have said that a garment composed of wool and linen hackled together if permitted. The Mishnah did not say that, but rather it said felted stuffs are prohibited, because they are hackled. Aryase says, cords of purple are prohibited, because one bastes before tying. There is a Tanite master who repeated, or permitted. The one who repeated the Tanite wording as prohibited refers to cords like the straps that one ties to a sandal, which are attached to it. The one who repeated the Tanite wording as permitted refers to cords like the bands with which one ties oneself, and these can still slip down the garment and so are not attached to it. 9:6 He who fastens with a single fastening it is not considered a connector, and it is not subject to diverse kinds, and he who undoes it on the Sabbath is exempt from liability for tearing a stitch in order to sew another. He brought both ends to one side, it is considered a connector, and it is subject to diverse kinds, and he who undoes it on the Sabbath is liable. R. Judah says, unless he makes three. A sack and a basket combine the patches to produce diverse kinds. R. Hananiah said, goes down through the side of the garment and comes back up again. Said R. Yanai, they said to R. Hananiah, go and recite scripture somewhere else. That is shown by the following, that we have learned in the Mishnah, he brought both ends to one side, it is considered a connector. Now do we say that a fastening occurs only if the thread goes down through one side of the garment, comes p on the same side, goes down again and comes up again? And it also has been taught as a Tanite rule, R. Judah says, unless he makes three. Now do we say that a fastening occurs only if the thread goes down through one side of the garment, comes p on the same side, goes down again and comes up 3 times? Rather, either way. The thread which one threaded into the needle, even though it is fastened from 2 sides, lo, this is not a connector. One inserted it into the garment, the thread is a connector to the garment, and the needle is not a connector to the thread. The generative categories of acts of labor are 40-1, he who sews 2 stitches, tears in order to sew 2 stitches. Both R. Jonah and R. Yaseh say, one is liable for sewing on the Sabbath only when the thread is tied at both ends. The statement of the following rabbis differ from the statement of R. Jonah and R. Yaseh, for said R. Abba, R. Jeremiah in the name of Rab, he who pulls the ends of a broken seam on the Sabbath in order to attach the threads together is liable on the count of sewing. But one is liable on the counts of sewing and tying. R. Judah says, unless he makes three. Said R. Simon, the reason of R. Judah is that at the third insertion of the thread his work is made permanent. Then does R. Judah concur with R. Eliezer, as we have learned in the Mishnah, R. Eliezer says, he who weaves 3 threads at the beginning, or one onto that which is already woven, is liable? Said R. Ola, the reason for the position of R. Eliezer there is that at the third insertion of the thread his work is made permanent. But here, with less than 3 insertions the web becomes undone. A sack and a basket combine the patches to produce diverse kinds, R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi. They taught only, a sack and a basket combine the patches to produce diverse kinds. Lo, a basket of reeds does not combine wool and linen together, for it falls apart easily. It is found taught as a Tanite rule, a basket of reeds, a sack, and a large basket combine with respect to mingled stuff. Tents are not subject to the laws of diverse kinds. R. Jeremiah asked, he and his son, what is the law as to their joining together with regard to mingled stuff? What would be a practical case? He wears woolen garments and his son wears linen garments. He takes woolen bands and winds them around both of them. Said R. Yaseh, but is this interlaced? R. Haggai asked, he on his own does he combine with regard to mingled stuff? What would be a practical case? He wears a woolen shoe on one foot and a linen shoe on the other foot. Said R. Yaseh, but is this interlaced? That is not the question, but rather the following illustrates the question. If there were wounds on his head and he put a compress of wool lint on one wound and a compress of linen lint on the other wound. Said R. Yaseh, but is this interlaced? You have subject to prohibition only that which is interlaced. Tractate Shabbat. Tractate Shabbat elaborates the Torah's commandment, at left 25:1, 8, when you enter the land that I am giving you, the land shall observe a Sabbath of the Lord. 6 years you may sow your field and 6 years you may prune your vineyard and gather in the yield. But in the 7th year the land shall have a Sabbath of complete rest, a Sabbath of the Lord. You shall not sow your field or prune your vineyard. You shall not reap the aftergrowth of your harvest or gather the grapes of your untrimmed vines, it shall be a year of complete rest for the land. But you may eat whatever the land during its Sabbath will produce you, your male and female slaves, the hired hand and bound laborers who live with you, and your cattle and the beasts in your land may eat all its yield. A second, correlative commandment, at Deuteronomy 15:1, 3, is treated as well. Every 7th year you shall practice remission of debts. This shall be the nature of the remission: every creditor shall remit the due that he claims from his neighbor, he shall not dun his neighbor or kinsman, for the remission proclaimed is of the Lord. You may dun the foreigner, but you must remit whatever is due you from your kinsman. Throughout I follow the doctoral dissertation, including the Mishnah and Tosafot translation, prepared in my seminar, of Louis E. Newman, The Sanctity of the Seventh Year, a study of Mishnah Tractate Shabbat, and Alan J. Avery Peck, The Talmud of the Land of Israel, a preliminary translation and explanation. The written Torah leaves no doubt that the sabbatical year finds its place in the context of creation and God's conduct thereof, perfecting the world order of creation, sanctifying the order of creation, then, celebrating the Sabbath in response thereto. Avery Peck provides a fine statement of the paramount religious principle of the halakha of Shabbat. In modeling their lives on the perfected character of the universe that once existed, Israelites make explicit their understanding that this order will exist again, that God's plan for the Israelite people still is in effect. Israelites themselves, through their actions, participate in the creation of that perfected world. They do this through their intentions and perceptions in defining proper observance of the sabbatical year. The sabbatical year recovers that perfect time of Eden when the world was at rest, all things in place. Before the rebellion, man did not have to labor on the land, he picked and ate his meals freely. And, in the nature of things, everything belonged to everybody. Private ownership in response to individual labor did not exist, because man did not have to work anyhow. Reverting to that perfect time, the Torah maintains that the land will provide adequate food for everyone, including the flocks and herds, even if people do not work the land. But that is on condition that all claim of ownership lapses. The food is left in the fields, to be picked by anyone who wishes, but it may not be hoarded by the landowner in particular. Avery Peck states this matter as follows: Scripture thus understands the sabbatical year to represent a return to a perfected order of reality, in which all share equally in the bounty of a holy land that yields its food without human labor. The sabbatical year provides a model through which, once every 7 years, Israelites living in the here and now may enjoy the perfected order in which God always intended the world to exist and toward which, in the Israelite worldview, history indeed is moving. The release of debts accomplishes for Israelites' economic relationships just what the agricultural sabbatical accomplishes for the relationship between the people and the land. Eradicating debt allows the Israelite economy to return to the state of equilibrium that existed at the time of creation, when all shared equally in the bounty of the land. The priestly code expresses that same concept when it arranges for the return, at the Jubilee year, of inherited property to the original family ownership. You shall count off 7 weeks of years, so that the period of 7 weeks of years gives you a total of 49 years. You shall proclaim release throughout the land for all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you, each of you shall return to his holding and each of you shall return to his family. The jubilee year is observed as is the sabbatical year, meaning that for 2 successive years the land is not to be worked. The halakha we shall examine in due course will establish that when land is sold, it is for the span of time remaining to the next jubilee year. That then marks the reordering of land holding to its original pattern, when Israel inherited the land to begin with and commenced to enjoy its produce. Yerushalmi Shabbat. Chapter 1. 1:1 Until what time do they plow an orchard during the 6th year? The house of Shammai say, so long as to benefit the produce. But the house of Hillel say, until Pentecost. And the opinion of the one is close to the opinion of the other. Until what time do they plow an orchard during the 6th year? It is written, 6 days you shall do your work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. And it is written, 6 days shall you work, but on the 7th day you shall rest, in plowing time and in harvest time you shall rest. With what Sabbath do we deal? If it is with the Sabbath that celebrates creation, that is superfluous, for is it not written, 6 days shall you labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. Ex 20:9-10? And if it is with the Sabbath of years, it is also superfluous, for is it not stated, 6 years you shall sow your field and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather its fruits, but in the seventh year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land. But does not refer to the Sabbath of creation nor the Sabbath of years. So let it teach about the prohibition of plowing in the first 2 periods before the start of the sabbatical year until Pentecost. In plowing time and in harvest time you shall rest. Plowing performed on the eve of the sabbatical year that benefits the crop in the sabbatical year itself is forbidden. And what plowing is that? It is harvesting produce that began to grow during the sabbatical year but that became ripe after the sabbatical year ended. If so, why does the law say, they may plow an orchard right up to the new year of the sabbatical year? Ar Karasepe, in the name of Ar Yohanan, Rabban Gamaliel and his court lifted the prohibition against plowing in the first 2 periods before the start of the sabbatical year. Ar Yohanan asked, did we not learn in the Mishnah, for a court has not got the power to nullify the opinion of another court unless it is greater than it in wisdom and in numbers? Ar Karasepe, in the name of Ar Yohanan, is that if farmers ask a court's permission to plow until the very end of the 6th year they may do so. Why not uproot the rule from the Mishnah? Ar Karasepe, in the name of Ar Yohanan, so that if they wish to retract the later formulation, they may do so. Objected Ar Jonah, lo, Scripture's passage on the ordination of the priesthood and on the generation of the flood, see lo, these are not destined to return in the future. Should they be removed from Scripture? But they are preserved in order to inform you, and here too, is also preserved in order to inform you. Said Armana, it is in line with what we learned in the Mishnah there. If so, why do they record the opinion of an individual against that of a majority to no purpose? So that if a person should say, thus have I received the tradition, one may say to him, you have heard the tradition in accord with the opinion of Mr. So-and-so. So too if someone should say, I heard that it is forbidden to plow until New Year, one may reply to him, you heard the tradition Ar-Aha in the name of Ar-Jonathan. When they prohibited plowing close to New Year of the sabbatical year they relied on Scripture, and when they permitted plowing right up to the New Year of the sabbatical year, they also relied on Scripture. When they prohibited plowing close to New Year of the sabbatical year they relied on Scripture. In plowing time and in harvest time you shall rest. And which plowing is this? This forbids any plowing on the eve of the sabbatical year, the benefit of which accrues in the sabbatical year itself, and harvesting, and forbids harvesting produce growing in the fields, the plowing of which is forbidden. And when they permitted plowing right up to the new year of the sabbatical year, they also relied on Scripture. And which harvesting is this? This is harvesting produce that began to grow during the sabbatical year and continued to ripen after the sabbatical year ended. And when they permitted plowing right up to the new year of the sabbatical year, they also relied on Scripture. 6 days shall you labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. Just as on the eve of the Sabbath of creation you are permitted to work until sunset, so on the eve of the Sabbath of years you are permitted to work until sunset. But the house of Hillel say, until Pentecost. Why until Pentecost? Up until then the plowing benefits the produce of the 6th year. From that time onward, plowing causes the trees to lose the fruit. And lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, the same both to non-fruit-bearing trees and to fruit-bearing trees. Up to that time plowing causes the boughs to grow thicker. Afterward plowing weakens the trees. Then why not permit the farmer to plow after Pentecost? Since the farmer knows that plowing after Pentecost weakens the trees, it is clear that if he plows then, he intends to prepare the land for planting in the following year, and that is forbidden. The house of Shammai say, so long as to benefit the produce. But the house of Hillel say, until Pentecost. And the opinion of the one is close to the opinion of the other. Why is this dispute not listed among the lenient rulings of the house of Shammai and the strict rulings of the house of Hillel? The house of Hillel is not consistently strict. In some years rain is not abundant and moisture is spare, so that in accord with the opinion of the house of Shammai one should end you ceasing to plow before Pentecost. But the house of Hillel say, until Pentecost. 1:2 What is an orchard? Any 3 trees within a C space. If are capable of producing a loaf of pressed figs weighing 60 mena according to the Italian. They plow the entire C space for benefit. Less than this they plow for benefit only as far out as the gatherer with his basket behind him. Ar Judah in the name of Samuel, Ar Abau in the name of Ar Yohanan, he bought 3 trees in his fellow's field if they are spaced no farther apart than would be 10 trees planted in a C space and no closer than what is required for an ox and its yoke to pass through. He has bought the ground, and the ground that surrounds them as far out as the space taken by he gatherer with his basket. Rab said, the rule applies even if the trees are arranged in a triangle. Samuel said, it applies only if they are arranged in a row. Said Ar Yaseh, there the qualification concerning the spacing applies. But here it does not apply. Said Ar Jonah, even here at Sheb 1:2 the rule on how close the trees may be to each other and yet be regarded as an orchard applies. Must there be between? Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, enough so that an ox with its yoke may pass. If the trees are closer together, they are assumed not to serve to produce fruit. After Passover of the 6th year, farmers may not plow the whole area where they are planted. Said to him Armana, and if the consideration governs on how close the trees are to each other, for we are instructed on Tanite authority at Sheb 1:5, in the case of 3 trees owned by 3 individuals, one may plow until Pentecost only if the trees are separated by enough space so that an ox with its yoke may pass between the trees. Come and see, in a case in which there is enough space for an ox and its yoke to pass, the roots grow to the side. The roots are spread out, plowing the whole area benefits the trees directly. But in a case in which there is not enough space for an ox and its yoke to pass, do the roots not grow to the side? If are capable of producing a loaf of pressed figs weighing 60 mena according to the Italian they plow the entire C space for benefit. Our Eliezer asked, does this apply even if they are planted in a row in the center of the C space, with 16 cubits between the trees and 25 cubits from them to the edges of the C space? Our Samuel bar Isaac asked, if they were planted in a row alongside a fence on one edge of the field, may they plow the whole C space for them? Said Ar Yaseh, if one wished, he could allocate to the 3 trees in the center of a field or along the fence as much as 4 C spaces, one on each side of the 3 trees. Ar Jeremiah asked, if a vine was suspended on trellises in 2 separate levels of a terrace, you may plow the ground under it and surrounding it as far out as where the gatherer stands with his basket behind him. Granted, if a tree is growing on a higher level, they may plow the level below until Pentecost of the 6th year. But if a tree is growing on a lower level, may they plow the level above it? Let us derive the answer from the following: they set up a tree 25 cubits away from a cistern. And it has been taught as a Tanite rule on this passage, that is whether above or below. Should we say that is when the tree is above and the cistern is below, or does it mean only when the tree and cistern are on the same level, either above or below? It is taught as a Tanite rule, if the tree is above and the cistern is below, or if the tree is below and the cistern is above, the rule applies, they set up a tree 25 cubits away from a cistern. Granted, if the tree is above and the cistern is below, the rule should apply, the tree's roots grow downward, and the tree should be planted within 25 cubits of the cistern, lest it be damaged. But if the tree is below and the cistern is above, will the roots grow upward and damage the cistern? Said Ar Hananah, planting a tree within 25 cubits of a cistern located on a higher level of a terrace is not prohibited because of the probability that the roots will push up into the cistern. Rather, it is forbidden because the roots cause the earth to crumble and damage the ground in which the cistern is built. A case concerning a tree planted within 25 cubits of a cistern located on a higher level of a terrace came before Ar Yaseh b'Ar Abun. He said, the role that prohibits this is the opinion of an individual, and we do not base legal decisions on it. For it is taught on Tanite authority. Our Simeon says, just as they said that the rule applies if the tree is above the cistern, so they said that it applies if the tree is below the cistern. 1:3 The same both to non-fruit-bearing trees and to fruit-bearing trees they view them as if they were fig trees. If capable of producing a loaf of pressed figs weighing 60 mena according to the Italian, they plow the entire sea space for benefit. Less than this they plow them only according to need. 1 but 2 do not or 2 yield and 1 does not, they plow for them only according to their need. From 3 to 9 trees. There were 10 upwards of 10, whether or not they yield they plow the entire sea space for benefit. As it says in scripture, even at plowing time and harvesting time you shall cease work. There is no need to mention plowing and harvesting during the sabbatical year. Rather, plowing during the 6th year extend into the sabbatical year and to harvesting during the sabbatical year into the